Chen Mo, as an ordinary person, struggled at the bottom of survival until he encountered this talking donkey in the passenger seat. Awakening as a transcendent surviving through life and death trials, he officially stepped into the rank of the strong. Don't fall behind. Keep up. Everyone keep up. Don't fall behind. The harsh sound of a horn echoed repeatedly over the national highway. Beneath the sound there was a motley fleet of various vehicles. Chen Mo numbly pedaled a creaking yellow shared bicycle. A month ago Chen Mo was an office worker laboring overtime in a high-rise building, eating the pie drawn by his boss, while savoring pickled cabbage, working late into the night. Then Xiao Ming arrived, bringing countless anomalies and monsters. Chen Mo hid in the company for half a month as the radio continuously broadcast news about the apocalypse. Shanghu has fallen. Do not go there. Do not go there. Ordinary people cannot kill anomalies. If you encounter anomalies, quickly take cover. Quickly flee. Chen Mo was in despair. He knew rescue was hopeless. After eating the last bit of food in the company, hunger drove him to flee from the office building. The only thing he took was the yellow shared bicycle parked at the company entrance. Chen Mo now felt extremely hungry enough to eat a whole cow. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had a full meal, nor when he last had a peaceful sleep. The national highway before him began to twist and waver in his vision. Chen Mo felt he could collapse at any moment, then be trampled by the crowd and vehicles behind him. This was a convoy of about 30 people. A few old cars and trucks, a dozen people riding bicycles or walking. On the desolate highway they slowly moved southward. Chen Mo was one of the cyclists. As for why he didn't find a car to drive, the reason was simple: no keys, no fuel. Many people who joined the convoy initially had cars, but as fuel ran out they became pedestrians. Thus Chen Mo's yellow shared bicycle became a rare treasure. A gust of wind passed by his ears. Before he could dodge, the off-road vehicle swerved sharply, and its heavy bumper scraped against his bicycle's front wheel. Bam! Chen Mo and his bicycle crashed heavily onto the ground. The hard concrete instantly scraped his pants and palms, sending a burning pang. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt ahead. The window rolled down, and a bald man with a knife scar on his neck stuck his head out. Damn, are you blind? Can't you ride a bike? The man was the gangster of the small convoy, Brother Dao. Chen Mo struggled to get up, but his whole body was weak, and he failed several times. He could only look up and explain in a hoarse voice. It was your car. What about my car? My car scraping you is a favor to you. Brother Dao spat on the ground in front of Chen Mo. A trash picker dares to talk back to me. Laughter came from the men inside the car, and the surrounding people watched the scene with schadenfreude. Brother Dao, don't bother with this trash, we need to move on, the driver advised. Brother Dao waved his hand impatiently. Damn, seeing this slow trash makes me furious. Riding a broken bike, you'll die on the road sooner or later, and you're dragging down the whole convoy's speed. With that, Brother Dao rolled up the window, and the off-road vehicle spewed black smoke and drove off. Chen Mo lay on the ground, clenching his fists tightly. In this era, an ordinary person without strength found even dignity a luxury. A large hand covered with calluses and grease reached out to him. Chen Mo looked up. A man around 40 years old was looking down at him. The man was also pushing a bicycle with a heavy toolbox strapped to the rear seat. It was Old Yang, the man who had given him a drink of water when he collapsed on the roadside after escaping the city. Old Yang was the only repairman in the convoy. Like Chen Mo, he was a marginal person hanging at the tail of the convoy on a bicycle. He barely made a living by repairing bikes for others in exchange for supplies. Chen Mo said nothing, grabbed Old Yang's hand, and pulled himself up from the ground. Can you still walk? Old Yang supported him, his voice rough. Chen Mo picked up the fallen bicycle and checked it. The front wheel was slightly deformed, but could still turn barely. Let's go. If we fall behind, we're done for. With that, Old Yang patted his shoulder, mounted his bicycle, and prepared to continue. Just then he turned back to look at Chen Mo, stopped and fumbled in his worn jacket pocket for a long time. Finally, he pulled out something wrapped in newspaper and quietly stuffed it into Chen Mo's hand. Take it, kid. Don't die, or I'll have saved you for nothing. You can pay me back when you have something. Chen Mo opened his palm, revealing a small piece of cookie wrapped in newspaper. The cookie had a few mold spots on its surface and felt hard to the touch. Chen Mo stared at the cookie, a lump in his throat, his breathing short. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. At that moment, this moldy cookie was more tempting than any delicacy in the world. Without bothering to scrape off the mold, he looked around warily and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted not very good, hard, and caused a sharp pain in his throat as he swallowed. Chen Mo watched Old Yang's receding back, his stooped figure stretched long by the sunlight, casting a long shadow on the highway. I will remember this kindness. Chen Mo shook his head vigorously, straightened the bicycle, and mounted it again. Now he must survive. Only by surviving could there be a future. An unknown span of time later, a heavy black pickup truck slammed to an abrupt halt at a fork in the road. Its tires scraped a dark scar across the pavement. The vehicles trailing behind came to a stop, one after another, wary of rear-ending the lead car. Seconds later, the passenger door of the pickup swung open and a man of around 30 stepped out. The man stood tall and broad-shouldered, clad in a fitted jacket, his expression grave and unyielding. Most striking of all was the strip of pristine white cloth bound across his eyes, gleaming almost blindingly beneath the noon sun. Chen Mo recognized him, the convoy's leader, known to all as Captain Lin. Rumor had it he was an awakened of the Perception Class 1 who only removed the blindfold when night fell. It was entirely thanks to this awakened that the convoy had survived this long, dodging and weaving through the wasteland, evading the densely haunted regions time and time again under his guidance. Captain Lin stopped again. Is the road ahead unclean? Shut your mouth. Just follow. That's how you stay alive, understand? We're ordinary people. If we want to live, we obey, got it? A murmur of hushed debate stirred through the ranks, but fell silent almost immediately. Lin Lu stood at the crossroads, his head turning slowly between the two directions as though he were listening, or perhaps seeing some invisible presence only he could perceive. After a long while, Lin Lu returned to the vehicle in silence. Whatever he murmured to the driver, the engine revved, and the pickup barreled down one of the two paths. The convoy fell in line behind him at once. Still going. My legs are about to snap off. I can't go on. Whoever gives me a lift, I'll swing by your truck tonight. We can talk ideals. Can't any of you spare a thought for those of us without a ride? Riding a damn bicycle. How are we supposed to keep up? Cut the crap. Fall behind and tonight will be your 7th. You know what that means. The walkers strung out at the tail and let loose a low, bitter grumble, but could only grit their teeth and drag their weary bodies onward, desperate to keep pace. Everyone knew the price of falling behind, knew it in their bones. Chen Mo was no exception. He pedaled furiously on his bicycle to catch up, and as he passed stole a glance at a rusted, weather-beaten road sign. Xiangyang Village 1 kilometer ahead. A little over 10 minutes later. A village. There's a village ahead. No sooner had someone shouted than the entire convoy erupted into restless motion. Even the stragglers trudging along far behind caught the cry, and a flicker of light reignited in their eyes. A village meant food, water, the hope of making it to tomorrow. The convoy had gone 3 full days without finding a safe supply point. Most people's provisions had long since run dry. Chen Mo's lot was even worse. He didn't even have half a cracker left to his name. If he couldn't scavenge something soon, he wouldn't last more than a handful of days. His entire worldly possessions amounted to the little yellow bicycle beneath him, a change of clothes strapped to the crossbar, and a small blanket to ward off the cold. Since the onset of the Chow Ming phenomenon, the denser the crowds in a city, the more the aberrations congregated, and the more terrifying they became. This was an ironclad law the survivors had paid for in blood. A small isolated village like this one was undeniably the ideal supply point. Even if aberrations lurked within beneath the searing noon sun, they would most likely not dare emerge so brazenly. Yet no one dared make the first move. Every gaze was fixed intently upon the lead vehicle, awaiting the awakened's command. In this broken world, no fool had lived long enough to still be standing here. For ordinary folk, obedience was the first law of survival. Defy it, and in the next heartbeat you might become an aberration's blood meal. Squeak! The passenger door of the heavy pickup swung open again, and Lin Lu leaned down to murmur a few instructions to his aide Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu immediately snatched up a tin megaphone and turned to bellow at the convoy. The entire convoy rests here for 3 hours. You may enter the village to scavenge supplies. Attention! No one is permitted near the supermarket at the village entrance. I repeat, stay away from the supermarket. Anyone who disobeys does so at their own peril. The rest of the village is open for exploration. The convoy departs sharp in 3 hours. Anyone who fails to make it back stays behind. The moment his words fell, a hulking brute over 2 meters tall, his scalp shaved to a gleaming shine, leapt down from an off-road vehicle. The man's arms were corded with knotted muscle, his frame as broad as a bear, each limb nearly as thick as a woman's thigh. Damn it, I'm about to burst. Anyone too chicken to go can stay here and rot. So saying, the brute seized an enormous burlap sack, and with his long stride charged into the village. Chen Mo knew this man. Everyone called him Daniel. Apart from Lin Lu, he was one of the only 2 awakened in the convoy. Daniel's charge was like a spark to dry tinder. Every soul in the convoy, desperate not to fall behind, surged after him in a frenzy. Damn it all to hell. Starve to death or get torn apart by aberrations. Either way, I'm a goner. Who the hell's shoving me? Wanna die? The crowd burst like floodwaters through a broken dam, pouring into Xiangyang Village with wails and curses. The instant Xiao Lu had finished speaking, Chen Mo was already in motion. His legs pumped with savage force, the little yellow bicycle beneath him groaning and squealing under the strain as he blurred into a streak of yellow, leaving the entire mob trailing in his wake. Chen Mo feared death as much as any man, but he had no choice. Unless he fought with everything he had, he would starve to death within a matter of days. Hey, you on the little yellow bike. You in such a goddamn rush to reincarnate. A curse on you. Hope you're the aberration's first meal. What's the big hurry? Your mom about to drop another one. The village road was a narrow track of yellow earth. While ordinary cars could still make it through, most people chose to trek into the village on foot, just as Daniel had. It wasn't that they cherished their vehicles. Rather, in this apocalypse, a burst tire would prove a tremendous nuisance. And that was precisely the advantage Chen Mo and his cohort of bicycles held. Soon Chen Mo brought his bike to a halt not far from the village entrance. A A solitary building stood there rigid and upright directly upon the only path leading into the village. This building was profoundly strange. The door stood wide open, the interior shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern anything from the outside. Only vague silhouettes could be made out. The scorching noon sun bathed Chen Mo and filled the entire courtyard, casting a stark, unyielding line of demarcation at the building's threshold. A powerful intuition surged through Chen Mo. Something in that bottomless darkness was watching him, like a spider lurking in its web awaiting prey. Something was terribly wrong. This place was profoundly, deeply wrong. Chen Mo hesitated, preparing to turn around and leave. Just then a gentle, kindly voice drifted from behind the door. "Young man, don't go. You look terribly malnourished. Haven't eaten in quite some time, have you? Grandma has plenty of food here. One person simply cannot finish it all. My legs are weak and I cannot venture out. Come in and fill up on whatever you like." The voice was gentle, truly resembling that of a kind, elderly woman. Yet Chen Mo felt a chill race from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head, his scalp prickling with dread. The moment he turned his head at the sound, his glance caught a wooden plaque resting in the corner. Xiangyang Village Convenience Store. This was the very place Captain Lin had specifically warned against approaching. "Young man, don't be afraid. The eerie phenomena in this village have long passed. Your old grandmother barely survived by hiding in the cellar." Seeing Chen Mo about to leave, the voice from the store seemed to grow anxious, growing ever more gentle and solicitous. "Come in quickly, Grandma. We'll cook you a bowl of hot noodles." Chen Mo paused, gripping the handlebars, and suddenly spoke into the dark doorway with an air of feigned concern. "Grandma, do you have a son?" The voice from within faltered, then replied in an even warmer tone, "No, child. Grandma is all alone, bitter and forsaken." "Good child, come in quickly. Let Grandma take a proper look at you." Chen Mo sharply turned his bike around, pedaling away while spitting a thick wad of phlegm over his shoulder. "Even if you had a son, he'd be a worthless bastard." Before the words had fully left his lips, he was already pedaling the little yellow bike away at full speed, never looking back. Go eat Grandma's leg indeed. Did he look like a fool? Behind him, the gentle and kindly voice vanished instantaneously. In its place came a threat dripping with venomous malice. "Good, good, good. You little beast, I will remember you." The old hag's curse, heavy with hatred and gloom, ripped through the air and pierced Chen Mo's eardrums. It made his head ache. Chen Mo dared not look back, furiously pedaling the little yellow bike. That old woman might not dare to come out, but he still dared not stop. As for warning others, don't be ridiculous. Chen Mo had no such leisure, sitting there foolishly waiting for someone else to arrive. If he went any later, he'd hardly get so much as a ladle of soup. The rural dirt road was rough and uneven. The little yellow bike groaned and creaked as if about to fall apart. What the hell, whose house is this? They lock doors even in the countryside, scared someone's gonna slide into their wife's bed. Over here, nobody's around, brother Dao, come quick. Get lost. I spotted it first, scram. The village had already descended into chaos, as frantic as invaders on the march. Chaos reigned, though fortunately there were neither chickens nor dogs to be found. Chen Mo, riding his little yellow bike, spotted the two men he had been with earlier, now engaged in a brawl. Curses, the sound of doors being battered, and the noise of rummaging through boxes rose and fell in an endless symphony. In those 2 wasted minutes, no small number of people had already trickled into the village, especially those on bicycles and motorcycles, just like him, who charged into the fray without hesitation. Chen Mo sharply swerved his bike and darted down a side path. At the end of the narrow path lay a secluded courtyard, much like the estate of some wealthy landlord from the village. Chen Mo jerked the wheel sharply, swerving the vehicle into a narrow lane. At the lane's end stood a solitary courtyard compound. It looked like the estate of some wealthy landlord in the village. The households here were mostly of the cave-dwelling variety, though few bothered to build proper brick houses. The courtyard gate was unlocked, left slightly ajar. Chen Mo parked his small yellow vehicle just outside the entrance. He picked up half a broken brick from the ground and carefully pushed open the main door. The courtyard was utterly still, though a few garments hung upon the clothesline, swaying gently in the breeze. Chen Mo pressed himself against the wall, inching his way toward the main room. The door stood wide open. He held his breath and slowly leaned his head to peer inside. The furnishings were sparse: a wooden table, a few stools, a mahjong table. A corpse lay sprawled upon the floor, and beneath it a smear of blood-stained claw marks. The face was utterly expressionless, and the eye sockets were hollow. Where the eyeballs should have been, 2 bloody cavities gaped instead. The corners of the mouth rested in a strangely serene expression, radiating an indescribable eeriness. Enter or not, Chen Mo did not hesitate long. Naturally, he had to go in, otherwise he would simply starve to death out here. Heading to other houses now would likely be too late regardless. The kitchen was in complete disarray, pots and pans scattered carelessly across the floor. Chen Mo slowly crouched down and began inspecting the pots on the stove. They were all empty. Beneath the stove, his hand brushed against a burlap sack. He dragged it out into the open. Untying the mouth of the sack revealed half a bag of sprouted potatoes. Shouldering the sack, he continued his search. Beside the stove stood a rice jar nearly half a person's height tall. He lifted the wooden lid, and a layer of rice lay at the bottom of the jar. Chen Mo set down the sack of potatoes and began shoveling rice inside. There appeared to be roughly 4 or 5 gene of it. Fortune smiled upon him. Chen Mo fought to contain his excitement, grabbing 2 iron basins from the stove and stuffing them into the sack as he went. Hefting the sack and preparing to leave, his steps faltered as he passed through the main room. The corpse sprawled upon the floor remained in its original position. Had something just flickered, Chen Mo stole another glance downward. An irrepressible surge of wild joy flooded his eyes. A set of blue vehicle keys hung plainly from the waistband of the corpse's trousers. Chen Mo did not seize them at once. Instead, he strode swiftly out of the main room, set the sack in a corner of the courtyard, and ensured it would not be easily discovered by passers-by. He rushed toward the rear courtyard of the house. And sure enough, a blue agricultural dump truck was parked there. The truck bore the marks of age, the faded characters, Chung Fong, barely visible upon its surface. Upon closer inspection, the dump bed still held some dry hay and clumps of mud. This thing was practically an artifact of the apocalypse. Not picky about fuel, ruggedly built, and capable of hauling quite a load. Chen Mo peered through the window. Upon the dashboard, the red needle of the gauge rested steadily at the halfway mark. Half a tank of fuel remained. An utterly unconcealable glee spread across Chen Mo's face. He sprinted back to that dim main room at near top speed. The corpse remained sprawled in place, utterly motionless. Chen Mo crouched down, his trembling hand reaching toward the keys at the corpse's waist. Just as his right hand was about to touch the keys, he gripped them firmly, wrenched them free, and sprang to his feet in flight. A seamless chain of motions, fluid, practiced, and heartbreakingly deft. No corpse springing back to life as he had feared. Chen Mo hurried back to the front courtyard, tossed the sack onto his little yellow vehicle, and wheeled it around to the rear courtyard. He loaded both the vehicle and the sack into the dump bed. It was quite spacious. After stowing the little yellow vehicle and the sack, roughly half the bed remained empty. Chen Mo decided against further greed. Transporting all this out would be the greatest haul of the expedition. The corpse sprawled upon the floor of the little shop at the village entrance. Both filled him with an inexplicable unease. He climbed and planted his foot firmly on the gas pedal and brought the engine to life. He burst out of the rear courtyard and onto the rugged village road. The vehicle's hefty tires bounced and jostled along the village road. He soon returned to the village entrance, by which time a considerable number of people had already made their way back. Relief and delight lit up many a face. It seemed most had fared quite well. Chen Mo, where the hell did you get that vehicle? The villagers are dirt poor. What gives you the right to score a vehicle, you punk? Jealous voices rose one after another, and a succession of hostile gazes converged upon Chen Mo. Chen Mo Gidge. A sickeningly sweet voice drifted in through the window of his vehicle. A woman of passable features clung to his window, every inch the picture of pitiable charm. Chen Mo knew the speaker, a woman who had joined the convoy halfway through their journey. Not yet 30, she had supposedly been a dance instructor before the apocalypse. Possessing a fair measure of beauty, she had drawn the attention of more than a few men in the convoy. There had even been talk of someone using a bit of food to invite her away somewhere secluded under the stars. Her name, he recalled, was Zhang Nan. At this moment, this very woman was pressed against his window. She surveyed the contents of the dump bed, her eyes brimming with covetousness. I'm so tired from walking. May I rest in your truck for a while? Sensing Chen Mo's gaze upon her, she deliberately arched her chest outward. The contours beneath her athletic jacket grew more pronounced. Scram. One word stripped of all emotion. The coquettish smile froze instantly upon Zhang Nan's face, and she erupted into a torrent of furious curses. Chen Mo paid her no heed whatsoever, leaning back against the seat and resting his eyes. What he truly needed to worry about now was Dao Gu and his band. The spoils he had claimed this time were too great enough to drive any man to desperate measures. Although Lin Lu had laid down the rule that no lives were to be taken in the apocalypse, there were countless ways for a person to die were there not. It seemed a protection fee was inevitable. Just then a heart-wrenching scream tore through the depths of the village. Run! There's a ghost! Stay away from me. My meat doesn't taste good. Hey Art! My eyes hurt so badly. Help! The terrified, despairing cries instantly shattered the tranquility of the village entrance. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw several figures stumbling and scrambling out from the far end of the village road. Leading the desperate retreat was a hulking brute, well over 2 meters tall, his shaved head glinting blindingly beneath the sun. It was Daniel, an awakened of sequence rank from the convoy. At this moment the hulking Daniel had 2 bulging sacks strapped to his back. His long legs churned with frantic speed, his gait like that of a maddened bull. He sprinted wildly while bellowing at the top of his lungs toward the village entrance. Run. Run for it. 10 minutes earlier. At the entrance of Xiangyang village. Move your asses faster. Everything edible, drinkable, and usable. Haul it all away. You kids over there grab the pickling stones too. Danny Yu shouldered a bent steel bar, a massive tattered burlap sack clutched in his hand, barking orders at Xiao Lu and the assistants as they hauled the loot. Cursing under his breath, he kicked open the door of a farmer's house. The wooden door crumbled beneath his foot, brittle as a wafer cookie, shattering at the slightest touch. Xiao Lu, get over here. take this sack back first. He hollered in his gravelly voice, his fan-like hand sweeping across the kitchen counter. But after scouring the entire house, all he found was half a sack of moldy rice and a few shriveled sweet potatoes. Not even a drop of drinkable water. Damn bad luck. Dainey spat on the ground, waving the assistants off. You lot take the stuff back first. I'll go check the houses over there. Stay together, don't split up. Dainey stalked along the village road, scavenging from door to door. His gaze soon fell upon an eerie building at the village entrance. Weird. Why didn't I notice this when I passed earlier? The moment Dainey drew near, his eyes landed on the corner sign that read, Xiangyang Village Convenience Store. Just as he reached the doorway, an ancient, raspy, yet gentle voice drifted out from the darkness within. Young man, come in quick. Just look at you starving. You've grown so big and strong. Dainey moved toward the sound, only to find a shadowy figure standing at the door, who knew when it had appeared. The old woman's back was hunched into a pronounced hump, her height barely reaching 5 feet, her frame terrifyingly gaunt. Long hair obscured half her face, her skin writhing grotesquely like the bark of a dead tree. Something crunched between her teeth with a crisp snap. Half her body hid in the shadow behind the door, her mouth mumbling nonstop. So many more treats inside. Fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, fried potatoes, big juicy chicken legs. They're all safe for you. Come in quick and Grandma will pack them all up for you. No one noticed the faint purplish-black glow emanating from her fingers hidden behind the door. The remnants of unknown bloodstains clung beneath her fingernails. Seeing Dainey's gaze upon her, the old woman's smile grew even more kindly. Finally another living one has come, and an awakened at that. His whole body is a tonic. The moment he steps inside, I'll gouge them out and savor them slowly. Once I digest his essence, I can advance another step. Dainey, naturally unable to hear the old crone's inner thoughts, scratched his gleaming bald head. He grinned foolishly, mouth stretched wide, open eyes bulging like cow's testicles. One hand gripping his bald head, the other clutching the massive burlap sack, he craned his neck to peer into the darkness behind her. His voice wavered, wanting to go in yet not daring to. Grandma, you're not lying to me, right? You're not one of those anomalies, right? My captain told me not to go into this little shop. Oh my, why would Grandma lie to you? I hid in the cellar and only came out after the anomalies left. Come in quick. Grandma loves you the most. All the good stuff is yours. The old crone seemed afraid Dainey might leave. She squeezed out what she believed to be a kindly smile, the corners of her mouth stretching all the way back to her ears. Dainey paused, seeming to wrestle with himself, then took half a step forward, a hint of wariness in his voice. How about this, Grandma? You take my sack and pack the good stuff inside for me. Set it at the door. Really got treats, and I'll come in to get them. How's that sound, Grandma? Grandma loves me, and I'll surely love Grandma too. A gurgling sound rose from the old woman's throat. What a brainless simpleton. Unlike that rash little beast who came before, this one's already wrapped around my finger. Lure him in first, then we'll see. Thinking this, the old woman's face instantly bloomed with smiles, her voice growing even more affectionate. All right, Grandma will carry them out for you right now. Just wait. Don't you dare leave. Grandma loves you so much. You have to love your Grandma back too. From within the darkness, the old woman moved with a speed no elder should possess. Her arms whirled like a great windmill, and in no time at all the supplies from the little shop were stuffed into the burlap sack. Dainey's sack seemed as though it could never be filled. She emptied the little shop completely. Grandma, what about the daily necessities? Food, clothes, supplies. Pack it all for me. I know Grandma loves me best. The old woman crammed everything she could count as supplies into the sack. Panting and grunting, she hauled the sack to the door. Baby, your sack really is enormous. Anyway, it's full now. This other bag here has potatoes. Take these too. Come grab them quick, and once you're done, Grandma will cook you a bowl of noodles, pampering my good little baby properly. Having said that, the old woman lifted her head through the wooden doorway, gazing at Dainey with grandmotherly affection, her eyes brimming with love for the child. Yet Dainey remained rooted in the sunlight, motionless, his shiny bald head gleaming in the sun. He continued his foolish grin, mumbling to himself. Hold on, Grandma, I'm coming in to love you right away. Yet his feet never strayed a single step out of the sunlight. Seconds ticked by. The old woman finally grew impatient. Young man, why aren't you taking them? Think there's too little, or are you tired? Why don't you come inside and let Grandma massage your back? She failed to notice the sun slowly creeping across the sky, the sliver of light at the doorway gradually devouring its way into the dim little shop. The light crept slowly toward the mouth of the sack piled at the door. After standing there like an idiot for over a dozen minutes, Dainey suddenly spoke. Grandma, do you have any children? No, you're just like my own dear grandson. Wait a moment. Haven't I heard those lines somewhere before? Before the old crone could react, the foolish grin vanished from Dainey's face. His gaze sharpened instantly, and his hand shot out, seizing the outermost potato sack. With a sharp tug, he hauled the sack out from beneath the shop shadow. Moving with lightning reflexes, Dainey released the potato sack and immediately pivoted his target. He lunged for the oversized burlap sack. Not a chance. The old woman snarled, her withered hand darting out. Her purplish-blue nails sank into the flesh of Dainey's arm. Good child. She had barely uttered 2 words when her grip tightened, trying to drag Dainey into the darkness. A pair of fan-like enormous hands loomed ever larger in her pupils, their force scattering her tangled hair with a gust. Smack! The old woman took the full force of the slap square on, spinning half a circle on the spot. Black blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her eyeballs nearly bursting from their sockets. Damn you, old hag. Does that hurt? I love you the most. Though his hand stung from the blow, Danyu refused to release his grip on the sack. Using the momentum of the slap, he yanked the oversized sack free. You really thought I was stupid, didn't you? The captain said anomalies fear the sun. You're the sly one trying to lure me in. I'm not falling for it. The old crone was struck dumb by this sudden turn of events, standing rooted to the spot, with her hand over her face, her shoulders trembling faintly. Grandma loves me, so I'll surely love Grandma back. You carry the stuff out, and I'll come in to love Grandma. Grandma, do you have any kids? Old hag, does it hurt? Probably couldn't raise a son even if she tried. The voices of this muscular brute and that young man from before echoed endlessly in her ears. Shame, utter humiliation. Damn you all, how dare you make a fool of me? That uncultured little beast was one thing, but you brainless oaf. How dare you mock me? Half the old woman's face had been beaten out of shape. Her clouded eyes bulged, blood vessels swelling in her pupils. Even if she must endure the searing torment of the blazing sun, I will devour you alive. Gouge out your eyes. Danyu gave her no chance to counterattack. The moment the slap landed, he let go. In a flash, he hoisted both sacks onto his shoulders and sprinted toward the village outskirts. Run! The old hag's coming out. Danyu bellowed at the top of his lungs, his bald head steaming as he ran under the blazing sun. A shrill wail erupted from the small shop behind them. Gusts of black wind howled from the doorway, coiling together into a dark cloud that blotted out the noonday sun. The old hag dissolved into a wisp of black shadow lurking within the dark cloud as she pursued Danyu. Her voice pierced through the black fog, dripping with an eerie, soul-stealing sweetness. Young man, turn around and look at me. Look into Granny's eyes. Aren't they beautiful? At Danyu's thunderous shout to run, the surviving villagers erupted into immediate panic. They seized their bundles and bolted for their lives. Li Gang, who had been scavenging supplies next door, caught Danyu's cry and sprinted toward the village entrance without hesitation. A supernatural entity that even the awakened could not face. There was no chance of survival if they encountered it. Fleeing from the farmhouse, Li Gang heard the tender voice calling from behind Danyu. He could not resist a single glance back. But that one glance was enough. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Both eyes burst open in an instant. Spurting crimson blood mingled with the clouded jelly of his eyeballs, splattering out in wet, glistening bursts. At the village entrance, Chen Mo felt a premonition of dread. A kindly old grandmother lurking in the village. A eyeless corpse sprawled upon the ground. And a distant cry that had echoed through the village moments ago. The bizarre fragments of the scene began to piece themselves together. Better to believe and be cautious than to dismiss it as nothing. He shifted into reverse. Slowly, unhurriedly, the vehicle rolled backward, positioning himself as a shield before the others. He remained ready to sacrifice them as rear guard at any moment. Another muffled cry drifted across the wind. The group turned their gaze toward the village, following the sound. At the far end of a forked path, several dark figures were fleeing toward the convoy. A colossal black wind surged behind them, hot on their heels. Not only Chen Mo, but several pedestrians and cyclists as well began retreating cautiously toward the main road. What's happening? Was that Danyu shouting just now? I thought I heard it too, but couldn't make it out. It was too far away. We probably misheard. When we went scavenging earlier, everything was fine, wasn't it? Look, there's something behind Danyu. In the lead vehicle, Lin Lu remained in the passenger seat, the pristine white bandage over his eyes starkly conspicuous. His brow was furrowed, lost in thought. Run? Lin Lu was the first to sense the overwhelming aura of a powerful supernatural entity. At the very moment Chen Mo retreated to the rear of the convoy, Lin Lu unleashed a maddened, desperate roar. Everyone retreat. Get out of Shanyang village. Something is coming out. The village entrance erupted into chaos in an instant. Like an anthill scalded with boiling water. Panic seized every soul. Get in the car. Get in now. Don't block my way. Get lost. The dark figures drew closer. Their silhouettes were now faintly visible in the distance. Danyu could be seen sprinting furiously, two enormous burlap sacks hoisted upon his shoulders. He shouted toward the convoy as he ran. Run! The old hag is out. Run! Behind him, several stumbling figures struggled to keep pace. Among them was Li Gang, who had just been scavenging next door moments ago. Li Gang's hands were clamped over his face. Crimson viscous liquid seeping through the gaps between his fingers. It was mingled with some unknown whitish pulp. Help me. My eyes. Please help me. Li Gang's sprint had lost all coherence. He ran like a headless fly wailing from his throat. Each step left a stark crimson footprint upon the dirt road. But what truly made one's scalp crawl was the thing pursuing them. A churning mass of black wind that blotted out the harshest rays of the sun. Within that black wind, the wrinkled face of an old hag flickered in and out of sight. Like a withered, gnarled tree spirit. Her gaze fixed maniacally upon Danyu at the front of the fleeing crowd. Brother Chen Mo. Mog, please take me with you. Please. A tear-streaked, terrified face pressed against the car window. It was Zhang Nan. She had followed Chen Mo's reversing vehicle all the way to the rear moments ago, cursing him under her breath the entire time. But the instant she heard Lin Lu's horn, she had reacted in under 3 seconds. Her face instantly shifted to a pitiful, doe-eyed expression. Her voice dripped with cloying sweetness, utterly unlike the sharp-tongued shrew from seconds ago. Her panicked visage pressed against the car window. Her body clung tightly to the car door. Her chest compressed and distorted beneath a thin, athletic jacket. Her fingers kept fidgeting with the door handle, attempting to trade her last remaining asset for a sliver of hope. I'll do anything. Really, just let me on the car. I'm good at a lot of things. Chen Mo's gaze did not linger on her face for even half a second. He shifted straight into gear, wrenched the steering wheel hard to the side. All in one fluid motion, the dump truck roared to life and lunged ahead with a violent lurch. Zhang Nan was sent sprawling to the ground. Her eyes watching the dump truck blazed with venomous resentment. Chen Mo did not spare even a single backward glance. Several high-performance off-road vehicles had already surged over 100 meters ahead, kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Close behind were several motorcycles. Capitalizing on their agility, they clung tightly to the lead vehicle. In third place came Daniel, charging like a man possessed. Daniel's frame had swelled to half again its size. A pair of pitch-black ox horns now jutted from his head. 2 enormous burlap sacks remained hoisted upon his shoulders. His legs churned into a blur, yet he kept pace with the convoy at the rear. Though Chen Mo's dump truck was slower to start and slower to run, the head start he had carved out earlier allowed him to slot comfortably into the center of the convoy. At the rear were several bicycles. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Mo could see their faces of despair. Worth mentioning was Zhang Nan, by some unknown means. She was now perched on the crossbar of an old-style bicycle pedaled by a man of about 50. Her face was a mask of panic. Only when she occasionally glanced toward the dump truck did a flicker of venom flash in her eyes. Further behind were the pedestrians on foot, already lost to sight. Chen Mo did not spot Lao Yang. His grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. Brother, you're on your own now. I hope you make it out alive. After another 2 minutes of desperate flight, that cold, savage aura finally faded. The black wind behind them, once the convoy had moved several hundred meters past the village entrance, dissolved into a wisp of black mist, vanishing without a trace beneath the noonday sun. The lead vehicle gradually slowed, pulling over to the roadside. Lin Lu stepped out from the passenger seat, eerily calm. The white cloth covering his eyes concealed every trace of expression. A death-like silence descended upon the road, and no one in the convoy dared speak above a whisper. Every eye fixed upon Lin Lu's movements. At that moment, Daniel had just halted his sprint and dumped the 2 sacks from his shoulders onto the ground. With a heavy thud, he dropped to a seated position, barely able to catch his breath. What did I say? Lin Lu stepped before him and spoke in a measured tone. He reached out and seized Daniel by the collar, his composure so absolute it seemed incapable of harboring even a shred of anger. I'm sorry, Captain. I know I was wrong. There was barely anything left in the village. I just wanted to scrounge up a bit more food. Seeing that old hag couldn't come out, I figured I could grab a little. It's not just the people in the convoy. Even the supplies on our 2 vehicles were running low, weren't they? Daniel, standing over 2 meters tall, hung his head low. Sitting on the ground, he looked as helpless as a child, his face etched with guilt. Lin Lu still gripped his collar. The eyes beneath the white bandage seemed to peer straight through Daniel's face. Scrounge up a bit more food. Lin Lu repeated the words, his voice still level. So that was your reason to gamble the lives of everyone in the convoy for a sack of potatoes. He drew his gaze back from the center of the convoy. Chen Mo held little interest in the commotion over there. He understood well enough. Lin Lu was an absolutely composed, rational leader. Although Daniel's reckless gamble to swindle supplies from the anomalous creatures struck Lin Lu as the height of foolishness, it had nearly cost every member of the convoy their lives. Yet Lin Lu would never truly punish and awaken over a handful of irrelevant, ordinary folk. The convoy needed Daniel's martial prowess. Chen Mo knew in his heart that Lin Lu's anger was genuine. But this current performance of his was nothing more than theater stage for the ordinary folk to witness. This little drama was Lin Lu's improvised display, meant to uphold his authority as leader and reinforce the team's code of conduct. In Chen Mo's eyes, it was a cold yet fitting brand of apocalyptic pragmatism. Hopping down from the driver's seat of the dumper truck, Chen Mo made his way to the cargo bed. He pulled some dried grass from beneath the vehicle, carefully concealing the half sack of potatoes and rice within the bed. With a few casual arrangements of his tattered clothing, he disguised everything as a pile of useless debris. In this man-eating apocalypse, concealing one's fortune was the cardinal rule for survival. Sometimes human beings were far more terrifying than the anomalous creatures. Leaning against the side of the cargo bed, he began studying the gathered crowd with quiet discretion. A sensation of being watched crept over him, and Chen Mo turned his head, his gaze meeting that of a man. It was Dao Gu. Apart from the awakened, he was the most powerful faction within the convoy. At that moment, Dao Gu leaned against a car door, lazily polishing a half-meter-long broad-bladed cleaver with a strip of cloth. Upon seeing Chen Mo turn, his greasy plump face stretched into a broad curve, revealing a row of teeth stained yellow from years of smoking. His eyes fixed intently upon Chen Mo's farm dumper truck, and he gave Chen Mo a curt nod. Chen Mo calmly shifted his gaze away. He understood exactly what that nod implied. From another direction came a second gaze, one seething with resentment. He didn't need to look to know it was Zhang Nan. She now stood beside Dahai, her eyes fixed maliciously upon Chen Mo. The man himself, however, acted as though he noticed nothing, head bowed as he sorted through his haul. Chen Mo turned away, paying her no heed. Such a person posed virtually no threat to him. What she likely hated most now was the cold-blooded decisiveness with which Chen Mo had abandoned her. He was no saint obligated to rescue strangers who meant nothing to him. Not saving them was his rightful choice. Rest in place. We may camp here tonight. All personnel attention. Rest where you stand and don't wander too far. Lin Lu's trusted aide Xiao Lu began bellowing through a loudspeaker. Damn it, I'm beat. Finally get to catch a break. Nearly bought it in that village just now, but at least I managed to snag some stuff. Bro, what did you grab? Let me have a look. Scram. Night fell swiftly, and a few ragged tents were pitched. But the majority of the people had no tents and could only huddle in the vehicles or collapse where they stood. Several bonfires were lit against the darkness, driving back a fraction of the night's gloom. Chen Mo sat beside his own dumper truck, a small campfire burning before him. A few potatoes, not yet sprouted, were buried within the embers. The aroma gradually drifted outward, drawing countless pairs of eyes. Many swallowed hard, their gazes filled with envy, greed, and longing. After all, not everyone had ventured into the village, nor had every entrant returned with supplies. Chen Mo, expression unchanging, casually brandished the broad-bladed cleaver in his hand. The covetous stares surrounding him immediately dwindled. Indeed, that was a broad-bladed cleaver. Earlier that afternoon, during the initial camp setup, Chen Mo had sought out Dao Ge. Chen Mo had brought half a sack of rice and a dozen fist-sized potatoes from his truck, paid his protection fee, and in exchange obtained this weapon from Dao Ge. Though Dao Ge was hardly a decent man, he was at least a man of his word. Having taken the goods, he tossed this chipped blade to Chen Mo. Chen Mo knew this transaction was no loss. Dao Ge feared Lin Lu's rules. He had no desire to quarrel over a handful of supplies with this tough nut who had managed to drive out of the village alone, bringing both vehicle and cargo intact. On the other hand, it served to cement his authority within the convoy, to let everyone know that Dao Ge too had his own rules. A newcomer who knew his place could spare everyone a great deal of trouble, but only a handful of people knew. That afternoon, Danyu had gone to find Dao Ge, viciously slapping him across the face. Dao Zi, keep your dogs in line. I'm in a foul mood today, and so is the boss. Mind the rules. Don't make too much trouble for the boss. Understand? That was the true reason behind Dao Ji's willingness to engage in fair trade and keep his word. Chen Mo polished off the last potato in a few bites, and a long-absent sensation of fullness washed over him. Across the campfire sat another figure. It was Old Yang. He hadn't died, he had caught up with the convoy. Old Yang was now tinkering with his bicycle. A baked potato muffled his words as he chewed. You're quite the operator, kid. Swiped the whole truck and even traded for a machete. Useless against the anomalous, sure. But against ordinary folks, that's a real weapon. Chen Mo offered no reply. He turned, rummaged beneath the hay in the cargo bed, and produced 5 or 6 potatoes. Wrapped in newspaper, he tossed them to Old Yang. Take them, and no arguments. We're still friends from here on out. With that, Chen Mo gathered the remaining supplies and climbed into the truck's cab. Click. The sound of a lock engaging drifted out. Old Yang's lips moved, his gaze lingering on Chen Mo's vehicle, but in the end he said nothing. The newspaper wrapped around them was the very same piece he had used to wrap biscuits for Chen Mo before. He understood precisely what this meant. The debt of gratitude remained, but the supplies had been repaid. All right, we're still friends from here on out. A faint murmur escaped Old Yang's throat, so soft that only he himself could hear it. Chen Mo returned to the cab, locked the door, stowed the supplies at the feet of the passenger seat. He drew a threadbare blanket over himself and closed his eyes to rest. The nerves taut as bowstrings all day long finally loosened just slightly. The night deepened. Within the roadside camp, aside from the crackle and pop of burning bonfires, there remained only the unknown chirping of insects from somewhere afar. Perhaps because the traces of human activity had faded, the stars above had grown far brighter, reminding Chen Mo of his childhood in the countryside when he would tilt his head back to gaze at the sky. Somehow the stars in the countryside always seemed brighter. Chen Mo's asleep. Dahai, get up quick. Let's go snag his stuff. Not far away, Zhang Nan shook Li Dahai, who had fallen asleep after finishing his business. Li Dahai rubbed his eyes, blearily staring at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan glared at the useless man through gritted teeth. Dahai, stop sleeping. Get up and help me get revenge. He snagged a vehicle out of that village. I saw it with my own eyes. There was a pile of potatoes and rice in his cargo bed. Baby, stop causing trouble. Just go to sleep. I'll help you get revenge next time, all right? I'm really worn out today. Dahai's voice carried a hint of impatience, yet he still patiently cooed at the woman. Are you even a man? Your woman got bullied and you don't even dare stand up for her. If you won't go, don't you dare touch me again. Zhang Nan's voice instantly grew shrill, venting her grievances upon Dahai. Smack! A sharp crack rang out. Dahai seized Zhang Nan by the hair and viciously slapped her across the face. What kind of trash are you? What, your woman? How many men have you slept with? Did you really think I didn't know? That Chen Mo's carrying a cleaver. You want me to make an enemy of him for no reason. Let me tell you, if you dare cause me trouble, you're the first one I'll kill. Slap after slap echoed, punctuated by the woman's agonized shrieks. In a nearby tent, a resentful woman sidled up to Dao Gu, her words dripping with envy. You look at them. Oh, come on. The vibes are off today. You know perfectly well what I can do, don't you? In the dead of night, Chen Mo jolted awake with a start. From beyond the car window came a blaring horn followed by a voice. Get up now. Pack your things. Everyone moves out in 10 minutes. I'm repeating, everyone depart within 10 minutes. Our objective is to traverse the uninhabited zone of Madigo. Chen Mo had already rolled down his window, and the night wind cleared his head somewhat. Hearing the emotionless voice of Xiao Lu blaring through the loudspeaker, Chen Mo immediately straightened his posture. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned the ignition key and shifted into gear. What the hell is going on? Will they even let a person live? Madigo, isn't that the Gobi Desert? Can anyone give me a ride? I don't have a vehicle. There's no way I can make it through. The dim headlights of the dump truck faintly illuminated the campsite before them. The camp had erupted into utter chaos. Curses, the clanging of metal, and shouts of urgency all mingled into one deafening cacophony. Chen Mo was now fully alert, ready to follow the lead vehicle at a moment's notice. Just then a dark figure appeared beside his car. It was Old Yang. Old Yang stood gripping his battered bicycle, his face grim. Boy, this time we really are going to have to fight for our lives. Chen Mo said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Old Yang lowered his voice and leaned closer. I got up in the middle of the night and overheard the boss talking with Danielle. Sounds like something's caught up to us. A phantom bear, apparently. Lin Lu said it's a third-tier anomaly. Same class as that old woman in the village. But this one can move about even in daylight. Didn't hear it all that clearly, but that was the gist of it. Just as Old Yang was speaking, the lead vehicle began to move, followed closely by several others. Chen Mo and Old Yang had no time for further words. They swiftly fell into line. Before long, the convoy slowly turned onto a bumpy dirt road, even more rugged than the road back in Xiangyang village. The vehicles simply couldn't pick up speed. The convoy crept forward at a slow pace, as though accommodating those on foot and those pedaling bicycles. At least for now, they were managing to keep up. Chen Mo drove in a somewhat distracted daze. Old Yang's bicycle kept pace beside him, drawing close to the car window. The Madigu uninhabited zone. At full speed, it would still take at least a full day to cross. Chen Mo's mind churned with countless thoughts. A third-tier anomaly, on par with the old woman from the village, yet one capable of freely hunting down the convoy. No wonder Lin Lu insisted on traveling through the dead of night, plunging headlong into the desolate Gobi Desert. He must be planning to use the treacherous yellow earth and rocky terrain to shake off the phantom bear, but the logic just didn't add up. Suddenly, as if a switch had flipped in his mind, he turned to look at Old Yang. Cutting off the tail to save the body. Old Yang, it's time to fight for our lives. Chen Mo suddenly uttered those words, affirming Old Yang's earlier statement, as though confirming his own reasoning. Several hours later, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Chen Mo's foot was now pressed flat against the accelerator. The speedometer hovered around 50 kilometers per hour. The needle bounced up and down with the undulations of the terrain. This dump truck had reached its absolute limit. The dump truck, once at the head of the convoy, had now fallen to the middle of the pack. Behind them were only the stragglers on foot and a few bicycles. Lin Lu's command vehicle, along with several other off-road trucks, had long since vanished beyond the horizon. What compromise, what accommodation! It had all evaporated the instant the sun broke over the horizon. Chen Mo had now thoroughly grasped Lin Lu's intentions. The slow driving earlier had only been because they hadn't dared to push too fast at night. Perhaps in the eyes of those supernatural beings, ordinary people like them only served a purpose at moments like these. The value of being left behind to buy time. Chen Mo instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. The mirror reflected the vast, rugged expanse of the Gobi Desert stretching endlessly into the distance. Old Yang's bicycle was somehow still trailing just 10 meters behind. The front wheel of the bicycle trailed a faint, barely perceptible arc of light. But from the look of it, even he was struggling to hold on. Apart from him, no one else could be seen. Those who had been on foot. Those survivors riding bicycles. Including Zhang Nan, who had been sitting on Dahai's bicycle yesterday. All of them had vanished. Chen Mo slightly reduced his speed, pulling up alongside Old Yang. Old Yang, your bike. He shot a glance at the rearview mirror. That bike. It was different from yesterday. On the rear wheel's chain, there was an unfamiliar contraption covered in gears. A black metal canister was also hanging beneath the frame. Old Yang. What was going on? A suspicion stirred within Chen Mo. He turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Old Yang. Old Yang heard Chen Mo's words. By now his strength had reached its absolute limit, completely spent. His ashen face was drained of all color, and he gasped for breath in great ragged gulps. Seeing Chen Mo pull alongside, he reached out and gripped the window of the dump truck. After a long while of gasping, getting old no good to anyone. Just tinkered around, rigged up some labor-saving contraption myself. A fine move, sacrificing the pawn to save the king. The two of us are the new tail end of the convoy now. Chen Mo didn't press further. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone had their own secrets. The dump truck rattled and groaned over the Gobi terrain. Chen Mo's foot was practically buried in the accelerator. He stared fixedly ahead with unblinking eyes. Old Yang clung desperately to the window frame, with his left hand, his fingers white from the strain. Earlier, Chen Mo had called out to Old Yang asking if he wanted to climb aboard. Old Yang clearly understood what stopping would mean at this point. He offered a faint smile and shook his head. First, he couldn't bear to part with his bicycle. Second, the situation behind them left no room for either of them to stop even momentarily. Gravel from the Gobi whipped up by the gale stung Old Yang's face mercilessly. His lips trembled incessantly. Chen Mo didn't look at him, focused entirely on driving. This battered truck had long since reached its limit. Only half a tank of fuel remained. There's someone ahead. Old Yang's voice had barely escaped his lips before the gale tore it away. Chen Mo's gaze had already locked onto two dark dots in the distance. Two people and a motorcycle lying toppled on the roadside. Chen Mo recognized them. They were from the convoy. Wild joy lit their faces as they waved frantically at the dump truck. Brother, take us with you. Stop for a moment. We've got supplies on our bike. Help us out, it's all yours. Chen Mo acted as though he hadn't heard. The dump truck showed no sign of slowing, roaring past without hesitation. Old Yang turned his head to watch the two figures rapidly recede into the distance. His throat bobbed, but in the end he said nothing. Save them? With what? God only knew how close the anomaly was behind them. To stop would be no different from walking to one's death. In this dog-eat-dog world, simply staying alive was the greatest fortune of all. After driving for another hour, the dump truck gradually decelerated, its speed visibly dwindling. Old Yang released his grip on the window and pedaled furiously ahead on his bicycle. It's the lead vehicles. They've stopped. Chen Mo slowly brought his truck to a halt at the rear of the convoy, cut the engine, and walked over. Old Yang dismounted from his bicycle and gazed at the group. Why have we stopped? Lin Lu's vehicle blew a tire and the engine overheated. Something's wrong with it, it can't move. Changing the tire is one thing, but fixing the engine will take far too long. Hearing this, Chen Mo's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. This meant only two options: go it alone or wait here until the engine was repaired. As for switching vehicles, judging by the current situation, Lin Lu clearly had no such intention. Without a word of hesitation, Old Yang strode straight into the crowd and began inspecting Lin Lu's command vehicle. Without even looking up, he spoke. Tools. Xiao Lu was startled for a moment, then hurriedly handed them over. Old Yang's movements were swift and precise, without a single wasted gesture, mechanical like a machine. His arms moved in such a blur, they left afterimages. The onlookers gathered around to watch. Daniel in particular squatted nearby, like a curious child staring at Old Yang with unwavering attention. Chen Mo returned to his truck, pulled out a roasted potato, wiped off the charred skin, and began to eat. He had no idea how long the repairs would take. He could only restore his strength for now, preparing for the dangers that lay ahead. In less than 10 minutes. Done. Old Yang brushed the dust off his clothes and closed the hood. Lin Lu slowly rolled down the window of his command vehicle. His face veiled in white cloth, turned toward Old Yang. You, Old Yang, is it? Come here. The window slowly rose again, and no one knew what was said between them. A few minutes later, the car door opened. Old Yang said nothing and walked toward Chen Mo's dump truck. He opened the door and placed a military green gasoline canister at the feet of the passenger seat. Take it. Chen Mo glanced at the can of fuel. He estimated it at just under 10 liters. Old Yang stared at Chen Mo, hissing each word with deliberate emphasis. This is payment for the ride. I don't owe you anything anymore. Before you gave me a potato and repaid my biscuits. Now I'm giving you gasoline, paying for my ride. We're still friends. Having said that, he closed the car door and walked away without looking back. Friends. Chen Mo looked at the gasoline canister at his feet, then at Old Yang, who had taken a seat inside the command vehicle. He wanted to tell him he still owed him a sip of water unrepaid. But he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Because the gasoline before him was exactly what he desperately needed. A faint curve slowly formed at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Everyone listen. Full speed ahead. Cross the uninhabited zone. Our objective. Xinhua Town. 1 day later. 3 kilometers outside Xinhua Town, at an abandoned gas station. A dump truck was parked on the road with several other vehicles scattered haphazardly beside it. Beside the gas station, another convoy. A convoy far larger than their own. The most conspicuous was a green tour bus parked in the middle of the road. The windows were packed with densely crowded figures. Beside it stood a white SUV. Several sedans clustered around them. Among them was a Mercedes-Benz E300, looking utterly out of place in this apocalyptic scene. At the outermost perimeter, a dozen or so young people with hair dyed in garish colors were dressed in all manner of bizarre outfits. Many gripped weapons in their hands, their expressions hostile as they glanced over. At first glance, their numbers were 5 or 6 times that of his group. Refugees, just like themselves. Out of the vehicles. On guard. Xiao Lu's voice blared through the loudspeaker. The doors swung open, and the mere 10 or so members of Lin Lu's convoy stepped out from their vehicles. Weapons of every variety clutched in their hands, they stared fixedly at the convoy occupying the gas station opposite. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand, his expression darkening. The fuel old Yang had given him before was nearly depleted. If he couldn't resupply here, he would become a foot traveler once more. Chen Mo harbored no illusions. Within a few hours, he would be completely left behind. The few remaining people all had vehicles. There was no reason they would wait for him. Chen Mo swept his gaze across his own side. Daniel Xiao Lu and the two remaining assistants. Then Brother Dao with his 3 underlings, and the woman huddled in Brother Dao's car, who was supposedly his wife. And finally himself. As for Lin Lu and Old Yang, neither had stepped out of their vehicles. Chen Mo had known since last night that Old Yang had awakened, the mechanic sequence. Which was why he could sit in Lin Lu's command vehicle, which was why he could get his hands on that small half bucket of gasoline. These two were clearly not on the list of combatants. 10-odd people against their 60+. Hey Old Mo, don't be so tense. There are plenty of old folks and kids on the other side. If they dare block us from refueling, killing a few will straighten them out. One of Brother Dao's underlings stood not far from Chen Mo, his voice lowered to a hush, a gleam flickering in his eyes. Chen Mo offered no response. Leaning against the dump truck, his gaze swept back and forth across the opposition. Many vehicles, many people. The dozen or so punk youths looked arrogant, but each was nothing but skin and bones. The tour bus appeared packed at a glance, but more than half were the elderly, weak women and children with little fighting capacity. The people in the sedans and SUVs hadn't emerged. No way to see inside clearly. Whether there were awakened among them was unknown, at least in Chen Mo's current estimation. Strong on the outside, hollow within. That was the first label he had affixed to this convoy. Brother Dao, keep your men in line. Lin Lu had now stepped down from the command vehicle. His eyes, wrapped in white cloth, turned toward the opposing convoy, his voice cold. Brother Dao, upon hearing the warning, shot a vicious glare at the underling who had spoken out of turn. Just at that moment, the door of the white SUV from the opposing convoy swung open. A woman clad in a gray tracksuit stepped out. She appeared to be around 30 years old. Standing roughly 1.60 meters tall, her figure was exceptionally voluptuous. Every step she took carried the allure of a mature woman. Unarmed, she gestured toward Lin Lu from a distance of over 10 meters, motioning him forward. Lin Lu noted her gesture and paused for several seconds. He then strode toward the opposing vehicle. Captain, I'm going with you. Xiao Lu and Daniel spoke simultaneously, their voices brimming with worry and anxiety. It's fine. Wait where you are. Lin Lu's voice remained calm as ever. Chen Mo watched Lin Lu's retreating back. He knew Lin Lu was a man of absolute composure. Going alone meant he had the confidence to withdraw unscathed. This was what it meant to be an awakened. From witnessing Old Yang's awakening to this grueling flight, Chen Mo's yearning for the power of awakened had reached its absolute zenith. It was the unwillingness of being bullied by Brother Dao, the despair of being cast off as expendable by the convoy. It was the will to survive. But he knew that natural awakening was a matter of chance, not choice. In all this time since the apocalypse began, the awakened he had encountered could be counted on one hand. Lin Lu had now reached the SUV. He exchanged a few words with the woman in the tracksuit, then boarded the vehicle with her. The door closed, cutting off every prying gaze. Time ticked by second after second as the two groups faced off in standoff. Each second stretched into eternity. Daniel paced back and forth, his bald head gleaming brilliantly under the sun. Xiao Lu stared fixedly at the SUV, his face etched with worry. Brother Dao kept glancing between the tour bus and the motorcycles, lost in thought. At some point, a strange wrench had appeared in Old Yang's hand. He lowered his head to examine his new weapon. Chen Mo leaned against the dump truck. He had to conserve every ounce of strength. Roughly 10 minutes passed. Click. The car door opened and Lin Lu waved them over. Everyone exhaled in relief. This was the gesture to stand down. Xiao Lu and Daniel visibly relaxed. Brother Dao meanwhile withdrew his gaze with a sulky expression. The awakened within the convoy had spoken. Even if he harbored 10,000 schemes, he dared not defy the will of the awakened. Both sides lowered their weapons. The voluptuous woman exchanged some words with the tour bus driver from the other convoy. The tour bus slowly rolled aside, opening a path. During the refueling, Old Yang and Daniel were called over by Lin Lu. They began conversing with a few people from the opposing side. After refueling, Chen Mo leaned against the car window to rest. The affairs of awakened were not something an ordinary person like him could be privy to. Old Yang descended from the command vehicle, walked to Chen Mo's car, and handed him half a bottle of water. Looks like there are some new tales this time. Chen Mo did not respond, waiting for Old Yang to continue. Old Yang glanced around, confirmed no one was nearby, and lowered his voice. The talks are done. The opposing convoy has 2 awakened. Their leader is that woman called Su Qian. Sequence 1, a healer. Same as me, support sequence. And there's a little girl called Xiaoya. Very mysterious. Don't know what Su Qian and Captain Lin were muttering about. Her sequence wasn't disclosed, nor which tier she belongs to. But from what I can sense, she's considerably stronger than me. Chen Mo rubbed his temple, then asked Old Yang about the first sentence he had spoken earlier. So what does new tale mean? Don't rush me. Let me finish. Old Yang swallowed, then slowly continued. That healer is also psychically capable. can vaguely sense anomalies. But she's nowhere near as capable as Lin Lu, a dedicated sensor sequence. Along the way, plenty of people died. Their convoy hasn't had it easy either. So once they learned Lin Lu was a sensor, they proposed merging the convoys. Old Yang paused again, then delivered the outcome. Lin Lu is now captain, and Su Qian is vice captain. A merger. Chen Mo mulled over those two words. It made sense. The few people remaining in their convoy. None of them were pushovers, and none were willing to become the new tail. So they urgently needed to recruit people to serve as the next flight's tail. For Su Qian, a sensor who could accurately detect the distribution of anomalies. Needless to say, such value in the apocalypse was immeasurable. Their convoy must have been running on fumes to have survived this long. They had no idea where it was safe to scavenge supplies, no idea where the anomalies were distributed, or how strong they were. Chen Mo couldn't fathom how their convoy had managed to make it this far. Thus, Su Qian's group had no better alternative. The merger was inevitable. Everyone assemble at the gas station clearing. Hope convoy all personnel to the clearing. Xiao Lu's voice rang out from nearby. Then came a gentlewoman's voice. Not as loud as Xiao Lu's, but carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Mo slipped the broadsword back into his waistband and followed Old Yang over. At that moment, Lin Lu stood before the command vehicle. The white bandages around his head stirred without wind, giving him the air of a transcendent master. If Chen Mo hadn't served as a tail, once before he might truly have been intimidated by that maximally dramatic pose. Beside him, a white SUV was parked with that voluptuous woman standing alongside it. The woman wore a gray tracksuit, loose-fitting as it was. Yet it could not conceal the voluptuous figure beneath the fabric. Su Qian's face now bore a hint of fatigue, but she stood ramrod straight, exuding an air of capable efficiency. Behind Su Qian stood a little girl of about 10. She wore a blue floral dress, her hair plaited into a braid. She cowered behind Su Qian in fear, clutching a Barbie doll to her chest. Her head lowered, her features obscured. This must be the other awakened. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the girl for several seconds. Just as Chen Mo was about to shift his gaze away, the Barbie doll clutched in the girl's arms slowly. At an angle that defied all human anatomy, turned its eyes toward Chen Mo, and rolled them. Chen Mo rubbed his eyes. Had he seen wrong? He looked again. The Barbie doll lay quietly in the girl's arms, bathed in sunlight, perfectly normal, showing not the slightest sign of anything amiss. So utterly, completely normal. But Chen Mo was certain, moments ago, that had been no illusion. That sensation of being watched. Fear still lingered in his body. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, careful not to betray himself. That little girl was not to be provoked. The unknown always signifies extreme peril. Soon both groups arrived and divided into two clusters on the open ground. A sea of heads gathered together. From today onward, the two convoys are merging. Lin Lu spoke first, his face wrapped in white cloth, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. The new convoy shall be called Spark. Su Qian picked up the thread, her voice gentle, yet tinged with exhaustion. A single spark can start a prairie fire. We hope to lead everyone in burning a path toward survival. Spark. Chen Mo had no interest in the name. It mattered not what they called themselves. What mattered was whether he himself could survive. Xiao Lu took over, raising a megaphone to announce the new regulations. Indeed, it was an announcement, not a discussion. The new convoy has its rules. First, all awakened shall form the decision-making council responsible for every major decision of the convoy. Captain Lin, Captain Su, Den Yo, Old Yang. Xiao Lu turned his gaze toward the space behind Su Qian, fixing on that little girl, and paused for a beat. And Xiao Ye as well. Su Qian finished the thought for him. She gave the timid little girl behind her a gentle push forward. A ripple of astonishment swept through Chen Mo's side of the crowd. This little girl, barely 10 years old, was actually an awakened too. Chen Mo's suspicions were now confirmed. That rotating Barbie doll had been the surest proof. Second, anyone in the convoy without their own means of transport, as well as the elderly and children, may board the bus. The bus has 30 seats, which is sufficient for now. Those who board must take turns gathering supplies, and everything collected will be distributed equally. Those who possess private vehicles and do not wish to board the bus shall be entirely self-sufficient. The convoy will provide them no supplies whatsoever. The moment the rules were spoken, the crowd was instantly sorted. Those who had been on the bus before immediately lit up with joy. This meant they could continue riding it. Some who owned cars but lacked fuel or possessed little fighting capability exchanged furtive glances, mentally calculating their gains and losses. Chen Mo was unsurprised by all this. These had always been the convoy's standing rules. The bus clause added to the list was likely just an accommodation for Su Qian and her people's feelings. And the final rule. Xiao Lu's voice grew solemn. Within the convoy, private resolution of conflicts is permitted. Private transactions are permitted. However, taking a life is forbidden. Disrupting order during collective operations is forbidden. Seizing another's supplies by force is forbidden. Violators shall be expelled from the convoy. Having finished, Xiao Lu cast a furtive glance toward Dao Ge. Dao Ge felt his scalp prickle under that gaze and offered an awkward, sheepish grin. With the rules announced, the new convoy had clearly crystallized into three distinct factions. The decision-making council, composed of awakened like Lin Lu. The lower tier huddled together on the bus, sharing what little resources they received. And the independents, like Chen Mo and Dao Gu, those who owned private vehicles and bore their own burdens, so long as one had supplies and the fortune to return alive. The well-stocked independents were the petty emperors among ordinary folk in the convoy. Of course, one first had to venture out alone and live long enough to come back. Half an hour to rest, refuel, replenish water, and inspect your vehicles. Then we depart. Our destination, the village ahead. Prepare for subsequent operations. Should anything go wrong, be ready to pass through Xinghua town at any moment. The convoy rolled forward once more. Chen Mo's dump truck trailed unhurriedly in the middle of the procession. At the head, as always, rode Lin Lu's black pickup, the command vehicle. Den Yo's black off-roader and Su Qian's white SUV followed close behind. 3 vehicles, 5 awakened. They formed the absolute core of the convoy. Next came Dao Ji's 2 SUVs, clinging tightly to the vehicles ahead as though terrified of losing them. Dao Gu and his wife sat in the back seat, while his yellow-haired underling drove. The other SUV carried his 2 remaining subordinates. Chen Mo's dump truck and the 3 sedans moved almost in lockstep, forming the middle section of the convoy. It was a favorable position. Any trouble up ahead could be reacted to at once, while problems at the rear were buffered by the bus and the motorcycle squad. A black Mercedes-Benz E300 rolled alongside Chen Mo. His gaze swept past it absently. The driver's side window was half open, revealing the refined profile of a woman at the wheel. Her hair pulled into a high ponytail, she chatted with someone beside her. Chen Mo was quietly surprised. Here at the end of the world, such a beautiful woman. Driving a luxury car like that, she was the most conspicuous sight one could imagine. He pulled his gaze back, unwilling to look further. Curiosity killed the cat. The memory of that Barbie doll stare still made his heart pound with unease. Evening approached. The convoy gradually slowed. A village slowly came into view. The lead vehicle halted. Xiao Lu's voice quickly rang out. Rest in place. Light the bonfires before dark. The village ahead is Wuguei village. Captain Lin detected a faint, eerie tidal resonance. Something unclean may be lurking within. Those who need supplies, form your own teams and return before nightfall. This operation will be led by Den Yo. Participation is voluntary. Silence fell over the convoy at his words. Wuguei village. The name alone sent a chill crawling down one's spine. Coupled with the words, something unclean. The greed in many eyes was doused in an instant. Chen Mo felt the same. He had no intention of entering, though the supplies in his truck were already dwindling. He still had 1 or 2 potatoes and a small handful of rice left. Rationed carefully, they could stretch for 2 or 3 days without trouble. The memory I had from last time still made his blood run cold. Tap, tap. A knock sounded against the dump truck's window. Chen Mo turned his head. It was old Yang. Chen Mo slowly lowered the window and waited for him to speak. Not going in. No. The risk is too great. Chen Mo's reply was crisp and decisive without the slightest hesitation. Was this a joke? Couldn't he simply wait for a safer supply point next time? There was no need to take this risk today. Old Yang sighed and lit a crumpled cigarette. The old fellow hadn't gone a day without a smoke since climbing into Lin Lu's vehicle. Captain Lin plans to pass through Xinghua town, then turn north, putting the ghost bear far behind us for good. You know Xinghua town, the largest settlement in the area. There likely won't be much chance to scavenge supplies there. According to Captain Lin and Captain Su, it's a ghost city. Chen Mo's fingers drummed against the steering wheel as he asked patiently, so what are you getting at? You didn't come all this way just to tell me that, did you? Old Yang had now entered the inner circle. Much of the intel he possessed was beyond the reach of independents like Chen Mo. Further north lies Camel City. The climate there is brutally cold, and you know how bizarre the weather's become everywhere these days. Once we reach Camel City, scavenging supplies will be even harder. Old Yang exhaled a ring of smoke, fixing Chen Mo with a steady gaze, saying nothing further. Not going meant potentially starving to death on the road. Going meant possibly being killed by the uncanny, or returning laden with bounty. Chen Mo said nothing, head bowed in thought. After a long while he spoke slowly. Understood. I'll go. Old Yang nodded as though he had expected nothing less. This young man always made the most rational choices. Calculated and cold-blooded in his actions. People like that survive the longest. Old Yang, you're an awakened now. Do you have any way to deal with those things? Chen Mo spoke while casually waving the machete in his hand. This thing's still useful against people, but against the uncanny. Falls a bit short. Old Yang laughed as though he had anticipated the question all along. Hold on. He turned and strode toward the command car at the front. He greeted Xiao Lu with a nod. From the trunk he produced a strange box the size of a palm. A prototype I cobbled together today. Been looking for a chance to test it. Slot it onto the knife handle and press once. Old Yang handed the box to Chen Mo, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Chen Mo took it, aligned the slot on the box with the knife handle, and pressed down. Click. A soft hum followed. The blade immediately shimmered with a blue arc of light. Not the jagged flicker of electricity, more like a thin film of pale blue water coating the steel. Old Yang watched Chen Mo, his expression growing serious. Consider this a transaction between us. If you make it back alive, return the device, tell me how it performed, and I'll take 40% of whatever you bring back. Deal? That's fair. A means to fight back against the uncanny in exchange for 40% of the haul. Not a bad bargain. And if I don't come back? Old Yang paused, then gave Chen Mo's shoulder a firm pat. Then I'll consider it my way of honoring the words. We're still friends. Chen Mo said nothing. He simply nodded. I'm off. Chen Mo pressed the accelerator, rolling slowly toward the village entrance. In this godforsaken apocalypse, a friendship built on mutual interest was far more dependable than anything else. At the village entrance, 4 or 5 vehicles had already gathered. A few young riders on motorcycles had assembled alongside them. Heh, daredevils. Lucky for them, so was he. At the village entrance, a dump truck slowly approached and parked at the rear of the convoy. Several vehicles had already gathered ahead at the entrance. A crowd stood outside the car, some crying, others offering words of encouragement. The lead vehicle was still Dinyo's black SUV, with a young man bearing a birthmark on his face behind the wheel. He was one of Lin Lu's men, tasked with driving for Dinyo. Not far away, Dao Ji's 2 SUVs were also present. Dao Gu himself was not in the car. Instead, he stood aside, scolding one of his young subordinates with spit flying. Damn it. This village is likely to be unstable this time. You stay behind. If anything happens to me, you better be smart and take care of your sister-in-law. If I don't make it out, this car is yours. Don't abandon your sister-in-law, understand? The young man with yellow hair nodded repeatedly. Beside him stood a heavily made-up woman. Tearfully, she tightly embraced Dao Gu. This damn apocalypse had twisted people into strange creatures. Yet it had also given some monsters a touch of humanity. On the other side was a black Mercedes E300 with a girl sporting a high ponytail. She was talking to a woman beside her, her face filled with tension and panic. Another woman had not gotten into the car, only comforting her by the window. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. This delicate, frail-looking woman actually dared to enter. She didn't seem like a mere decorative vase. Additionally, there was a white Volkswagen sedan, its windows fully closed, revealing nothing inside. 3 or 4 motorcycles were parked nearby. Several youths sat astride them, chatting and laughing. These were all deadbeats. Fortunately, so was he. No more waiting. We're entering the village. 3 hours. We must be out before dark. Dinyo leaned half his body out the window, gripping that unremarkable burlap sack. The young man with the birthmark stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV surged into the village. Damn it, follow. Let's do this, brothers. The youths on the motorcycles chased after them, screaming wildly as they rushed into the village. Dao Gu pushed the woman aside, muttering curses as he climbed into his vehicle and sped into the village with 2 of his men. The E300 also seemed to have made up its mind, following closely behind. Chen Mo shifted into gear and slowly followed. Few people had entered this time, so he was not worried about finding nothing. The key was to survive and bring whatever they found back out. The moment they entered Wuguei village, an indescribable eerie feeling emanated. It was clean, too clean. The village's dirt roads looked as though someone swept them every day, with not a single piece of trash in sight. The houses on both sides of the road had their doors firmly shut, their glass windows so polished they could reflect human figures, spotless and immaculate. On the roadside bulletin board, black and white advertisements were posted, seemingly narrating the story of Wuguei village. A convenience store? There's a store. An excited shout rang out from ahead. Chen Mo looked up toward the far end of the village's main road. It was a small shop bearing a community convenience store sign. Dinyo jumped straight out of the car, burlap sack in hand, and sprinted inside. The other vehicles stopped one after another, their occupants charging into the store. Chen Mo did not stop. A rural convenience store held very few items. With so many people going in, they would merely snatch a few extra packs of spicy strips. Competing with supernatural beings for goods. He reckoned 10 of himself couldn't outcompete Dinyo. Last time they exited Shenyang village, Dinyo had poured out of that unremarkable burlap sack. The pickup truck could barely fit it all. Clearly that tattered sack was an object endowed with supernatural power. Chen Mo turned the steering wheel and made a turn. After driving for tens of meters, a farmyard appeared before him, its door unlatched, merely slightly ajar. Chen Mo stopped the car and killed the engine. Let's check this place first. He stepped out, tightened his grip on the machete, and walked slowly into the courtyard. The yard was very clean, with almost nothing of interest. Only in the corner did a bundle of firewood rest quietly. It was extremely silent. Chen Mo could clearly hear his own heartbeat. The front door was also slightly ajar. Chen Mo slowly extended his blade and pushed open the wooden door. Creak. The house inside was remarkably tidy, nothing like the dust-filled, cobweb-covered place he had imagined. It was very clean. The furniture was spotless, arranged in perfect order. The floor consisted of white tiles entirely free of dirt. An elderly woman wearing a coarse floral-padded cotton jacket stood with her back to the doorway, her hunched figure busying herself with something unknown. Hearing the door open, the old woman slowly turned around. "You're back." It was a face covered in wrinkles, yet radiating immense kindness. The old woman simply looked at him, a gentle smile breaking across her features, her eyes full of grandmotherly affection. "Hungry, aren't you, dear grandson? Grandma will cook for you right away." Chen Mo was just about to speak when the courtyard gate was kicked open and a commotion of footsteps echoed in. 3 people dressed in garish clothes with multicolored dyed hair walked in. "Children, you're back." The old woman greeted them familiarly as usual, but before she could finish her words, the tall girl with the high ponytail also followed them in. Team leader Nyo asked you to. Just as the first few had stepped through the main entrance, the old woman immediately launched into her familiar greeting. Her face broke into a kind smile. Yeah, you're back too. Come in quickly, why are you still standing there? Chen Mo looked at the several people who had been complete strangers moments ago. A thought naturally surfaced in his mind, forcibly overriding his past. These are my fourth brother, third brother, second brother, and my younger sister. We are a family. The thought felt so natural entirely without contradiction. Brother, what are you spacing out for? Come sit quickly. A young man with yellow hair threw an arm around Chen Mo's shoulder and pulled him down to sit. Exactly, brother. Look how skinny you've become. Working outside must mean you haven't been eating properly. Huyaya. No, his younger sister. She shot Chen Mo a teasing glance, then casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Chen Mo chatted with them about trivial matters. He failed to notice anything unusual about the situation. Before long, the table was piled high with dishes, braised pork, steamed fish, and several stir-fried vegetables. The grandmother, her face etched with benevolence, tremblingly held a spoon and served rice for everyone. Eat, all of you, eat more. Look how thin you've become. Grandma's cooking is the best in the world. I just love eating grandma's food. The grandmother's smile overflowed with affection and love for her grandchildren. Chen Mo's heart felt warm. He was an orphan raised in a welfare institute, surviving only because people had thrown him scraps of food. No one had ever treated him this way. No one had ever cared for him or asked if he had eaten enough. Was this what it felt like to have a home? How wonderful. Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of braised pork, and was just about to put it in his mouth, when, orphan. The instant that thought arose, it tore apart every barrier and fog in his mind. Wasn't he an orphan? Where did this grandmother come from? Where did these younger brothers and sister come from? The chopsticks froze in midair, suspended there rigid and unmoving. Chen Mo dared not move. A strong intuition warned him that any slip would surely result in death. Why aren't you eating, Xiao Mo? The grandmother's kindly voice came from behind. I'm fine. I feel a bit nauseous, probably from running too fast earlier. I want to throw up. Let me go to the courtyard for some fresh air. The excuse was flimsy, but Chen Mo dared not gamble. He did not know what consequences awaited him if he saw through the grandmother's disguise. The grandmother seemed unconcerned, chiding Chen Mo with a pained expression. Then go quickly, you restless child. Yeah, brother, go get some fresh air. Come back early, or don't blame your third brother for saving no rice for you. Several of the brothers and sisters began showing concern for Chen Mo. Chen Mo pressed his hand to his stomach and walked into the courtyard, glancing over his shoulder. The courtyard gate was locked. The courtyard wall at some unknown point had grown impossibly high, far too tall for a person to climb over. Chen Mo was now certain. This grandmother was an entity of the bizarre. Even this entire courtyard was part of the anomaly. Fine drops of cold sweat seeped through his pores. They soaked through the jacket he was wearing. Brother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Chen Mo sharply turned his head. It was Huyaya. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. She wore a black windbreaker and light blue jeans. She stood at the doorway, gazing at Chen Mo with visible concern. Chen Mo looked at her. On her delicate oval face, genuine worry shone through, revealing no trace of disguise. Was she too a part of this anomaly? Or was she like him, a person trapped here? Judging from their behavior upon entry, they seemed to have stumbled into this place by accident as well. But Chen Mo dared not gamble. He feared that the person before him might also be a disguise. For now, he could only continue playing the role of an obedient grandson. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit nauseous. Breathing some fresh air should help. Then rest well. Come inside to eat when you're ready. After Huyaya finished speaking, she walked back into the house. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, motionless. His mind raced, considering every possible scenario. From inside came bursts of cheerful laughter, a picture of a harmonious family with grandchildren gathered around. Outside, Chen Mo sweated profusely. About an hour later, the door opened. Huyaya and a few of the delinquent youths emerged, giggling and joking. Children, have you all eaten your fill? Once you're full, it's time to sleep. Xiao Mo, come inside, quickly, time to rest. The grandmother looked over her grandchildren, her smile still warm and kindly. Old bones like mine just love sleeping close to the children. The grandmother smiled gently, her face creasing into a kind expression. A pair of large snow-white front teeth were revealed. Then she suddenly uttered words that sent a chill through Chen Mo's entire body. Those who are plump can sleep next to grandma. Those who are skinny sleep against the wall. The chubby ones sleep beside grandma. The skinny ones lie against the wall. Every muscle in Chen Mo's body coiled taut. Those words remained gentle, warm, and kind. Yet they sent a freezing chill coursing through his entire being. Instinctively, he glanced down at his own build, somewhat lean, but enough to land him somewhere in the middle. Yay. I love sleeping next to grandma the most. It's so warm. A green-haired delinquent youth, the most powerfully built among them, chimed in cheerfully. He clasped grandma's withered hand and shook it back and forth. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. The old woman's fingernails were terrifyingly long, nearly half a finger in length. Pitch-black nail beds exuded an uncanny, inexplicable aura. Grandma's smile bloomed across her face, so tender it could wrench one's heart. She looked exactly like a doting elder cherishing her grandchild. Big brother, come inside and get some rest. Huyaya. The girl he had taken for a little sister turned her head. Her ponytail swayed and her eyes brimmed with concern. Chen Mo forced a stiff smile, dragged his leaden legs, and shuffled into the room. The cramped space was dominated entirely by a single large earthen Kong bed. A coarse linen sheet was spread across it. A few musty blankets lay folded on top. Come lie down, my dear grandchildren. Grandma is going to extinguish the lamp now. The old woman and the green-haired youth climbed onto the bed first. The youth pressed against the left wall with Grandma beside him and lay facing inward. Grandma's voice remained gentle as those soothing, restless children. All of you lie down properly, from left to right, snuggled, close together. The remaining two delinquent youths obliged, laughing as they took the middle spots. Huyaya settled down as well. Chen Mo had no choice but to steel himself and take the rightmost position. Sleep now, sleep. Grandma is blowing out the lamp. The old woman snuffed the oil lamp and the room plunged into total darkness. Pitch black. Not even a hand could be seen. The Kong was unyielding beneath him, yet pleasantly warm. Wrapped in the musty blanket, Chen Mo's body trembled uncontrollably. He kept repeating inwardly, stay calm. Steady yourself. Chen Mo, you have to keep your head. There must be a way out. Lin Lu had said the strangeness here was only minor. The entities won't be terribly powerful. There has to be a path to survival. But the cold sweat drenching his body betrayed his inner turmoil. Before long, the steady rhythm of breathing arose from those beside him. Huyaya seemed to have fallen asleep. In the entire room, it appeared as though only Chen Mo remained awake. He forced his eyes open as wide as they would go. His back pressed against his Kaishan blade. He strained to pierce the darkness. Should that entity come for him, he would draw his blade in an instant. Even if he had only a single chance. Chen Mo was determined to seize it. He refused to perish here without a fight. The air hung still. All that remained were the breathing sounds of those family members beside him. Time itself lost all meaning in the suffocating dark. He had no idea how long had passed. Crunch, crunch. A series of brittle sounds pierced the darkness, faint, yet excruciatingly clear to Chen Mo's ears. Once, twice, again, and again. There seemed to be a certain rhythm to it, like a clock ticking in the void. Chen Mo's scalp prickled with dread, and his entire body plummeted into an icy abyss. The source of the sound lay to his left. What was she eating? Chen Mo held his breath, listening to each brittle snap. Terrified of disturbing Grandma. Crunch, crunch. The sound was sharp and brittle, eerily akin to teeth-crushing bone. A vivid image crystallized in Chen Mo's mind. The kindly old woman hunched over the green-haired youth. He could not tell how much time had crawled by. Beside him, Huyaya seemed to stir. She turned over, mumbled something incoherent in her sleep, then sank back into deep slumber. Crunch, crunch. The sound persisted without ceasing. Cry after cry rang out. Ugh, I can't hold it, got to pee. In the darkness, one of the delinquent youths sat up and fumbled his way off the Kong. He seemed entirely oblivious to what was unfolding beside him. Rustling sounds followed, then the creak of a door opening and shutting. The crunching persisted without pause. Should he make a run for it? Pretend to use the restroom and flee? Chen Mo recalled the towering walls and the padlocked gate. No. Escaping like that would likely prove futile. Before long, the delinquent youth returned. Yawning, he made his way back to the bed and clumsily clambered up. Grandma, you're still awake. What's that tasty treat you're eating? Crunch. The sound ceased abruptly. Chen Mo pricked up his ears, listening. It's over. Is he going to die? The agonized scream he had braced for never came. Instead, Grandma's tender voice rose. I'm old. I can't sleep. I'm eating dates. This is the last one. Finished. There are no more. Oh, I see. Sounds nice and crunchy, must be delicious, right? Grandma let out a soft chuckle. Hee, you want some? Sleep beside Grandma tomorrow, and I'll secretly save a few for you. The others are all asleep. Don't tell them. Grandma dotes on you in secret. Dawn broke. He had not slept a wink all night. The brittle crunching had echoed through every hour. Chen Mo had lain pressed against the wall, listening to it all. The old woman had been up for half an hour already. He didn't dare open his eyes, remaining in bed and feigning sleep. Rise and shine, grandchildren. Time for breakfast. Chen Mo bolted upright. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes desperately, trying to appear normal. Beside him lay Huyaya, along with red hair and yellow hair. They seemed to have slept quite well. But where Grandma and the green-haired youth had lain was now nothing but empty space. He had survived. At least he had made it through the night. From what he could tell, the old crone did not intend to devour them all at once. It seemed more like livestock farming. Morning sunlight spilled into the courtyard, streaming through the window onto the old woman's frame. Chen Mo was stunned. The crone appeared utterly unfazed by the daylight. On the table in the main room, breakfast had been laid out. Plain porridge, pickled vegetables, and a few steamed buns. The group huddled around the table, devouring their meal ravenously. Under the old woman's watchful gaze, Chen Mo forced himself to down a small bowl of porridge. Just then, Red Hair seemed to notice something. He crammed a bun into his mouth as he spoke, his words garbled. Grandma, where's my second brother? He wasn't up when we got up. He was referring to the green-haired youth. Chen Mo gripped the rim of his bowl, his knuckles blanching white. Grandma wore the same gentle smile, as though discussing something utterly trivial. Your second brother? Oh, he's gone to his aunt's house. He'll be back in a couple of days. Oh, I see. Yellow Hair nodded and asked no further. Silence fell. The old wall clock ticked on. Chen Mo finished the last swallow of his porridge. As he raised his head, his gaze inadvertently brushed the vintage wall clock. 1735. He discreetly averted his eyes. He set down his bowl and stepped out into the courtyard. Fake. Everything here is fake. Even the time itself is fabricated. After breakfast, the old woman rose and dusted off her clothes. Children, have you all eaten your fill? I'm getting on in years and need a midday nap. You youngsters shouldn't idle about either. Help your grandma with some chores. She pointed at the woodpile in the yard. Xiao Mo, take your two younger brothers and split the firewood. Then she gestured toward the courtyard. Yaya, sweep the courtyard for me. I'm going to nap. Remember this. While grandma is sleeping her afternoon nap, no one is to disturb me. Do you hear me? For the first time, a hint of severity flickered across the old woman's kindly face. We hear you, grandma. The group answered in unison. The old woman nodded in satisfaction and turned back into the main room. Clang. The door bolted from within. Chen Mo picked up the axe, walked to the woodpile, and swung mechanically. Huyaya took up a broom and earnestly swept the spotless courtyard. Before long, Yellow Hair and Red Hair wandered into the woodshed laughing and joking, and did not emerge for a long while. When Chen Mo checked again, both were already sprawled by the firewood, snoring. He glanced back at Huyaya, who kept her head lowered, diligently sweeping. His gaze then shifted toward the main room. What on earth was the old crone doing in there? Chen Mo quietly set down the axe. He tiptoed toward the main room and pressed his ear against the door. Not a sound from inside. Slowly he lowered his body further. His eyes inched toward the narrow crack in the door. The next moment, Chen Mo beheld a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The crack in the door was narrow. The light within was dim. A hand covered in thick dark hair. That hand was clutching something, waving it back and forth through the air. Its right hand held some unknown object. Chen Mo crept closer, still pressing himself nearer. That hand grasped an enormous bone needle threaded with some kind of white cord, moving deftly back and forth as it stitched something together. Chen Mo shifted slightly to the right, gazing at the object suspended from the right hand. It was a hide, a pallid human skin. Judging from the wisps of pale hair still clinging to its surface, it belonged to Grandma. A ghastly sheet of human skin dotted with glistening beads of fat. Chen Mo staggered, his body betraying him as he toppled backward. Summoning every ounce of strength, he clamped his hand tightly over his mouth and collapsed onto the open ground of the courtyard. Thud. Who's there? Who's outside? Grandma, it's me. I'm all right, just exhausted from chopping wood, so I sat down to rest for a bit. Those few words drained every last drop of energy from Chen Mo. Silence. No sound came from within the room. The human skin. The black-haired monstrosity. It had devoured Grandma, and now wore her flayed skin as its own. A surge of nausea clawed its way up from his stomach. Chen Mo stumbled away and crouched in a corner, retching. Big brother, what's wrong with you? It was Huyaya. She now stood clutching the large broom used for sweeping the courtyard, her face etched with worry as she gazed at him. Big brother, you didn't eat anything yesterday, and you look pale today too. Are you sick? As she spoke, she stepped forward, reaching out to help him up. Chen Mo flinched, instinctively shrinking back, his eyes fixed intently on Huyaya's face. A flash of memory surged through his mind. Huyaya following those people into the courtyard, blurting out those words. Nio's team wants you to. They were people brought by Su Qian. Last night the one with green hair had already been devoured. The Huyaya before him was the real one. Chen Mo's mind began racing at breakneck speed, weighing his options. Should he awaken her? If she woke, would she scream and betray them both? Or worse, fail to maintain his act, have his ruse seen through, and ultimately drag himself down with her? Or should he wait for them all to be consumed, then make one last desperate stand? No. Continuing like this was no different from waiting to die. Time to gamble. Alone he wouldn't survive. Those two fiery-tempered youths looked utterly unreliable, emotional, simple-minded. The beautiful woman before him, bold enough to drive in alone, seemed considerably more dependable than those two. Chen Mo lifted his head, looked at Huyaya, and lowered his voice. Do you remember driving a Mercedes-Benz here before coming home? Huyaya's face was a picture of confusion. She froze for a moment. A Mercedes-Benz? Big brother, what nonsense are you spouting? When did our family ever? Before she could finish, a flicker of pain crossed her face, her delicate brows knitting tightly together. Ugh, my head hurts so much. It's working. Chen Mo pressed on. Do you remember what Nio's team told you to say? Reach into your pocket. Check if there's a car key inside. Huyaya clutched her head, instinctively sliding her hand into her pocket. The anguish on her face deepened. The next instant her body went rigid. She had felt the key. Huyaya's pupils slowly dilated. Her mouth opened, on the verge of screaming, until Chen Mo lunged up and clamped his hand over her mouth, simultaneously glancing back at the main room's door. The door remained shut. You want to die? Then don't make a sound. Chen Mo pressed his hand firmly over her mouth and tilted his head toward the main room. Fragments of memory began madly reassembling in Huyaya's mind. College. Self-media. The apocalypse. Captain Su. The Starfire convoy. Wugue Village. Danielle. The Mercedes-Benz. Chen Mo slowly released her, and only when he saw she had no intention of screaming again did he lower his hand. He pulled her into a crouch and rapidly recounted everything. His observations from the doorway, what had transpired after she fell asleep last night, and the clock hanging on the wall. Hu Yaya crouched on the ground, the color draining rapidly from her face. With each revelation her terror deepened, her body trembling slightly, enough to sway her high ponytail. After a long moment, Hu Yaya finally seemed to recover, gasping for breath. Then those two. We have to wake them up. As she spoke she staggered to her feet and turned toward the woodshed, intending to rouse Hong Mao and LV Mao. Her thinking was perfectly natural. Gather everyone's strength, then escape. A normal human reaction really, since everyone believed ordinary people couldn't kill these horrors. Flight was the only option. Chen Mo reached out, seized the stumbling Hu Yaya, and his gaze slowly turned glacial. He posed a question that sent a chill coursing through her entire body. If everyone wakes up, if everyone clearly knows that sleeping beside Grandma means death, then tonight, who will sleep beside Grandma? Hu Yaya froze in place, staring at this man roughly her own age, her eyes brimmed with shock. As though drained of all strength, she leaned against the wall, surveying the man before her. Not a ripple crossed his face, calm as if he were stating some trivial matter. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. If everyone were awake, tonight's death sentence for one would transform into a blood-soaked struggle among them all. The color fled Hu Yaya's lips. They trembled faintly. In the education she'd received growing up in the silent era, before the apocalypse, people were meant to help one another. Even after the Chowming era descended, her understanding had only extended to everyone looking out for themselves. But the man before her had uttered the cruelest words in the calmest tone. He was like a demon. No, he was a demon. Chen Mo said nothing, simply watching her in silence. He slowly circled to her side and casually picked up the axe that had fallen to the ground. Should Hu Yaya attempt to scream or do something foolishly heroic, he would not hesitate to bring it down. He had worked hard enough to awaken a teammate who seemed reasonably intelligent. He hadn't done it so she could play saint and drag them both to hell. Chen Mo didn't know what consequences killing a family member would bring within this realm of horrors, but he had no qualms about slaying a toxic teammate before squaring off against the old crone. In this cannibalistic world, any excess of compassion was poison that killed its bearer. Time ticked by second by second. After a long while, Hu Yaya slid down the wall until she sat on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo, a glint of resolve now burning in her eyes. I understand. Her voice was hoarse low. Chen Mo slowly lowered the axe. He'd gambled right. This woman was tougher than he'd imagined. What do we do now? Hu Yaya wiped her tears, steadied herself, and began searching for a way out. She had no choice now. To survive, she could only cooperate with this cold-blooded man. You said earlier that through the door crack you saw a hand covered in black hair. Hu Yaya asked suddenly. That's right. And a human skin too. Chen Mo added. Hu Yaya's body stiffened. She leaned close to Chen Mo and whispered, have you ever heard the local folklore around here? The stories about the hairy wild man. Chen Mo shook his head. He had grown up in an orphanage and knew very little of such ghost stories. When I was live streaming my travels before I came here to gather material. Hu Yaya lowered her tone, her words coming rapid fire. Legend has it that deep in these mountains lives a kind of monster, its entire body covered in black hair, possessed of tremendous strength. It can mimic the voices of the people it has eaten, and some of the more powerful ones can even peel off human skin, slip into the village, and devour the families of their victims. People call this monster a hairy wild man. Usually just a story the elders used to frighten children. Skin peeling, mimicking human speech. Disguise. Chen Mo understood in an instant. The grandmother was most likely a monster spawned by the descent of the supernatural. And remarkably, it wasn't all that different from what the folktales described. According to legend, this monster fears three things. Hu Yaya swallowed hard, continuing in a hushed voice. A tremendous noise, anything red, and Zhuiyang. A tremendous noise, anything red, and Zhuiyang. Chen Mo committed these things to memory, his mind racing at top speed. For now he had no answers. It's almost dark. We've run out of time today, no time left to prepare. Chen Mo cast a glance at the fading sun in the sky and spoke slowly. Then. Tonight. Hu Yaya's voice trembled. Everything as usual, pretend we don't know a thing. Keep it up. If we can't hold it together, we all die. Chen Mo's voice was cold, as though he were not discussing matters of life and death. Hu Yaya's gaze was complicated. In the end, she could only nod heavily. Because she too did not wish to die. Creak. The door opened. The grandmother was as kind as ever, a gentle smile hanging upon her face. My dear grandchildren, stop your work. You must be worn out. Come inside quick. Hu Yaya froze for a moment, then slowly turned her head and forced an obedient smile. Yes, Grandma. Hu Yaya's acting was far better than Chen Mo had anticipated. Chen Mo stood up, wiped the sweat from his body, and followed behind her. On the table remained the same fare, braised pork, steamed fish, and a few white steamed buns. With trembling hands the grandmother offered Chen Mo a bun, but as she drew close to him she sniffed in a most unnatural way and set the bun down on the table. Sweating so much and not even wiping yourself down. You stink. Red Hare and Yellow Hare sat nearby rubbing their eyes as they wolfed down the food, complaining in their mouths that they hadn't slept well. Huyaya took the initiative to chat with the two about celebrity gossip, and the grandmother happily joined in. Strangely enough, the atmosphere in the room became almost warm and harmonious. Chen Mo said nothing, lowering his head to gnaw at his bun with nothing but a bowl of plain porridge. As for the fish and meat, he did not dare touch a bite. Chen Mo raised his head as though drinking porridge, stealing a glance at the grandmother, who had her back to him. Chen Mo saw it. On the back of the grandmother's neck, just beneath her salt and pepper hair, there was a very fine suture line. Chen Mo slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. 1813. Breakfast, chopping firewood, dinner. A whole day had passed, yet the clock had barely advanced an hour. After supper, the old woman patted her apron as she rose, her face still wearing that serene, kindly smile. It's dark, my dear grandchildren. Quick, get into bed. Here it comes. Here it comes again. Chen Mo looked toward Red Hare and Yellow Hare without a word. Huyaya looked at the two of them, as well, her back to the grandmother, the corners of her lips bitten white. The chubby one sleeps next to Grandma. The skinny one sleeps against the wall. Red Hare scooted over, mumbling about the dates he hadn't gotten to eat last night, whining that he wanted some tonight. The grandmother seemed a touch displeased and soothed Red Hare. Be good. Today let your third brother sleep next to Grandma, and tomorrow Grandma will give you the dates. Red Hare, upon hearing the grandmother's words, looked a little disappointed, gave an "oh," and said nothing more. Yellow Hare happily climbed straight into the bed and burrowed under the quilt. The oil lamp was blown out. Darkness. Deathly stillness. Everyone lay down on the earth in calm. Before long, the sound of Red Hare's snoring rose from beside them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The faint sound arrived right on schedule. In the darkness, every sound was amplified, circling in Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo could feel clearly that the person beside him was trembling. Huyaya slowly shifted her quilt, so gently it was as though she had merely turned over in the darkness. An icy finger poked at his arm. Chen Mo did not move, nor did he speak. He only reached out his hand in the same way, gently patting her arm beneath the quilt. Reassurance. That was what Chen Mo wished to convey. The body beside him grew still. Darkness fell silent once more. Chen Mo lay with his eyes open. Beneath him, hidden in the quilt during the day, was his mountain-splitting blade, his sole weapon against the supernatural. The hilt dug painfully into his flesh. He wished to use this method to keep himself awake. His mind raced ceaselessly, piecing together every scene since his arrival at Wuguei village. This village was terrifyingly quiet, not a single sound to be heard. Of course, the hairy wild man fears sound. The entire village seemed drained of color, reduced to black and white. The only colors came from those brought in by outsiders like themselves. Red Hare had wanted to sleep beside the grandmother tonight and been refused. The hairy wildman's fear of red things was also confirmed. And the last one, Zhuiyang. What was it? The sun. But this old woman didn't seem to fear the sun. Could it be because she was hiding inside a human skin? Chen Mo couldn't figure it out. He was no scholar and knew nothing of such abstruse matters. Everything must be reasoned out from the most practical evidence. Sweating so much and not even wiping yourself down. You stink. Suddenly Chen Mo recalled that sentence. The grandmother's complaint at dinner. The smell of sweat. It was the scent of the body. A young, vigorous man who had labored all day long. Something emanating from him, something that belonged to the masculine essence. This monster was afraid of that smell. That sentence had not been disgust. It had been fear. So that was it. Another sleepless night. Sunlight streamed in once more. At the grandmother's call, Chen Mo and Huyaya sat up at the same time. Huyaya's eyes were shot through with red veins. Clearly she too had not slept a wink. At the other end of the Kong, only Red Hare remained. Yellow Hare was as expected gone without a trace. Grandma, where's my third brother? Red Hare, still drowsy, munched on a bun, while rubbing his eyes, asked the question. Oh, he missed your second brother, so he went to your aunt's house. He'll be back the day after tomorrow. The same words as before. A cold smile rose in Chen Mo's heart. The day after tomorrow. One a day, perfectly the day after tomorrow. He glanced at the time. 1838. After breakfast, the grandmother once more began assigning chores. Fourth child, there's not much firewood left in the yard. Go chop some more. Yaya, you keep sweeping the yard. Having said this, the grandmother turned her head and fixed Chen Mo with a kindly stare. Xiao Mo, you sweated all day yesterday. Go wash your clothes, and there's water in the woodshed. While you're at it, wipe yourself down. Don't go around smelling so foul. Yes, Grandma. Chen Mo picked up the wash basin, walked into the yard, and began to pretend to prepare for laundry. Here it comes again. Red Hare was thin with a shock of red hair to boot. Huyaya was even more slender. He was the sturdiest among those remaining, and now she was telling him to wash himself. Tonight, it would surely be his turn. Chen Mo lowered his head as though earnestly doing the laundry. Squeak. The door closed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huyaya swept the ground in a distracted daze. Her mind too began to race. Wash off the smell of sweat. Grandma dislikes it. That was Chen Mo's protective charm. Red Hare has a head of red hair. Grandma dislikes that as well. Then tonight, it would be her turn. Huyaya glanced back at Chen Mo's back, then at the closed door. She could no longer afford to sit and wait for death. She dropped the broom and strode quickly to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo. Huyaya spoke in a very low voice meant for his ears alone. I know. Grandma hates your sweaty stench and hates Red Hare's hair color, so tonight it must be me who sleeps beside Grandma. I don't want to die. She raised her eyes to look at Red Hare chopping wood in the distance. If you still want to keep up the act, and wait until tomorrow, I'll scream right now. Huyaya stepped forward, her supple body pressing against Chen Mo's back, leaning in close to his ear. Her voice dropped even lower, each word deliberate. If it comes to the worst, we die together. If I cry out, at the very least we'll go down fighting instead of being picked off one by one. A break the cauldron and sink the boat gambit, a naked threat, and an ultimatum. Chen Mo slowly straightened and turned around. He looked at the woman before him. The woman who had been trembling with fear just yesterday, her eyes now brimming with despair and madness. Chen Mo was neither angered nor surprised. The will to survive was the most primal instinct of every human being. Nor had he ever intended to wait until tomorrow. And he dared not gamble on whether tonight's victim would be himself. Chen Mo gazed at her beautiful frenzied face and slowly uttered a single word. Good. Chen Mo acknowledged him and looked up at the sky. The sun had already climbed high. Judging by the old woman's pattern yesterday, we should have 3 hours. Keep an eye on Red Hare. Just make sure he keeps working. Collect his sweat when you're done. Remember, don't wake her. It isn't time yet. Huyaya nodded and turned toward Red Hare. Chen Mo walked into the woodshed. Something that could make an enormous noise. And something red. The woodshed was relatively orderly and rather small. One side was occupied mostly by stacks of firewood, while several bulging burlap sacks rested on the other. Chen Mo opened one of the sacks and found rice. The others contained potatoes and flour. It seemed these were the ingredients Grandma used to prepare meals. As for braised pork and steamed fish, Chen Mo had no time to think of such things now. There was nothing else besides them. Chen Mo swept his gaze across every corner of the woodshed and began to think. The room was filled with firewood. If a fire were set, once the house collapsed, the noise would surely be loud enough. All that remained was something red. Unwilling to give up, Chen Mo searched every corner of the woodshed before finally stepping outside in frustration. As for Red Hare's hair, it probably would not do. After so long since the end of the world, his hair had faded severely. From observing her over the past few days, the old woman was only somewhat unwell, not yet afraid. He would have to find another way. Chen Mo left the woodshed. In the courtyard, Huyaya was supervising Red Hare as he chopped wood with great effort. Fourth brother, hurry up and chop the wood, or I'll tell Big Brother and Grandma that you slipped away to rest in the woodshed yesterday. Please, I'm not afraid of Big Brother. I just don't want to upset Grandma. Red Hare swung his axe as sweat poured from his body. Chen Mo stared at the t-shirt soaked beneath Red Hare's jacket, then approached Huyaya and spoke to her in a low voice. There isn't anything red. Huyaya's expression faltered as she glanced at Chen Mo. Keep Red Hare occupied. I'll find a way. Without waiting for Chen Mo's response, she ran toward a nearby corner. Chen Mo looked at Red Hare drenched in sweat and walked over with a smile. Fourth brother, you said you weren't afraid of Big Brother. How about a push-up contest? Whoever loses will go on a great adventure tonight. Bring it on. What's there to be afraid of? A few minutes later, Huyaya returned and gave Chen Mo an okay sign. Chen Mo continued doing push-ups. 10 minutes later, Red Hare collapsed completely onto the ground like a dying dog, cursing under his breath. I quit. Big Brother, you only know how to bully me. Huyaya stood nearby and watched as Red Hare's sweat soaked through his t-shirt and jacket. Come on, take them off. I'll wash them for you. Have you forgotten what Grandma said about cleaning yourself? Chen Mo ignored Red Hare, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. He took both sets of clothing aside and twisted them forcefully. Splash. The sweat filled a small bowl. Huyaya walked over looking somewhat embarrassed. From behind her back, she produced a vivid strip of red and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took it and saw that it was a red undergarment that seemed to carry a faint fragrance. He had no time to dwell on it. He tore it into narrow strips of cloth. Chen Mo handed one of the strips to her. Tie it around your wrist. In a moment, I'm going to chop down the load-bearing pillar. Crack. The door to the main house opened. Grandchildren, stop working and come inside. It's time to eat. Huyaya trembled, then forced an obedient smile onto her face. Coming, Grandma. Chen Mo followed closely behind. Red Hare climbed to his feet from the ground and trailed them into the house. As soon as the two entered, Grandma's nose twitched and a look of disgust spread across her face. What happened? Didn't I tell you to wash clean? Why does it smell even worse? Here it comes. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to scratch his head. Grandma, fourth brother, and I were having a wood chopping contest, and I completely forgot. As he spoke, he approached the stove and picked up a piece of wood with a faint ember. I'm going to heat water in the woodshed right now. It won't take long. Grandma subconsciously stepped back as Chen Mo approached and waved him away impatiently. Chen Mo entered the woodshed and swiftly thrust the stick into the prepared pile of dry firewood. In an instant, the wood blazed. Before the stove, Grandma busied herself from side to side. Huyaya lowered her head, rubbing her fingers together. Red Hare, exhausted like a dead dog, was still gasping for breath beside them. A few minutes later, the meal was ready. Chen Mo returned from the woodshed and brushed the white ash from his hands. Grandma, I've already started heating the water. It'll be ready soon. I'll wash after we eat. Having said that, he sat down at the table without waiting for a response. No one spoke at the table. Silence hung over the room like death. With her back to them, Grandma held a bowl of plain porridge and drank on her own. Anyone could tell that she was in a foul mood. As Chen Mo drank his porridge, he shot meaningful glances at Red Hare. Red Hare kept his head lowered and continued eating his mantu, as though he had not seen a thing. It was as if he had forgotten that he had lost today's wager. What an idiot. Chen Mo anxiously glanced at Grandma, then turned to Huyaya and nodded toward the doorway. Huyaya clenched her teeth and stood. Grandma, I have something to tell you. What is it? Grandma finally turned around. Her face had grown dark and her aged features were set in a severe expression. Could you come outside with me? I don't dare say it while Big Brother is here. Grandma did not move. She glanced back at Chen Mo, then turned to study Huyaya, as though trying to read something from her face. Of course. I happen to have something I want to discuss with you, and Xiao Mo as well. Just as Chen Mo was about to flip the table, Grandma unexpectedly nodded. A sinister smile spread across her face and her mouth stretched all the way back to her ears, sending a chill through Chen Mo's entire body. The instant Grandma followed Huyaya out of the courtyard, Chen Mo rushed to the Kong. He pulled the machete that had been hidden there for so long from beneath the quilt and pressed the box on the back of its blade. A pale blue film of water instantly covered the blade. The next moment, Huyaya's scream rang out from the courtyard. You. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from outside. The impact made the entire main house tremble. The woodshed had collapsed in flames. Chen Mo burst outside. Grandma was lying in the center of the courtyard, her nails turned black and elongated while she clutched her head and let out an agonized howl. Not far away, Huyaya stood pale-faced with both hands raised, revealing the red cloth strip around her sleeve. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo took the small bowl of sweat from behind the door and hurled it straight at Grandma's head. Hiss! A sound of corrosion filled the air and Grandma's shriek instantly rose an octave. Run! She isn't. Red Hare rushed out of the house, his words trailing off as his gaze slowly turned to horror. A crack split open across Grandma's face, revealing glossy black fur beneath the human skin. The human hide peeled away from her entire body, exposing her true form. Cinnabar seals evil. Turbid Yang breaks malevolence. Thunder suppresses demons. How did you learn these arts? Vermilion seal bind evil. Turbid Yang shatter wickedness. Thunder's roar suppress the fiend. Where did you learn these incantations? The skin of the hairy wild man cracked inch by inch, revealing glossy black fur beneath its human disguise. Its body rapidly expanded, and the wretched human skin was instantly torn apart, shattering into fragments of flesh and tissue. The hairy wild man now stood a towering 2.5 meters tall. Its arms hung so long they nearly reached its knees, ending in razor-sharp fingernails that gleamed like jet-black daggers. Its bell-sized eyes radiated an eerie green glow, its nose was sunken flat, and its mouth gaped wide open. Chen Mo gripped his mountain-splitting blade, assessing the creature before him. Its grotesque appearance now thoroughly wretched. The jet-black hair atop its head had been corroded away in large patches, while crimson blood seeped from its 7 orifices, ruptured by the deafening roar from before. The hairy wild man let loose a shrill, piercing cackle as though countless voices had fused into one. Had I not been on the verge of advancing to the second order today, I might have truly met my end. I had intended to keep you within my domain, savoring you slowly to aid my breakthrough. But I never expected. As the hairy wild man spoke, its gaze swept over the 2 figures before it. Its oily green eyes inadvertently caught sight of the blue radiance emanating from Chen Mo's blade. Chen Mo keenly detected the creature's shifting attention and began evaluating the anomaly before him. Humans, let us strike a bargain. The hairy wild man spoke of its own accord. Leave now and I shall pretend none of this ever happened. We shall not interfere with one another. What say you, eh? Chen Mo was certain. The creature before him was wounded, and gravely so. Chen Mo. Huyaya gazed at Chen Mo, her entire body trembling slightly. Agreed. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh as though accepting the hairy wildman's proposal. The hairy wildman appeared somewhat startled, a flicker of cunning delight flashing through its eyes. Call me father a few times, and if it pleases my ears I might spare you. Strike a bargain with an anomaly. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing this, the hairy wildman's black bristles stood on end, naked hatred blazing in its eyes. At that very moment, Hong Mao, who had been lingering at the doorway, finally regained full clarity. An anomaly. Give me back my brother. Hong Mao let loose a guttural roar, snatched an axe from the ground, and hurled it directly at the hairy wildman. The instant the axe left his hand, Hong Mao ducked low and swiftly darted past the hairy wildman, sprinting toward the gate. He fancied himself clever, feigning vengeance for his fallen brother while actually plotting his escape. The hairy wildman did not turn around, and the axe bounced off its body as though striking stone. Ordinary humans could not slay an anomaly. With a casual swipe, it seized Hong Mao as he ran past Squelch, and wrenched an entire arm clean from his shoulder. Ah! The shriek echoed throughout the entire village. Huyaya went pale with terror and spun around to flee. Chen Mo seized her arm in one swift motion and yanked her back. Don't move. You can't outrun it. It's waiting for us to run. The commotion was so loud Denyo should have heard it. We can only bet that he'll come to investigate. Hu Yaya glanced at Hong Mao sprawled upon the ground. Alive or dead she could not tell. Then turned to Chen Mo. Clenching her jaw she raised her hand alongside him, the red cloth strip bound to her wrist. Thus 2 humans and 1 anomaly stood locked in standoff. Beside them the burning woodshed had already begun to collapse, its flames now spreading into the main house. Yet the hairy wild man seemed not to notice, its green glowing eyes fixed in unblinking malice upon the 2. It was injured. It feared the mountain-splitting blade in Chen Mo's grasp. Chen Mo stole a glance at the sky. The hairy wildman's domain had been shattered. The sky was already half darkened. They had to escape the village before true night fell. Bang! The silence of their standoff was broken. The battered courtyard gate was kicked open. It was Denyo. Chen Mo's gamble had paid off. He had wagered that Denyo, believing the village harbored no powerful anomalies, would come to investigate. Chen Mo had already resigned himself to using Hu Yaya as a shield to fight the hairy wildman to the death. But with Denyo's arrival the odds had shifted decidedly in their favor. At that moment Denyo stood panting at the gate. I told you to call someone, and you kept dawdling, screaming like a ghost. Denyo's words died in his throat. Before his eyes stood a monster clutching an arm in its grip, its entire body sheathed in black fur. Denyo stood frozen. The hairy wildman stood frozen as well. The next instant Denyo's body began to swell, rapidly expanding at a pace visible to the naked eye. 2 pitch-black bull horns sprouted from his head, radiating an earthen yellow supernatural force against the gathering night. Roar! Denyo bellowed like a raging bull and charged directly at the hairy wildman. Now standing well over 2.5 meters tall, he was even a head taller than the creature itself. The hairy wildman appeared utterly stunned, reflexively hurling the severed arm at Denyo. Denyo neither dodged nor flinched. He charged forward, launched into the air, and delivered a spinning flying kick. Now that's what I call style, bro. Denyo's size 55 boot caught the hairy wildman square in the face, eliciting a wail of agony. By momentum the creature reached out, seized Denyo, and the 2 crashed together into the yard. 2 colossal figures tumbled and grappled across the yard. Meanwhile Hong Mao, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the gate. What do we do? Hu Yaya turned to look at Chen Mo. Without a word Chen Mo broke into a sprint toward another corner beside the burning woodshed. There lay several sacks of potatoes and flour he had carried out before setting the fire. He hoisted a sack onto his shoulder and ran toward the gate, tossing it into the bed of the dump truck, then turned back for another load. Hu Yaya froze for a moment, then rushed after him, struggling under half a sack of potatoes before dumping it into the trunk of the E300. But this time she seemed to have lost her taste for greed. She started the engine and shouted toward Chen Mo, hurry. It's almost dark. Chen Mo had just finished loading 2 sacks and was about to climb into the driver's seat of the dump truck. Roar! From the yard came a thunderous, frenzied bellow, and Chen Mo turned for one last glance. He stopped in his tracks. Denyo now sat astride the hairy wildman, pinning both its arms beneath him, his bull horns having pierced clean through its chest. The hairy wildman thrashed wildly, its razor-sharp claws raking gouges across Denyo's back. Denyo was a Sequence 1 awakened, and though the hairy wildman had been on the verge of advancing to the second order, the earlier onslaught had left it gravely wounded. It was now utterly outmatched, pinned mercilessly beneath Denyo. They were actually going to win. The corpse of a near second-order anomaly. The materials upon its body must be extraordinarily valuable. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Mo's breath caught in his throat. Clenching his jaw, he snatched up the mountain-splitting blade and charged toward the hairy wildman pinned beneath Denyo. Stop hacking. Any more, and you'll turn it into mincemeat. Chen Mo was interrupted by Denyo's voice. The creature beneath his feet was now deader than dead. Denyo rose to his feet, dusted himself off, glanced at the darkening sky, then turned his gaze toward the depths of the village. Chen Mo brought his blade down upon the creature's claws, and blue radiance bloomed from the blade's edge. The claws were now attached to the body by nothing but a sliver of flesh. Chen Mo seized the creature's arm and prepared to sever it clean. Suddenly a gust of wind swept past from behind. Chen Mo whirled around sharply. He glimpsed nothing but a black and white afterimage streaking past. Someone. Chen Mo stumbled violently, nearly crashing to the ground. Denyo turned at the warning, looking back. The moment he turned, the hairy wildman's corpse was gone. All that remained in Chen Mo's hand was a single claw glistening with an inky blackness. Run! Something from the village is coming out. You have to be alive to spend it. Denyo's thunderous shout snapped Chen Mo from his daze. The 2 men burst from the yard, leapt into the dump truck, and sped away from the village. The dump truck tore out of the village in no time. Neither man spoke a word. The entire journey passed in silence, as though neither had yet recovered from the shock of what had just transpired. Meanwhile, in the darkened depths of the village, a black and white donkey slowly lowered its head. It lapped at the bloodstains and bone fragments scattered across the ground. Its hooves pawed idly at the ground, shoveling stray bits of flesh toward its mouth. Munch munch. Tisk a bit fatty. Not bad. Just a little too much fur. Tickles the throat. A mutant on the verge of second order. What a nourishing feast. Hep, that little knife-wielding fellow was rather interesting. Greedy enough, ruthless enough, suits this old master's taste just fine. I ought to make him acknowledge me as his father someday. The dump truck slowly rumbled out of the village entrance. Danyu sat in the passenger seat, his burly frame filling every inch of the space. The injuries on his body were slowly beginning to heal. Chen Mo watched with astonishment. So this was the regenerative power of a beast sequence awakener. Both men sat in silence. The intense battle in the village had left them still struggling to fully recover. Chen Mo's mind began calculating the value of that claw, a material harvested from an anomaly nearly its sequence 2. Though he had no personal use for it, even a fool could tell its worth was beyond measure. After all, it was Danyu who had led the assault. Without him fighting, that wounded hairy wildman alone would have spelled almost certain doom. The fact that Danyu hadn't mentioned it yet didn't mean he was unaware. His breathing was simply too weak at the moment. Perhaps he hadn't had the chance to claim it. Once they returned to camp, this trophy likely wouldn't stay in his hands. The vehicle halted at the outer perimeter of the camp, where a heavily modified black command vehicle sat, parked by the roadside. Lin Lu leaned against the car, his eyes covered by his signature white cloth blindfold. Beside him stood Xiaoqi, Danyu's driver and assistant. The moment the scream had pierced the air earlier, Danyu had prepared to charge in, but Xiaoqi had stopped him with the excuse that night was falling. So Danyu had ordered Xiaoqi to drive first, bringing Brother Dao's group back to the camp. At this moment, Xiaoqi stood beside Lin Lu, heads bowed in quiet conversation. Danyu glanced up, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. He hopped down from the vehicle and walked over to Lin Lu, scratching his head. Go back and rest. Lin Lu spoke first. Danyu scratched his gleaming bald head, then gave a nod and trudged toward his own off-road vehicle. Chen Mo remained in the truck. Hearing that Danyu hadn't yet told anyone about what happened in the courtyard, he exhaled slightly in relief. As long as there was still some buffer time, he could still do something about it. Should he wait for Danyu to inform everyone about the hairy wildman, and then hand over the claw? Absolutely not. Fortune favors the bold. He'd risked his life for this fortune. Why should he hand it over to anyone else? Chen Mo drove the dump truck with practiced subtlety, slowly making his way into the camp. Finding an unoccupied spot, he reached beneath it and pulled out that inky black palm. It was cold to the touch, and the dark fur gave it a strange velvety texture. It somewhat resembled an oversized chicken foot, roughly 3 times the size of an adult's palm. The 5 fingers bore long, slender nails measuring some 13 or 14 centimeters. The thick black nails shimmered with an eerie, otherworldly glow. Chen Mo found himself momentarily dazed. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue to force himself back to alertness. So even the remains of an anomaly possessed the power to bewitch the mind. Chen Mo picked up his broad-bladed machete and brought it down viciously at the base of the shortest finger. A faint blue membrane of light glimmered along the blade as it bit into the finger's base. Chen Mo untied the red cloth strip from his wrist and swiftly wrapped the severed finger. He climbed down from the vehicle, surveyed his surroundings, and with practiced subtlety, tucked the severed finger into a crevice of the dump truck. Having completed his task, he climbed back aboard. He slowly drove to a spot slightly behind the center of the camp, jumped down, and lit a campfire. Thud! Chen Mo dropped 2 heavy burlap sacks onto the ground. He took out an empty bag and began dividing the supplies. Greedy gazes crept toward him from beyond the firelight. It was avarice, plain and unmistakable. That's the kid who went into the village this afternoon, isn't it? There's so much food in that village. I should have gone too. That many potatoes and flour combined. That bag must weigh over 100 pounds. Chen Mo didn't look up. As if he couldn't hear them, he kept his head down, quietly sorting the supplies himself. He sat down on the bulging sack and simply waited. Old Yang had arrived. With a calm sweep of his gaze, he surveyed those around him who had been stirring with ill intent. The greedy eyes instantly recoiled like flames extinguished by cold water. An awakened sequence awakener. Even a support type 1. Far more useful than any blade or sword. Not bad, kid. So how was it? I heard from Dao and the others that it wasn't too dangerous inside. Chen Mo gave a vague account of what occurred in the village, leaving Old Yang utterly astonished. Then Chen Mo cut the conversation short and said no more. He pointed at the divided sack on the ground. Old Yang, the agreed upon 40%. If you can give me that device, that bag over there has another 20% inside. Take it all. Old Yang hefted the sack and estimated its weight, some 30 to 40 pounds. Hearing Chen Mo's follow-up, he slowly shook his head. Can't do it. I call this thing an energy infusion enchantment device. It can briefly channel my supernatural power into weapons to reinforce them, allowing ordinary people to inflict harm on anomalies as well. Once depleted, it needs to be recharged. I'm only sequence 1 right now, and recharging it requires several days of rest. So once it leaves my side, it's just a heap of scrap metal. Chen Mo nodded. He didn't press the matter further. Silently, he picked up the other sack and tossed it back into the truck bed. Keeping this device, it seemed, wouldn't be so simple after all. Just then a familiar figure approached. It was the blonde-haired subordinate from Brother Dao's crew. I glanced at the supplies beside Chen Mo, then at Old Yang, his eyes brimming with wariness. Old Mo, when we heard from the boss, we thought you weren't coming back. Same old rules. You know how it works, don't you? According to Brother Dao's standing arrangement, every time supplies were brought back, a 10% protection fee was to be handed over. Of course there were those who refused. Though Brother Dao, bound by Lin Lu's rules, couldn't act overtly, these stubborn folk were never left in peace. Flat tires one day, supplies vanishing overnight the next. He hadn't stated his demands outright, seemingly testing Old Yang's stance. I go back and tell Dao. Chen Mo is one of mine. Understand? Old Yang's voice was quiet. I was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then he forced a smile. You're overthinking it, Old Yang. The boss just sent me to check on Chen Mo. Nothing else meant by it. With that he turned and slinked away. After dealing with Old Yang didn't linger either. He asked a few questions about Chen Mo's use of the enchantment device before leaving. Chen Mo gathered the supplies on the ground, bundled them up, and tossed them at the feet of the passenger seat. He returned to the driver's seat. His gaze fell on the claw resting on the seat. The claw glimmered with a cold metallic gleam. The black fur on the back of the hand seemed to exude an enchanting, almost hypnotic magic. Xiaolu would probably be here soon. Chen Mo sighed, pulled his clothes tighter around himself, and prepared to rest. Just then, not far from the vehicle, an argument broke out. On what grounds? I nearly died bringing this out of the village. Don't forget the convoy's rules. When Captain Su finds out, you'll be in for a world of trouble. It was Huyaya. Chen Mo looked up toward the commotion. Huyaya clutched a burlap sack in her hands, a half sack of rice she had carried out on her back. Behind her stood the woman who had remained in the passenger seat and not entered the village. Huyaya's close friend Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi hadn't stepped forward to help. Instead, she cowered to one side weeping. Beside them stood I, who had just been put in his place. On what grounds? Pretty thing, you're quite a looker. Take this brother's advice. Hand over 10%, and everyone walks away happy. This isn't a robbery, you understand. Completely voluntary. Have I touched you? I seem to have regained his confidence. His words dripped with menace. Huyaya gripped the sack, tightly glaring at I through gritted teeth. I glanced at the crowd that had gathered at the commotion. He seemed to fear the situation spiraling out of control. With a cold laugh, he slowly backed away. Pretty thing, the world is small. Sleep with one eye open tonight. I had already walked off, leaving only Huyaya standing there with clenched teeth, and Li Shiqi, who had sidled up beside her. Watching I's retreating figure, Li Shiqi drew close to Huyaya and murmured something. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth curved into the faintest of smiles, as though he had caught sight of something curious. Huyaya's little friend here. Now that's interesting. He murmured softly, the words halfway between assessment and mockery. Indeed, what a pity, such a pretty girl. Yeah, what a shame, such a pretty girl. That voice was not his own. Chen Mo's body tensed instantly. Cold sweat poured from every pore of his skin. It came from the passenger seat. A timbre Chen Mo had never heard before, a raspy, duck-like voice tinged with mockery. In this dumper truck, aside from himself, there could not possibly be a second living creature. Was it the hand of the hairy wild man? Chen Mo slowly turned his stiff neck inch by inch toward the right side. The next instant his pupils contracted sharply. On the passenger seat sat a donkey. Unmistakably so. The donkey's hind legs were splayed wide, lounging on the passenger seat. The donkey's hooves rested leisurely upon the dashboard, jiggling back and forth. Its lower half was clad in a pair of faded pink plaid boxer shorts, concealing the vital region. The donkey reclined in perfect comfort. Clutched between its hooves was a palm-sized wooden ladder. It scraped the dark grime from its belly with deliberate slowness. The black filth rolled down its belly, coil by coil, dropping to the floor. Sensing Chen Mo's gaze upon it, the donkey paused. It parted its lips, revealing 2 rows of enormous, perfectly even buck teeth, and offered Chen Mo a grin. Around its black and white neck hung ostentatious gold chains glittering with vulgar brilliance. That smile was saturated with a most human leer, lewd and taunting. Hey there, young man, want a wife? That little girl doesn't look half bad. She's untouched too, broad hips, good for bearing children. Just say the word, and I'll deliver her right to you. The donkey's head tilted toward Huyaya's direction, its eyes brimming with mischief. But Chen Mo had no mind for such matters now. He stared fixedly at the donkey in the passenger seat. Every muscle in his body was taut, cold sweat seeped through his pores, dampening his jacket. What in the world was this? An illusion conjured by the hairy wildman's hand. Or another anomaly. His fingers inched toward the cleaver beside him. Yet the instant his fingertips brushed the blade, the donkey spoke. Look at that pathetic little face of yours. Don't go yelping just yet, and put those violent thoughts out of your head. The donkey continued breezily, lifting the small wooden ladder to its lips and blowing on it. Its next words froze Chen Mo in place, daring him not to move a muscle. That blindfolded leader of yours goes by Lin Lu, doesn't he? The donkey lazily picked at its ear, then pressed on. His sequence ability is useless against me. So if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't waste all this breath talking to you. Chen Mo's grip on the cleaver slowly loosened. Setting aside the fact that the cleaver was useless against anomalies, the mere ability of this donkey to evade Lin Lu's perception marked it as a being that could erase him with a flick of its hoof. The convoy existed for a reason. Its survival in this world, overrun by anomalies, rested entirely upon the abilities of awakeners like Lin Lu. Yet now an anomaly sat brazenly beside him, and Lin Lu had shown not the slightest reaction. What are you? Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice hoarse, posing his first question. The donkey ceased its ear-picking, fixing Chen Mo with an unblinking stare. Its buck-toothed grin stretched even wider. A thing? You're the thing here. Your whole family are things. Call me daddy, and I'll tell you how to awaken your sequence. How about it? Chen Mo was rooted to the spot by those words. A tempest of shock surged within his heart. Yet greed flickered in his eyes. The donkey appeared to relish that expression greatly. It grinned broadly and continued. What cat got your tongue? We just met back in that village and you've already forgotten. That hairy wildman's body was a bit on the fatty side, tasted decent enough. Thanks for the hospitality. So it truly was that creature. The black and white shadow that had seized the hairy wildman's corpse. This donkey was far too bizarre, shattering every notion Chen Mo had ever held. And from its words it had apparently consumed the hairy wildman's body whole. Such profoundly human speech. Were it not for the donkey's exterior, Chen Mo could not have distinguished it from a fellow human. Have you made up your mind? Opportunity waits for no one. Its hoof once again gestured toward the window. See that little girl out there? Ain't she a fresh one? And you two went through thick and thin together back in that village, didn't you? Too bad. Her dear best friend is over there coaxing her into paying protection fees to Brother Dao. Too scared to even set foot inside the village herself. Leaning on that little girl to survive, and now look at her. Asking someone else to hand over supplies earned with their very life. Tell me, does that sound like something a human being would say, eh? Chen Mo's heart plummeted. Though he could not hear Li Shiqi's words, the donkey's description matched perfectly the pleading, urgent expression he had observed on her face. If you became an awakener. The donkey's voice dripped with temptation. Saving such a beauty would be no more than a word from you. And then you could keep her all to yourself. That taste would far surpass gnawing on potatoes day after day. And that hairy wildman's hand. Wouldn't it be yours for the taking? Chen Mo said nothing, though his breathing had grown heavy. He was no saint. Huya's life or death had never weighed upon his conscience. But the word awakener had ignited the most primal desire buried deep within his heart. If he could possess power beyond that of ordinary men, he would no longer have to endure this existence, struggling each day for a single mouthful of food, no longer dragged along as the convoy's tail, sacrificed in the name of strategic retreat. He refused to remain huddled within his shell. He refused to entrust his life to the so-called grand strategy of the strong like Lin Lu. He would grow stronger with his own hands. He would seize the reins of his own destiny. Chen Mo forced himself to calm. Suppressing the greed within, he fixed his gaze upon the creature, waiting for it to continue. You're a real bore. No sense of humor at all. The donkey seemed to be losing patience and shifted its position on the seat. Both hind legs folded beneath it, it sat like an old patriarch meditating. Fine enough idle chatter. Saying so, one of the donkey's hooves slipped into its boxer shorts. It rummaged about. Every muscle in Chen Mo's body tensed anew. Instinctively he flinched backward, but the hoof emerged swiftly, pausing in midair. The donkey hoof gave a casual flick, and then a fist-sized potato still clinging to fresh soil materialized out of thin air upon its hoof. So you? What exactly are you? Chen Mo finally found his voice again, dry and rasping. A thing. The donkey paused its chewing, holding the half-eaten potato aloft in its hoof, and snorted indignantly. You're the thing. Your whole family are things. Your daddy here is a magnificent tear. Too heterodox. The red hair himself. Remember that well, and don't get it wrong next time. A tear too heterodox. The red hair. Chen Mo's heart sank once more. He had caught fragmented whispers from old Yang regarding the hierarchy of anomalies. He also knew what the term heterodox signified. Most anomalies were but killing machines driven by instinct, devoid of true intellect, or while they acted solely upon base impulse. Anomalies possessing intelligence were creatures far more terrifying than those of the same tier. But how could a mere tier, too heterodox, elude Lin Lu's perception? Such an absurd name paired with that lecherous donkey face carried a certain comical absurdity. A class 2 aberrant, one possessing full sapience. An entity capable of shielding itself from Lin Lu's perception sat beside him in pink boxer shorts. Chen Mo's back had long since been drenched in cold sweat. His body pressed tight against the frigid seat. Chen Mo was hardly fearless. On the contrary, terror clawed at his very marrow. Yet in that moment greed overpowered his dread of the aberration. Sequence. Transcendent. Those few syllables shimmered with an arcane allure, echoing ceaselessly in Chen Mo's ears. This was a chance to drag himself from the mire and ascend to the heavens in a single bound. So you, what exactly do you want with me? Chen Mo forced his tongue to obey once more and posed the question that mattered most. He was but an ordinary soul the convoy could discard as easily as loose cargo. What could a donkey possibly want from him? His stubborn tenacity, or perhaps his talent for roasting potatoes. Heh, you little punk. Your brain didn't turn to mush after all. The donkey known as Chit had tossed a half-eaten potato into its maw and merrily munched away. To tell you the truth, your daddy here. Cough. Your brother Rabbit here has run into some serious trouble. An almost human-like melancholy twisted itself across Chitta's equine features. Some blind fool of a beast is hunting me down. A brainless bear that's just snuck across from the Ming realm. A sequence 3 invasive species with nothing but murder and gluttony rattling around in its skull. Can't shake the bastard off. What a damn nuisance. It's the very same one you've already laid eyes on. The ghost bear. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Wasn't that class 3 aberration, the ghost bear itself, the very thing nipping at the convoy's heels? So this donkey too was being hunted by that bear. You humans have a natural attraction to aberrations, like a lighthouse in the dead of night. We can catch your scent from miles away. But for us, aberrant species, to the other aberrations, we're goddamn Tang Monk's flesh, the ultimate elixir of immortality. Chita stamped a hoof, his countenance dripping with disdain. That stupid bear caught wind of me and won't stop tailing me. I figured I could sneak into your convoy and borrow the perception abilities of that blindfolded dragon-head fellow. Help me mask my aura for a few days, let me lay low. So that was the whole of it. This donkey had come seeking sanctuary. With this realization, Chen Mo's heart settled into a measure of calm. So, you're asking me to take you in? Chen Mo's voice had regained its composure. The student shows promise. Chita grinned with his broad buck teeth, nodding in approval. You help me blend into the convoy, keep me fed 3 square meals a day. In return, I'll teach you how to become a transcendent. How about it? This deal's sweeter than sugar back home, isn't it? Chitu's rasping voice dripped with seductive promise. To become a transcendent. Those 4 words were a spark cast into boiling oil instantly, setting Chen Mo's heart ablaze. Yet not the slightest ripple crossed his features, instead his mien grew colder still. Not interested. You want me to play the race traitor? Chen Mo refused outright. Moi. Chitu's donkey face fell slack in an instant. The tiny wooden ladder on his hoof clattered to the ground. A suffocating wave of killing intent flooded the entire carriage. Pitch-black aberration energy seeped forth from the donkey's form. Boy, don't push your luck. Believe me when I say I could crunch you in your little cart right now. Chen Mo did not retreat. He turned his gaze toward those murderous donkey eyes. You won't. You need me. Need a clean identity to slip into the convoy. Kill me, and you'll have to hunt for another. What if that next one is some fool who hands you straight over? What then? Back to being chased across the world by that idiot bear. Let me guess. Who is it you're afraid of? Danielle? Or that little girl clutching her doll? Chen Mo's words struck at the donkey's soft underbelly. Throughout the entire convoy, the only one capable of instilling dread in this Class 2 aberration was likely that unfathomable child Xiaoya. The last time Chen Mo had been fixed by the gaze of the doll in her arms, he understood at once. That little girl was a being far more terrifying than any other transcendent. Perhaps as old Yang and Chen Mo had speculated, Xiaoya had already transcended even Sequence 1. The carriage fell into a deathly stillness. Only the crackling of the bonfire outside punctuated the silence, rendering the atmosphere all the more harrowing. Chitu's donkey eyes bored into Chen Mo without wavering. The killing intent in those eyes grew ever more viscous. The donkey truly yearned to devour this insolent whelp. Chen Mo stared back at the donkey in kind. Without uttering a word, he understood this was his sole chance. Chen Mo gambled that the donkey truly had need of him. Gambled that something in the convoy inspired the donkey's fear. Should he lose the wager, death would simply come a moment sooner. Time seemed to stretch into eternity. At long last, that stifling killing intent slowly receded. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Chita suddenly laughed. His laughter grew even more lecherous than before, brimming with malicious intent. You little punk, you've got some spine. You're more of a beast than your brother rabbit here. Fine, you've got guts. Out with it. What do you want? The initiative had returned. Chen Mo exhaled slowly, a breath long held. I want to lay down 3 rules with you. First, without my permission, you shall not harm a single soul within this convoy. Should anyone in the convoy perish, the transcendents will grow suspicious. I won't be able to protect you. Easy there. Your brother rabbit has 0 interest in you bipedal lambs. Chita dismissed the notion with a careless wave of his hoof. Second, if my life is imperiled, you must intervene to save me. Once. Just once. Chitu's donkey eyes narrowed to a slit as he scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. Boy, I can practically hear your scheming little abacus beads pinging off my face. Chen Mo cut him off without ceremony. This is a transaction. Rest assured, I won't ask you to save me in a hopeless situation. Chitu fell silent for a moment, his expression shifting through countless permutations as he weighed the scales of gain and loss. Fine. Once then, just once. Your brother rabbit keeps his word. Third, Chen Mo spoke each syllable with measured weight. Right now, this instant, immediately, help me become a transcendent. I don't want empty promises. He was sick to death of placing his hopes in another's hands. Only power grasped within one's own fist was truly real. You, Chitu bolted upright in his seat, indignation plastered across his donkey face. You little punk really don't take me seriously at all. I already devoured every last scrap of the hairy savage's corpse. Where am I supposed to scrounge up materials for your ascension right now? That's your problem. Chen Mo yielded not an inch. He turned and fixed his gaze upon Chitu's donkey face with unwavering intensity. You? Chitu ground his molars in fury. The gold chain about his neck swayed violently with the motion. You're ruthless, I'll give you that. Next time we gather supplies, Chitu muttered grudgingly. Chen Mo finally allowed himself to slacken. He felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He had succeeded. Oh, that severed hand. Chen Mo recalled the hairy savage's finger he had hidden away. Keep that trinket. That scrap isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Won't work as awakening material either. That hairy savage was half a baron himself. The energy's far too savage. Chidu cast a cursory glance, seemingly utterly disinterested. Though it could serve as decent material for an aberration artifact. Take it to that junk fixer in your convoy when you get the chance. Just then, someone's coming. Chidu spoke abruptly. In an instant, every trace of expression vanished from his donkey face, leaving it blank and wooden. His pink plaid boxer shorts, the gold chain about his neck, the tiny wooden ladder upon his hoof, all vanished into thin air. Almost in the same breath, the very aberration that had been negotiating with Chen Mo transformed into an ordinary, somewhat scrawny, piebald donkey. It materialized in the empty ground beside the dump truck. Chidu's telepathic voice whispered into Chen Mo's ear. Listen carefully, boy. I'm 1,000 li steed something you picked up on the convoy's outskirts just now. Chen Mo's heart clenched. He instantly adjusted his demeanor. From beyond the carriage door came the heavy cadence of approaching footsteps. Chen Mo. It was Dinyo. He pulled open the door and thrust his head inside, glancing first at Chen Mo, before turning his curiosity toward the donkey outside. Huh, how'd a donkey end up beside your truck? Chen Mo's heart seized and he forced an awkward smile. Brother Nyo, this is a horse I picked up nearby. Looked scrawny, but figured I'd bring it along so it'd have something to eat. Could always slaughter it for rations later. He had no choice but to brazenly spin this fabrication. A horse. Dinyo scratched his bald head. He leaned in for a closer look. Those ears, that face. No matter how I look at it, that's a donkey through and through. Cold sweat nearly dripped from Chen Mo's brow. He could sense the donkey, disguised as an ordinary beast, stiffen for a moment. Just as Dinyo seemed poised to say more. A frigid low voice drifted from behind Dinyo. That is unmistakably a donkey. This was clearly a donkey. Chen Mo turned his head. It was Lin Lu. At this moment Lin Lu stood behind Dinyo, his face obscured by white cloth strips. He was examining Chidu from afar. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Mo, who descended from the truck with an unsettled feeling, acutely uncomfortable under Lin Lu's scrutinizing stare. Lin. Captain Lin. Chen Mo spoke up, offering a greeting to Captain Lin. Lin Lu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of Chen Mo's greeting. Just then a few more figures approached. It was Su Qian leading Xiaoya, who was clutching a Barbie doll. Old Yang had also followed along. They were curiously examining Chidu. Little Chen, where did you get this donkey? I didn't see it earlier. Chen Mo felt a tingle of unease from being surrounded by onlookers. He forced a smile that was worse than crying. When we were setting up camp earlier, it ran across the road. It should be a horse, right? Nonsense, it's a donkey. Honestly, it's quite sturdy. It should be able to carry a lot of things. Su Qian also examined the black and white spotted donkey, offering her own assessment. Xiaoya, held by Su Qian, stared fixedly at Chidu. What was even more unsettling was that the Barbie doll in her arms seemed to follow Xiaoya's gaze, intensely scrutinizing the donkey. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo chose to remain silent. If it were discovered that this old donkey was some kind of anomaly, his own life would surely be at stake. He would definitely be torn apart as a traitor. No one could protect him. Chidu, surrounded by the crowd, continued to lower its head and greedily eat grass with a vacant expression. Its donkey ears drooped, looking utterly foolish, allowing these people to criticize and comment freely. But in Chen Mo's mind, Chidu's furious roaring echoed. Donkey, donkey, donkey. Your whole family are donkeys. Your brother Rabbit is the #1 divine steed of the 3 kingdoms, Chidu. It's a horse. 1,000 li horse. When I reach level 3, I'll sow the mouths of these blind creatures. Chen Mo showed no expression on his face, but was frantically complaining in his heart. Who could blame it for looking like this? Lin Lu withdrew his gaze from Chidu and turned toward Chen Mo. Dinyo told me that you two took down a first-level anomaly. When Dinyo arrived, you had already severely injured the Mao Yaren. You're quite capable. That claw, you still have it, right? Here it comes. Chen Mo understood that Lin Lu and the others had come specifically for that claw. In an instant the chatter ceased. All eyes converged on Chen Mo. People around curiously turned to look. Brother Dao, having heard about Chen Mo killing the anomaly, also gathered his men to come over. Hu Yaya and Li Shiqi were also watching from afar, a hint of worry in their eyes. Hearing this, Old Yang walked toward Chen Mo and pulled at his sleeve. Such a big matter, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Lu's tone remained steady, without a single inflection, as he continued. Without Dinyo and Old Yang, you couldn't have killed the Mao Yaren. That claw should mostly stay with the caravan. Chen Mo didn't refute it. This was the truth. Without Dinyo's thunderous final strike, and without Old Yang's black box, he had no ability to resist the Mao Yaren. Even a gravely wounded Mao Yaren. Wanting to swallow the spoils alone was a major taboo in any team. Especially in this man-eating apocalypse. I'm not trying to seize your things. Lin Lu seemed to see through Chen Mo's wariness. The caravan has its rules. This time you and Dinyo killed an anomaly. This material is also yours. But you're an ordinary person. In your hands it's just a piece of rotten meat. Hand over the item and I'll compensate you. Lin Lu extended a hand. 2 choices. First, 20 pounds of food, a case of water, and a box of antibiotics. Second, Old Yang will modify your vehicle for free, any modifications you want. Materials provided by the caravan. Daniel beside them seemed somewhat taken aback by the atmosphere. He walked over, just about to speak, his throat moving. I choose the second option. Chen Mo's answer was crisp and clean-spoken before Daniel could say anything. He turned and took the Mao Yaren's severed claw wrapped in cloth from the driver's cabin. Walking up to Lin Lu, he handed it over with both hands. Xiao Lu beside Lin Lu stepped forward. Taking the claw, he opened it, took a look, and then nodded to Lin Lu. You're quite smart. Old Yang, stay and help him. If you need any materials, have Xiao Lu fetch them for you. Lin Lu withdrew his hand, said no more, and turned to leave. A potentially fatal storm was thus peacefully quelled. The onlookers, finding nothing more to watch, also dispersed reluctantly. Brother Dao gave Chen Mo a deep look, the schadenfreude in his eyes turning into apprehension, and he also led his men away. Soon only Chen Mo, Old Yang, and that pretender donkey remained by the dump truck. Don't take it to heart. Old Yang patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and handed him a cigarette. Captain Lin is like that. He's strict about rules, not about people. He has to ensure the caravan's fairness, otherwise everyone's hearts will scatter. This thing counts as loot. Every supernatural member of the caravan has a share. But indeed it's of no use in your hands. Chen Mo took the cigarette and shook his head. Old Yang, I understand. Captain Lin is right. Without Daniel and your device, I probably wouldn't have survived. I was too greedy. In the end, it's still about lacking strength. Chen Mo knew. If he had insisted on keeping that claw today, his corpse would probably appear in some ditch by tomorrow morning. Although Lin Lu wouldn't do it himself, there are plenty of people willing to solve troubles for him. It's good that you can see it clearly. Old Yang nodded appreciatively, blew out a ring of smoke, and looked at the dilapidated dump truck. Tell me, how do you want to modify it? Chen Mo put out his cigarette and examined the dump truck. Brother Yang sealed the entire cargo bed with iron sheets and welded it shut. Then cut an opening between the cab and cargo bed that can be freely entered and exited. This way the cargo bed will become a completely private space. Whether storing supplies or hiding people, it will be much safer than the current open cargo bed. Even if someone wants to rob it, they'll have to find a way to break through the welded iron sheets first. The amount of work is considerable. I need to find some materials. As Old Yang spoke, he began rummaging through boxes and cabinets in the camp. Soon Old Yang dragged over several pieces of iron sheeting of different sizes. Holding a cutting machine and welding gun in his hands, Old Yang said no more. Putting on goggles, he began working. The piercing sound of cutting rang out. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Chitta had somehow appeared beside them. It rubbed its head against Chen Mo's arm. Praise came from Chitu in his mind. Kid, not bad. You're quick on the draw. Trading a hot potato for a mobile fortress. No loss there. This stuff made by a supernatural mechanic is far more cost-effective than finding anyone else to do it. Chen Mo paid it no mind. He simply watched quietly at the sparks dancing from the welding gun. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Chen Mo walked toward his dump truck. Old Yang had worked until midnight last night before heading back. He came over early this morning to rush the work. Done. Old Yang removed his goggles and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this point, the cargo bed of the dump truck had been completely covered with thick iron sheets, becoming an airtight iron box. The partition behind the driver's cab had been cut open with a 1-meter square hole. One could enter the cargo bed directly from the driver's cab. Thanks, Brother Yang. Chen Mo handed over half a bottle of water. Don't mention it. Aren't we still friends? Old Yang poured a large gulp of water into his mouth and waved his hand. Remember, Captain Lin values what you can offer. The value you showed today is enough to let you stand firm in the caravan. Next time something happens, he should be a bit more inclined to favor you. Old Yang turned and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder before heading back to the command vehicle to rest. After Old Yang walked away, Chen Mo opened the driver's cab door and climbed inside. He opened the iron door leading to the cargo bed from the inside and crawled in. In the cargo bed, a smell of rust and burning from the welding hit his face. The space inside wasn't large, but it was enough for 2 or 3 people to lie down. Kid. Chitu's voice resonated in his mind, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Don't celebrate too soon. That stupid bear seems to have caught our scent. It is coming. The moment Chitu's words faded, as if to confirm what he had said, the command vehicle at the forefront of the camp, driven by Lin Lu, honked its horn sharply. The horn blast echoed throughout the entire camp. Xiao Lu's voice came through the speaker from the lead vehicle. Emergency announcement. All members pack your belongings and depart in 10 minutes. Repeat, within 10 minutes, everyone board the vehicles and leave the camp. No one in the camp complained. Everyone hurriedly began packing their things. Brother Dao awoke with a start from his tent and rushed to the vehicle with his wife, ordering his men to pack up the tent. Meanwhile, Hu Yaya sat in the driver's seat, while Li Shiqi in the passenger seat continued talking about something. Chen Mo slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and slowly drove toward the lead vehicle. A black and white blur flashed past the car window. Chitu had already hopped steadily into the passenger seat. He plopped down, and those flamboyant pink sweatpants stood out starkly in the dim light. With a flick of his donkey hoof, a gray fog immediately coated the car glass, blocking external view. Hurry up, Chitta urged. The convoy slowly set off into the night. Chen Mo's dump truck remained in its original position, right in the center of the formation. Ahead were the vehicles of several transcendent beings along with a few private cars. Behind was the large bus and a cluster of motorcycles. Chen Mo turned his head to look at the donkey. You previously said you'd help me become a transcendent being. When Chita pulled out a potato and took a large bite. Can't you even wait, kid? Chen Mo had long realized this was the fate of ordinary people. When they tell you to run, you run. When they tell you to stop, you stop. When danger strikes, you're the first cannon fodder thrown out. At this moment, the thought of awakening his transcendent abilities grew wildly in his mind. Chita grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat, gleaming big teeth. His tone was full of mockery. Want to seize your own destiny? Chen Mo didn't respond, his hand gripping the steering wheel too tightly, his knuckles turning white. Chita devoured the potato in one bite, cleared his throat, and tapped his hoof on the center console. To awaken the sequence and become a transcendent being, there are only 3 methods. First is natural awakening. All the transcendent beings in your convoy awaken naturally. That's heaven-sent fortune, something you can't compare to. Chita tapped his hoof again, speaking in a low voice. The second is potion awakening. High-tier alchemists can use ghost materials to create awakening potions with a success rate exceeding 50%, and it's safe. But those things are rare and hard to come by. Chen Mo turned to look at the donkey with a question. Isn't Su Qian from the physician sequence? Can't she craft them? I'm talking about alchemists, you fool. Listen carefully. The donkey tapped the center console forcefully, pulled out another potato, and slowly spoke. The third method, which is what I'm here to help you with. Find an anomaly, beat it half to death, and use a special technique to strip its anomalous energy. Chita smiled, a grin filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Seize their energy, guide it into your own body, and forcibly break through that barrier. If you attempted this path on your own, 9 out of 10 would die. But with this lord here, the success rate can be increased by 20%. So consider it well. Will you gamble your life to awaken, or continue living this miserable existence? Why do you know so much? Chen Mo asked the crucial question. That an anomaly knew so much about the human transcendent system was itself the greatest anomaly. You've hit the nail on the head. Chita sat upright, crossing his hooves over his chest, looking every bit a schoolmaster. Because your brother Rabbit isn't some brainless fool. Kid, you need to know the world we inhabit is called Jingjia, the silent realm. And above our heads there's another invisible world called Mingjia, the resonant realm. You can understand Jingjia as a dinner plate. All living things on our plate, including you, including anomalies, are dishes. And Mingjia is the diners at the table. The so-called Chaoming, the tide resonance, is the chef calling dinner is served and casually sprinkling seasoning onto the plate. Chen Mo listened in a daze, secretly committing this knowledge to memory. The donkey placed his hooves on the center console. He pulled out his little wooden ladder and began slowly rubbing black mud. As for anomalies, their aptitude also ranges from inferior to superior. The lowest tier is the natives. They are local monsters of this world, anomalies born from the tide resonance. They can only act on killing instincts. The hairy wild man you killed in the village counts as half native, half aberrant. Chen Mo thought of that human-skinned black hair monster. It did have some intelligence, but not much. The second type is what your brother Rabbit and I are, aberrants. Miracles that retained complete wisdom amid distortion. Able to think, learn, and understand transactions. To other anomalies we are like Tang Sanzang's flesh. Consuming us brings great benefits. Chita's expression turned serious for the first time. He put down his hooves and sat up straight. The most troublesome is the third type, the invasive species. They smuggled directly over from Mingjia. Pure predators. Before reaching the fourth tier, they have no wisdom, only killing and devouring. The ghost bear that hunted us is a typical third-tier invasive species. Chen Mo's brain raced. He forced these subversive pieces of information into his mind. So the truth of the apocalypse was more desperate than he had imagined. Just then, the entire convoy slowed down. The command vehicle ahead and several off-road vehicles stopped by the roadside. Chen Mo also gradually brought his vehicle to a halt. In the distance, he saw Su Qian storm into Lin Lu's command vehicle. Tut, tut. Chitu's schadenfreude filled the air beside him. They're arguing. That Lin fellow wants to split up and run, minimizing losses. That support-type deputy captain disagrees, believing no one should be abandoned. Chitu's voice was full of amusement. One wants to be a butcher, the other a saint, how interesting. After about 10+ minutes, the argument seemed to reach a resolution. On the outskirts of Xinghua town, Xiao Lu took up the loudspeaker to begin announcing. All units, attention, command vehicle orders. Ahead lies the anomalous Xinghua town with complex terrain and unknown anomalies. To avoid presenting too large a target and attracting uncontrollable dangers, it has been decided that the convoy will disperse into smaller groups. Each party will find their own route to cross Xinghua town. Are you kidding me? Are you sending us to our deaths? No. There are so many people on the bus, they need protection. Desperate shouts immediately rose from within the convoy. A crackle of static came through the loudspeaker. Then came Xiao Lu's emotionless final announcement. In 5 hours, regroup at the highway intersection 30 kilometers north of town. Good luck to all of you. 5 hours from now we regroup at the highway exit 30 kilometers north of town. Good luck to each of you. The moment the words fell, Lin Lu's heavily modified pickup truck charged straight into Xinghua town, taking the lead. Following closely behind came Su Qian's white SUV and Daniu's off-road vehicle. One after another the awakened drove their vehicles into the town without the slightest hesitation. They did not even glance back, as if the wailing survivors behind them were nothing more than splatters of mud upon their windshields. In an instant the place erupted into utter pandemonium. Captain Lin, don't abandon us. Captain Su, take us with you. Dao Ji's face had turned ashen. He cursed under his breath, then urged along the other vehicle driven by Huang Mao beside him. With a violent wrench of the steering wheel he too rushed in after them. Dao Go understood perfectly well that staying here meant waiting for death. Better to charge inside and search for a way to survive than to be hunted down and devoured by the aberrations. Falling behind the awakened convoy meant being consumed down to the very last bone. With someone taking the lead, the remaining few private cars scrambled desperately to follow. Amid the chaos, no one noticed. The bus carrying the largest number of survivors sat abandoned and alone. Through its windows, face after face twisted in an agony of pure despair. Cries, curses, and pleas melded into a single chaotic chorus echoing across the desolate highway. Save us. Please take us with you. You'll die horrible deaths. Tisk tsk. Humans. In the passenger seat, Red Hare lounged with his legs crossed. Leisurely he munched away at a potato, murmuring an indistinct appraisal through his stuffed mouth. This little drama of every man for himself at the brink of doom. Quite the performance. Chen Mo paid him no heed. Within his mind there was now but a single thought. Growing wild like untamed weeds. Grow stronger. Become an awakened. Seize his own destiny in his hands, rather than living like a dog. Cast aside at whim with others deciding whether he lived or died. Chen Mo suddenly spoke, turning his head to look at the donkey. Can this place let me awaken? Red Hare's potato munching paused for a moment. The donkey's mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, revealing his trademark oversized front teeth. Are you certain? Prepared to bet your life. In a flash, Red Hare's hooves waved through the air, pointing toward a forked road up ahead. Turn left. Go straight for 100 meters, then turn left again. The dump truck weaved and twisted through the unsettlingly silent town. The shops lining both sides of the street had their doors and windows sealed tight. Chen Mo perceived it with absolute clarity. Countless pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows all around, as if wary of something. None of them rushed out to attack. The dump truck came to a halt before a modest two-story building. The white plaster on its walls had peeled away in vast patches, revealing the dark red bricks beneath. A faded signboard hung by the doorway. Its characters could still be made out, albeit faintly. Xinghua Town Clinic. Red Hare tossed his half-eaten potato out the window. This is it. There's a freshly promoted Tier 2 creature inside. A rule-based aberration with rather mild energy emanations. Very fresh. Perfectly suited for you. Chen Mo studied the seemingly unremarkable clinic. The surroundings were quiet to an almost unnatural degree. Not even the faintest trace of an aberration's presence could be sensed. You're certain? When has Brother Rabbit ever let you down? Red Hare spoke while absently rubbing his belly with one hoof. In short order he kneaded out a lump of black mud. Under Chen Mo's visibly disgusted gaze, two hooves molded the mud into the shape of a small plaque, etching upon it the crooked, lopsided character, For Chun. Red Hare handed the plaque over to Chen Mo. Take this. At a critical moment it can die in your place once. If you suffer a fatal blow, it will automatically teleport you back to your position from 10 minutes prior. Of course, if the enemy is stronger than me, it won't do you any good. Chen Mo accepted the plaque, carefully tucking it away into his coat pocket. This little thing meant an extra life. Get out of the truck. Go on in. Red Hare waved his hoof dismissively. Find its killing rules, then come out alive. Chen Mo looked at the donkey, then spoke at a measured pace. You're not coming in with me, You think I could win? Chen Mo had not been so intoxicated by the prospect of awakening as to lose all reason. An ordinary person like him going in there would only be delivering himself as a meal. Red Hare's cavalier demeanor vanished. He descended from the truck with measured steps. Listen well, kid. Inside is a rule-based aberration. Within its domain, it is invincible. Unless I reach Tier 3. Your task is to uncover every killing rule it possesses. And then, escape. Once you do, I will step in. I'll help you harness its leaking aberration energy to break through the barrier within your body and make you into an awakened. Chen Mo stepped down from the vehicle, waiting for Red Hare to continue. I will give you 3 hours. If after 3 hours you still haven't come out, I will leave immediately. Don't count on me to avenge you. I brought you here and gave you a chance to cheat death. That fulfills my promise to you. What happens next depends entirely on your own fate. Or if you're afraid, I can take you out of this town. Our deal still stands. Chen Mo understood that Red Hare spoke nothing but the truth. This cowardly, self-preserving donkey was absolutely capable of doing exactly that. He and the donkey had met by mere chance. For the donkey to give him this chance was already the utmost of kindness. This was a transaction. It was also a gamble. Lose, and it meant death. Win, and it meant rebirth. In this moment, Chen Mo recalled many things. He recalled the unhesitating glare of Lin Lu's tail lights, He recalled the desperate wails from within the bus. He recalled the countless days and nights of being treated as a sacrificial tail cut loose in flight, to grovel through life in humiliation or to risk it all in one throw. It was hardly even a question. Chen Mo said no more. He stepped down and reached for his cleaver, but the donkey pressed a hoof down upon his hand. Leave it. It'll do you no good. Find the rules. Run out. Chen Mo released the cleaver and walked slowly toward the clinic. The morning breeze now seemed to carry an even sharper chill. The rising sun cast a stark dividing shadow upon the ground. One end lay the road where Chen Mo's vehicle waited. The other in the clinic, oppressively terrifyingly still. Chen Mo's hand tightened around the plaque in his pocket. Slowly he made his way toward this gateway to the supernatural. Step by step toward that wooden door that exhaled the scent of disinfectant. This was his one and only chance. He pushed open the clinic's door. Creak. A grating teeth-setting screech rang out as the door was forced ajar. A wave of formaldehyde and disinfectant rushed to meet him. Chen Mo held his breath and slipped inside sideways. The interior of the clinic was remarkably clean. Pristine floors with a neat row of seats arranged to one side. Before him lay a modest reception hall. A front desk polished until not a speck of dust remained. Everything was terrifyingly still. He turned intending to pull the door shut while leaving a crack. But the instant he stepped into the clinic, click, click, the door locked automatically. Chen Mo's heart lurched violently. He turned and pulled at the handle, but the icy knob remained utterly still. He was locked in. The reception hall was completely empty. The thick scent of disinfectant flooded his mind. He reached into his pocket and felt for the black clay token Red Hare had given him. Good, the token was still there. He took a deep breath in place. He began to survey the environment before him. To his left was a row of empty waiting chairs. Ahead to his right was the abandoned reception hall. Faint ticking sounds drifted from the consultation room next door. Chen Mo stood firm at the entrance of the waiting room, forcing himself to breathe deeply. He knocked on the door slowly and spoke tentatively. "Doctor, are you there? Come in." A voice answered from within. Chen Mo no longer hesitated and slowly pushed open the door to the consultation room. A desk, a chair. A man in a white coat faced him, his head bowed, sorting through documents. The man was tall and lean, appearing quite young, around 27 or 28. His features were refined, framed by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His white coat was immaculate, the fabric crisp and unwrinkled. "Hello, please sit." The man gestured toward a chair before the desk, a gentle smile on his face. "My surname is One. You may call me Dr. One. Where does it hurt?" Chen Mo pulled out the chair and sat down, his mind racing at breakneck speed. Since he had come to the hospital, he must play the role of a patient convincingly. That was the most basic common sense. "I have a bit of a headache." Chen Mo pressed his forehead, feigning a frail demeanor. It was the most common ailment, and the hardest to see through. The man did not respond, merely watching him with that same gentle expression. An invisible pressure began to spread outward. Cold sweat streamed down Chen Mo's back. Had he been seen through? "I see. Let me examine you." After a long pause, Dr. One finally spoke. He picked up the stethoscope from the desk and stood. He walked around the table and stopped before Chen Mo. The cold stethoscope pressed against Chen Mo's chest. His heart pounded furiously. Even without the stethoscope, Chen Mo could hear his own heartbeat. A cold, sinister aura seeped through Chen Mo's chest, slowly burrowing into his body. "Why are you lying?" Dr. Wen's tone remained even. He lifted his head. The gentle smile had vanished from that refined face. "Why would you lie to a doctor?" Chen Mo tried to rise, but discovered his body felt as though it were filled with lead. He could not move. That frigid aura rampaged through his body. The strength in his limbs was rapidly draining away. The scene before him began to warp and blur. He saw the doctor's face drawing close. Behind those gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes held undisguised disgust and coldness. "A dishonest patient has no need for treatment." Those were the last words he heard. Outside the clinic, Red Hare was anxiously pawing at the ground, kicking the small pebbles beneath his hooves back and forth. Crack! A sound of something shattering echoed in his mind. Damn it! The donkey's fur instantly stood on end. He raised his left foreleg and kicked viciously at a trash can nearby. Worthless brat. I spent half a month kneading that clay. He'd only been in there for what? A dozen minutes. And that kid had already lost a life. Damn it, completely unreliable. Red Hare cursed and grumbled as he sat down on the clinic's doorstep. Both hooves crossed over his chest. His donkey face was filled with heartache. He glanced back at the clinic's door. Without that substitute token, the next death would be real. His shattered vision reassembled once more. When Chen Mo regained consciousness, he was standing again at the door of the consultation room. He abruptly lowered his hand, which had been poised to knock. He stepped back several paces. He leaned against the cold corridor wall, gasping for breath. He reached for his pocket. His fingertips touched the token, now shattered into pieces. One life gone. The next time he would truly die. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, forcing himself to calm down, replaying the entire death in his mind. The first rule had been tested and confirmed. He had to play the role of a patient. The second rule was equally clear. He could not lie to the doctor. A dishonest patient has no need for treatment. That sentence was the core of the rule. He took several deep breaths. Chen Mo approached the door, raised his hand, and knocked again. Come in. The same words, the same scene. Hello, please sit. My surname is One. You may call me Dr. One. Where does it hurt? The familiar questions. Chen Mo interlaced his fingers, placed them on the desk, and leaned forward slightly, meeting the doctor's eyes directly. I can't sleep. He was telling the truth. Since the apocalypse, he had barely had a single peaceful night's sleep. Oh, tell me more specifically. Dr. Wen continued to smile. His slender fingers adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A hint of seriousness entered his eyes. Chen Mo began to speak slowly, his words measured. He started recounting what had truly been happening to him. Every night, I have nightmares. Dreams of being hunted and torn apart by all sorts of monsters. Sometimes even when I don't dream, my sleep is so shallow that the slightest sound wakes me up. During the day, my mind is in a fog, but I don't dare let my guard down. I always feel like someone around me wants to hurt me, to steal what I have, or to kill me. I'm afraid, anxious, and sometimes I just feel completely numb. When I see people die in front of me, there's not even a ripple in my heart. A tremor entered Chen Mo's voice. These were all true reflections of his current state of life. Chen Mo paused and finally asked, Doctor, am I sick? A silence fell between them, and the ticking of the waiting room clock became audible once more. At this moment, Chen Mo's heart was in his throat. He was uncertain whether his judgment was correct. He was gambling that this strange place would recognize a mental illness as a valid illness. Finally, Dr. Wen spoke. A trace of sympathy appeared on his gentle face. Based on your description, my preliminary diagnosis is apocalypse syndrome. Dr. Wen's tone was calm and soothing, as if trying to ease Chen Mo's emotions. It is a stress disorder that arises from drastic changes in one's environment. As he spoke, the man picked up a pen and began to write briskly on the medical record. When finished, he tore the page from the notebook and handed it to Chen Mo. Your condition is fairly serious. You need to undergo a minor procedure. Exit and turn right, walk to the end, and go up to the second floor. Room 204. Wait there, I'll come up shortly. Chen Mo took the prescription slip. Neat handwriting spelled out a single line: preoperative preparation for cranial nerve severance. Surgery. Chen Mo turned and walked toward the corridor with a heart full of trepidation. In the corridor, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon a bulletin board affixed to the wall. Decision regarding disciplinary action against Surgeon Wen Li. A black and white ID photo was pinned to the wall, the same young doctor. Below it, a string of text detailed Dr. Wen Li's background. He had once been a key technical figure at a provincial Class 3 grade A hospital, young and accomplished, hailed as a rising star in the medical world. Due to a medical dispute that caused severe negative social impact on the hospital. In accordance with hospital regulations, Dr. Wen Li is hereby stripped of his position and reassigned to the Xinghua Town Clinic. Pending further review. Medical malpractice. Demotion. Dismissal from post. Disciplinary probation. Every word on the bulletin board. The two known rules kept rearranging and recombining themselves within Chen Mo's mind, until at last a blurred outline took shape. Dr. Wen Li, young and accomplished, a rising star in medicine with boundless promise. Because of one dishonest patient, an indefensible medical dispute had destroyed his entire career as a physician. And so he came to hate. He hated the patients who had lied to him. He hated even more those who dared to question his professional authority. After Chaoming, a towering tide of resentment finally erupted. It transformed Dr. Wen into a monster obsessed with the pursuit of perfect medical care, and ultimately gave birth to the flawless medical order he had long envisioned. He played the role of the perfect doctor. Then he required perfect patients. Rule 1, act as a patient. Rule 2, never lie to the doctor. Then what of Rule 3? Chen Mo organized his thoughts as he made his way down the corridor, slowly ascending to the second floor. The antiseptic scent in the air grew thicker, pricking at his nostrils until they stung. Ward 204. Chen Mo pushed open the door, which had been left slightly ajar. It was a room with 2 hospital beds. Snow-white sheets were spread across them. The blankets had been folded into neat squared blocks. Chen Mo stepped inside and sat down upon the bed by the window. His mind was spinning at a furious pace. Consultation, diagnosis, and then surgery. The sequence formed a precise, closed loop, each step indispensable. He had already reached the stage of awaiting surgery. What came next was the so-called cranial nerve block procedure. Just hearing the name was enough to know it was nothing good. Just as Chen Mo was racking his brain, the faint sound of footsteps drifted in from the doorway. Chen Mo looked up and froze. It was not Dr. Wen. A figure clad in a pink nurse's uniform stepped inside. The second anomaly. The nurse was tall and willowy, her movements stiff and unnatural. She walked in step by step. In her hands, she carried a stainless steel tray. Upon it rested a glass of water and a single white tablet. Time to take your medicine. The nurse approached and set the tray down with a sharp clank upon the bedside cabinet. That voice. It sounded terribly familiar, yet at the same time strangely wrong, as though forcibly pinched out from a constricted throat. Chen Mo lifted his head, his gaze locking onto her with unwavering intensity. That voice unmistakably belonged to Dr. Wen. Now the nurse, her face half hidden by a surgical mask, smiled as she stared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo studied the face beneath the mask. It was coated in a thick, cheap layer of ghastly white foundation. Chen Mo's mind seemed to short-circuit. Hurry and take your medicine. Seeing Chen Mo rooted to the spot, the nurse urged him once more. Chen Mo's heart seized with a violent pang. He had no idea what the pill was or what it might do once swallowed. To take it, or not to take it. The nurse began to tremble almost imperceptibly at first. The corners of her eyes stretched open wide and unblinking. Even through the mask, Chen Mo could see her face contorting more and more hideously. If he refused, death would come for him this very instant. Disobeying the doctor's orders meant violating the rules. He wrestled with himself for a moment, and then one heartbeat before the nurse finally lost all patience. Chen Mo picked up the tablet, and with a great effort swallowed it down with water. Watching him take the medicine, the contorted face beneath the mask slowly eased back into its former gentleness, breaking into a smile of quiet satisfaction. Then she turned. She picked up the tray and walked unhurriedly out into the corridor, even taking the care to close the door behind her. Chen Mo sat upon the bed, feeling his eyelids grow heavier and heavier. At last, instinct overcame reason. His head lolled to one side, and he collapsed onto the bed. He did not know how long had passed. A blinding light roused Chen Mo from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the iconic overhead lamp of an operating theater. The harsh glare brought tears streaming down his face. A familiar figure stood quietly beside him. Dr. Wen had changed back into his immaculate white coat, pristine as ever. In his hand, he held a gleaming silver scalpel. Awake. At the sight of Chen Mo stirring, the doctor's face bloomed once more with that signature gentle smile. A tenderness as if soothing a frightened child. Don't be nervous. It's only a very small prefrontal lobotomy. It will be over quickly. Just sleep and it will be done. After the surgery, you'll never feel anxious again, never suffer insomnia, never have nightmares. You will attain absolute serenity. A prefrontal lobotomy. Chen Mo tried to bolt upright, only to discover in despair that his limbs were bound tightly to the operating table by several leather straps. Now Chen Mo was truly terrified. More terrifying than death itself was the prospect of being reduced to a complete and utter imbecile. Dr. Wen paid no heed to his struggles. From a nearby tray, he picked up a transparent syringe filled with liquid. He pressed the plunger, expelling a thin spurt into the air until droplets flew free. Fixing his gaze upon Chen Mo, he spoke slowly. Don't move. The anesthetic is going in now. The cold tip of the needle slid slowly into Chen Mo's arm. Chen Mo felt a wave of overwhelming weakness sweep through him. The sensation raced from his arm and spread swiftly through every part of his body. Even so, his brain churned at breakneck speed, searching desperately for a way to break free. A complete treatment system. Dr. Wen's obsession was to build a perfect medical environment, one that brooked no questions and wielded absolute authority. A patient enters, goes through consultation, examination, diagnosis, treatment. But after treatment, what comes at the very end? Recovery. Discharge. That was the only flawless closed loop in his twisted world. It was the one final idea Chen Mo could think to try. Dr. Wen. Chen Mo summoned the last reserves of his strength, bit down on the tip of his tongue to snatch back a sliver of clarity. In the brief moment when the doctor turned to pick up the scalpel, he called out to the doctor. I feel much better now. I think I've been cured. I want to be discharged. The medicine Dr. Wen gave me cured me. Dr. Wen froze. He stood there stunned. The smile vanished from his features, replaced by an almost blank expression of bewilderment and confusion. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes lost all focus. It was working. Chen Mo pressed on. Doctor, when I took the medicine, slept for a while, and I feel so much better. You truly are a good doctor. The hand holding the scalpel trembled almost imperceptibly in the air. A patient claiming to be cured, demanding to be discharged. The patient's apocalypse syndrome required surgical intervention. Chen Mo's heart leapt into his throat. His eyes fixed intently upon the quivering blade in the doctor's hand. He had no way of knowing which way this twisted logic would finally tip. Then, the blankness faded from Dr. Wen's face, and once more that professional gentle smile settled into place. He set down the scalpel. Very well. If you believe you've recovered, then you may be discharged. As he spoke, he bent down and unbuckled the leather straps binding Chen Mo's limbs. The moment the restraints fell away, Chen Mo summoned his last shred of willpower and rolled himself off the operating table. But the instant his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way beneath him entirely. The anesthetic had taken full effect. He could no longer even keep himself upright. But the instinct to survive drove him forward like a madman, crawling desperately toward the door. One step. Another. He stumbled out through the doors of the operating theater, turned into the corridor, rolled all the way down the staircase. He no longer had the strength to stand again. Chen Mo crawled onward on elbows and knees alike, pulling himself inch by inch toward the clinic's entrance. But 20 meters had become a distance he could never seem to cross. His body grew heavier and heavier. The world before his eyes began to fracture into overlapping shadows. Chen Mo could feel Dr. Wen behind him, standing quietly in place, watching him crawl, neither hindering him nor helping him. Almost there. Almost. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. No. A voice rang out from behind him. You haven't recovered. You're lying. Chen Mo summoned the very last dregs of his strength. He grabbed the door handle and with trembling limbs hauled himself upright. He wrenched open the clinic's door. Dr. Wen's scream tore through the stillness of the clinic. The contradiction within Dr. Wen's rules had reached its end. But he had chosen the worst possible outcome. Logic collapsed, his resentment ran amok. Chen Mo perceived it clearly. A surge of absolute peril, locking onto him with deadly precision at the back of his neck. No time to think. Instinctively he raised his right hand and thrust it behind his neck to shield it. A soft wet thud. A searing bolt of agony lanced through him. Squelch. The scalpel descended with surgical precision, severing Chen Mo's ring finger and pinky in one clean stroke. The two severed fingers tumbled down along his shoulder. That fleeting instant, his right hand bracing against the blow, became Chen Mo's one and only chance to escape. Drawing upon the last dregs of his strength, Chen Mo lunged forward. His body slammed heavily onto the concrete ground at the clinic's entrance. Sunlight fell upon him, and he felt a warmth he had not known in ages. But before Chen Mo could rejoice, he realized his legs remained within the clinic's shadow. The sunlight carved a clean edge across his thighs, forming a line of stark demarcation. His upper half bathed in warm radiance, life. His lower half still bound within the cold shadow, death. Chen Mo thrashed with desperate fury. He pressed his head against the ground, scraping and dragging himself toward the light. But the anesthetic had already conquered every nerve in his body. His whole body felt as though it were filled with lead. All strength had abandoned him. Inside the clinic, Dr. Wen stood not far from the shadow's edge. He did not pursue. He simply stood in silence. A dark aura emanated from his body, twisting and distorting his once gentle, handsome features. He slowly lifted his foot. One step closer to Chen Mo, his target. The legs that had failed to escape the shadow. Chen Mo clawed desperately at the ground. His face scraped, raw blood streaming in rivulets. He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. At last, in a corner not far away, he caught a flash of garish pink. It was that donkey. Help me. Chen Mo bellowed with every scrap of strength he had left. Cheetah, clad in pink shorts, was furtively poking out half a donkey head, peering in this direction. He was Chen Mo's sole hope. Cheetah had clearly discerned Chen Mo's dire predicament. Across that comically absurd donkey face surfaced an almost human expression of conflict and calculation. It was running the numbers. Chen Mo's heart sank into despair. He watched as the donkey retreated step by step. Its face twisted with unmistakable reluctance. At last it turned its back and slowly walked away. Chen Mo stared at the donkey, stared at its retreating figure. I found it. At the very instant Chidu was about to round the corner, Chen Mo summoned the last flicker of strength within him and shouted toward the donkey. I found all the rules, and the source of his resentment. Chidu's retreating figure froze abruptly. It whipped its head around, its gaze locking fiercely onto Chen Mo. Across its face flickered once more a blend of conflict and greed. Meanwhile, Dr. Wen had already reached Chen Mo. He raised the scalpel high above his head. The silver blade caught the light, gleaming with a chilling radiance. The target, Chen Mo's femoral artery. Help me. Chen Mo erupted once more, his desperation veering into the madness of a dying man. Limbs flailing in concert, he began to wriggle his way outward. You promised me. Protect me just once. The body, it's yours. Those words proved to be the final straw that broke Chidu's resolve. At last a flicker of heartache crossed its face. It transformed into a streak of shadow charging straight toward Chen Mo. In the instant before Dr. Wen's scalpel could fall, a blur of black and white moving at a speed beyond the naked eye surged into the shadow-shrouded clinic. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out from the shadows behind. Chidu's black hind hoof collided squarely with Dr. Wen's scalpel. A violent surge of energy erupted outward from the point of impact, scattering in all directions, kicking up great billowing clouds of dust in its wake. Dr. Wen had clearly not anticipated such a formidable presence charging into the clinic. The tremendous force transmitted through the blade sent him stumbling backward repeatedly. Using the rebound from that clash of hooves, Cheetah clamped its jaws around Chen Mo's collar. Like a cannonball struck head-on, it hurtled backward through the air. Taking Chen Mo with it, they rolled across the ground several times. Knowing you is the worst damn luck of my 8 lifetimes. The donkey spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked foam. It turned to look at Chen Mo, who lay motionless on the ground. Quit fucking playing dead. Chen Mo lay beneath the sunlight. Alive. Once more. Ruhar. From within the clinic behind them. Dr. Wen's roar erupted, seething with unwillingness and furious rage. Have the guts to face me. This grandpa rabbit will break every rib in your body and stew you into broth. The donkey cast a glance at Chen Mo. With arms akimbo, it unleashed a torrent of furious curses upon Dr. Wen in the shadows. Chen Mo lay spread-eagled on the ground. His chest heaved violently. He gulped down air in great greedy mouthfuls. A wave of excruciating, overwhelming pain from his right hand seized every nerve in Chen Mo's body. Having recovered a measure of strength, Chen Mo slowly pushed himself up from the ground. His left hand fished around in his trouser pocket and drew out a strip of red cloth. He bit down on one end with his teeth, winding it tightly around the base of his severed finger, clumsily tying it into a stubborn knot. Not bad, kid. Chidu seemed to have finished venting his fury. He hobbled over with a pronounced limp, glancing sidelong at Chen Mo's severed finger. For your sake, I've even sacrificed my most prized treasure. He spoke while bracing himself against the nearby wall, lifting one hind hoof. Beneath the hoof lay a black mud tablet, now shattered into fragments. So that tablet, it could be used by the donkey itself. Chen Mo exhaled slowly. He said nothing. The donkey, growing impatient, dropped down onto all fours, nudging Chen Mo's arm with its head. All right already. Drop the act. Don't you want revenge for that severed finger? Go on, tell me. Your old man's gonna help you get even. Chen Mo steadied his breathing and slowly raised his head. His voice came out hoarse. There are 3 rules. First, upon entering the clinic, you must play the role of a patient. Second, you cannot lie to the doctor. Chen Mo paused, each word seeming to drain what little strength remained in him. Third, and this is the most crucial one, you must accept every treatment plan he prescribes. You may not question it, nor may you resist it. Not until he deems you cured and discharged are you permitted to leave, thus forming a flawless medical closed loop. Any attempt to break this loop will be regarded as a challenge to his absolute authority. And there was such a thing. What utter tyranny! Even more outrageous than the old veterinarian who treated me before. Chitta flapped his donkey ears, signaling Chen Mo to continue. As for the source of his resentment, the bulletin board states he was once a key specialist at a provincial grade A tertiary hospital. Because of a medical dispute, he was exiled here. His entire future lay in ruins. Medical dispute. Chitta mulled over the word, falling into deep thought. Yes. Chen Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth and continued. That is why he despises dishonest patients. And he despises even more those who question his authority. His twisted obsession is to establish an absolutely perfect, an unquestionable medical order. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the donkey lowered its head in thought. It slowly turned and squatted down on the curb. Its 2 hind legs splayed apart, front hooves clasping its knees. The very picture of a seasoned ruffian. Then, a lewd snickering cackle rose from deep within its throat. Its gaping donkey maw revealed a row of lewd, oversized teeth. Let's go. Chitta sprang up abruptly, waving a hoof. Follow your old man inside. Your daddy's gonna help you get even. I'm gonna show him what the hell a medical disturbance looks like. No way. Chen Mo clutched the wound where his finger had been severed and refused without a moment's hesitation. My mission is already complete. I'll wait for you here. What a joke. He had only escaped after enduring death at every turn. Returning with them would be sheer madness. The donkey rose onto its hind legs and planted its front hooves on its hips. Its eyes narrowed slightly. First, what if you were lying about the rules just now to save your own life and make me rescue you? If the rules are fake, wouldn't your old man be walking straight into a death trap? If we're going to die, we'll die together. At least we'll have each other for company on the road to the underworld. As the donkey spoke, it seized the back of Chen Mo's collar. An immense force suddenly lifted him. Chen Mo was hauled bodily off the ground, his feet dangling in the air like a tattered sack. Let me go. Chen Mo struggled, but the anesthetic still had not worn off. His body could only twitch feebly in midair. Behave yourself. Chitta muttered an indistinct curse, then dragged Chen Mo toward the clinic. Second, and most importantly, your old man's plan can't work without you. Stay sharp when we go in, understand? Before Chen Mo could respond, Chidu had already carried him to the entrance and stepped once more into the shadow. The door creaked open. Without the slightest hesitation, Chitu dragged Chen Mo into the clinic. Releasing its hoof, Chitu let Chen Mo crash to the floor. It rose onto its hind legs and surveyed the surroundings with its front hooves planted firmly on its hips. Chen Mo was left dizzy and disoriented from the fall. He looked up to see Chitu leap high into the air and drive a backward kick into a row of plastic waiting room chairs. Clang! The row of chairs was kicked several yards away, tumbling into the corridor. Chitu then sprang onto the reception desk. It danced furiously where it stood, smashing the chair beneath its hooves within moments. Quack! Where is the quack who tried to kill someone? Get your ass out here. Chitu rampaged through the clinic, smashing everything in its path, while roaring at the top of its raucous voice. The iron cabinet nearby rattled violently under its assault. The consultation room door swung open, revealing Dr. Wen's gentle yet handsome face. He took in the wreckage strewn across the floor, the donkey clinging to a cabinet and throwing a tantrum, and Chen Mo lying half dead on the ground. His professional smile froze at once. He adjusted his glasses, and his gaze gradually turned icy. What is it that you two have come to? I'll have your grandmother. The moment Chitu saw the culprit, it was invigorated. It pointed at Dr. Wen and launched into a furious tirade. Look, just look at what you've done. It pointed a hoof at Chen Mo on the floor. My son came to you perfectly healthy with nothing more than a headache, and now he doesn't even have his fingers. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice left in this world? If my eldest son hadn't run fast enough, were you planning to cut out his kidneys too? Dr. Wen's face began to twitch faintly, and the warmth in his eyes swiftly vanished. Chen Mo sat on the floor watching the donkey make its unreasonable spectacle. His heart was clenched with unease. Why was this donkey refusing to follow the script? Would the plan even work? Wenli adjusted his glasses as his smile gradually faded. I didn't. You. Chidu refused to give him any chance to explain. It stepped forward and seized his collar in a vice-like grip. What do you mean you? And what do you mean me? You can't even speak clearly yet you're practicing medicine without a license, aren't you? The old veterinarian in our village is better than you. Your face is so pale yet your heart is so black. Why don't you treat your own kidney deficiency first? Chen Mo lay on the floor staring at the donkey whose combat prowess was truly formidable. Good heavens, how could this old donkey have an even worse mouth than me? Wenli lowered his head and simply stopped defending himself, allowing Chidu's beads of saliva to spray across his face. Chen Mo could clearly see the corridor lights beginning to sway. The air slowly twisted and warped. Chunks of snow-white plaster peeled away from the walls, revealing pale green patches of mold. Wild grass began sprouting continuously through the floorboards. Chen Mo's heart lurched. The donkey's method was actually working. Chidu had evidently also noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. It turned and kicked Chen Mo. He immediately understood, rolling across the floor while clutching his right hand and letting out pig-like screams of agony. Ow! My hand. It hurts so much. The doctor killed someone. I was only suffering from alcohol poisoning, but that ugly freak prescribed 2 liang of cephalosporin for me. Then he cut off 2 of my fingers and called it a bone spur. What a monster. That dead transvestite in a nurse's uniform should have cut off his own thing first. As Chen Mo continued his fake wailing, he pounded the ground with his uninjured left hand. Seeing how wholeheartedly Chen Mo was performing, the donkey became even more self-righteous. It leaped onto the sole surviving waiting room bench and kicked the wall furiously with its hind legs. Large flakes of plaster mixed with yellow pus came raining down. Pay up. Pay for my son's hand. This is a heartless clinic. You don't care if people live or die? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this shabby clinic apart. Wenli let out a roar that sounded scarcely human. The silver scalpel reappeared in his hand and shot toward Chen Mo as a silver blur. Perfect timing. The donkey transformed into a black and white streak, striking before the scalpel could arrive. The blade carved arcs through the air as it collided again and again with Chidu's hooves. Clang after clang rang out in a rapid succession of metallic strikes. Chen Mo stopped wailing and sat on the floor, yet his eyes could no longer keep pace with the 2 figures. Donkey kick. Chidu lashed out with a kick that landed squarely on Wenli's chest. Wenli was sent staggering backward, his rib cage caving in. I want you dead. With an agonized howl, he hurled the scalpel in his hand. It shot straight toward Chidu's face. Chidu's pupils contracted. In that critical instant, it executed a donkey roll and a donkey kick, twisting sideways as its hind hoof shot out with devastating force. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of splintering bones rang out. Wenli flew backward like a tattered sack and slammed heavily into the wall before sliding to the floor. His body convulsed as black miasma poured wildly from him. The battle ended with astonishing swiftness. With the domain shattered and its rules nullified, Dr. When in Chidu's eyes was merely a newly advanced second-grade anomaly. It was only slightly stronger than a first-grade anomaly. Chidu paced over. As it passed Chen Mo, it hooked his waistband with one hoof, then seized Wenli by the collar and dragged him toward the second floor like a dead dog. The operating room. The same operating table. Chidu tossed Chen Mo onto the table and drew Wenli's scalpel from inside its pink underpants. It turned to Chen Mo. Ready? That bastard's energy is mingled with resentment and far too impure. I can guide it for you, but your chance of success is only 30%. Either you ascend to greatness in a single step and become an awakened, or this power tears you apart. You could also be overwhelmed by the resentment and reduced to an idiot who can only drool. Choose. Chen Mo struggled to sit upright. He looked first at his mangled right hand, then at the source on the operating table from which power continued to pour forth. Fortune favored those who braved danger. He had already run out of options. Chen Mo raised his head and nodded heavily toward the donkey's lecherous face. Let's do it. Hey, you've got guts. Chidu grinned and swept out a hoof, effortlessly slicing open Wenli's skull. A piercing cry of agony rang throughout the deathly silent clinic. Meanwhile, at the other end of Xinghua Town, Hualien Supermarket, ZZZT, the lights overhead blazed to life, illuminating the 11 people trembling within the store. 3 hours earlier, Blade and his gang of private vehicles had followed the lead car into Xinghua Town. Upon entering the town, those who could not see the lead car could only race onward. Just as they were about to reach the rendezvous point, the very thing they feared most came to pass. A supernatural loop. After countless attempts, Huyaya finally noticed the doll by the roadside. The doll muttered incessantly like a broken record. Proceed to Hualien Supermarket, purchase a passage, token 1 per person. Only then may you leave. After trying again many times, they walked resignedly into this Hualien Supermarket. At the entrance, a plastic mannequin in a red vest turned its head with a mechanical clack-clack, revealing an eerie smile smeared with cheap blush. Welcome, I am your gold tier, Guide Licia. Passage tokens priced at 1 human head each. The doors are sealed, happy shopping. As the cold electronic voice trailed off, the roller shutter slammed shut. In this desperate strait, human nature crumbled. Blade and his thuggish underlings erupted into violence, without hesitation, pouncing upon the 4 lone survivors. Blood and anguish screams flooded the supermarket. Huyaya instinctively shielded her best friend Li Shiqi behind her, darting behind a towering shelf. The slaughter ended swiftly. Blade wiped the blood from his face, surveyed the 4 corpses on the ground, and spoke to his heavily made-up wife. 4 down, 1 short. Blade's wife extended a hand lacquered with red nail polish, gesturing toward the depths of the shelves. Huyaya heard the footsteps drawing ever closer, gripping her fruit knife tighter, steel herself for a fight to the death. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck from behind. Huyaya was shoved without warning from behind a shelf, tumbling to the ground before Blade and his men. Huyaya turned back in disbelief, staring at Li Shiqi, standing in the shadows. Yaya, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down Li Shiqi's face. She shook her head over and over. Blade and the blonde youth curled their lips into sinister grins, walking slowly toward the fallen Huyaya. Huyaya's voice trembled, her gaze locked onto the face she had once trusted without reservation. When we had food, I split my share with you. When danger came, I stood between you and harm. To get you medicine, I nearly became a ghost in Wuguei village. Li Shiqi, why? I treated you as my dearest friend, my only family in this apocalypse. Why, oi? She knelt stunned where she stood, the fruit knife slipping from her grasp. In truth, she had long steeled herself to charge out and perish fighting. She had not expected betrayal to arrive so swiftly. The best friend she had protected from college through the apocalypse had personally shoved her into the abyss. Li Shiqi merely shook her head, helplessly unable to meet her eyes. By now the blonde youth and Blade had reached Huyaya, just as the blonde youth raised his steel pipe. Husband, Blade's wife suddenly spoke. Blade froze for a moment, waving the blonde youth to halt. His jowls bunched into a cold, murderous sneer. I think so too. He spun around abruptly and lunged in a single bound toward the still sobbing Li Shiqi. I've roamed the underworld long enough to loathe the likes of you most. No. Schlick. The machete sliced cleanly across her throat. The weeping ceased in an instant. Blade severed the head with an impassive expression, flicked the blood from his blade, and tossed it to his wife. Zhang Meili extended her red-nailed hand and disdainfully wiped her high heels. Those who betray their masters are trouble waiting to happen. Blade turned, casting one last glance at the shattered Huyaya. Consider this me avenging you in advance. In your next life, learn to read people better. With that, he turned and led his men away without looking back, heading for the supermarket entrance. The electronic voice of the guide, Li Xia, chimed as 5 yellow talismans drifted down. 5 customers. Inventory complete. 5 passage tokens issued. The sealed roller shutter slowly rose. Light filtered in through the doorway. That plastic head swiveled, clack clack, once more locking onto Huyaya, who stood alone in her desolation. It offered an eerie, ghastly pale smile. Hello, dear customer. May I help you find something? Xinghua Clinic Operating Room. Chen Mo was racked with splitting agony. He convulsed on the floor, as Qi Tu guided the ghostly Qi into Chen Mo's mind. A vast venomous torrent of energy surged into Chen Mo's consciousness. Countless images began flickering before his eyes. He saw Wen Li in his glory days as a pillar of a provincial top-tier hospital. He saw the despair of being demoted because of a fabricated medical dispute. He witnessed the suffocating stagnation of Wen Li's days in this little clinic day after day. The visions finally froze on a rainy night. It was Wen Li's final surgery. None of you play by the rules. You're all liars. Why? I am not a quack. I did nothing wrong. The harassment of the patient's family swirled endlessly through Chen Mo's mind. He lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes slowly beginning to roll upward. Damn it. Steady your mind. You want to become an idiot. Qi Tu's furious roar exploded in his ears. A sliver of clarity returned to Chen Mo. He bit savagely into his tongue. The searing pain bought him a fleeting moment of lucidity. No. I only just managed to escape. I only just seized the chance to seize my own fate. How could I die here? Images flickered anew within Chen Mo's mind. After the apocalypse, being struck and humiliated by Blade's car. Being discarded as an expendable pawn by Lin Lu. Killing a supernatural entity through sheer desperation only to have it casually taken away. I will be the master of my own fate. Chen Mo clutched his head and unleashed ragged, anguished howls. Your suffering, what is it to me? You were framed, you were demoted. That is your own incompetence. The perfect closed loop you built was nothing but a prison of your own making. You wish me to understand you, to empathize with you, only to be devoured by you. On what grounds? Get out of my head. Chen Mo clung to his head, bellowing relentlessly. An indeterminate amount of time later, Chen Mo's body jolted violently. The soul-rending agony had vanished. In its place came an unprecedented sense of dominion. He could perceive the charming energy drifting in the air. He could see the lingering resentment slowly dissipating from Dr. Wen's corpse. And more, within himself. A wholly new stable circulatory energy system was slowly taking shape. Sequence awakened. Sequence name Blade Bearer. Sequence tier First Order. Ability 1 Blade Mastery. Damage inflicted with bladed weapons is doubled. Ability 2 Blessed Release. Description none. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his right hand, 2 fingers shorter than it should be. I succeeded. He flexed his hand experimentally. The supernatural power coursed steadily within. Despite missing 2 fingers, his grip remained firm and unwavering. Beside him, the donkey munched on something indiscernible. When Li's white coat lay abandoned on the floor, seeing Chen Mo stir, it let out a contented burp and hopped down from the operating table. It picked its teeth with the scalpel, then tossed it to Chen Mo. Awake. Take it. A welcome gift. Chen Mo reached out and caught the scalpel. A stream of information materialized before him. 1. Li's surgical scalpel. Curio rank 8220. Effect: when wielding the scalpel, attack speed and precision are greatly enhanced. Description: the scalpel used by Wen Li during his final surgery in life, imbued with all of Wen Li's resentment and unwillingness. Usage may lead to mental erosion by this lingering grudge. The donkey impatiently nudged Chen Mo with a kick. Let's go, ancestor. That bear is catching up fast. The sun was setting. Chen Mo drove a dump truck down the center of the road. Along the roadside stood a spine-chilling row of shops with countless peering gazes emanating from within. Chita sat in the passenger seat, a thick donkey leg propped against the window frame. In its hoof it clutched a large sprouted potato, crunching away rhythmically. Turn left, then right ahead. Damn it, this potato's all shriveled. Can't you at least get something decent to eat? Chen Mo ignored the donkey beside him, steering with an impassive expression. With his remaining 3 fingers on his right hand gripping the steering while he slowly turned. The wounds on his severed fingers still sent waves of pain, yet an unprecedented surge of power steadily rose from the depths of his limbs. The feeling of becoming a transcendent was extraordinary. He had wasted too much time awakening at the clinic. The time Lin Lu had arranged. 6 hours had already passed. The caravan had likely moved far ahead by now. The sky was nearly completely dark. Isn't that the little beauty's car? The donkey beside him made a strange sound. Chen Mo followed the sound and looked. A short distance ahead by the roadside, a black E300 sat quietly parked. The car window was open, but the interior was empty. 2 other private vehicles were parked nearby. Tut tut, this little beauty has probably been chewed up by whatever's inside. Such a waste of those long legs. Chen Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes at the donkey's commentary. It seemed to share the same taste as humans. Let's go, don't worry about it. He glanced at the car and drove straight past. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo regarded the doll beside him with a grave expression. To reach Hualien Supermarket and purchase a passage permit. 1 person, 1 token. Then you may leave. To reach Hualien Supermarket and purchase a passage permit. 1 person, 1 token. Then you may leave. It seemed unavoidable now. Chen Mo turned to look at the donkey beside him. What level? The donkey yawned and stretched. Probably level 1. Much weaker than Wen Li. Chen Mo opened the car door and stepped out slowly. He wanted to test his strength anyway, and this would be a good opportunity. The first floor of Hualien Supermarket. The ground was in disarray with several bodies lying scattered about. Dark red blood had congealed, covering the pristine white floor. In the corner of the supermarket, a thin figure was curled up. Hu Yaya held her head with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. Standing before her was the sales associate doll Li Xia, dressed in a red vest. Li Xia's head turned with clicking sounds, its pale face with cheap blush facing the shuddering Hu Yaya. Hello, dear customer. Our store will be closing soon. What would you like to purchase? Chen Mo had spotted the two from a distance. After his awakening sequence, his vision had improved significantly. Li Xia's plastic head snapped around a full 180 degrees, locking onto Chen Mo standing at the entrance. Hello, dear customer. What would you like to purchase? Ignoring Hu Yaya on the ground, Chen Mo spoke up. I'm buying a passage permit. Li Xia's smile grew even more eerie. Passage permits, 1 per head. Chen Mo glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. So that's how it worked. He then turned his gaze toward Hu Yaya in the corner, clutching her head and rocking back and forth. Returning his gaze, he pointed toward the dump truck outside. Does that donkey need a passage permit too? Li Xia paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Certainly 1 per person. Pets are no exception. Chen Mo nodded in understanding. It seemed he would have to fight after all. He stepped forward with his right hand in his pocket, slowly approaching the person and entity. Hu Yaya lifted her head at that moment, watching Chen Mo draw nearer with each step. She slowly closed her eyes. Find this life. Consider it repayment for the kindness shown by Wugui village. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Chen Mo struck. A silver gleam shot forth with incredible speed, targeting Li Xia's neck. She reacted instantly. She raised her right arm to block. The cut surface was smooth as glass. Having landed his first blow, Chen Mo immediately pressed his advantage with another strike, forcing Li Xia to retreat rapidly. She leaned against the shelf, her gaze locked fiercely onto Chen Mo. Warning, warning. Do not damage store property. Watching Li Xia's empty right arm, Chen Mo gained a new understanding of supernatural objects. Soon Chen Mo noticed something amiss. On Li Xia's plastic body, the smooth cut surface began to flicker, and the outline of a new arm started to appear. The phantom gradually solidified until it was whole again. It could regenerate. No, this wasn't regeneration. It was more like reloading. Chen Mo stopped and gripped his scalpel tightly, his eyes fixed on that face with exaggerated blush. The man and the entity faced each other in tense standoff. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the supermarket as glass shattered and scattered across the floor. A blue dump truck crashed through the entrance, toppling several shelves before coming to rest inside. The donkey, wearing frog-eye sunglasses and pink shorts, jumped from the driver's seat. "Who the hell said I was a pet?" Chitta bellowed in his distinctive voice throughout the supermarket. He had overheard the conversation between Chen Mo and the sales clerk. "I'm Chitu, the legendary swift horse, understand?" He then turned to Chen Mo. "This thing has no real offensive power, it's just a haunted machine. You need to find its control core. Otherwise it's unstoppable. Go check behind the cash register while I hold it off." Chen Mo understood immediately and nodded to Chitu. This donkey was reliable, at least in moments like these. Chitu tossed his sunglasses into the truck and sized up Li Xia, his broad teeth flashing in a wicked grin. "A defective product below level 1. You dare call me your honorable rabbit grandfather a pet?" Seeing Chen Mo leap into the cash register, Li Xia clearly grew anxious. She charged toward Chen Mo. "No robbing allowed in this store. No pets permitted." Chitu suddenly appeared before Li Xia and delivered a powerful rear kick. Bang! The plastic mannequin flew backward, slamming into the wall with force. Its limbs flailed uselessly in midair, trapped and immobile. Chen Mo had already jumped into the cashier area. As expected, beneath the counter, he found a black box pulsing with red light. Found it. He raised his scalpel and brought it down vertically. Snap! The black box split in two, sparks flickering briefly before going dark. Chen Mo noticed a white light flashing from the center of the black box. A small sphere no larger than a fingernail rolled out. He reached out to touch the sphere. Mechanical material, defective, level 1 mechanical core, whatever it was, he'd deal with it later. He pocketed the item. Chen Mo glanced at Chitta beside him. "Why are you still standing there? Start moving stuff. We're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Do you understand $0 shopping?" It ran to the back of the dump truck and kicked open the welded iron sheet. Then, like a bandit, it grabbed a shelf and roughly dumped its contents into the truck bed. Over there, I love Loasafen. And over there, Huazi cigarettes. What's this? Toilet paper. Take it. Hey, Longlegs over there, come help. Why are you just standing there stupidly?" Chitta glanced at the dazed Huyaya and started giving orders. Huyaya stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. This man who had struggled alongside her in Wuguay village just yesterday noon was now fighting supernatural entities. And there was also a black and white donkey. Talking. The shock of it all was no less than her best friend's betrayal. "Drive your car in too. We can't fit everything, take it all." Huyaya jolted at the shout. "If you want to survive, be useful." Chen Mo chimed in. Honestly, he had no interest in playing savior. But since it was effortless for him, he didn't mind helping out. She glanced at the devastation scattered across the floor, then at the donkey frantically loading items into the truck. Against her better judgment, she rose and sprinted out of the supermarket to maneuver her black E300 inside. For a moment, the store echoed with the donkey's cursing directions and the sound of shelving collapsing. The trio, a man, a donkey, and a girl, raided the place like invaders. Warning, warning, no looting allowed. Calling store manager. Calling store manager. A human accompanied by a pet is looting the supermarket. They took the Lay's chips from shelf 1. They grabbed the Chunghwa cigarettes from the tobacco and alcohol section. They also took the Loasafen from shelf 5. And 7 space. Chitu's sweeping motion across the shelves came to an abrupt halt. The drooping donkey ears instantly perked upright. His sturdy donkey legs ceased their movement, and the bag of chips in his grip dropped to the ground with a soft clatter. The large front teeth grinding potato chips within his mouth froze mid-chew. He turned slowly toward the staircase leading from the first floor to the second floor of the supermarket. At that very moment, Chen Mo, who had been stuffing cigarettes and liquor into a bag, also paused his movements. The extraordinary abilities within his body began to surge restlessly. Something was descending from the upper floor. Only Huyaya remained in a daze, mechanically carrying a case of mineral water toward the truck. She was still lost in the labyrinth of her complicated emotions, betrayed by her closest friend, yet unexpectedly rescued. The stairwell had fallen deathly silent. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in erratic spasms. Tap, tap, tap. A man in a crisp, well-tailored suit emerged gradually from the shadows, coming to stand at the base of the staircase. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, his hair combed with meticulous precision in a fashionable center part. His left hand cradled a black thermal cup from whose rim a faint, fragrant wisp of goji berry aroma drifted into the air. The man stood motionless upon the final step of the staircase, his gaze sweeping calmly across the interior of the store until it settled upon the clerk still pinned to the wall. He regarded Chitu and Chen Mo in silent appraisal. Chen Mo offered no response, casting only a sidelong glance toward the donkey. The lewd, irreverent expression that had previously adorned the donkey's countenance had utterly vanished. In its place sat a gravity unprecedented. Kid, this one's going to be tough. A class 2 aberrant, the same rank as me. His strength is likely on par with my own. Chen Mo's expression grew even more solemn. For this pretentious donkey to render such an assessment, the situation must truly be dire. Unable to transmit his thoughts across distances, Chen Mo subtly adjusted the angle of the scalpel clenched in his grip, aiming it toward the store manager at the foot of the stairs. Fight or refrain. Chidu understood instantly, baring his large front teeth in a knowing grin. He transmitted once more, if the two of us strike together we've got a 60% chance. Though with aberrance nothing is certain, play it by ear. If we pull this off we'll be rich. Chen Mo leaned closer to the donkey, his eyes locked dead upon the man, his voice barely above a whisper. High risk, high reward. The man upon the stairs regarded the murmuring human and donkey as though they were simpletons. He blew gently across the surface of his thermal cup before finally parting his lips to speak. My friends, causing such a commotion on my turf. Is that not rather impolite? We need not encroach upon one another's domain. Chitu let loose a dry, mirthless laugh, his donkey countenance instantaneously shifting into full rogue mode. Polite? You're lecturing me on politeness. Your shop assistant slaughtered my companion. We've come to claim a little compensation. Is that asking too much? These were among my finest brethren. I shan't ask for much. Just hand over a few mechanical cores, and we'll call it even. What? Is this donkey's skin woven from fortress walls? Chen Mo genuinely felt the urge to spit at this shameless old ass. Gazing at the donkey's brazenly roguish expression, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His eyelids fluttered in exasperation. To hell with it. He stepped forward, flourishing his scalpel through an elegant arc. My beloved kin perished within this establishment. Surely some recompense is warranted. I shan't fleece you. Simply provide me with a few oddities ranked within the top 100 so that I may pay tribute to their souls in the heavens above. Huyaya, who had been clutching her case of mineral water, overheard their exchange and stood utterly dumbfounded. She observed the human and donkey performing their rehearsed duet before her eyes. How could a person sink to such depths of shamelessness? Just then Huyaya caught sight of the donkey swiveling his head toward her, winking frantically with desperate insistence. The donkey's countenance radiated a silent threat: cooperate, or I will be your undoing. Huyaya's body seized with a sudden shudder. She lowered her gaze, her shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. I had no choice. Her eyes fell upon the headless corpse of Lishichi not far away. That impossibly familiar face, once alight with shared laughter. Now reduced to nothing but a grotesque, gaping wound. She set down the chips, slowly cupped both hands over her face, pointed toward the corpse, and began to sob in mournful performative grief. The store manager stared at these three treasures with slack-jawed incredulity. The veins at his temples bulged, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He dared not permit Huyaya to speak further, lest another egregious statement reach his ears. Enough. Cease this charade. The store manager descended from the staircase. His gleaming leather shoes crunched across the scattered shards of broken glass. He appraised the donkey, who was racked with theatrical anguish, forcefully squeezing out tears. You and I are both Class 2 aberrants. You must understand that neither of us can best the other. He then turned his gaze slowly toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo's skin crawled beneath the scrutiny, and he tightened his grip upon the scalpel. This lad, who has only recently awakened his sequence, may prove intriguing, but the two of you are insufficient to detain me. There shall be no compensation. Take your spoils and depart. Chida's donkey eyes rolled thoughtfully. Suddenly his massive maw split open to reveal two rows of gleaming snow-white incisors. He set his robust donkey legs in motion and swaggered brazenly toward the store manager. A furry donkey hoof, still dusted with the remnants of crushed potato chips, extended in greeting. His countenance blossomed with the most obsequious of smiles. Easy now, easy. We're all aberrants here. One big family where you trace the lineage back 5 centuries. A meeting of fate, surely. Let us be friends. The store manager found himself momentarily baffled by the donkey's peculiar conduct. How unorthodox was this aberrant? Were aberrants not meant to regard one another as the finest of delicacies? Were it not for the fact that this one matched him in strength and traveled alongside a 3-fingered youth, he would have lunged at the creature to claim a meal without hesitation. After a momentary deliberation, he extended his own hand, preparing to clasp hose with this seemingly deranged donkey. In that breathless instant before their hands made contact, what elaborate pretense are you foisting upon me, you mangy cur? The sanctimonious smile upon Chidu's donkey visage vanished in a flash, supplanted by a grin of triumphant cunning. Simultaneously, Chen Mo, who had remained a passive bystander until now, sprang into motion. The scalpel in his hand blossomed into a flourish of steel, its velocity bordering upon the inhuman. The precision scalpel cleaved through the air in a trail of afterimages impossible to discern as illusion or truth, aimed unerringly toward the store manager's heart. Human and donkey coordinated with seamless precision, unleashing a brazen and unsportsmanlike assault. The store manager had clearly not anticipated such shamelessness from his adversaries. His pupils contracted sharply. Thud. Chida's hind hoof connected solidly with the store manager's eye, the tremendous force sending him staggering backward a single step. Squelch. At that same instant the scalpel pierced into the store manager's back, yet it penetrated no more than a single inch before being arrested by an immense bizarre force emanating from within. It could advance no further. The store manager emitted a guttural groan and the air surrounding his form began to warp and distort. A monumental surge of power erupted from within him, blasting both Chen Mo and Chitu violently across the room. The three combatants collided in a maelstrom of violence. Shelves within the supermarket toppled one after another amid the ferocious exchange, their contents scattering across the floor. Though the store manager had suffered a minor setback from the surprise attack, his abilities were profoundly uncanny. Sporting one magnificent black eye, he spread his arms wide. Every object within the supermarket began to tremble. All possessions within the establishment lifted from the ground and came crashing down upon Chen Mo and Chitu below with the fury of an avalanche. Chen Mo darted and weaved across the ground, evading the barrage, while exploiting the scalpel's acceleration property to strike repeatedly at the manager's vital points. Chitu adopted a far more direct approach, leveraging his thick hide to absorb the onslaught. His obsidian hooves hammered relentlessly toward the store manager's face. Damned cur. You dare pelt your donkey grandfather with pickled cabbage. Aim for his face. Give him everything you've got. The battle's reverberations transformed the entirety of the supermarket's first floor into absolute pandemonium. Huyaya cowered in terror behind the dump truck, observing the bedlam unfolding before her. The cacophonous clash of gods and demons, her mind a void of utter blankness. SSSSSS. Suddenly, every light within the supermarket extinguished in unison. The entire space was instantly swallowed by absolute darkness. This establishment is now closing for the night. The flickering lights overhead sputtered out with a sharp crackle, plunging everything into darkness. The only remaining glow came from a black box near the cash register, its surface sparking intermittently. An impenetrable darkness consumed the supermarket. Tap, tap, tap. The sound persisted, yet it no longer resembled the measured cadence of leather soles upon the floor. It seemed rather a rhythmic pounding against the ceiling above. Chen Mo and Red Hare lifted their gazes in unison. The man in the impeccable suit was nowhere to be seen. In his place hovered a shadowy silhouette. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes gradually, allowing them to adjust to the gloom. Slowly, the finer details of the figure emerged from the murk. The store manager's frame still retained vaguely human contours. His once immaculate suit had split apart, now hanging limply from his body in tatters. It looked almost like the upper half of a pair of overalls. From his back sprouted 6 arachnid-like appendages. These spider limbs drummed against the ceiling, producing the source of that relentless sound. The creature's head remained that of a man with a neatly parted hairstyle. Yet all composure had vanished from the manager's face, his features twisted into an expression of pure malevolence. His mouth stretched grotesquely from ear to ear, drool trickling from its corners, while his eyes now burned with nothing but madness and bloodlust. An invisible pressure crashed over them like a tidal wave. Chen Mo could distinctly feel the extraordinary power within him churning with mounting unease. Beside him, Red Hare's sturdy donkey leg bent slightly, the muscles beneath tensing like coiled steel. Beneath the pink boxer shorts, the muscular contours of the donkey's leg were plainly visible, coiled and ready to spring into violent action at any moment. Man, donkey, and fiend stood locked in a tense standoff within the shadows. Huyaya had already fled the supermarket by then. She crouched behind a car, clamping both hands tightly over her mouth, terrified of making even the slightest sound. Everyone expected an eruption of battle at any instant. Yet just as they stood at the peak of their vigilance, the black shadow upon the ceiling flickered once within the darkness and vanished without a trace. Silence and shadow reclaimed the surroundings entirely. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Nothing happened. Chen Mo turned to look at Red Hare. The donkey's ears stood ramrod straight, twitching restlessly back and forth. Damn it, coward. The donkey cursed without restraint. That bastard made such a grand spectacle, and then the bastard actually ran off. As expected, not a single mutant is good for anything. Except the magnificent Red Hare. As if suddenly remembering himself, the donkey hurriedly appended this addendum. Chen Mo stood dumbfounded. A feint. Pursue. Red Hare could not accept such an outcome. How could prey escape when it was already within reach? Consuming this fellow second-order mutant could very well propel him past the threshold into the third order. Chen Mo harbored precisely the same intention. The pair had just prepared to move when, roar! A terrifying bear's bellow laden with a shockwave of force pierced through the entirety of Apricot Blossom Town. Huyaya was sent staggering by the blast and promptly collapsed to the ground, retching violently. A miasma of fetid stench assailed her nostrils with tremendous force. Chen Mo caught the stench as well, clearly discomfort, and forcefully held his breath. Damn it, that stupid bear has come in. Let's move. The duck within our beak has flown. What utterly foul luck. The donkey bounded in a single leap to the wall, seizing the salesgirl who was still flailing her limbs uselessly in midair and yanking her out. Without ceremony, he stuffed her directly into the truck bed brimming with supplies. Run, run now. The donkey leapt into the passenger seat, goading Chen Mo with urgent urgency. Yet Chen Mo's own heart quivered with mounting dread. Without the slightest hesitation, he leapt into the driver's seat and started the engine. Huyaya steadied herself, stumbled toward her E300, and with trembling hands fired up the ignition, trailing closely behind the dump truck ahead. A blue vehicle and a black one hurtled forward in tandem, racing toward the toll station to the north. Ah! Before they had traveled far, a piercing feminine shriek erupted from the heart of the town behind them. The voice brimmed with wrath and unbridled frenzy. "That's the apricot blossom lady," the donkey remarked, glancing backward while providing Chen Mo with an explanation. "The native sovereign of Apricot Blossom Town. She forcibly broke through to the Fourth Order by devouring nearly an entire town's worth of people." Chen Mo cast a glance backward, evidently astonished that such a Fourth Order being lurked within this town. "Who will win?" he asked the donkey almost instinctively. The donkey fell silent for a moment, one hoof thoughtfully stroking its chin. "Hard to say. Although the ghost bear is Third Order, it isn't local. Invading species generally overwhelm local aberrations of the same rank in combat." No sooner had the words left his mouth than, a far more harrowing scream rang out. This time, however, the voice was cut brutally short like a rooster with its throat seized. "It's over. Let's get out of here. Once she's devoured the apricot blossom lady, she'll come after us. Or that store manager. Fourth Order." Only hours ago, Chen Mo had possessed no clear conception of what such a rank truly meant. But after his awakening, the sheer oppressive weight of facing a mere second-order mutant like the store manager had illuminated the truth. With brutal clarity, between every sequential rank lay an insurmountable chasm. The donkey withdrew his gaze, turning toward the salesgirl stuffed into the truck bed. Reaching back, he seized one plastic limb and hauled her bodily into the cab. Without preamble, he delivered a resounding slap. "Your core's fried. You're not stupid, are you?" Li Xia cast a glance at the ferocious donkey and slowly lowered her head, her slight frame trembling. "As she's not stupid at all, still knows how to feel afraid. Your master's run off. From now on, you serve your grandpa donkey. How about a nice shoulder massage for your grandpa donkey?" Meanwhile, in a narrow alley not far from the supermarket, the store manager, in his six-legged spider form, was scuttling frantically across the ground on all six limbs. Just moments ago, as he was transforming to prepare for a desperate fight, he had sensed the ghost bear's aura approaching, and so he fled. Wang Tung at this moment wished desperately for several more legs. As a mutant, he possessed a cunning intelligence that no other aberration could rival. Instinctively, he raced toward the central district of the Apricot Blossom Lady, hoping to use this local sovereign as a shield against the looming threat. Yet before he could draw near, those two harrowing shrieks from the Apricot Blossom Lady reached his ears. Wang Tung unhesitatingly reversed course, sprinting madly toward the northern exit of the town. On the dump truck, Chen Mo glanced at the black E300 trailing closely behind in the rearview mirror. "That woman knows you can talk. What do we do about her?" It was a brutally practical question. Who could fathom what might unfold upon returning to the convoy with this woman in tow? Would she expose the donkey's secret? Red Hare munched on chips freshly scavenged and kicked the salesgirl who was diligently massaging his foot. His donkey eyes rolled thoughtfully. "Let her drive the supplies for us first. Once we're nearly back with the convoy, we'll dispose of her on the spot. If you can't bear to part with the little beauty and don't want her dead, you've become an extraordinary now. She'd probably not dare speak of it once she's back with the convoy." Hu Yaya drove onward, watching Chen Mo and the donkey engaged in some unknown conversation far ahead. In the span of a single day, too much had befallen her. Too much that defied everything she knew. It had upended the entirety of her 20-something years of existence. She knew with crystalline clarity that she had heard and witnessed far too many things she should never have known. Could she entrust her survival to the kindness of another's heart? She dared not gamble again. After what had transpired in Wuguwei village, in the supermarket, she understood all too clearly what manner of man Chen Mo truly was. She could never forget the look in his eyes when he learned that one road pass equaled one head. She had to prove her worth. Otherwise, driving any further would mark the terminus of her existence. Gazing at the dump truck ahead, Huya bit her lip and slowly pressed the brake, the vehicle's speed diminishing inch by inch. Chen Mo quickly noticed the anomaly. He pulled over to the roadside as well and slowly reversed back. Leaning out the window, he regarded Huyaya with an impassive expression. "What are you doing?" Huyaya rolled down her window, her voice trembling. My legs feel weak. Can we rest for a moment?" Chen Mo fixed her with an unyielding stare, his gaze seeming to pierce through her very being. Huyaya stole a glance at the donkey in the passenger seat. She stepped out of the vehicle. Her long, slender legs encased in skin-tight jeans appeared even more statuesque and commanding. She leaned against the hood of her car and offered a wan, sorrowful smile. "I know. I've heard and seen things I shouldn't have. But I don't want to die." Huyaya drew a deep breath as though summoning every ounce of resolve within her. "My car outperforms your dump truck in both performance and speed. If that bear comes after us, I can serve as a decoy, lead it away from you, and buy you the time you need. That is my worth. If you don't agree, then strike me down right here and now." Chen Mo gazed at the woman's resolute profile, at her high ponytail swaying gently with the faint tremor of her body. The corner of his mouth curved into an inscrutable arc. He stepped down from the vehicle as well. His scalpel twirled in a flourish of steel. Slowly he walked toward her. A blue dump truck sped down the desolate national highway. Chen Mo steered with one hand while a cigarette dangled between the fingers of his maimed other hand. The cigarette's ember seemed to sense the turbulence within Chen Mo's heart, flickering between brightness and dimness amid the howling cold wind beside his ears. Within his mind, the final scene from 2 hours prior replayed on an endless loop. Hu Yaya climbed into the vehicle and turned the car around. Just as both Chen Mo and the donkey assumed, she meant to flee. The black E300 lurched forward like some nocturnal moth drawn toward light. It hurtled toward the towering bear 4 or 5 stories in height. Chen Mo, I'll lure it away. This life repays what I owe you. We're even now. Hu Yaya's voice pierced through the car window, torn into fragmented whispers by the howling wind. Yet Chen Mo heard every word with crystalline clarity. He had to admit, the woman's voice was remarkably beautiful, and she herself was lovely to behold. He had always regarded her as nothing more than a burden, a liability to be discarded at will, a tool to be silenced for the sake of secrecy. Until Chen Mo glimpsed it through the rearview mirror in hazy fragments. The grotesque bear clamping half of Lady Xinghua's corpse within its jaws lashed out a tendril that hurtled toward the minuscule E300. The E300 weaved and dodged, evading several strikes. Finally, utterly enraged, the grotesque bear unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Chen Mo watched no longer. The outcome was painfully obvious. Tisk tisk. The donkey in the passenger seat seemed to peer straight through Chen Mo's thoughts. It mimicked his gesture with practiced ease, producing a cigarette between its hooves, lighting it, and exhaling plumes of smoke. That little lassie has genuinely made me look at your human race with newfound respect. The donkey bared its massive flat teeth, its tone laced with an odd contemplative emotion. What a masterful move. Making you remember her for a lifetime hurts far more than if I had simply killed her myself. Being slain by you and dying for you. Those are entirely different concepts. Though that presumes you actually wanted to kill her. Chen Mo drew a harsh drag from his cigarette and fell into silence. Dawn broke and the sky flushed with the pale luminescence of a fish's belly. Chen Mo had located a gas station midway to refuel, then resumed his journey without pause. At last, at the highway's terminus, the silhouette of an immense convoy emerged on the horizon. The Spark convoy, though its scale had visibly diminished, plain for any eye to witness. Chen Mo gradually decelerated at the rear and merged into the formation. Red hair was tethered by a rope fashioned from tattered clothing, its other end fastened to the rearview mirror. Cursing and fuming, it was kicked out of the passenger seat by Chen Mo. Damn your grandfather. You treat me like a dog on a leash. Have you forgotten it was dear old dad who helped you awaken? Chen Mo couldn't be bothered with its tantrum, his voice dropping low. Stop your braying. We've reached the camp. Keep your trap shut later. The arrival of the dump truck and the donkey swiftly caused a stir throughout the convoy. Holy shit, that dump truck is actually still alive. Lucky beyond belief. It's been over half a day and he's still caught up. Keep your voice down. This one's hardcore. See how his right hand is missing 2 fingers? He must have run into some anomaly. The commotion fell silent. In the apocalypse, returning alive itself symbolized immeasurable strength. In the distance, beside a Hummer off-road vehicle, Brother Dao sat in the driver's seat with a cigarette between his lips, sizing up the blue dump truck. An alluring, mature, feminine voice drifted from the back seat. Husband, from now on we give that man a wide berth. He's not someone we can afford to provoke. Return the stuff we took last time. Tell Yellow Hair to give it back. Brother Dao nodded, his cigarette but crushed and deformed between his fingers, betraying the thoughts churning within. Not long after Chen Mo parked the truck, Old Yang came striding over. The moment he arrived, Old Yang landed a punch on Chen Mo's chest. No light tap either. You bastard, your life is tougher than hell itself. Chen Mo raised his right hand with bitter self-mockery, displaying his 3 remaining fingers. Old Yang was momentarily stunned. Did you bring the severed fingers? I'll mention it to Captain Su later. She might be able to reattach them. Chen Mo shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. His severed fingers had vanished without a trace the second time the 2 of them re-entered the clinic. Being alive is all that matters. Being alive is all that matters. As if offering solace, Old Yang draped an arm over Chen Mo and shook him gently a few times. You? Awaken. Old Yang finally detected something amiss. Despite being a transcendent himself, his overwhelming excitement had prevented him from sensing it immediately. It seemed impossible to keep hidden after all. A faint sigh escaped Chen Mo's heart. He then gave a slight nod. Old Yang suddenly recalled his mission and jerked his chin toward the lead vehicle. We'll talk later. Captain Lin heard you caught up and is calling you over. Chen Mo followed the direction Old Yang indicated with his gaze. At the convoy's vanguard, Lin Lu's command vehicle, Su Qian's white SUV, and Denyo's modified off-roader formed a triangular arrangement, enclosing a small circle. That was the power nexus of the Spark convoy. Lin Lu still wore that white cloth strip over his eyes, leaning against the hood of his vehicle, lost in unknown contemplation. Denyo stood bare-chested, using a massive tire as a dumbbell. His bronze muscles rippled beneath the morning light, radiating explosive power. Beside the white SUV, Su Qian cradled Xiaoyu in her arms. Her form-fitting combat suit accentuated her voluptuous full figure with even greater definition. Xiaoyu, dressed in a gothic Lolita dress with twin ponytails, nestled close to Su Qian, giggling merrily. Let's go. I happen to have something I wanted to discuss with you too. Chen Mo followed Old Yang step by step approaching the convoy's head. From afar Lin Lu turned toward them. The white cloth over his eyes stirred despite the absence of wind. It seems there's no need to ask. Lin Lu spoke, his voice calm and composed. He's awakened. The people nearby instantly ceased their actions and turned their heads toward the direction from which Chen Mo approached. Daniel dropped the tire and strode toward Chen Mo. His palm broad as a fan delivered another thunderous fist to Chen Mo's chest. The tremendous force sent Chen Mo staggering back a step. Good lad. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Daniel bared his teeth in a grin, laughing like a 300-gene child. What sequence? Tell us. Let Brother Neo broaden his horizons. Everyone stared at Chen Mo, curiosity brimming on their faces. Chen Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth and glanced toward the donkey by the vehicle, head lowered as it gnawed on grass roots. He pinched his fingers to his mouth and blew a piercing whistle toward the donkey. Red Hare's ears perked instantly, and it raised its head at once, scampering toward Chen Mo with eager enthusiasm. Its furry great head nuzzled affectionately against Chen Mo's leg. Chen Mo's mouth twitched. He put on a show of stroking the donkey's head. Beast tamer. I got lost in town earlier and had no choice but to contract this. Thousand-Li steed. Silence descended upon the air, deathly and absolute. Puff. Holy shit, The cigarette Old Yang had just lit fell straight from his mouth. Daniel stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous laughter, doubling over until tears streamed down his face. Even the ever-cool Su Qian couldn't help turning away, her shoulders trembling faintly. Xiaoyu meanwhile stared at the creature on the ground with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child encountering something novel. Red Hare the donkey. She bit down hard on her lip until it turned white. Mustn't laugh, mustn't laugh. She's a good child. Andy said mocking others is wrong. It was Lin Lu, ever composed, who finally spoke. Chen Mo, this donkey of yours. Know this Thousand-Li steed. Can it fight? What special abilities does it possess? The laughter ceased abruptly, and everyone fixed their gaze upon Chen Mo, ears pricked in anticipation. Seemingly aware of their error in judging by appearances alone, they all listened patiently for Chen Mo's continuation. Chen Mo cleared his throat and kicked away Red Hare, which had been rubbing against his leg. But of course, an old steed knows the way. Once more silence fell, deathly and absolute. Then immediately afterward, ta, gggggg, hi. This time, even Su Qian and Xiaoyu couldn't contain themselves, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. Chen Mo lowered his head, covering his face, unable to face the crowd around him any longer. Lin Lu, ever the most composed, turned his back, crouched on the ground, and convulsed for what seemed an eternity. He then turned around, his face restored to its customary expression, the visage of someone perpetually deceased, stern and unyielding. Enough laughing, enough laughing. From now on, he's our companion. The Beast Tamer is the second sequence, a powerful path that allows for further contracts. Chen Mo's mind was consumed by dark lines of exasperation. The Jiji from earlier had clearly come from this very fellow. Lin Lu stepped forward and extended his hand toward Chen Mo. Lad, whatever sequence you may be, welcome to the Spark Council. Evening. The Spark Camp. Scattered bonfires rose in wavering columns of smoke. To celebrate their narrow escape from death, Lin Lu and Su Qian, in an unprecedented gesture, distributed some food among the survivors. It was nothing more than a few pieces of candy and the like. Yet even this was enough to fill many with profound gratitude. Virtually no one dared linger any longer in Apricot Blossom Town. Before joining Su Qian's group, they had barely any provisions stored away. As for the bus convoy, they had only been receiving a daily ration of a few biscuits each. Just enough to keep starvation at bay, nothing more. The losses suffered by the Spark convoy this time were nothing short of devastating. More than half of the ordinary people had been killed or wounded. The bus bore the heaviest casualties. The carriage that had once been packed with over 30 people now held barely a dozen survivors. And each and every one of them wore an expression of pure terror. A convoy of over 60 souls, a single flight for survival. Fewer than 30 remained. A massive iron cauldron was mounted over the fire. The aroma of meat wafting from within drew sideways glances from many survivors who swallowed hard at the scent. This meal was Lin Lu's treat. Brothers, you're in for a real treat today. Our captain is famous for being tighter than a drum, and yet here he is actually willing to part with some blood. Dania chuckled heartily as he grabbed several cans of pork and dumped them wholesale into the pot. He then tossed in a generous handful of vermicelli for good measure. He thrust the ladle in his hand into Xiao Lu's grip. Then with characteristic nonchalance he settled himself on a discarded tire. The awakened of the Spark Council gathered around the bonfire, preparing to convene the convoy's very first council meeting. Lin Lu sat upright on a small folding stool he had procured from who knows where. He cleared his throat. Chen Mo, since you've just become an awakened, go ahead and ask whatever questions you have. Speak up. They aren't all that different from you, so I can share a few insights with you all. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback that he had been called upon first. Not wanting to reveal that he had already received a thorough education in the basics from Red Hare, he posed a few conventional questions, all the same. How many types of awaken were there? How did one raise their sequence? What exactly were oddities? After Chen Mo had finished rattling off his questions in one breath, Lin Lu cleared his throat once more. He seemed entirely unsurprised by the line of inquiry. To answer your first question, awakened are primarily divided into three major categories: combat sequences, support sequences, and elemental sequences. There are also some minor classifications, but I don't know much about them myself. As for the exact number, I couldn't say, but from what we've observed so far, the convoy hasn't encountered any duplicate sequence types among the awakened we've met. Actually, even before Xiaoming, various major factions had been secretly researching related knowledge. Quite a number of awakened had already emerged back then. Lin Lu's white cloth headband fluttered in the wind as he spoke with grave solemnity, sharing the knowledge he possessed. Chen Mo and the others listened with rapt attention. Even Xiaoya set down her cloth doll and lifted her head, pondering Lin Lu's words. However, low-level sequences can never truly influence the bigger picture. This is also why the convoy has been constantly on the move. It's less of a migration really and more of a desperate flight. Fleeing, evading, escaping the powerful anomalies that catch the scent of living souls. Previously, the convoy's objective had been to head south, but because of that bear, we were forced to flee northward instead. From the current outlook, humanity's overall strength still pales in comparison to the anomalies. According to some intelligence I've gathered, several forbidden zones have already given birth to anomalies of the Seventh Order. So I trust everyone can now understand why the convoy would implement what you might call a cutting-tail strategy. Chen Mo kept his head lowered. The information Lin Lu shared aligned almost perfectly with what Red Hare had disclosed earlier and even supplemented it with additional details. Humanity had truly arrived at a moment of life and death existential crisis. Viewed in this light, the policy of prioritizing the preservation of awakened was indeed a measure born of sheer helplessness. After all, only if the awakened survived could there be any future at all. Lin Lu fell silent for a moment, then paused. Second question. How does one improve their sequence abilities? From what we currently know, those of combat sequences must simply keep fighting and tempering themselves, honing their sequence abilities through battle. And for those of us in support sequences like myself, Su Qian, and Old Yang, we too must refine our specialized skills. This is the most conventional and also the most reliable method. As for oddities, Lin Lu pressed his lips together. Oddities are special items imbued with fixed rules. They may be left behind after the death of a powerful anomaly, or they may be crafted by the hands of awakened belonging to specialized sequences. There are also some that are oddities by nature, a phenomenon difficult to explain and one about which I don't know all that much. As he spoke, he pointed to the pristine white cloth adorning his own head. However, the majority of oddities carry side effects to one degree or another. The more powerful the oddity, the more pronounced these side effects become. Take this one of mine, for instance. It compels my expression to remain grave, which is why you always see me looking so stern and humorless. I see, Chen Mo thought, recalling Lin Lu's distinctive cackling laughter from earlier. He had racked his brain trying to understand before how such a serious, upright person could possibly. There's also Daniu's sack. It has tremendous carrying capacity, but anything placed inside becomes 1.5 times its original weight. The listeners were somewhat dumbfounded, as though still digesting the torrent of knowledge. Xiaoya lowered her gaze to her cloth doll, while Su Qian seemed lost in thought, only returning to the present after a considerable while. Chen Mo was the first to finish processing the information, and he posed a pivotal question. Captain Lin, how is it that you know so much? The others pricked up their ears as well. It was clear that everyone harbored great curiosity about this perpetually enigmatic leader of theirs. The white cloth on Lin Lu's head stirred without any wind, lending him an air of a true master. He slowly uttered 4 words. The Everlight Bastion. Don't ask anything more. You'll understand when the time comes. Seeing that the others had ceased their questioning, Lin Lu knew that everyone had largely digested the information. He gave a nod towards Su Qian. Su Qian's brows were knit in concentration, and her voluptuous figure seemed all the more alluring in her seated posture. Catching Lin Lu's gaze upon her, she rubbed her head and began to speak. Now we vote to establish the rules of the Spark Council. First, provisions shall be self-sufficient. We do not support idlers. Every person must take responsibility for their own survival. Second, members of the combat sequences upon each expedition to gather supplies must contribute 20% of their haul to the perception specialist, that is Captain Lin. This shall be considered their fare. Third, any anomaly materials or oddities obtained during collective operations shall belong to the council as a whole. Every member shall have an equal share. If an individual wishes to claim something for themselves, they may do so by exchanging it with their own provisions through the council, compensating the other members. Su Qian's voice was remarkably gentle, instilling a sense of reassurance in all who heard it. Lin Lu added, of course, members of the council may also engage in private transactions among themselves. You may negotiate your own prices. I have but one requirement: offer a friendly price and don't go at each other like sworn enemies. Now the floor is open. Anyone with questions may ask. Daniu scratched his head. I go along with whatever Captain Lin says. Xiaoya burrowed deeper into Su Qian's embrace, her meaning perfectly clear. Old Yang gave a nod and rose to serve everyone their meal. I have no objections. Old Yang sat in Lin Lu's command vehicle, so naturally he backed Lin Lu without hesitation. This went without saying. Good lord, so I'm the only outsider here, am I? Chen Mo's mouth twitched at the corner. He turned his head to glance at the ordinary people within the convoy. The implication behind his gaze was crystal clear. Why don't they have to pay a fare? Lin Lu, as if he could see right through Chen Mo's thoughts, reached out and gave his shoulder a heavy pat. Have you already forgotten the Matishu uninhabited zone? A single sentence plunged Chen Mo into immediate silence. That was right. They didn't have to pay any fare. But when danger came, they would also be the very first to be abandoned. Without Lin Lu's perception abilities, that group of tail-enders who had been cast aside likely wouldn't have even known the manner of their own deaths. This 20% was money paid to buy their lives. I have no more objections. Chen Mo spread his hands in resignation. What good would disagreeing do? He was a lone wolf with no one to back him up. As he thought this, he cast a glance at Red Hare beside him. Red Hare was at this moment squatting obediently on the ground, doing his utmost to play the part of a harmless, innocent beast of burden. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Fresh out of the pot. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Old Yang seized his iron ladle and began serving portions to everyone. He seemed to take quite a liking to Red Hare, and without ceremony grabbed a battered iron basin pockmarked with dents from nearby. He ladled out several generous scoops of pork stewed with vermicelli, meat and broth both, and with a clatter tossed the basin down in front of Red Hare. I nearly forgot about you, you old nag who knows the way. Eat up so you can pull the cart for your master in the future. Thanks to Chen Mo's ascension to awakened status, this contracted beast of his had naturally seen an improvement in his meals as well. He was now entitled to the privilege of eating from the same pot as the rest. The donkey, treated as a mere beast of burden, lowered its head, its eyelids drooping, and rolled its eyes in an almost human display of utter contempt. Do you have any damn eyes in your head? I, the great Red Hare, a divine steed of legend, and you feed me like a dog. You toss me a dog's bowl and call it a day. But the aroma of pork and vermicelli reached his nostrils, and he paused. He lowered his head and began to eat, the sound of voracious chewing filling the air. Surprisingly delicious. The meal was finished in short order. The group exchanged farewells and soon dispersed. Chen Mo glanced into the distance where the little girl was chasing after Red Hare, clamoring to ride the donkey. Red Hare dodged with nimble agility, letting out plaintive brays of protest. But judging by the ceaseless movement of its mouth, it was clearly mouthing a torrent of national curses in silent fury. Su Qian pressed her palm to her forehead, caught between laughter and exasperation, and turned her gaze toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved a hand, signaling that everything was fine. Let that old donkey suffer a bit too. He turned and seized Old Yang, who was about to tidy up the supplies. He pointed at the dump truck. Use that mechanical core and help me modify the vehicle. Old Yang chuckled knowingly, as though he had anticipated this all along. Without ceremony, he thrust out an open palm, 5 fingers spread wide. Half a case of Loasafen. Damn it, you son of a bitch really are a swindler. Aren't we friends? Didn't you say so yourself? This is already the friendship price. Anyone else would charge you a whole case. Alright, let's go. Let me have a look. It seemed Old Yang had learned to play dirty too. He had started fleecing his acquaintances. Chen Mo dragged Old Yang over to the dump truck. With considerable effort, he hauled Li Xia out of the truck bed, where she had been buried beneath a mountain of chip bags. Along the journey, Li Xia had been tormented beyond recognition by Red Hare, her plastic joints loosened all over her body. When Chen Mo gave her a tug, a series of loose, floppy sounds rang out. Take a look at this thing. Can it still be repaired? Well, look at you little bastard. Old Yang strode over and ran his hand along Li Xia's plastic shell, making her flinch violently, her entire body trembling beyond her control. Is this person the same as that donkey? She had truly been broken by that wretched beast. After a while, Old Yang raised his head and let out a rueful chuckle. This android lost its connection to the mainframe and her core is shattered. She probably couldn't even take on an ordinary person now. The only useful thing left on her is probably a clump of undispersed, vengeful spirit. Repairing her properly won't be easy, but I can install her into the vehicle and set up an intelligence system. Li Xia, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. The voice woven from her vengeful spirit carried a note of desperate pleading. I'm willing. I beg you, just don't make me stay with that donkey anymore. At least inside the vehicle, her vengeful spirit could remain intact, spared from that inhuman torment. Chen Mo nodded and gave a resigned shrug. Then let's do it that way. It's better than throwing her away. An android system wouldn't be bad either. This battered old farm dump truck was about to enjoy a feast of its own. A gilded chamber pot at last. Old Yang fetched a toolbox from Lin Lu's command vehicle. Wait a moment. This is going to take some doing. With that, Old Yang fired up a handheld cutting tool. He began slicing through the rear wall of the dump truck's cab. Once the driver's seat was separated from the cargo bed, he retrieved the Grade 1 remnant core that had fallen from the supermarket. He began circulating the transcendent power within his body. A faint blue glow, Old Yang's signature luminescence, slowly suffused his hands. Old Yang carefully guided the core wrapped in that cerulean light toward the engine compartment of the vehicle. The mechanical core gradually fused into the metal structure of the truck, emitting a low resonant hum. The entire process exuded a haunting post-apocalyptic cyberpunk aesthetic. Chen Mo watched with idle curiosity. Why does this look so mysteriously ritualistic? You had to admit this mechanic. Once he got going, the vehicle did look rather cool. A young man with dyed blonde hair approached, one of Brother Dao's underlings. The blonde youth spotted Chen Mo and immediately plastered his face with an obsequious grin, cradling several packs of instant noodles in his hands. Brother Mo, a congratulatory gift from Brother Dao congratulating you on becoming a transcendent. Chen Mo gave a slight nod, gesturing for the blonde youth to set the things down. Chen Mo was not particularly thrilled by these offerings, but following the principle of never refusing something for nothing. As for Brother Dao's earlier insults, Chen Mo had originally intended to deal with him properly, but then he recalled what Lin Lu had said about cutting off the tail. Well, he'd leave it for now. The blonde youth set down the instant noodles and lingered, hoping to chat and curry favor, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xia being processed by Old Yang nearby. That face, he recognized it. It was that eerie shop assistant from the Xinghua town supermarket. The blonde youth's calves immediately began to tremble, nearly wetting himself. He scrambled away on hands and knees in terror. At that moment, Old Yang seized the donkey-ravaged Li Xia in one grasp and forcibly melted her entire form into a writhing mass of black shadow. Using her as raw material, he crammed her into the newly carved passageway between the cab and the cargo bed. The black shadow let out a scream that mingled terror with release, then merged completely with the vehicle. Red Hair trotted back at this point. Little Ya had finally tired of the chase, and Su Qian led her into the vehicle. The donkey's face was filled with curiosity as it watched Old Yang's modification techniques. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, confirming no one was watching, then sidled up to the donkey and nudged Red Hair with his elbow. So did you figure out what sequence that Little Ya belongs to? Without turning its head, the donkey transmitted its reply to Chen Mo. I couldn't pin down the specifics. It seems connected to that doll somehow, but one thing's for certain. She's a sequence too. Chen Mo mulled it over and asked no more. After all, they were now part of the same convoy. Investigating further wouldn't serve any purpose. In this apocalypse, who doesn't have a few secrets? Your squad captain has quite the background, huh? Turns out he's one of Changming's people. Chen Mo lowered his voice and cast a glance at Old Yang. The Changming bastion. The donkey warily surveyed its surroundings. Hold on, let me scratch my butt first. Only when it confirmed no one was paying attention did it use its hoof to scratch its rump. I don't know the details either. Seems to be some big organization. They were probably researching transcendent beings even before the apocalypse. In this godforsaken world, who he answers to doesn't matter much. But the man does know his stuff. Chen Mo offered no reply. It seemed this world was far more complex than he had imagined. 2 days later, the convoy cut through an endless expanse of golden wheat fields. The modified dump truck rolled along in the middle of the convoy, the bus still trailing behind it. Hey, look at that Chen Mo guy. His vehicle looks a bit different now. Yeah, it's gotten bigger. Is that his ability? Hell, Old Yang modified it. Word is this fierce bastard rode that donkey of his and chopped down that Xingdao Rong anomaly. That's how he got the raw materials. A flurry of hushed whispers rippled through the bus. Meanwhile, the dump truck had expanded a full-size overall. The cargo bed, previously kicked open by the donkey, was now wrapped in thicker, sturdier sheet metal. The front of the truck had grown larger with a more spacious cab. The tires had also transformed, now shimmering with a faint metallic luster. Inside the vehicle, Red Hair waved a hoof to block the outside view, then changed back into its flashy hot pink boxers, and gold chains sprawled across the passenger seat, flashing a wide grin of oversized teeth. Damn, I'm suffocating in here. These past few days, those sons of bitches kept shoving some busted dog bowl under my face to feed me. Couldn't you have told them to treat me like a person? The donkey grew increasingly irate and struck the dashboard with a hoof. Little Xia, report the vehicle status to Lord Donkey, and read out those anomaly abilities too. A gentle feminine voice emanated from the vehicle's audio system. It was the shop assistant Li Xia. Her voice carried a faint note of grievance. Anomaly no. 91622, unnamed, has been generated. A name may be assigned to the anomaly. Passive ability, vehicle intelligence. Capable of real-time reporting of speed, fuel consumption, tire pressure, engine status, and basic environmental data. Equipped with an autonomous driving module capable of executing self-driving commands. Base vehicle defense increased by 30%, impact resistance increased by 50%. Anomaly side effect: when an ordinary person with low SAN value approaches the vehicle alone, there is a 10% chance of being possessed by the residual vengeful spirit. Of course, Li Xia wouldn't dare act without Lord Red Hair's orders. At least you've got some sense. DJ, play the most hyped track for Lord Donkey. From now on, you're called Red Hair number 2. You hear me? Chen Mo drove on, savoring the metamorphosis of his farm dump truck. Truth be told, he hadn't expected that a pile of scrap materials could yield a genuine anomaly. Even if its registration number was only 91,622. It was still an anomaly after all. Just then, the music from the vehicle's speakers cut off abruptly. A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie Lin Lu had provided. Spark Council, there's anomalous activity 1 kilometer ahead. Everyone be careful. A brief silence. Then Su Qian's gentle feminine voice came through. Can't we go around? No detour available. Everyone prepare for combat. The lead vehicle gradually slowed and came to a halt on a highway flanked by golden waves of wheat. The voice of Lin Lu crackled through the walkie-talkie. Wait up. Up ahead. There seems to be a person, but there's also some eerie fluctuation. Everyone instinctively poked their heads out, gazing toward the front. The vision of every awakened had been greatly enhanced. Upon the endless stretch of highway, a dark that slowly emerged. Neither fast nor slow, it drifted toward the convoy. Eerie, wasn't it? Following Lin Lu's lead, everyone stepped out of their vehicles. Danyu cracked his knuckles, readying himself for combat. Chen Mo slipped his scalpel into his sleeve, led his donkey down from the vehicle, and gazed into the distance. As the shadow drew closer, its outline gradually sharpened. It was an old man. As he came nearer still, the group finally made out the newcomer's appearance. An old man in tattered clothes, draped in a black hooded robe. A hunched figure, his chin bristling with half-white stubble. Deep-set eyes, his skin wrinkled like withered tree bark. In his hand, he gripped an iron chain. Bound to the chain was a strange creature with nothing but a lion's head for a body. When Chen Mo recognized the figure, his mind erupted with curses. Is this a corpse herder? What the hell? This is truly bizarre. At the head of the convoy, Lin Lu, Su Qian, and Danyu had already dismounted. The three dispersed into a triangular formation. Xiaoya stood at Su Qian's flank, poised to provide support at any moment. Old Yang positioned himself beside Lin Lu, a wrench gripping a black box held firmly in his hand. The old man came to a gradual halt about 10 meters from the convoy. Don't be nervous. Greetings, Sequence 3 traveling merchant. The white cloth strip atop Lin Lu's head fluttered, though there was no wind, but he visibly exhaled in relief and stepped forward. He also offered an introduction of sorts. Perceiver. What the heck? A traveling merchant? Chen Mo stared at the old man, pondering, uncertain of the old man's combat prowess. Doesn't sound like some powerhouse combat sequence. The old man paid no heed to Chen Mo's gaze and gave the chain in his hand a little shake. Would you like to buy something? As he spoke, the old man retrieved a black cloth bundle from his back. The bundle was unfolded. 3 items lay quietly upon the tattered cloth: an old flip phone, an energy core radiating a faint golden luminescence, and a syringe filled with pale blue liquid. Chen Mo nudged Red Hare, who sat on the ground like a dog, with his foot. He crouched close and whispered, "Hey, what's the story with this old man? He's got quite the haul." Chen Mo waited for a long while, but Red Hare said nothing. He turned his head and saw Red Hare with his donkey jaw agape, drool streaming down from the corners of his mouth. Following his gaze, he saw the donkey fixated on the wraith bound by the chain. Let's observe first. The two of us probably can't take this old man. Anyone who traverses the wasteland alone must have some means of survival. Would you believe otherwise? Lin Lu now turned around and began explaining to the group. Traveling merchant, a special sequence. They grow stronger through wandering and trading, so most of them are loners. This sequence is quite peculiar. This sequence is very peculiar. They are rarely attacked by the eerie on their own initiative. They are walking general stores upon the wasteland, absolute neutrals. Let's take a look. I see. The taut atmosphere within the convoy immediately eased considerably. Some of the bolder survivors even disembarked, craning their necks toward the front with curious gazes. The crowd drew closer to inspect the wares. Artifact number 82100, the magic phone. Once activated, anyone photographed will be forcibly controlled. The duration of control varies, with one's strength ranging from 10 seconds down to 1/100th of a second. It is ineffective against those above level 2. Side effect: every night from 11:30 to 12 o'clock, it must not be taken out. Above all, never point it at yourself. Danyu picked up the warm energy core. A complete level 1 eerie energy core. It can slightly elevate an artifact's ranking, or absorb it directly if you have no fear of death. The old man's voice remained unhurried as he slowly turned his gaze to the syringe Su Qian was holding. The disguiser serum. Once injected, it completely severs all living aura from your body for a duration of 24 hours. A fine tool for preserving one's life. Having finished introducing his wares, the old man settled down beside his bundle and spoke at a leisurely pace. I only accept eerie materials or artifacts in trade. Food, water, gasoline. I don't need those. The group adopted an expression of understanding and nodded. Chen Mo lingered at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the items on the ground with undisguised intensity. The greed in his eyes was nearly tangible. Fine treasures. Every last one of them a treasure. Xiaoya, standing nearby, was startled by the look in Chen Mo's eyes. She gave Chen Mo's sleeve a discreet tug. Chen Mo, gid you. Su Qian also rose to her feet. The items were excellent, but she possessed nothing of equivalent value to trade. As she stood, she was met by Chen Mo's brazenly undisguised gaze of greed. A blush crept across her fair cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chen Mo shift his angle, sidestepping past her voluptuous form, his eyes locked dead onto the items on the ground. And his donkey beside him gazed with such rapt attention that drool pooled upon the ground, its 2 donkey eyes nearly forming hearts. Su Qian, truly like master, like beast. She walked over and pulled Chen Mo aside. I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. This is sequence 3. Even if it's not a primary combat sequence, it's still beyond our capability to handle. After passing the items around, everyone felt a pang of regret. The wares were all excellent, but the price was simply too steep. Lin Lu did possess some reserves, but he clearly had no intention of trading for items that were not immediate necessities. The old man, perceiving the group's apparent predicament, smiled. No matter. Goodwill remains even if no business is struck. Just now passing by that area over there. There was a foolhardy level 2 Eerie. I cleared it out. You may proceed with peace of mind. Lin Lu cupped his fist toward the old man in a gesture of respect, conveying his gratitude. The old man packed his wares and prepared to rise and depart. But at that very moment, Chen Mo shook off Su Qian's grip on his arm and walked over. Old sir, that wraith of yours, would you trade it? At once, every gaze in the vicinity converged upon him like spotlights. Su Qian instantly grew anxious, reaching out alongside old Yang to pull Chen Mo back. Chen Mo had only just awakened. Apart from that worthless donkey, what else could he possibly have? The old man appeared somewhat surprised, lifting his gaze to size up the young man with 3 fingers. He had long since noticed Chen Mo's greedy stare earlier. Clearly, he held Chen Mo in no regard whatsoever. Trade? With what? Chen Mo broke into a broad grin, flashing a row of pearly teeth. He abruptly jabbed a finger backward at Red Hare. I'll trade him. Everyone followed the direction of his pointing finger. Red Hare sat squatting by the roadside like a dog, hindquarters tucked beneath him, forelegs propping up his body, drool dribbling from his mouth. An expression of utter harmlessness. This one of mine is a level 2 aberrant beast, the Red Hare. In that instant, the wind amid the wheat fields seemed to still. Danyu scratched his head, recalling the battered dog bowl from which he had fed Red Hare a couple of days prior. He opened his mouth, but not a single word emerged. This? Chen Mo? You? I? Old Yang covered his face in agony, his shoulders heaving violently, unable to bear the sight. The corner of Lin Lu's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he turned away. Were one to draw close enough, one might even hear the strangled, cackling laughter rumbling from his throat. Su Qian cradled her face and slowly crouched down, as though even one more glance would be an affront to herself. She would occasionally glance up at the old man, as if checking whether he had taken offense. Xiaoya held her Barbie doll before her face, her small frame trembling slightly, the flush upon her cheeks reaching all the way to the roots of her ears. Even the ordinary onlookers watching from afar turned and retreated into their vehicles. Disgraceful. Goddamn disgraceful. Such was the thought in every heart. The old man, too, was rendered dumbfounded by Chen Mo's words, rooted to the spot in a daze. His deeply sunken eyes studied the young man before him. Has this boy gone mad? Does he take me for a fool? Yet the rationality befitting a sequence 3 powerhouse, tempered by a lifetime of wandering the wasteland, restrained him from lashing out at once. He suppressed the absurdity welling within him, his voice turning somewhat icy. A level 2 aberrant beast. Young man, you had best refrain from making such jokes. He rose to his feet and walked slowly toward Chen Mo and the donkey. The old man extended a withered palm and carefully placed it atop Red Hare's head. Red Hare sat obediently, his donkey ears flicking, even nuzzling the old man's hand affectionately. In the next instant, the old man's expression froze solid. It's true. It truly is a level 2 aberrant beast, and judging by this degree of sentience, its growth potential must be considerable. You? What would you like to trade? The old man could hardly believe it, reaching out once more to stroke Chitta's head. Grade 2, a mutant species. Moreover, the energy radiating from this donkey's body bore none of the usual savagery or chaotic turbulence. This was undeniably a mutant species, one that had already stabilized at grade 2. Such a find was once in a lifetime, utterly unheard of. Having traversed the length and breadth of the land, the old man had encountered countless caravans and witnessed sights beyond most men's reckoning. Beast tamers contracting low-grade aberrations were hardly a rarity in his experience. But a sentient mutant species, it bordered on the absurd. A discovery of this magnitude carried milestone significance. The old man slowly lowered his hand, a flash of greed darting through his eyes before swiftly being veiled beneath a mask of composure. Fortune smiles upon this old Zhang today. He has stumbled upon a greenhorn who knows nothing of true value, trading away his very own contracted beast, no less. Should I warn him of what a contracted beast means to a beast tamer? The old man shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. A merchant without cunning is no merchant at all. The fool's coin would find its way into another's purse if not his own. The old man cleared his throat, resuming his composed air of an unflappable master. He posed his question once more. And what manner of trade did you have in mind? The moment the words left his lips, the members of the Starlight Caravan stood dumbfounded. The very same donkey that Xiaoya had chased about daily and that Danyu had fed from a dog's bowl. Was it truly a grade 2 mutant species? Chen Mo grinned broadly, flashing a row of teeth remarkably resembling a donkey's. He pointed at the black cloth bundle spread before the old man. I'll trade this Chitta divine steed for that wraith in your hands, along with that grade 1 energy core. How about it? Deep within, the old man's heart sang with unrestrained delight, though his expression remained imperviously still. He shook his head. Young friend, while your Chitu is indeed a grade 2 aberration, this wraith of mine is likewise grade 2, a rare lion-headed wraith possessed of formidable offensive capabilities. Trading the Chitu for the wraith, I confess, tips the scales ever so slightly in my favor. Yet for you to demand a complete grade 1 energy core on top of that, well, it simply isn't quite enough. Perhaps you might add something else to sweeten the bargain. That card of yours. It appears to be an oddity in its own right, does it not? A fool and his wares soon part ways. This greenhorn seems to carry quite the trove of treasures. Perhaps a little more can be coaxed from him. Old Zhang squinted at the young man before him who had raised 3 fingers, the abacus in his mind, clicking away with relentless fervor. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's lips curled into an imperceptible smirk. Cunning old fox. Though the lion-headed wraith was indeed grade 2, it was clearly a dullard, feral and bloodthirsty, snarling and snapping even while bound by an iron chain. How could it ever compare to Chitu, who could haul cargo and provide endless amusement along the road? The old man was clearly preparing to fleece him like a pig at market. Chen Mo chose not to expose the ruse, instead adopting an expression of feigned reluctance. He slowly drew from his garment the finger he had secretly stashed away, the appendage bristling with coarse black hair, a faint remnant of aberrant aura still clinging to the bone. Chen Mo extended the finger toward the old man. Elder sir, this is the sum total of all I possess. That cart cannot be part of the trade. I still require it for my journey. If the terms do not suit you, then let us part ways here. Having spoken, he gathered up the cloth strip fastened around Chitu's neck and turned to leave. As he walked, he let out a whistle between his lips. Chitu, who had been crouching on the ground playing the role of a docile dog, instantly understood. The donkey sprang up with sudden force, its hind legs kicking off the ground as it executed a flawless 360-degree backflip in midair. It even gave a playful flick of its tail. The entire sequence flowed with remarkable grace, an undeniable testament to its intelligence. The old man stood utterly transfixed. He cast a disparaging glance at the lion-headed wraith still thrashing madly against its iron chains. The wretched creature, when not engaged in battle, could do nothing beyond snarl and slaver. The long road's greatest torment was the boundless solitude it bred. The old man found himself drifting into reverie. If only he had this sentient donkey for company, might his journeys be filled with far greater delight. He could ride it across the land and trust it with carrying his wares, and even exchange a few words over a boast or two when night fell. Enough. Let the prophet be a touch thinner. With resolve hardening in his heart, old Zhang instantly arranged his features into a mask of reluctant concession. Hold a moment. The old man called out to Chen Mo, who had been dawdling his way away. Hook, line, and sinker. As Chen Mo turned, he beheld the old man unfastening the iron chain from his waist and extending it alongside the pale golden energy core. Deal? This lion-headed wraith carries a heavy malevolence. At midnight each day, be sure to burn paper offerings for it to consume. Their essence will soothe its disposition. When it is not called to fight, you must keep it bound by this chain. It possesses the virtue of pacifying aberrations. Chen Mo accepted the cold iron chain and the glittering core without a shred of hesitation. He casually handed over the tattered rope tethering Chitu to the old man. Su Qian, standing behind Chen Mo, tugged at his sleeve and murmured in a hushed voice. Do you have any notion of how vital a contracted beast is to a tamer of the Beastmaster sequence? If it were some ordinary donkey, perhaps it would matter little, but this is a grade 2 mutant species. The loss is catastrophic. Denyo goggled at the scene with wide bovine eyes, his countenance a portrait of incredulity. Remembering how just 2 days prior he had fed Chitu from a battered dog bowl, a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over him. Chen Mo? That was truly a grade 2 mutant species. Lin Lu stepped forward as well. Chen Mo, you ought to give this serious consideration. The worth of a grade 2 mutant species is beyond estimation. Old Yang simply observed Chen Mo in silence. He understood that the young man was no fool. Meanwhile, Xiaya clutched her Barbie doll before her face like a shield, watching the departing Chitu with eyes brimming with reluctance. Say no more, my mind is set. Chen Mo crouched down, embracing the donkey's head and affecting a show of tender consolation. Chitu, my friend, life with me offers neither full bellies nor warmth. But this elder here, one glance tells you he's a true master. With him you'll have meat to eat and safety to spare. Be a good donkey, you hear. Chitu nuzzled affectionately against Chen Mo's palm. From those donkey eyes 2 glistening tears truly did well up, accompanied by a soft whimpering sob. Chen Mo placed the cloth strip tethering Chitu into old Zhang's hands. Elder sir, treat him kindly. The old man accepted the rope with undisguised satisfaction. Even then, Chitu kept glancing back at Chen Mo with every step, the very picture of a loyal hound. Of course. I shall treasure him beyond measure. With the transaction concluded, the old man's spirits soared. Is there anyone else who wishes to trade? Chen Mo, his back turned to the old man, pretended to wipe away tears while frantically winking at Lin Lu. Su Qian, still fuming over what she deemed Chen Mo's reckless sale, failed entirely to notice his signals. Lin Lu understood. He cast a contemplative glance at Chen Mo, then at the magic mobile phone, now resting in the old man's hands. Elder sir, please wait a moment. Lin Lu stepped forward and spoke quietly to the group. I shall purchase the item. Whatever share you each contributed, I will compensate you in full later. Hearing their captain speak thus, the others raised no objection. Upon their nods of assent, Lin Lu turned and beckoned to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, ever perceptive, promptly fetched a case from the cart. Lin Lu withdrew two objects from within, the palm of a wild-haired primitive and the black skull of a canine creature. This hand and the finger from earlier belonged to the same entity, a peak grade 1 quasi-mutant. These two items in exchange for your camera, what say you? The old man weighed the offer in his palm. Old Zhang is in a generous mood today, agreed. He handed over the magic mobile phone to Lin Lu. The second transaction was thus concluded. After their mutual farewells, the old man patted the donkey, who kept casting lingering glances back with every few steps. Little one, don't be afraid. From now on you'll be following old Zhang. Plenty of fine food and drink await you. Oh my precious little darling, how ever did you get so adorable? The old man led the red hare away, humming a tune as he slowly walked into the distance. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at old Zhang, exchanged a look with Lin Lu, and gave a slight nod. Lin Lu instantly understood, motioning for everyone to get into the vehicle. Full speed ahead, move out. Su Qian and the others had barely opened their mouths to question Chen Mo before Lin Lu hurried them into the vehicle. We'll talk later, move now. Daniel, utterly bewildered, squeezed his burly frame into the off-road vehicle and scratched his bald head vigorously. But why? Trusting Lin Lu as they did, the group reluctantly chose to follow his command, piling into the vehicle and speeding away. Night fell. Starfire convoy campsite. A campfire burned before the blue dump truck. Chen Mo pulled his coat tighter around himself. The further north they traveled, the colder the air became. He picked up the prepared pickled cabbage instant noodles and devoured them ravenously. Chen Mo. He had barely managed to swallow the noodles in his mouth when Su Qian's voluptuous figure had already planted itself before him. A pair of full, ample curves filled his entire line of sight. How can you still have the appetite to eat instant noodles at a time like this? Su Qian's chest rose and fell violently at this moment. She was clearly furious. Xiaoya hid behind Su Qian, her little cheeks puffed out high. Her eyes welled with tears. She was clearly displeased that Chen Mo had sold off her companion. Chen Mo unhurriedly swallowed the noodles in his mouth, then lifted the instant noodle cup and took a large gulp of the broth. Burp. Daniel followed over, as well scratching his bald head. Chen Mo, why did you hide it from us? That donkey. No, that red hare. It's a Class 2 aberrant species. I actually fed a Class 2 aberrant species out of a dog bowl. Even old Yang, who was closest to Chen Mo, couldn't help but lecture him. Why were you so reckless this time? It's not like you at all. Is there something wrong with that red hare? That was the only excuse old Yang could think of to defend Chen Mo. At that moment, Lin Lu also walked over. A pristine white strip of cloth fluttered without any wind. Everything all right? Chen Mo finished the last of his noodle broth and flashed an okay gesture toward Lin Lu. Haha. Lin Lu visibly exhaled in relief, then turned his back to the others. What on earth is going on? Su Qian felt she was being driven mad by these two riddlers. What are the two of you playing at? Daniel scratched his bald head, pacing anxiously in circles. That's right, Captain Lin. That was a Class 2 aberrant species. Meanwhile, on another desolate stretch of road. Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat, while brother walks along the shore. Old Zhang slowly dismounted from the donkey's back. My little darling, my precious treasure. Why did you suddenly run so fast? You must be exhausted. Rest a while, little baby. Old Zhang was utterly delighted with his new donkey, more than satisfied. This donkey, named Red Hare, had demonstrated along the way an intelligence rivaling that of a husky. It could mimic a dog's bark to amuse him. It could even use its hooves to thump his back in a passable imitation of a massage. It had even carried him on its back for quite a long stretch earlier, its pace shockingly swift. For old Zhang, who had wandered alone for far too long, this stirred a long-forgotten joy in his heart. Red Hare affectionately nuzzled old Zhang's wizened hand. Then it lifted one foreleg and pointed toward the black cloth bundle on its back, uttering a few fawning brays. Oh my precious baby, you feel bad for Grandpa, and want to help him carry his things. Old Zhang's face bloomed into a radiant smile. His own son had never been this filial. He reached out with loving tenderness to stroke the donkey fur on Red Hare's head. A flicker of vigilance flashed through his eyes, and without a trace, he pulled a ring from the cloth bundle and slipped it onto his finger. There shouldn't be any mishaps. The donkey looks quite filial to me. He gently placed the small cloth bundle onto the donkey's back. You truly are Grandpa's cozy little padded jacket. Having settled the bundle, old Zhang felt a sudden pressure in his bladder. He turned and walked to the roadside, loosening his belt to relieve himself. The donkey lifted its head to gaze at the sky. Then it slowly carried the bundle and walked ahead of the old man. Haha, little darling, are you curious about Grandpa peeing too? Let Grandpa tell you. It's not Grandpa bragging, but when old Zhang was young, I could also manage 7 times in 1. Before he could finish, the donkey's hind legs suddenly shot up, its hooves like cannonballs trailing after images through the air, kicking straight at the thing in old Zhang's hand. Oh! A piercing shriek tore through the night. Old Zhang midstream felt a tremendous force strike him. The excruciating pain turned his vision black. The colossal impact lifted his feet off the ground, sending him flying backward to crash face first onto the earth. A thunderous ringing roared through his mind. Then he felt someone frantically yanking at his clothes and trousers. In the few seconds of blackout, Red Hare had stripped old Zhang of everything on his body. Old Zhang turned back in disbelief, only to witness the most unforgettable sight of his life. "My little darling, why would you?" He saw his cozy little padded jacket rise upright on its hind legs like a person, crouching behind him, using its hooves to tug at his half-removed trousers. Red Hare, seeing the old man coming to his senses, gave a fierce yank and stuffed the trousers into the bundle. It retreated a few steps. An ominous black aura began seeping from its entire body. A pair of crimson-red donkey eyes stared fixedly at old Zhang. Old Zhang struggled to climb to his feet from the ground with nothing left on his body but a single pair of undershorts. Why? He could not fathom it. Why would the docile Red Hare suddenly go berserk after their entire journey? Before old Zhang could make sense of it, the eerie power within Red Hare erupted instantly, ash-gray currents of air enveloping its entire body. Its hind hooves pawed the ground, and a colossal maw capable of swallowing old Zhang's head whole loomed ever larger in his eyes. Old Zhang, ignoring the searing pain shooting up from his lower body, instinctively twisted the ring on his finger. An ancient weathered bronze mirror materialized. He instinctively shot a crimson beam of light toward Red Hare. But Red Hare neither dodged nor evaded. It actively thrust its enormous donkey head forward as though impatient to meet the beam. No. Old Zhang tried to pull back his attack, but it was too late. The beam struck Red Hare's skull with unerring precision. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed outward. Old Zhang, clad in nothing but a single pair of undershorts in the cold night, clutched his crotch in agony, stared fixedly at the cloud of dust. As the dust slowly dispersed, Red Hare's body still stood in place, but its head had vanished without a trace. Eerily, not a single drop of blood seeped from the headless body. The headless corpse swayed gently a few times before finally collapsing with a soft poof, transforming into a puddle of foul-smelling sludge on the earth. How could old Zhang fail to realize he had been played for a fool? That donkey had escaped. His bundle. His entire fortune. FCK. You're M. Old Zhang flew into a wild rage on the spot, sprinting off like a madman down the road they had traveled. Several kilometers away, behind an earthen mound, a donkey clad in a garishly flashy pair of pink boxer shorts squatted in the grass, clumsily using its hooves to shove the trousers into the black cloth bundle. Its donkey mouth split open wide, revealing a row of large buck teeth. "Hey, you old bastard, you thought daddy carried you all that way just for kicks?" That old coot was pretty cautious. Nearly turned the tables on me. No good, gotta find some clueless animals to stir up trouble for that old buzzard by myself sometime. Chen Mo set down his empty instant noodle bucket and meticulously wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He raised his head to meet the gazes of the crowd, forcing a smile onto his face. Wanna know why? Because that donkey never intended to leave with that old bastard in the first place. Don't forget, I'm a beast tamer and Red Hare is my bonded spirit beast. Chen Mo deliberately attributed everything to his fabricated beast tamer profession. After all, there wasn't a second beast tamer in the entire convoy, leaving him free to talk nonsense. "What did you say?" Su Qian was slightly taken aback, her voluptuous figure rising and falling slowly as she stared at Chen Mo in confusion. Danyo's eyes bulged wide as cow eggs. "Are you saying that Red Hare will come back on its own?" Chen Mo pulled the pale golden energy core from his bosom and polished it in his hand. "It's not coming back." He slowly tucked the core away. "It's coming back with everything in that old man's pack." He wondered how Red Hare was faring. It should be about time by now. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes brimming with shock. They then turned their gaze toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "Don't look at me, I don't know anything. I just felt that since the members of our Spark Council rarely want to do anything, shouldn't we offer unconditional support at least once?" The crowd, "We don't believe a word of it." At that moment, old Yang raised the most crucial question. "Then how did you determine that Red Hare could defeat that old man? What if Red Hare can't get away? Wouldn't you suffer a terrible loss then?" At this point, Chen Mo also broke out in a cold sweat. According to his original speculation, that old man shouldn't have the heart to deal a fatal blow to Red Hare. Chen Mo glanced at the bewildered crowd and slowly began to speak, revealing his thoughts. "Winning a fight is certainly out of the question, but as long as it can escape, that's enough. Think about it, that thing in his eyes is a priceless, divine steed, Red Hare, a companion for the journey ahead, a partner for bragging and idling away the time. Would he bear to kill Red Hare directly? It's like how you wouldn't smash your new car with a hammer. What Red Hare needs is merely an opportunity to break free. As for exactly how it broke free, that would be the little secret between me and my good Red Hare." Little Ya clutched her Barbie doll and looked up at Chen Mo. "But isn't that just tricking that old grandpa? Wouldn't that be kind of bad?" Chen Mo patted Little Ya's head and playfully shook her twin ponytails. "What scholars do cannot be called stealing. It's called appropriating. Doesn't Little Ya want to ride Red Hare anymore?" Little Ya's cheeks flushed slightly as if embarrassed, and she murmured softly, "Well, Then it's better if it comes back. Its fur is so fluffy and fun to play with. The group chatted casually for a while, every single one of them utterly impressed by Chen Mo's shamelessness. Hearing Lin Lu still pompously proclaiming this as a great advancement for the shared future of humanity, the crowd scoffed in unison and returned to their respective vehicles. Chen Mo turned back and whistled toward the dump truck. Li Xia drive the truck over. The dump truck slowly came to a halt beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the lion-headed, resentful spirit bound by iron chains. The creature was still snarling low, struggling to lunge forward, but the chains restrained it, dragging it back each time after only a few futile movements. I wonder if it's feeding time. I'm not sure if this will work or not. Chen Mo took out an Old World magazine he had borrowed from Old Yang earlier. He tore out a few pages, folded them into the shape of paper ingots, and tossed them into the bonfire before him. The paper ingots dissolved into wisps of smoke that slowly drifted into the resentful spirit's mouth. Eat up, this will probably be your last meal. Chen Mo clapped his hands, turned around, and climbed into the dump truck. He reclined the seat and slowly lay down. These days are so exhausting. The weather seemed to have turned a bit cooler as well. Chen Mo's thoughts drifted once more to the golden energy core in his pocket. He slowly took it out from his pocket and held it before his eyes. Should he use it to upgrade the scalpel? Or take the risk of absorbing it directly? No. The risk is too great. Better to wait until Red Hare returns. Chen Mo tucked the core back into his pocket and closed his eyes. He had only just dozed off briefly when the driver's side door was wrenched open. Li Xia, who had been humming an old world love song through the stereo, jolted in fright, her singing abruptly cut short. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open instantly, and his silver scalpel thrust sharply toward the side. The donkey's raspy voice came from the side. All right, put that little thing away. Are you trying to murder your own father? A black and white donkey with a flashy streak of pink tumbled headlong into the passenger seat. Damn, exhausted your daddy to death. That old fossil runs like a dog. Chased your daddy over 10 kilometers. Chen Mo sheathed his scalpel and looked at the panting donkey. He inquired, did you get it done? He didn't follow, did he? The donkey patted the mud spots off its pants, gasping for breath. Should have shaken him off. He's probably getting cozy with a level 3 anomalous entity right about now. A whole month's worth of black mud, and it's gone. My heart bleeds. Red Hare caught his breath twice, then his cheeky expression returned, his hind legs restlessly kicking the center console. Little Xia, did you miss me? Li Xia's timid voice responded, I missed you, Lord Donkey. Kid, your daddy's back. Divide the loot. Divide it now. The donkey and the man sneakily crawled into the truck bed. Chen Mo sat atop a box of instant noodles and watched as the donkey frantically tore open old Zhang's black cloth bundle. A pair of bloodstained pants. Chen Mo's face darkened with disbelief. You stripped the guy down to his pants. The black hooded cloak old Zhang had been wearing. A few dented cans of food. And 2 vulgar picture books with seductive women on the covers. That's it. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, silently staring at the donkey. Red Hare felt guilty under his gaze, uncomfortably twitching his donkey ears, and began to speak with forced stubbornness. What are you looking at? That's all there is. That old fossil is broke as a church mouse. Chen Mo stared fixedly at Red Hare, as if he would turn the donkey into donkey meat sandwiches the very next second. Seeing the donkey's guilty expression, Chen Mo grabbed its ear and whispered beside it. You little punk, hoarding the good stuff for yourself, huh? Did you really think you could pull one over on me? I treated you like a brother, and you treated me like a fool. Hand it over quick. Red Hare gave an awkward laugh. Reluctantly, he hopped off the truck and trotted over to a patch of grass nearby. He returned to the vehicle carrying another bundle of clothes in his mouth. Red Hare crouched in the truck bed and slowly untied the clothes, still making excuses for himself. I was worried there were other people around, so I hid it separately. Inside the cloth bag were the finger bone and palm of the wild man that had been traded to old Zhang earlier, as well as that black canine skull. In addition, there was the syringe containing the pale blue potion. The disguiser potion, a fine item capable of concealing the aura of a living person. Chen Mo picked up the syringe and waved it before his eyes. You stripped the guy down to his pants, and this is all you got. Chen Mo looked at Red Hare with an expression that said he could eat someone alive. He spoke unhurriedly. Just this much. The donkey bared its teeth and pounded its own chest with a look of heartfelt pain. That's really all there is. I swear on the great name of Red Hare. That old thing was sly as a fox. He was wearing a ring on his finger. Damn it, a storage ring. There must be plenty of good stuff inside. Damn it, I lost out. Lost hundreds of millions. Still acting, are we? Chen Mo retracted his scalpel and patted the donkey's back. It's all right, brother. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. While comforting Red Hare, he quietly circled around behind the donkey. A flash of cunning triumph glinted in Red Hare's donkey eyes. Now, Chen Mo suddenly lunged and wrapped his arm tightly around Red Hare's neck. The scalpel in his hand was leveled right in front of the donkey's undergarment. Arg, what? Whatever other goodies you have. Hand them all over. Cough. There. Really isn't anything left. Bullshit. You think I'm blind to that look in your eye, eh? Man and donkey rolled around in the truck bed in utter chaos. Murdering your own father. If I'd known, I would have beaten you into the wall. Fine, I'll hand it over. Consider it Daddy being afraid of you. In the end, Red Hare still yielded. He sat down with a dejected look facing Chen Mo. Opening his mouth with a soft retch, he spat out a thin booklet drenched in saliva. Chen Mo was sprayed across the face with slobber. Revenge, utter shameless revenge. With a look of distaste, Chen Mo pinched the slim booklet between his fingers. It was quite thin, barely 10 pages or so in total. On its paper cover, a few youths wearing red scarves were illustrated. Several bold characters were scrawled crookedly in red ink. The 8th set of broadcast calisthenics. Chen Mo. The donkey coughed a few times and gestured toward the booklet with his chin. Kid, this is a real treasure here. This is a cultivation method that can refine the supernatural powers within your body. Just follow the practice, and you'll improve gradually. Chen Mo picked up the saliva-soaked booklet, wiping it with a look of disgust against the fur on Red Hare's rump. He pointed at the remaining loot scattered on the ground. Let's divide this lot first. The first tier energy core is mine, the second tier wraith goes to you. The donkey brushed at his fur, now smeared with slobber, with an indignant flick, offering no objection. Given the core interests at stake from their joint operation, the division hardly required further deliberation. The donkey's hoof gestured toward the wild-haired humanoid's palm and the canine skull. What about these? You can have the bone, but there's still a bit of meat on that claw. Let me suck on it. As he spoke, he opened his massive donkey maw wide and lunged toward the claw. Chen Mo hurriedly shoved the donkey aside. The beast usually seemed fairly clever. How could his IQ plummet the moment he caught sight of food? Forget the name Red Hare. Greedy old donkey would suit him far better. Red Hare's jaws snapped on empty air, just as he was about to erupt in fury. Chen Mo gathered up the items and began to explain. These 2 pieces will be added to the collective supplies of the Spark Council. First, those who hog everything for themselves never meet a pleasant end. Second, if we drag them down with us, then should old Zhang come chasing after us, they'll have a share of the blame too. Red Hare gave his ears a twitch, which served as tacit agreement. You crafty little devil. Fine, we'll do it your way. The donkey, a touch more patient now, gestured toward a pale blue potion on the ground and inquired, and this potion then? Chen Mo clearly had no intention of dividing this just yet. He took the slim booklet into his hand. No rush. Let's discuss this broadcast calisthenics first. You're a supernatural entity. Devouring is enough for you. You can't practice this, can you? So this one belongs to me, yes. The donkey shot Chen Mo a withering glance as though looking at some ignorant country bumpkin. Don't you try hogging it all for yourself, kid. I'm telling you I can learn it too. Papa here is an anomaly among anomalies. Telling you wouldn't make sense anyway. This thing, the 2 of us should practice it on the down low. Absolutely no spreading it around. Blunt and unguarded, as ever, the donkey blurted it all out in one breath. The instant the words left his mouth, he realized he'd misspoken and promptly clamped his lips shut. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth curved upward slightly, a faint smile playing across his lips. So the donkey had been hoarding secrets after all. He'd let the cat out of the bag himself. Chen Mo cracked his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. If you can both learn it, then what have you been hiding all this time? Unless there's something else. Under Chen Mo's gaze, the donkey's bravado began to falter. He waved a hoof dismissively at Chen Mo. Fine, the potion's yours. Kid, everything I could hand over is right here. If you keep pushing, Papa will fight you to the death today. Don't go thinking about things you shouldn't be thinking about. Having said this, the donkey impatiently shoved Chen Mo off the cart. He turned and seized the chain tethering the lion-headed wraith. With a lecherous grin and a tuneless hum, he ducked into the passage behind the driver's seat. With a resounding bang, he kicked the passage door shut with his hoof. Little lion, don't be scared. Uncle Donkey's gonna show you what real pleasure feels like. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze of contempt. That old donkey never had a shred of decency. Right now, strengthening his power was the only thing that mattered. Chen Mo took the booklet and sat down before the campfire at the front of the cart. By the flickering firelight, he opened the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics. Within the booklet were illustrations of standard broadcast calisthenics movements. What set it apart was the dense layer of annotations scribbled in red pen alongside each illustration. Sink the breath into the dantian, anchor the intent at the Baihui point. Guide the extraordinary power within, attune to the tidal resonance of the air's energy, and achieve harmonious synchronization. His arms opened and closed like a pair of bellows, each breath drawing the resonance into his body. Every single movement was paired with this mysterious, enigmatic narration. He'd give it a try first. Chen Mo rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Most of the people had already fallen into a deep slumber. Only a handful aboard the tour bus had been assigned to keep watch through the night. Chen Mo shifted to a new position, using the dump truck to shield himself from view. Following the illustrations and annotations in the booklet, he raised both arms high and stretched his body taut. The first attempt ended in failure. The second brought no response whatsoever. That stubborn donkey couldn't have gotten his hands on a counterfeit, could it? He'd try once more. The third attempt began. When his consciousness sank into total immersion, a sensation unlike anything he had ever known arose within him. The extraordinary power housed in his body began to spread outward. Faint, half-visible grayish-black particles materialized in the air. So this was the energy of Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not stop proceeding instead into the second set of movements. Relax the body, open the pores, and welcome the energy inside. A sharp sting lanced through his flesh, racing swiftly to the tips of his limbs. Upon encountering the extraordinary power within him, it was as though the pain had been soothed into submission, receding as quickly as it had come. It works. Arms spread and drawn together, breath drawn in and released. From the dump truck nearby came the faint sound of chewing. The donkey was having his meal. Chen Mo paid it no heed, surrendering himself to the intoxicating blend of agony and the exhilaration of growing stronger. What Chen Mo failed to notice was the narrow crack in the window of a Hummer not far away, slowly sliding shut. A finger, its nail lacquered in vivid crimson red, pinched a cigarette between its tips. It was Zhang Meili, the wife of Brother Dao, who appeared to be nothing more than a pretty ornament. Brother Dao turned his head toward Zhang Meili and spoke first. Wife, do you think the reason that kid Chen Mo awakened might be because of those movements? Her crimson lips parted slightly as she slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. Write it down. When we get back, have Huang Mao try it out in secret. If anything goes wrong with the movements, or if he gets caught, we throw him to the wolves. You always think of everything, wife. The car window rolled down. Zhang Meili flicked away her cigarette stump and cast a glance at the increasingly practiced figure before her. That enchanting face slowly vanished as the window closed once more. Chen Mo had no idea how long he had been practicing. By the time he completed the final set of cool-down movements, the sky had begun to pale with the first blush of dawn. Chen Mo rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms, feeling not the slightest trace of fatigue. He could sense with perfect clarity that the extraordinary power within him had grown by another small measure. If he kept up this practice, he doubted 2 months would pass before he advanced another level. Chen Mo adopted the appearance of someone nearly finishing a morning workout, yawning as he made his way back to the dump truck. The donkey lay sprawled in the truck bed, limbs akimbo, his drool soaking through a box of instant noodles beside him. The lion-headed vengeful spirit had already vanished without a trace. The only proof that it had ever existed was a length of iron chain carelessly tossed into the truck bed. 80 kilometers beyond Spark Camp, a crimson figure darted and weaved through a sea of white mist. Old Zhang's head was now drenched in blood, his body clad in a regulation red robe. A faded emblem of a city wall upon his chest was obscured beneath grime and gore. Clutched in his hand was an archaic bronze mirror. Its surface shimmered with flowing light, and with each surge of power it unleashed, it erupted with a crimson beam of radiance. It dispersed the countless white ghost shadows, each one twisted into a different grotesque form. Yet this thick fog seemed to serve as a breeding ground for the specters. For every one that fell, dozens more would surface from the depths of the mist. Useless fool, nothing but a liability to the organization. Beside old Zhang, another figure clad in the same red robe had appeared from nowhere, waving his hand with palpable impatience. The grotesque horrors before them dissolved in an instant. The man shook out his hand and turned toward old Zhang, who was still gasping for breath. Strange. These things have started finding ways to move about under the sun. The man glanced at old Zhang, who was coughing up blood, then tossed him a token wreathed in black flames, his voice as cold as ice. That little shipment you lost, we'll settle that later. For now, take this urgent beacon command. The great tide may be coming, and those lunatics down south are still plotting a return to the cities. The Spark Convoy. At the very front of the encampment, the members of the Spark Council sat gathered around a crackling bonfire. Ever since the convoy had crossed into the territory of Fanqing, faint scattered snowflakes had been drifting through the air without pause. And as they pressed northward, those delicate flakes grew into thick clusters like crushed oats. Chen Mo pulled the collar of his coat upward, striving to shield his neck from the bitter cold. The jacket he wore was already the thickest he could find, layered over 2 thinner garments beneath. Cold. Chen Mo felt nothing but cold. Even as an awakened, the chill gnawed at him with relentless severity. He truly could not fathom how ordinary folk endured such conditions. There was no pork and glass noodles for lunch this time. Only warm biscuit paste accompanied by pickled vegetables. It was utterly wretched to eat. The group sat in silence, none of them with much appetite. Ever since they had learned of Chidu's rarity, the donkey had received markedly better treatment. Now Chidu lay upon the ground beside Xiaoya, nuzzling his long head against Su Qian's thighs, encased snugly in her leggings. This earned a peal of delighted laughter from her as she reached down to stroke his sleek fur. Su Qian clearly had no inkling of just how prodigious the cunning donkey's intellect truly was. She regarded him as little more than an exotic beast possessing a smattering of cleverness. Chidu squinted contentedly, savoring Su Qian's caresses. Ahem. Lin Lu set his rice bowl aside and handed it to Xiao Lu. He finally revealed the purpose behind convening this council. We have now entered the boundaries of Fanqing. The farther north we travel, the more savage the cold will grow. According to the map, once we traverse Fanqing, we shall reach Tawaching. From Tawaching, we shall circumvent the untamed wilderness of Madigo before turning southward. There is a significant congregation of convoys in that region, based on intelligence gathered through my ability. Large convoys have already begun to coalesce, with preparations underway to establish a permanent settlement. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. A settlement? He turned to Lin Lu and asked directly, "Is it trustworthy? So many living souls gathered in one place will inevitably draw formidable anomalies. Can it truly hold them back?" Lin Lu shook his head, his face utterly expressionless. "I cannot say, but we must go and see for ourselves." Just as the group fell into silence, a shrill cry pierced the stillness emanating from the direction where the tour bus was parked. Lin Lu's birthmark-bearing aide came sprinting toward them in a frantic panic. After the convoys had merged, the task of managing the tour bus had been entrusted to this young man barely past 20. Dead. Someone is dead. The group exchanged fleeting glances before charging toward the tour bus. Beneath a dirt embankment, a middle-aged man lay on his back. Chen Mo recognized him. Zhang Tao, he believed. An utterly unremarkable figure aboard the bus, a man of few words. Now Zhang Tao's eyelashes and hair were crusted in a thick layer of frost. His body was curled inward, arms folded across his chest, his expression twisted in agony, as though in his final moments he had beheld something unspeakably horrifying. Daniel approached and confirmed that the man had long ceased to breathe. "Frozen to death, is it?" Lin Lu offered no reply. He crouched down, carefully examining the corpse. Chen Mo moved closer as well. Something was off. Though the temperature was undeniably low, it was merely around -20 degrees. Besides, the convoy had only stopped at noon. No more than 2 or 3 hours had passed. How could a perfectly living man have been frozen to death, so silently, so completely? Chen Mo recalled those science videos he had scrolled through on his phone before the apocalypse. Those who perished from the cold in the throes of death would experience an overwhelming illusion of searing heat. They would uncontrollably strip away their garments. The phenomenon was known as paradoxical undressing. Yet before them Zhang Tao remained fully clothed, not even a single button loosened. Chen Mo turned his gaze to Lin Lu. Had this perceiver sensed no anomaly? Lin Lu had evidently arrived at the same conclusion. This was not death by cold. There must be something unclean lurking nearby. Lin Lu seemed to know precisely what Chen Mo was thinking. "I can only perceive the intensity and distribution of anomalies, selecting a relatively safe path accordingly. And even that is only regional, no precise pinpointing. Unless I ascend several more ranks. But that should not be far off. Recently, I have sensed the stirrings of a breakthrough within me. Let us go. This place reeks of something foul." Lin Lu offered no further words, gesturing for the group to bury the corpse. 2 survivors hastily scraped a shallow grave into the earth of the embankment, clumsily covering the body with frozen soil. The entire endeavor took scarcely more than 10 minutes. There was no funeral, no moment of silence. Xiao Lu knelt down and traced the name Zhang Tao into the ground with a stick. Chen Mo sat atop the dump truck, lighting a cigarette, his eyes drifting to the freshly mounded grave reflected in the rearview mirror. A premonition of dread coiled quietly in his chest. The convoy soon departed the area, continuing northward along the highway, racing toward Fancheng. None of them noticed that after the convoy had faded into the distance, the soil atop the grave began to quiver ever so slightly. A hand sheathed in frost slowly clawed its way out from the earth. Zhang Tao slowly rotated his neck, then took stiff, halting steps, gradually trailing in the direction the convoy had gone. Pale clouds devour all traces of man, whose scattered snow pursues the chill of sand. Cypress boughs congeal in pure white hues, desolate lanes fall silent of worldly clamor. Fancheng. The convoy rolled slowly into this realm of pristine snow. The buildings flanking the road lay in utter desolation. Many had collapsed entirely, their rubble and twisted rebar rendering the roads all the more treacherous. The tour bus, now fitted with a makeshift plow attachment, forged ahead, shoving aside the accumulated snow. It was an improvised addition old Yang had fashioned at the last moment to contend with Fancheng's thick blanket of snow over 10 centimeters deep. The convoy inched forward in halting progression. Chen Mo drove Cheetah Mark II, falling in line somewhere in the middle of the procession. He listened as the donkey and Li Xia bickered back and forth in spirited complaint. Li Xia, now herself a treasure, had seemingly realized the donkey could do little to her, and thus had grown bold. Outside the windows, great feathery snowflakes tumbled down in billowing cascades. Chen Mo noticed clusters of white creatures clinging to the trees lining the road. From the donkey's explanation, these were Jihanjin, solitude-cold cicadas, unique to the north, a new species born of the Chao Ming epoch. As for their purpose, none could say. The walkie-talkie crackled to life, cutting short Li Xiao's tirade. "Attention everyone. We have now entered Fancheng. In this region, I have detected numerous high-tier anomalies. Moreover, this city is deeply peculiar. The heavy snowfall severely dampens my perception. My effective range may be less than 20 meters. Move with swift precision. Our target is the large supermarket at the city center. Once we've replenished clothing and essential supplies, we leave immediately." A weighty stillness descended in Chen Mo's heart. Here they were little different from the blind. In the passenger seat, Chidu shivered uncontrollably, his absurd pink boxer briefs looking especially meager. The convoy crept along the main road in fits and starts for roughly half an hour. At last they halted before a sprawling commercial complex emblazoned Fancheng International Shopping Center. Denyo Xiao Chen Mo. You 3 will lead 10 able-bodied survivors inside. Su Qian, old Yang, and I will provide support from outside. Maintain communication at all times. Chen Mo retrieved the scalpel tucked in his pocket, grabbing the reluctant donkey by the scruff. He stepped out of the vehicle without hesitation. Let's go. Any anomalies we kill inside, the corpses are yours. Deal. Su Qian, seated in the SUV nearby, straightened Xiao Ya's pink sweater, murmuring gentle instructions. Xiao Ya nodded, obediently clutching her doll as she stepped down from the vehicle. Daniel, meanwhile, lugged a tattered burlap sack clad in nothing but a thin tank top, seemingly impervious to the cold. A tuft of black hair had somehow sprouted across his chest. Presently, a ragtag squad of 13 souls and one donkey assembled before the supermarket entrance. Creak. The grand revolving glass door yielded with a groan. Chen Mo fell back a step, allowing Daniel to take point, shielding the others, to the four behind to either flank. The donkey mirrored his stance with equal precision. The two men, by unspoken accord, cast a contemptuous sneer in one another's direction. The moment they crossed the threshold, a miasma of rot, mildew, and putrid stench crashed over them like a wave. With the power long dead, the interior of the mall was plunged into absolute darkness. The group switched on several flashlights. The first floor housed groceries and everyday essentials. Wherever the flashlight beams fell, the fruit upon the shelves had long since rotted into pools of inky fluid, releasing waves of sickening stench. The fresh produce section reeked most violently of all. The meats within the freezer cases had putrefied completely, their surfaces crawling with white maggots. Viscous dark green ichor pooled across the floor, churning the stomach. Damn it. Everything in this place has rotted to hell. Dao Gu raised his flashlight, unable to suppress a curse. Chen Mo ignored Dao Ji's outburst, urgently pressing the group onward. Cut the chatter. Move to the second floor now. They pressed deeper into the belly of the complex. Just as the group prepared to charge up the stalled escalator, Xiao Ya came to an abrupt halt. The Barbie doll in her arms snapped its head violently around, its glass eyes fixing upon a single direction. Whoosh! The Barbie doll transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling toward the seafood section. A muffled explosion echoed from the depths of the shelving. The group swiftly directed their flashlights toward the commotion. A massive tail slicked in slime and resembling that of a serpent flashed briefly through the darkness before vanishing into the shadows behind the cabinets. There's something over there. Be careful. That colossal cyan tail receded once more into the darkness. Silence reclaimed the surroundings. The only sound that reached their ears was the ceaseless rustling slither. A miasma of putrefaction assailed them once again, this time fouler than before. The group stood back to back in a tight circle. The darkness amplified the weight pressing upon each and every soul. Within the party, a man whose nerves had been stretched beyond their limits suddenly broke formation. Wailing in blind panic, he sprinted with reckless abandon toward the supermarket entrance. Idiot! Brother Dao instinctively reached out to seize him, but his fingers grasped only empty air. Daniel reacted with equal swiftness, lunging half a step forward and clamping his hand firmly around the collar of the fleeing man's shirt. Let him go. Chen Mo's voice emanated from the very center of their circle. Daniel turned his head toward Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. Let him go. Every person has the right to chase after life. Chen Mo drew near the man and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. His right hand, missing 2 fingers, deftly slipped a flashlight into the man's coat pocket. The man was so paralyzed by terror that mucus and tears streaked his entire face. He hadn't the faintest notion that something had been placed in his pocket. He scrambled toward the revolving door through which they had come, fleeing as though his bowels had betrayed him. Chen Mo observed the distant light source with a cold, impassive gaze. But why? Before Daniel could finish his question, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The anguished cry was severed abruptly. Following the sound with their eyes, they beheld a spot a few meters from the revolving door by which they had entered. The man's silhouette had vanished, entirely replaced by the hulking form of a monstrous creature. An immense catfish, its bulk rivaling that of a sedan, its dark jade-green body slick with mucus. Beneath its piscine head swayed several thick tentacles where whiskers ought to have been. The man who had moments ago fled in desperation had already been swallowed whole. Only his 2 lower legs remained twitching feebly outside the creature's maw. The flashlight Chen Mo had slipped into the man's pocket now cast a pallid glow through the belly of the catfish. The survivors beheld this harrowing sight and collectively retreated a step. Brother Dao, dragging one of his subordinates along, subtly widened the distance between himself and Chen Mo. Damn you all! Daniel's frame began to swell amidst a cacophony of cracking bone. A pair of ferocious horns tore through the flesh atop his head. With a thunderous bellow, he charged headlong at the catfish. The creature, its body illuminated by the flashlight within its belly, was rendered utterly exposed. It lashed its tail and repelled Daniel, then unleashed a guttural roar in the direction of the others. Chen Mo cast a glance at the donkey still sprawled on the ground, feigning idiocy. Its hindquarters were raised obscenely high as it kept its nose pressed to the floor, sniffing about with studied persistence. It clearly had no intention of entering the fray. Chen Mo flicked his wrist, conjuring a silver arc of blade light, and hurled himself at the monster locked in combat with Daniel. Daniel seized a nearby shelf and slammed it down upon the catfish. The catfish shattered the shelf with a single sweep of its tail. In the fleeting instant it took to reorient itself, Chen Mo's silhouette emerged from behind the wreckage. His scalpel drove straight toward the creature's abdomen. The catfish twisted its body, taking Chen Mo's blade upon its back. Shriek! A shower of dazzling sparks erupted. The scalpel scored across the creature's back, leaving behind nothing but a pale scratch. How could it be so resilient without even a single scale? The catfish swept its tail in a wide arc, the violent gust of wind forcing both men back. Buzz! The sound of wings beating in frenzy echoed from the depths of the fresh produce section. Those who had remained behind immediately redirected their flashlights toward the source of the sound. A swarm of giant flies, each half a meter in length and enormous maggots, began encircling the group. The Barbie doll cradled in Xiao Ya's arms vanished once more, becoming a streak of afterimage that shattered the body of a fly. Yellow-green ichor burst forth upon impact. A stench most foul assailed the nostrils. Damn it! Brother Dao bellowed in fury, his blade cleaving a white maggot that had lunged at him. Viscous fluid splattered across his face. These aren't apparitions. They can be killed. The others devolved into chaos, clumsily parrying the creature's assaults under Xiao Ya's cover fire. The donkey delivered a devastating backkick that obliterated a fly, then gradually sidled closer to Xiao Ya. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Dinyo's battle with the catfish had escalated into a white-hot crucible of violence. Dinyo abandoned all pretense of defense entirely. With the electronic pricing scale from the supermarket's weighing station clutched in his hands, he brought it down upon the catfish again and again with bone-jarring force. After several strikes, the scale shattered into fragments. The catfish's tail snaked out and coiled around Dinyo's thigh. With a violent wrench, Dinyo's footing gave way, and he crashed to the floor. The catfish instantly pinned Dinyo beneath its bulk, its abyssal maw yawning wide as it lunged for his head. Chen Mo seized the opening. His scalpel, wreathed in a strand of silvery white, transcendent energy, shot straight for the creature's skull. The catfish detected the mortal threat, released Dinyo, and redirected its tail to lash at Chen Mo instead. Chen Mo turned his cheek to dodge the strike and slashed backward in the same motion. Hoochie! An immense force transmitted through his scalpel, carrying Chen Mo backward in a tumbling arc. Dark, jade-green blood erupted in a geyser. The creature, howling in agony, launched itself from the ground and pivoted toward Chen Mo. At that very moment, a shadow streaked past at blinding velocity. The Barbie doll hurtled headlong into the frenzied monster. A muffled impact resonated, and the catfish's colossal frame was sent staggering, toppling toward Dinyo. Dinyo gathered his strength in an instant and drove his fist deep into the catfish's abdomen. Ugh! The creature emitted a sound of retching, disgorging the contents of its stomach across the floor, among them the man it had previously swallowed. Dinyo seized the opportunity to deliver another punishing blow, his fist connecting solidly with the catfish's skull. The creature reeled backward repeatedly, its thoughts momentarily scattered into blank oblivion. Now, Chen Mo's boots found purchase on the mucus-slicked floor. He launched himself skyward. A wisp of white radiance ignited along the blade of his scalpel. He drove the scalpel viciously into the back of the catfish's skull. Poochie! The creature convulsed violently for several heartbeats before crashing to the ground with thunderous finality. Its colossal body lay still, though its muscles continued to twitch faintly. The immediate peril had been dispelled. Chen Mo stepped aside, allowing Dinyo to gather the catfish's body and tail into the burlap sack. He had known since before they entered. This tattered sack Dinyo carried was a wondrous artifact capable of storing objects. The survivors were all gasping for breath. Brother Dao swiped the gore from his face, spat a gobbet of saliva, and hauled the yellow-haired youth up from the ground. Get to the second floor. Find clothes. None dared tarry. Trampling through the sea of yellow-green filth, they scrambled up the escalator that had long since ceased to move. The second floor housed the apparel section, the objective of their expedition. Standing at the stairwell, the group surveyed their surroundings with cautious wariness. Darkness and silence persisted unchanged, as though the carnage on the first floor belonged to an entirely different world. Yellow Hair, stationed at the rear of the group, cast an absent glance backward. He froze. Yellow Hair raised a trembling hand and pointed shakily back toward the direction they had come. The escalator. The others turned their heads in unison. There was nothing there at all. The escalator they had just ascended had vanished without a trace. In its place lay a stretch of cream-colored flooring. It blended seamlessly with the second floor's tiles without a hint of incongruity, as if the passage that had connected them to the first floor had never existed in the first place. Silence, deathly silence. All that remained around them was the ragged breathing of the crowd. Creak. A faint sound of plastic scraping against the floor drifted through the air. Creak, creak. Creak, creak, creak. As the first sound arose, the noises grew increasingly dense, eventually forming waves of sound that poured forth endlessly from the darkness. The sounds drew nearer with mounting speed, as though countless figures were charging wildly toward the group's position. Damn it, what the hell is that? Knife gripped his machete tightly, the beam of his flashlight sweeping back and forth through the darkness as he searched for the source of the sound. From the darkness, a pale white head suddenly thrust outward from a shop. The head bore no facial features whatsoever, only a hollow indentation suggesting the rough outline of a face. Then came another and another. Soon wherever the flashlight beam fell, the space was packed tight with dense clusters of white heads. The white mannequins all sprang to life at once, scuttling toward the group with frantic creaking. Shit! Daniel stepped forward, positioning himself at the vanguard, and swung a fist that smashed into a mannequin's head. Plastic fragments burst apart, exploding into a cloud of powder in the air. They're coming from behind too. Chen Mo slashed with his blade, and a mannequin's head slid slowly from its shoulders. The peculiar properties of the silver surgical knife were being employed to their absolute fullest. Each strike carved with flawless precision across the mannequin's neck joint. One blade, one head rolling to the ground. Whooshed! The Barbie doll in Xiao Ya's arms transformed into a streak of pink afterimage, crashing directly into the horde of mannequins and sending a swath of them sprawling. Yet there were simply too many of them. They packed the entire corridor in overwhelming density. Help out if you want to live. Knife roared, dropping his machete and drawing a steel pipe from his waist. In one swing, he smashed a mannequin into countless fragments. The survivors who came to their senses took cover behind the awakened, using whatever weapons they had to cut down the mannequins that broke through to close range. Yet the number of mannequins breaching the awakened's defense and surging toward the ordinary people continued to grow. Red Hare crushed a mannequin's skull beneath his foot. Donkey Eye fixed his gaze intently upon a certain direction in the darkness. One of Knife's underlings had just smashed a mannequin's head with his steel pipe when his arm was seized in a death grip by another mannequin beside him. "Oh, help me, Boss Knife." He let out a blood-curdling scream and stretched his hand toward Knife. An unseen force dragged his entire body relentlessly into the white tide. The next moment, dozens of mannequins swarmed over him, drowning him in an instant. The brittle crack of bones and wretched screams rang out continuously. Several mannequins, stained with fresh blood, rose once more and charged toward the group. All that remained in that spot was a mess of red and white, shattered bone and entrails scattered across the floor. An indeterminate amount of time passed before the last mannequin was pulverized by Daniel's fist. The second floor descended into stillness, once more laden with the thick stench of blood and the group's gasping breaths. Then Donkey's shrill, rasping voice echoed through Chen Mo's mind. "Kid, the appetizer's over. The main course has arrived. There's something off about this thing. Your daddy can't make out its level. The rules of this godforsaken place are ridiculously strong, cutting off all means of scrying. Still, if I had to guess, it's at least at the peak of grade 2, or possibly even grade 3. Grade 3. Chen Mo cast a glance at Red Hare, his meaning unmistakable. It was time for you to make a move. Donkey shook his head and transmitted his voice to Chen Mo. I didn't sense it on the first floor, but there seems to be an even higher grade anomalous entity sleeping on the third floor. The moment I make a move, the energy fluctuation from the exotic species will surely wake it. When that happens, we'll all die here. Chen Mo's heart sank. A small hand tugged at the corner of Chen Mo's clothing. It was Xiaoya. She pointed toward the depths of the darkness, her lips moving slightly, though she spoke not a word. From the far end of the darkness, a colossal figure emerged at a slow, deliberate pace. It was a monster assembled from countless twisted shells, shopping carts, and metal. The monster bore a vaguely humanoid form, gaunt and emaciated, yet sprouted 6 arms of varying lengths. Atop its shoulders sat a head roughly half the size of its body, the faint outline of a woman still discernible. Its head hung low, hair hanging in wild disarray. Bye. It strode forward on legs assembled from mechanical scaffolding, repeating this single word with every step. Chen Mo felt his scalp prickle with unease. Yet their retreat was already cut off. They could only steel themselves and charge forward. Daniel could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fists and hurled himself toward the creature. Don't. No. Chen Mo and Xiaoya cried out in unison, but it was already too late. The anomalous entity casually raised one of its 6 arms and seized Daniel by the wrist. Daniel's entire body trembled as he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet he could not budge it in the slightest. The entity's arms suddenly wrenched upward, hurling Daniel violently to the ground. Boom. The floor fractured like a spider's web from the impact, and Daniel was left so dazed and disoriented that he could not rise. The creature raised a foot, poised to stomp down upon Daniel's bald head. Chen Mo's form erupted into motion. His silver surgical knife traced a hair-thin line through the air, aimed directly at the monster's head. Clang! Another of the entity's hands moved with lightning speed, 2 fingers pinching the spine of the surgical blade. A tremendous force surged through, and Chen Mo was sent flying, slamming brutally into a wall over a dozen meters away. A searing pain shot through the web of his hand. He could barely maintain his grip on the blade. The entity simultaneously raised a foot and kicked out, sending Daniel tumbling across the floor for several revolutions before he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Niao, Xiaoya cried out in alarm from the side. Her expression shifted to one of grave solemnity as she slowly raised the Barbie doll in her arms to the level of her chest. Merge. As Xiaoya's voice fell, the bodies of Xiaoya and the Barbie doll began to dissolve slowly, transforming into a pool of flesh-toned and pink liquid that swiftly merged together. After the two liquids merged, they slowly rose from the ground. Xiaoya's body had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her stature had grown taller, and her figure now displayed the exaggerated 3:7 proportions of a Barbie doll. Her once youthful face had been replaced by Barbie-like features ahead of golden waves cascading loosely down her back. Her attire had likewise transformed into a combination of tall boots and a skirt revealing pale slender legs of striking length. Save for one eye, her entire body had become an enlarged version of a Barbie doll. Sequence 2. Symbiotic Anomaly. Xiaoya's left eye retained its human characteristics with a pure limpid dark pupil. Yet her right eye had transformed into a vacant blue glass orb that flickered with an eerie crimson light. Xiaoya's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the monster. A pathologically pale plastic white hand morphed into a blade. It came cleaving down savagely toward the anomalous entity's head. The six-armed anomaly was caught off guard, twisting around to extend an arm in a frantic attempt to block. Thwack! The arm was deformed, bending in the opposite direction. Having landed her strike, Xiaoya flickered through the air, once more appearing above the monster's head. Her long, slender leg came crashing down with a thunderous boom that split the air, an unstoppable cleaving strike, descending like a mountain falling from the heavens. The six-armed creature reacted with remarkable speed this time, extending four arms upward to intercept. Boom! Dust billowed skyward, and the floor fractured. The six-armed entity's remaining two hands lashed out with tremendous force, striking Xiaoya's shoulders. Driven back by the immense power, Xiaoya performed a graceful mid-air somersault before landing steadily on her feet. Kid, those six arms of the anomalous entity. There's something wrong with them. Chen Mo struggled to rise from the ground, catching the telepathic transmission from Red Hare. That's right. Something was off. Shopping endless, buying six arms. These clues flashed repeatedly through his mind. All the silver supernatural power within his body surged toward the scalpel in his hand. Mu, having recovered Daniel, went into a complete frenzy. He seized a sofa from a nearby shop and hurled it at the six-armed aberration with every ounce of his strength. At the same moment, earth and yellow supernatural power erupted from his entire body. Black bristles instantly burst forth from his enormous head, and in the blink of an eye that entire head transformed into a massive black bull's skull. The twin horns atop his head grew thicker and darker. With a thunderous bellow, he charged straight at the monster. The creature stumbled from the impact of the sofa, but Daniel's horns had already reached its chest. He drove them in with brutal force. Two of the six-armed aberration's hands seized the horns, and through sheer power lifted Daniel clean off the ground. Its middle pair of hands shot out like lightning, catching hold of Daniel's large fists as he struggled to counterattack. The remaining pair of hands transformed into blurs of afterimages, raining blows upon Daniel's abdomen in a frenzy. The dull thuds of impact rang out without end, and Daniel let out one pained grunt after another. Broken bits of internal organs spilled continuously from his mouth. The dull thuds of impact rang out without end, and Daniel let out one pained grunt after another. Xiaoya materialized instantly behind the monster, sweeping her long leg around in a kick that landed against the side of its enormous head. The creature recoiled in pain, still gripping the unconscious or dead Daniel in two hands. The other four hands became streaks of afterimages, clashing repeatedly, with Xiaoya's flashing, darting attacks. Bang! 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 At this moment, Chen Mo slowly closed his eyes. Fragment after fragment of memory drifted into Chen Mo's mind from the surrounding air. A haggard, sickly-looking woman was frantically seizing merchandise from the shelves and hurling it into her shopping cart. Her face twisted with madness as though she wished she could grow several more arms. She muttered ceaselessly, "Mine, it's all mine." For the sake of shopping, she had sold her house, borrowed from every loan shark she could find, and watched her husband and children abandon her. She knew this perverse desire to shop was wrong, but she could not control it. When the apocalypse erupted and monsters descended from the heavens, the people in the supermarket screamed and fled in panic. Only she remained, clinging desperately to her shopping bags and refusing to let go, until a monster swallowed her body in a single bite, until her head tumbled to the ground, and at that very moment a trace of peaceful release surfaced upon her face. But after the tide-like energy, this frenzied soul found no release. Instead, she transformed into a creature with an enormous head, her entire body composed of shopping carts and shelves sprouting six arms. Bound by rules to this lightless, sunless shopping mall, her soul was shackled within this steel shell. The extremity of her agony twisted her consciousness completely, until killing and berserk fury consumed her entire mind. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He understood now. It was buying, the obsession of a shopaholic. Chen Mo looked up at the six-armed aberration still battling Xiaoya and clutching Daniel. At this moment, Xiaoya was using her blinding speed to hold the six-armed creature at bay. Then suddenly, the unexpected happened. The six-armed aberration anticipated Xiaoya's attack. One hand shot out like lightning and seized her ankle in an iron grip. The instant Xiaoya's ankle was caught, the red light in her glass eyes flickered frantically and shot forth a searing crimson laser beam. The laser pierced through one of the hands raised to block it, sending the six-armed aberration staggering. Now, Chen Mo's figure vanished abruptly from where he stood. The silver scalpel in his hand blazed with dazzling white light, illuminating the entire shopping mall. Such suffering, why not be granted release? Bestow salvation. Blinding white light erupted from the silver scalpel, instantly lighting up the entire second floor of the supermarket. The radiance was not harsh on the eyes, instead it carried a soothing warmth, a tranquil gentleness. Like basking in the noonday sun in a courtyard, warm and serene. Wherever the blade swept past, the bloodlust in the air seemed to be purified considerably. The hand gripping Xiao Ya's ankle froze suddenly, its movements locking in place. It lifted its gaze toward the source of the radiance as silver-white brilliance filled the pupils of its enormous head. In that instant, upon that massive skull, a woman's face could still be faintly discerned. The clouded violent madness receded somewhat, and a fleeting moment of clarity flickered through those eyes. At this moment, what the six-armed creature saw was no longer the cold, pitch-black shopping mall. It was home. The front door was drenched in red paint and filth with the words, "Debts must be repaid," scrawled across it. Her husband heaved a sigh of utter disappointment and slowly produced the divorce papers. Their child, terrified into wailing sobs, hid behind their father, looking at her with eyes full of fear. And finally, the sight of her husband walking away with their child, their backs to her. Not a single backward glance. Perhaps this is release. A sigh echoed from within the six-armed creature's mind. But in the very next instant, endless brutality and her pathological obsession with shopping devoured that brief clarity once more. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Roar! A bellow erupted from the massive head, ignoring the captured Xiaoya and Denyo entirely. It gave a violent fling. Xiaoya and Denyo were hurled more than 10 meters, crashing through a swath of shelves. The six arms, composed of metal shelving, interlocked upward, raising a shield of palms and arms above its head. The silver-white blade light drifted gently downward, weightless like snowflakes, swaying outside the mall. Crack! The crisp sound of metal falling rang out. The uppermost arm slid off slowly, its severed surface smooth as a mirror. Then came the second, the third. 6 arms, and 3 had been severed by a single strike. The smell of rust drifted through the air as dark red rust juice seeped from the wound. The radiance faded. The second floor plunged back into darkness. Holy sh! Is that even human? Boss hasn't Chen Mo only just awakened not long ago? The group, watching from the sidelines, flashlights in hand, stared in horror at the terrifying destructive power wrought by that single slash. Then their expressions shifted to wild elation. If the leader of their supernatural expedition was this strong, their odds of survival had just risen considerably. Chen Mo's legs gave way beneath him. The supernatural power within his body had been drained utterly, and an overwhelming wave of weakness crashed through him. He hastily grabbed onto a nearby wall, barely preventing himself from collapsing to the floor. The strike just now was called Bestow Salvation. It was the ability he had awakened upon advancing to Sequence 1, the Blade Bearer. But because there had been no explanation whatsoever, Chen Mo had never known how to release it. It wasn't until before entering Fan City that he had repeatedly ruminated over Wenli's obsessions and memories, finally grasping a rough method of use. At the cost of exhausting all supernatural power within his body and forcibly enduring the source of agony within the target's mind, he could deliver an unavoidable strike that ignored rules and ignored defenses. It was a life-or-death technique. If it failed to kill the enemy, it would mean his own death. It was his only trump card. Now, with that trump card spent, he had become the most vulnerable one on the entire battlefield. Die. Seizing the moment when the six-armed creature was gravely wounded, Xiao Ya's disproportionate body once again dissolved into streaks of afterimages. She wove around the injured aberration, now missing 3 arms, launching an uncatchable multi-stage barrage of teleport strikes. Her slender, straight, long legs, gleaming with the luster of polished plastic, darted and danced with blinding speed. Each time she reappeared, it was at one of the six-armed creature's joints or severed limbs. Bang! 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 The six-armed creature struggled to defend itself, constantly struck and sent staggering by her kicks. It flailed wildly with its remaining 3 arms, but could only grasp at Xiao Ya's afterimages. As the six-armed aberration's body suffered heavy damage, the energy maintaining its surroundings waned. Not far away, the escalator that had previously vanished began flickering in and out between illusion and reality. Kid! The donkey lifted its head and tilted its chin toward the nearby staircase. At this moment, Brother Dao's group of ordinary people were still shining their flashlights toward the center of the battlefield. They had utterly failed to notice the changes on this side. Chen Mo slowly shuffled toward the stairwell. Denyo's fate was unknown. His own supernatural power was entirely spent. The donkey could not intervene. If Xiaoya could finish off the aberration, that would be the best outcome, as it was his slash had already done its part. If Xiaoya proved unable to match it, or the aberration lashed out in a death throes counterattack, then his comrades would have to fend for themselves. The donkey quietly trailed behind Chen Mo, fully prepared to retreat at any moment. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as Chen Mo was about to press his hand against the handrail. Thud, 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 thud. A burst of urgent footsteps echoed up from below. Thud, 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 thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from below the stairs. Two figures scrambled upward in a frantic rush. It was Xiao Lu and Old Yang. Both men were covered in snow, gasping for breath. Chen Mo. The moment Old Yang crawled up, he spotted Chen Mo standing by the elevator. Bracing himself against the staircase, he panted heavily, his lips trembling. Something terrible has happened. Outside. Outside there are snow corpses everywhere. That Zhang Tao who was buried, he's come back too. Snow corpses. Chen Mo recalled the man who had frozen to death beside the earthen slope. Where's Captain Lin and Su Qian? Xiao Lu chimed in from the side, his voice cracking with sobs. The snow corpses came so fast. By the time Captain Lin sensed them, it was already too late. Individually, those things aren't very strong. Even ordinary people can kill them. Captain Lin led the others to fight them outside. But they just keep coming. More and more of them. He sent Old Yang and me to urge you along. You have 5 minutes. Then we have to leave. Their voices weren't quiet, and the surrounding survivors all turned to look, their faces etched with utter despair. Roar. In the distance, the six-armed aberration let out another agonized howl, shattering Xiaoya's rhythm of attack. The creature had been grievously wounded by her once more. A mangled arm hung limp at its side, already deformed beyond recognition. Its remaining 2 arms flailed wildly. For a moment it actually forced Xiaoya back, compelling her to raise her guard in defense. Leave, or stay. The 6-armed creature was already gravely wounded. Its defeat was only a matter of time. But what they needed most right now was time itself. Knife, gather the others. Go grab clothes. Take as much as you can carry. Xiao Lu, Old Yang, carry Denyo out. Xiaoya, keep it occupied. Once we've got the goods, we're gone. Chen Mo issued his orders almost instantaneously. Now it was a race against time. His sharp voice jolted the stunned survivors back to their senses. Move. Get your asses moving now. Brother Knife shattered the glass of a Yuhuang winter clothing store with a single swing of his steel pipe. He led the remaining 5 or 6 survivors charging inside. Without bothering to check sizes, they swept the down jackets and padded coats straight off the racks into their arms. Bundled into heaps, they scrambled back down toward the lower floors. Meanwhile, Old Yang and Xiao Lu had already reached Denyo's side. Denyo had already automatically deactivated his transformation form. His body was drenched in blood, his chest caved in from the blows. Alive or dead, no one could tell. Old Yang and Xiao Lu each took a side, staggering toward the elevator entrance. Chen Mo picked up the tattered burlap sack Denyo had left behind on the ground. How utterly unsatisfying. After paying such a steep price, all they had to show for it were a few shabby cotton coats. A peak tier 2 aberration like that must have been carrying quite a haul. Those mechanical arms alone might have been enough to push Chen Mo 2 up another level. That last strike, Grace Deliverance, had already drained Chen Mo's supernatural power to the last drop, and the scalpel in his hand now bore a massive chip along its edge. It wouldn't be long before it was completely ruined. At this moment, Chen Mo's heart was filled with a crushing sense of helplessness, of unwillingness. Since the day his powers awakened, he had craved strength with every waking breath. Hunting aberrations and claiming their relics. The path he had chosen was the most dangerous, but also the fastest. Now the grievously wounded 6-armed creature could collapse at any moment. If he left now, this chance would be gone forever. Deep within, the donkey was wrestling with the same torment. It could clearly sense the overwhelming tier 2 peak energy radiating from the creature's body. If it consumed the 6-armed creature's head, breaking through to tier 3 was not impossible. At the very least, it would reach the absolute pinnacle of tier 2. But the terrifying energy fluctuations slumbering on the 3rd floor pressed down on Chidu, making it hard to breathe. It too was weighing the odds, to gamble or not to gamble. The donkey seemed to come to some resolute decision, stepping forward. It sent a transmission to Chen Mo. Kid, once they're all gone, how about we pull off something big? I'll risk 1 strike, finish this fast and clean, then catch up with the convoy. As long as no one else is around, we take out that big-headed freak and everything's ours. Chen Mo said nothing, his gaze locked onto the 6-armed creature that could collapse at any moment. Within minutes, the entire 2nd floor held only Chen Mo, Chidu, and Xiaoya, who was still holding the 6-armed creature at bay. Bang! Xiaoya drove a vicious whip kick straight into the 6-armed creature's mechanical arm. Using the creature's counterforce, she blasted herself back a dozen meters. She sprinted toward the stairwell where Chen Mo stood. Run! There's no time left. Xiaoya gazed at Chen Mo, who stood frozen in place, and shouted with desperate urgency. Chen Mo and the donkey exchanged a glance, both catching the blazing greed and madness burning in each other's eyes. Get out of here. I'll hold the rear. Chen Mo roared at Xiaoya as she ran toward him. At this moment, he and Chidu had reached a remarkable unspoken consensus. Brother Knife and the others, who had already reached the 1st floor, stumbled to a halt. They glanced back fleetingly, their faces etched with disbelief. Since when did this 3-fingered creature develop a heart? A maturity far beyond her years flickered across Xiaoya's face. In the instant they brushed past each other, her plastic crimson lips parted slightly. Be careful you don't get burned playing with fire. With that, she vanished in a flash at the end of the stairwell. Chen Mo wasted no words. He hurled the tattered burlap sack at Chida's feet from a distance, then made his way toward the stairwell leading to the 3rd floor. This was the unspoken understanding they had cultivated through their long days together. The donkey rose upright, rolling its shoulders and stretching its limbs. It slowly advanced toward the wretched aberration, now stripped of all but 2 arms. Kid, keep a sharp lookout. Until it wakes, leave everything to me. Chen Mo ascended to the 3rd floor, and a chill that pierced straight through his body came rushing at him. Then Chen Mo witnessed a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. The entire floor, the walls, the ceiling, the floorboards, even the shelves and merchandise, was blanketed in a thin layer of frost. Upon the frost, countless cicadas with snow-white bodies that emanated a faint, ethereal glow clung in dense clusters. Each cicada was no larger than a thumb, their wings translucent ice crystals, perfectly still, as though frozen in death. Frost-cold cicadas, a species native to Fan City. And at the very center of the 3rd floor sat a colossal cocoon that radiated an aura of bitter cold. The cocoon's surface was encrusted with ice crystals, throbbing gently like a beating heart. An overwhelming wave of cold radiated outward from the cocoon, seeping into every corner of the 3rd floor. What is this thing? Tier 3, or Tier 4, or perhaps something even higher. Just as Chen Mo was mulling this over, a tremendous crash erupted from below. Boom! A surge of dark gray aberrant power seeped up through the ceiling. The clanging of metal against metal rang out wave after wave. Clearly the grievously wounded 6-armed creature was no match for Chitu. And in that very instant, the dark aberrant power riding the rising currents of cold burrowed its way into the massive white ice cocoon. The cocoon twitched. Its throbbing grew stronger. The next second, upon the walls and ceiling, those tens of thousands of motionless frost-cold cicadas began vibrating their wings at an extraordinarily high frequency, utterly soundless. Their glow flared brilliant. One frost cicada took flight. Then a second. A third. Tens of thousands of frost cicadas rose into the air as one. Streams of white air materialized out of thin air, plunging the surrounding temperature down yet another notch. Chen Mo's gaze was locked unblinkingly on the cocoon, now throbbing with vigorous life. Crack! The colossal white ice cocoon shuddered violently. The cocoon had shattered. Outside the supermarket, the streets lay in utter devastation. The entrance of the store had become encased in frost, sealed off by a mass of stupefied corpses pressed tightly together. The snow corpses were draped in white frost, resembling the science fiction zombies of some silent epic, hollow-eyed and densely packed. Lin Lu stood before the command vehicle, the white blindfold that once covered his eyes now gone. In its place, a ribbon of snow-white silk whirled around his body in a frenzied dance. With every lash, it precisely shattered the skull of another snow corpse. Elsewhere, Xiao Qi, the assistant marked by the birthmark, was splattered with blood, crimson frost encrusting her face in a ghastly veneer. She now gripped a baseball bat wreathed in a shimmering blue light barrier. She swung with all her might in wide arcs, battering the heads of the onrushing snow corpses again and again. With each strike, a spray of crimson and pale matter erupted outward. This was Old Yang's black box, refined and improved. Its lethality eerily effective, while built-in mechanisms conserved her strength to a notable degree. The two of them cut through the horde like a blade through melons and vegetables, and soon their feet were surrounded by shattered limbs. Yet the snow corpses came in endless waves from every direction, swiftly filling the gaps they had carved. Fearless of death, they poured forth without end. Get the supplies on the vehicles. Hurry! Su Qian's voice had gone hoarse from shouting, her ample chest heaving violently. She directed Blade Bro and the others who had just fled outside to toss the supplies onto the vehicles, while her anxious gaze swept across the battlefield. The moment her eyes fell upon Dinyo being carried out, she turned on her heel at once. She closed the distance in 3 swift strides. A pale green glow of supernatural power flickered at her fingertips as she pressed them gently against Dinyo's chest. Within moments, sweat had soaked through the hair at her temples. Most of her supernatural power had already been expended sustaining the outer defensive line. All she could manage now was to keep the final breath lingering within Dinyo. Su Qian slowly lowered her dimming palm, then turned sharply, fixing her gaze upon the supermarket's entrance. Xiaoya, Chen Mo, and that donkey. Not a single one of them had emerged. By now, the scattered defensive perimeter formed by the convoy teetered on the brink of collapse. Every person had been pushed to the very edge of exhaustion, sustained only by the desperate will to survive. A middle-aged woman was seized by the ankle and instantly dragged into the tide of corpses. No. Help! Her scream was cut short. Terror shrouded every heart. If not for the unanimous understanding that ordinary people could never survive without Lin Lu, the crowd would have long since scattered in panicked flight. Just then a small figure stumbled out from the supermarket's main doors. It was Xiaoya. She had reverted once more to her diminutive maiden form and staggered exhaustedly to Su Qian's side. A Barbie doll clutched tightly to her chest, her small face pale enough to terrify. Xiaoya! Su Qian embraced her fiercely. At the sight of Xiaoya emerging, Old Yang swiftly loaded Dinyo onto the flatbed of the command vehicle. He rushed over in a fluster, his face etched with worry. Where are Chen Mo and Red Hair? Xiaoya simply held her doll and shook her head wearily. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes before she finally spoke. They want to hold the rear. There's a peak level 2 aberration up above. At this rate, they won't be getting out anytime soon. Old Yang's face drained of all color as he stood frozen in place. Lin Lu had also taken notice of the commotion. The white silk ribbon beside him surged forth unbidden, and with a single sweep, 3 snow corpses were decapitated. He turned his gaze over the crowd and fixed it upon the 3rd floor of the shopping center. From within, a dread cold seeped forth that made his very soul tremble. Even with the heavy snowfall dulling his perception, he could faintly sense the terrifying presence of whatever lurked within. He could not afford to wait any longer. No more waiting. Everyone into the vehicles. We're breaking out. Lin Lu drew from his coat that pale blue vintage flip phone. The arcane phone. Lin Lu raised the phone and aimed it at the boundless tide of corpses flooding the street, pressing the shutter. Click. In an instant, every snarling snow corpse on the street was frozen in place like ice sculptures from some silent epic. Everyone into the vehicles. Retreat. Lin Lu's command rang out without hesitation, stripped of all emotion. Everyone understood that for Chen Mo and Red Hare this was akin to a death sentence. Old Yang stood stunned, his gaze drifting to Chen Mo's blue dump truck. He looked back at Lin Lu, whose voice carried such unyielding resolve, and his lips trembled wordlessly. Captain Lin, Chen Mo, and Red Hare. Get in. Lin Lu spun around and roared at Old Yang, veins bulging at his temples. We cannot sacrifice everyone for the sake of one person. Old Yang's whole body trembled. He suddenly lunged toward Chen Mo's dump truck, kicking aside a survivor who had been about to drive it. You think you're fit to drive this? Get back on the bus. He drove the gathered crowd away from the dump truck, then climbed into the command vehicle himself. Su Qian's whole frame quivered. She cast one long lingering look at the supermarket doors, then turned, and upon a patch of untrodden fresh snow scrawled several large characters before striding onto the vehicle without looking back. Rendezvous at Camel City. The enormous plow blade mounted upon the bus ignited with a pale blue light barrier. It surged forward with tremendous force, shattering the rigid snow corpses in its path and carving a blood-soaked trail through the impassable street. At the crossroads, the bus wrenched its steering wheel hard and veered in another direction. The others started their engines and scrambled to follow. Blade Bro sat in the back seat of the Hummer, his hands trembling as he fumbled with a lighter, trying to ignite the cigarette dangling from his lips. His shaking fingers tried again and again, but the lighter refused to catch. Seeing this, Zhang Meili took the lighter from him. With a delicate press of her gaudy crimson manicure, a flame leapt up at once. Blade Bro drew in a deep drag, his voice steeped in disbelief. That Chen Mo who used living people as bait. And now he says he's holding the rear. Su Qian cast one final lingering look back at the colossal shopping center. A flash of inner struggle flickered through her eyes before she pressed hard on the accelerator. Soon the streets were left with nothing but motionless snow corpses scattered across the ground, and Red Hare No. 2 abandoned at the supermarket entrance. The blue dump truck stood forlorn and alone. Red Hare No. 2. It had been abandoned. Time itself seemed to freeze. Seconds later, the snow corpses immobilized by the arcane phone began to stir. A portion of them pursued after the convoy as it disappeared into the distance. The remainder slowly surged into the supermarket. VRMM. Without warning, the headlights of Red Hare No. 2 blazed to life, their brilliant beams illuminating the words Su Qian had left behind in the snow. The engine shuddered to life. Slowly it rumbled awake. The vehicle's nose gently but firmly nudged aside several snow corpses, blocking its path. The snow corpses pouring into the supermarket seemed utterly indifferent to this mechanical creation. Their instincts drove them to pursue only the scent of human life. Amidst the encircling sea of snow corpses, the steering wheel of Red Hare No. 2 rotated of its own accord, swinging the truck around. The blue dump truck moved against the current like a boulder rising from the river, splitting the tide of corpses into 2 rushing streams. It did not chase after the convoy departing towards Stellar Flame. Instead, it turned at a crossroads and rolled steadily in the opposite direction from the convoy's path, until at last it vanished into the endless white world that lay before it. 3rd floor of the supermarket. Chen Mo stared fixedly at the tentacles emerging from the cocoon. This won't do. That thing is about to break free. He had to do something. Once it emerged, neither he nor Red Hare would escape. Listening to the agonized cries and the grinding of machinery from below, it was clear that Red Hare's battle was drawing to its end. Just run away like that. He could not accept it. Danyo's fate hung between life and death. Xiao Ye had held the line at the cost of her own life, and he had depleted every last ounce of strength. Even the scalpel left behind by Wen Li had been chipped beyond recognition. Lin Lu and the others had probably already led the convoy to safety. After braving such grave peril, to simply walk away would not befit the man called Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the cicadas of frost swirling around him, then began to squeeze out the faint trace of supernatural power that had begun to recover within his body, pouring every last drop of it into the battered silver scalpel in his hand. Anyone who dares to block my way, even if I die here, today I will tear a piece of flesh from you with my very teeth. Crack. Another sound of breaking cocoon rang out. A colossal frost cicada head slowly emerged from within. In the very instant that the head protruded, Chen Mo sprang into motion. Wielding the broken scalpel infused with his final wisp of supernatural power, he hurled it with all his might toward the massive cocoon. The blade tore through the glacial gale, transforming into a streak of silver light as it streaked toward the pale cocoon. The silver gleam drove precisely into the great cocoon, sinking deep within by several inches. Having done all he could, Chen Mo could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he half-crawled, half-stumbled toward the stairwell leading down. Their crystalline wings vibrated at tremendous speed. Blinding fluorescence erupted in torrents. Every single cicada detached from the surfaces they clung to. The insect tide whipped up wave after wave of glacial currents, sweeping through every corner of the supermarket. Second floor. Red Hare with one well-placed kick wrenched loose the final arm of the grotesque six-handed, then swiftly stuffed the scattered mechanical limbs and the woman's enormous head into a burlap sack. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it, what a ripoff. Busted my hump for half a day, and all I get is this measly haul. That thing was almost level 3 and didn't even have an energy core. Total junk." Just then a roar from the upper floor made every strand of fur on the donkey bristle on end. That aura. Red Hare felt a pressure bearing down upon his very soul. It was the signature aura of an aberration. Level 4. Shit. Red Hare let out a strangled bray, terror etched across his donkey face. Without a second thought, he flung the tattered sack over his back, dropped onto all fours, and bolted madly toward the stairwell. "Move those damn legs faster." He caught sight of Chen Mo staggering down from the third floor. "Kid, hurry it up." Red Hare flung Chen Mo onto his back alongside the sack. With a single antelope-like leap, they plunged toward the first floor, racing headlong for the exit. The moment they hit the first floor, Red Hare slammed the brakes so violently that Chen Mo nearly tumbled off. Four donkey hooves scraped against the floor, emitting a piercing screech. The entire ground floor hall had at some unknown hour become packed wall to wall with snow corpses. They poured in endlessly through the entrance. Within moments they had occupied most of the ground floor. Upon sighting Red Hare and Chen Mo, they turned in unison and surged toward the man and his mount. And what was worse, the horde of annihilation frost cicadas sweeping down from the third floor had already coalesced into churning streams of glacial wind diving toward the man and donkey from every direction. Endless snow corpses ahead, the annihilating frost tide behind. "We're fucked. I am the king of kings among aberrations. I don't want to die." Red Hare unleashed a desperate donkey wail, weaving and dodging through the first floor to evade both the corpse tide and the glacial currents. Just then an even duller, even more tremendous cracking sound echoed from the third floor. Crack. That thing had emerged. Chen Mo lay limp on Red Hare's back, his entire body drained of strength. He could only twist about, rapidly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of green light streaked past. Emergency exit. Gathering the very last scrap of strength in his body, Chen Mo raised his right hand. Its 3 remaining fingers extended and pointed toward a corner of the hall. "Over there, emergency exit." Red Hare swiveled his donkey head and instantly understood. He plowed through a snow corpse blocking the path and charged toward the emergency exit. Just as the man and donkey were on the verge of plunging into the emergency exit, a pale blue ice spike materialized soundlessly behind their backs. Its target, Chen Mo's very skull. In that razor-thin instant, pure combat instinct seized him, and he twisted violently aside, evading the fatal blow. Pshhh. The ice spike buried itself brutally into Chen Mo's left shoulder. Yet the agony he had braced for never came. Not even the faintest trace of pain. Only a faint lingering chill crept along his veins, spreading toward his limbs. Chen Mo's consciousness plunged in an instant into a boundless darkness, his body going utterly slack on Red Hare's back. Red Hare burst through the building's rear exit with Chen Mo on his back. Squeal. A blue dump truck executed a sharp drift and screeched to a halt right in front of them. It was Red Hare, no. 2. The door swung open automatically as Li Xia's anxious voice rang out, "Get in. Lin Lu and the others have already left." Red Hare didn't waste a single word. He vaulted onto the passenger seat with a powerful thrust of his hooves. He kicked the unconscious Chen Mo from his back through the connecting passage into the truck bed. Only then did Red Hare notice the ice spike lodged in Chen Mo's body. An expression of sheer disbelief surfaced on the donkey's face. This kid just hit the damn jackpot. Annihilation frost venom, a primordial class toxin. If the poison can't be cured within 2 months at most, he'll turn into a human-shaped ice sculpture, and not even a god could save him. Li Xia's voice turned sharp with worry at once. "Then what do we do? Where do we go now?" The donkey took a glance at the snow corpses about to pour out, then at Chen Mo in the truck bed, whose breaths were growing fainter by the second. He bared his great front teeth, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. He pulled the enormous woman's head from the sack and strapped it to his own back, then poured the camouflaging agent he had looted earlier all over Chen Mo and the dump truck. Everything else he shoved haphazardly into the passenger seat. Finally, with studied casualness, he tucked a yellow talisman into Chen Mo's pocket. What do we do? Wing it. That thing is already locked onto both of us. Carrying this half-dead man means no one gets out alive. The donkey leapt down and kicked the door shut. We split up. You take him and go. At least one of us lives. With that he bolted down the street with Six-Handed's enormous head strapped to his back. He moved so fast that he left behind a streaking blur of black and white. Li Xia let out a sharp cry shouting after Red Hare, "Meet at watching." Red Hare, already several dozen meters away, did not look back, merely raised one foreleg and waved it vaguely in the air before vanishing without a backward glance. A truck and a donkey fled in two diametrically opposite directions, vanishing into the vast, swirling snowstorm. A long while later atop the shopping complex, a colossal, elegant frost cicada, its entire form resembling living ice crystal, stood silently upon the rooftop. It slowly turned its massive head. It surveyed the two directions in which the truck and donkey had disappeared. A thick pale tentacle gently coiled around the scalpel still lodged in its body, and then with a sudden surge of power, crack! The battered silver scalpel shattered completely into a blizzard of crystalline ice. A cold, gentle feminine voice emerged from the creature's mouthparts. An aberration among aberrations. And a sequence one boy who dared to draw his blade against me. How delightful. The blue dump truck rumbled along a small road on the outskirts of Fancheng. Snow showed no sign of ceasing. Since that thing had been disturbed awake, the falling snowflakes had grown larger and denser. The entire Fancheng resembled a kingdom blanketed in ice and snow. Chen Mo lay motionless in the truck bed, his breathing faint and shallow. An ice spike had pierced straight through his left shoulder, leaving a bloodied cavity where it had passed through. His blood had congealed from the bitter cold, crystallizing into a ring of dark crimson ice around the wound. Brother Mo, Mr. Chen Mo, are you still awake? The voice of Li Xia echoed from the truck's speaker over and over, laced with a deliberate tremor of anxiety. No response came. An oppressive silence filled the cab, broken only by the faint crunch of tires rolling over fresh snow. Another few minutes passed. Li Xia's gentle voice gradually began to quiver. Mr. Chen Mo, if you don't respond, I'll stop the car. The man lying in the truck bed offered no reply whatsoever. He lay there like a corpse, perfectly still, his lips frighteningly pale. Creak. The Red Hare too turned into a dimly lit alley and slowly came to a halt. Its headlights died, the engine falling silent. Another half hour slipped away. The blue dump truck was now buried beneath a shroud of white, snow melting seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. Mr. Chen Mo, Li Xia called out tentatively once more. Still deathly silence reigned. A wisp of black vapor slowly seeped from the central console, twisting and coalescing in the air. It finally took the shape of a palm-sized black face. It was Li Xia. Li Xia's face stared fixedly at Chen Mo, who lay beyond the passage. It drifted slowly into the truck bed. She sensed with perfect clarity that the aura emanating from Chen Mo had grown imperceptibly faint. A bizarre force saturated with absolute cold radiated from his body. That transcendent power which had once made her tremble with fear had nearly extinguished itself entirely. In her perception, Chen Mo's current state differed little from that of an ordinary person on the verge of death. The black face circled the truck bed several times, as if searching for something hidden within the man. That man truly seemed finished. The man who had caused chaos at Huayan supermarket, who had abducted her from the store and fused her into the dump truck, lay there motionless. And that donkey, the one whose mechanical body had tormented her beyond recognition, was gone as well. Now only she and this mortal man remained. Li Xia's face slowly twisted. Her features convulsed, her gaze flickering between terror and greed. She feared Chen Mo. She feared him from the depths of her very soul. This man was cold, ruthless, and would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. He was like a gambler wagering his life itself, mad enough to inspire fear in everyone who crossed his path. Li Xia still remembered the look Chen Mo had given her, icy, appraising, as though scrutinizing a mere tool. She feared that donkey even more. That despicable, wicked donkey, always devising the most unheard-of methods to torment her very soul. Now a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, one Li Xia would never have dared to dream of, lay right before her. If she could seize this man's body, she would cast off the chains of being a tool, regain her freedom. No longer bound by the supermarket's rules, no longer oppressed by Chen Mo and the Red Hare. She would no longer be an intelligent system at the mercy of others. She might even inherit the residual transcendent power within this body, ascending to even greater heights. At this thought, Li Xia's features contorted, her lips no longer able to contain their wild elation. You force my hand. The face formed of black vapor, swelled violently, lunging straight toward Chen Mo's face. Meanwhile, at the other end of Fancheng, a small alley buried beneath accumulated snow, a black and white donkey clad in a pair of enormous pink boxer shorts carried a colossal woman's head upon its back. Its forehooves flew with such fury they left only afterimages in their wake. It weaved frantically through the narrow alleyway. Behind the donkey, an enormous white cicada drew ever closer through the air. The red hare listened to the ominous hum of wings resonating from behind. With a flick of its head, it flung the woman's head far into the distance, its speed surging once more. As it raced desperately onward, the red hare cursed furiously in its heart. Bloody legs. Run faster. Damn it. I never should have been so greedy for that head. It could sense the terrifying aura behind it locked firmly upon its trail. No matter how it ran, escape remained impossible. A cold, clear feminine voice rang out, tinged with playful amusement. Little donkey, let me have a taste of what makes an anomaly among anomalies. Having escaped my grasp once, you've earned the right to be proud. However, the game ends here. The red hare's hackles stood on end as it shouted without turning back. Sister, won't you please let me go? No, 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 mommy, spare me. Spare this little donkey just once, and I'll serve you as an ox, a horse, or a mount for life. I can even warm your bed and play tiles with you, mommy. The feminine voice behind the red hare burst into laughter, its cold tones softening with a hint of tenderness. Uff, what a delightfully amusing little baby you are. Struggle no more. Absolute zero. The moment the words left her lips, time itself seemed to freeze the entire region, gradually slowing to a crawl. Vast sheets of frost spread wildly across every structure. The red hare, frozen mid-stride in its forward charge, was instantly encased in glittering ice crystals. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a remarkably lifelike ice sculpture. The comical expression on the donkey's face was preserved in perfect detail. At the mouth of the alley, a colossal white cicada slowly descended, folding its wings. Its pale, segmented limbs touched down upon the snow without leaving the slightest imprint. The cicada approached the red hare's frozen form, extending a sturdy limb to tap gently upon the ice sculpture. It observed the ridiculous face the red hare had been making at the moment of its freezing. A soft laugh escaped the cicada. Its enormous proboscis curled into an almost human smile. What an adorable little baby. What a flawless creation. Once I've devoured you, I shall take my time savoring that three-fingered fellow, watching him slowly crumble into icy shards as the silence cold venom consumes him from within. His audacity in drawing his blade against me deserves the most agonizing death imaginable. Just thinking about it sends a thrill of excitement through me. With these words, the colossal cicada's proboscis parted wide and plunged into the ice sculpture without hesitation. A long, slender straw slowly penetrated the red hare's head. The very next instant, the cicada's movements came to an abrupt halt. The expected rush of sweet vital energy did not come. Instead, a nauseating miasma, an ancient stench of sour animal excrement mingled with aged filth, flooded its senses. Pa, 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 bleak. The cicada wrenched out its proboscis, violently retching and spewing fluids onto the ground in frantic spasms. In its mind, it suddenly recalled the fleeting faint pulse of energy from the moment the red hare had cried out for its mommy. It had been so intoxicated by the delicious aura of the anomaly that its judgment had been thoroughly clouded. It had failed to see through such a crude, lowly trick. Beneath the cicada's gaze, the red hare, still wearing its grotesque face, slowly began to melt, ultimately dissolving into a foul-smelling pool of putrid black mud. Hee hee. The cicada's cold feminine voice erupted into manic laughter. It echoed far and wide through the bitter cold. Very well, hide yourself well. Because Big Sister is going to reduce you to nothing but scattered ashes. Silence pervaded the cargo bed, absolute and unbroken. Chen Mo stared at the dump truck's dashboard, his expression placid. By now the bloody wound on his left shoulder had congealed, no trace of pain lingering. Yet whenever he attempted to circulate his supernatural power, it would be driven away entirely by a chilling frost. What did you just do? Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, draining every last vestige of strength to keep it as composed as possible. The instant he had opened his eyes, he had glimpsed a dark shadow scrambling frantically back into the dashboard. From the vehicle's audio system, Li Xia's timid voice emerged, trembling with unmistakable fear. Master, you've been unconscious for so long. I merely thought to draw closer to see how your injuries were faring. While you're awake, that's all that matters. The Starflame convoy is heading toward Tua City. Should we pursue them? At this moment, Li Xia had already cursed every ancestor of Red Hare's lineage 100 times over in her heart. Damn it, idiot donkey. Damn it, you. Damn it, your entire family. Moments ago, she had mustered the courage of her entire existence, preparing to seize the body of this dying man. But unexpectedly, a yellow talisman paper in Chen Mo's pocket suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. It had not only forcefully repelled her resentful spirit, scorching her soul until it nearly split apart, but had also shockingly jolted Chen Mo's consciousness back to full awareness. Li Xia's mind suddenly recalled. This was precisely what Red Hare had secretly slipped into Chen Mo's pocket before departing. Flees and still has to sabotage my plans. But fortunately, judging from Chen Mo's current demeanor, it seemed he had noticed nothing, unaware of her ulterior intentions. Indeed, Chen Mo appeared to believe her words, simply closing his weary eyes. His voice was low as he spoke slowly. Drive. Take a wide detour, then intercept Lin Lu's convoy. Li Xia felt as though granted divine reprieve, a note of post-calamity elation coloring her voice. Yes, master, I'll set off right away. Immediately afterward, Red Hare No. 2 emitted a rumbling growl as it slowly ignited. Chen Mo lay in the cargo bed, gradually closing his eyes once more. Unobtrusively, he slipped his right hand into his pocket. 3 fingers gently pinched the talisman paper, still faintly warm to the touch. Was this left by Red Hare? It seemed this time he owed that donkey a debt far greater than he could easily repay. The thing on the 3rd floor must have gone in pursuit of Red Hare surely. And whether Red Hare still lived, he could not say. As the designer of Red Hare No. 2, how could Chen Mo fail to discern what Li Xia had just attempted? He understood the side effects of this vehicle better than anyone. Clearly Li Xia had coveted what should not be coveted, done what should not be done. This debt would be settled in due time. But for now he could not afford to tear away the facade. The annihilation cold venom had severed the circulation of Chen Mo's supernatural system, and ceaselessly devoured his vital yang energy. Even when Li's surgical blade had been damaged and lost, he was now so weakened he could not defeat even an ordinary person. Thus he required Li Xia to drive to carry him away from this deadly terrain. Endure. He must endure. The fresh snow atop the vehicle slid off as the truck slowly emerged from the alley where it had taken refuge. A turn carried it into a street blanketed in heavy snow. It rolled forward toward the northwest at a measured pace. Fortunately, the faint aura of a dying man coupled with Red Hare No. 2's concealment drew little attention from the anomalies along the way. Scattered snow corpses were shoved aside effortlessly by the dump truck. Red Hare No. 2 navigated its way out of Fan City without incident, plunging into the vast snowy wilderness. Several hours later, the towering white silhouette of Fan City was finally cast wholly behind Red Hare No. 2. Across the boundless white wasteland, only a lone blue dump truck pressed forward in solitary journey. Li Xia's urgent call suddenly rang out, rousing Chen Mo from his shallow restorative slumber. Master! Ahead! Ahead there's a convoy. Chen Mo forced his eyes open, sat up slightly, his gaze narrowing as he peered ahead. Through the passage connecting the cab and the cargo bed, he could faintly discern headlights flickering along the distant horizon. It was a small convoy of some 10 vehicles, not the Starflame convoy. Chen Mo dared not gamble on human nature. A gravely wounded man driving a dump truck laden with supplies. In such an environment, anyone was a potential threat. Chen Mo issued instructions to Li Xia. Go around them. Yes, master. Li Xia immediately carried out the command, the steering wheel turning of its own accord, preparing to take a detour across the wasteland to the side. But it was already too late. Master, they've spotted us. They're waving at us and signaling with their lights. Should we run? Chen Mo's eyes, which had just closed, opened once more. He peered ahead through the passage. From within the convoy up ahead atop a modified off-road vehicle, someone was holding a flashlight, blinking it relentlessly in the night toward the dump truck. Sigh. There's no avoiding it. It's in fate's hands now. Chen Mo exhaled a slow breath. Fortune or misfortune, what must come cannot be fled. Li Xia opened the cargo bed, toss out half the supplies. Master, you. Don't speak. Just do it. Chen Mo understood perfectly well that upon this boundless, unobstructed snowfield, piloting a cumbersome dump truck, should the other party give chase, he could never possibly escape. A grievously wounded man with a cargo bed full of supplies. Truly, misfortune never comes alone. Seeing that most of the cargo had been discarded, Chen Mo issued another command to Li Xia. Drive over. Red Hare No. 2 sealed the cargo bed and rolled slowly toward the unfamiliar convoy. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, forcing himself through the agony, and clambered with great difficulty into the driver's seat of the dump truck. He could not allow this group of unknown provenance to see through his frailty. Still less could he let them know that this seemingly ordinary dump truck was in fact an extraordinary artifact. The distance closed steadily. Chen Mo stopped the vehicle, slowly rolling down the window. The bitter biting wind rushed in at once, its chill clearing his numbed senses somewhat. Chen Mo did not disembark. His right hand gripped the steering wheel, while his left slowly closed around the mountain-splitting blade he had bartered from Blade Bro. Before long, a figure was running toward Chen Mo's dump truck. The newcomer was a dark-skinned youth seemingly no older than 17 or 18. He grinned at Chen Mo, a flash of white teeth revealed. Hey brother, you escaped from Fan City, didn't you? What's the situation inside now? Chen Mo gave a slow nod. The direction from which he had come was Fan City. Nothing could conceal that. A glimmer of delight crossed the youth's face as he waved toward Chen Mo. It's far too dangerous traveling alone. Come with us. I'll take you to meet my brother. He's the leader of our convoy. Chen Mo drove Red Hare No. 2 following the young man as he gradually merged into the other party's convoy. The convoy was small, barely a dozen vehicles, sedans, off-roaders, and even a cargo truck ahead. The number of people numbered fewer than 20. Half of them were elderly and children who were peering curiously at Chen Mo, this outsider, from within the vehicles. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's heart relaxed slightly. With both old and young among them, it suggested this convoy still possessed a certain humanity. They were not the kind of marauder bands composed purely of desperados. But in the end, these were merely superficial impressions. In the apocalypse, the human heart remained unfathomable. Chen Mo still dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Brother, I'm Gu Xiaoshi, and our convoy is called the Boulder's Convoy. Gu Xiaoshi was clearly a half-chatty fellow guiding Red Hare No. 2 while familiarly introducing the convoy to Chen Mo. My brother is our leader Gu Qinshan. He's incredibly powerful and awakened one. And our vice-captain brother Shun is a great person too. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging Xiaoshi's words, and continued to survey the surrounding environment. Finally, Gu Xiaoshi slowly came to a stop before a battered cargo truck. Gu Xiaoshi called out excitedly toward the truck's cargo hold. Brother Shun, someone's here. A dozen seconds later, the cargo door was pulled open and a burly man with dark skin leapt down. The man bore some resemblance to Gu Xiaoshi, around 27 or 28 years old, with sinewy muscles coiling across his body like dragons. Simply standing there, he exuded an air of great reliability. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, studying the man. This must be the captain of the Boulder's convoy, Gu Qinshan. Gu Qinshan also warily assessed Chen Mo before him, then cast several glances at the dump truck Chen Mo was driving. He turned toward Gu Xiaoshi and began to inquire. Xiaoshi, what's going on? Gu Xiaoshi smiled somewhat sheepishly at Chen Mo, then turned back to face Gu Qinshan. Brother, this fellow escaped from Fanqing. I ran into him and brought him back. Gu Qinshan nodded, walking toward Chen Mo with a smile on his face that couldn't quite be called enthusiastic. Brother Gu Qinshan, what should I call you? It's cold out here. Come inside the cargo hold to warm up. Chen Mo did not refuse. Pushing down the chill radiating through his body and forcibly enduring his weakness, he pushed open the door. Following behind Gu Qinshan, he climbed into the cargo hold of the truck. A small brazier burned inside the hold, making it fairly warm. A bespectacled man, seemingly around 27 or 28 years old, refined and scholarly in appearance, was seated inside. Upon seeing Chen Mo enter, he rose with a smile. He extended his palm. Shen Xinghe, who might this brother be? Chen Mo extended his right hand, which had only 3 fingers, and replied once more. Chen Mo escaped from Fanqing. Shen Xinghe's observational acuity was remarkably keen. He noticed something amiss about Chen Mo at a single glance. Brother, are you injured? Chen Mo forced a smile. Just a bit of a fever, nothing serious. Shen Xinghe pushed up his glasses, a faint gleam flashing in his eyes. Oh, a fever. I used to be a doctor. I know a thing or two. Would you like me to take a look? No need, it's an old ailment. Chen Mo declined outright. Shen Xinghe seemed about to probe further, but was interrupted by Gu Qinshan. That's enough. I'll have Xiaoshi bring him some medicine later. Gu Qinshan stepped in to smooth things over, gesturing toward a spot nearby to indicate Chen Mo should sit. I heard from my brother that you escaped from Fanqing. Chen Mo grunted in response. Gu Qinshan did not waste words, cutting straight to the point. Our convoy is preparing to go to Fanqing to gather some supplies. Could you tell us about the situation inside? As expected, Chen Mo slowly laid his left-hand machete flat. He organized his thoughts and began to narrate, weaving truth with falsehood. He concealed the battle he and Red Hare had fought in the shopping mall, claiming only that his previous convoy had been sizable, but had encountered a terrifying anomaly attack in Fanqing. There are many anomalies and monsters in Fanqing. Swarms of snow corpses, blotting out the sky, the silent cold cicadas, and the anomaly that scattered our convoy. That thing was a colossal white cold cicada, utterly terrifying. Our captain judged it to be at least a level 4 anomaly. The entire convoy was scattered, casualties were devastating, and 2 of our awakened ones died. I was only fortunate enough to escape. Were the survivors when I have no idea. I only heard the captain shout one word to watching. Upon hearing Chen Mo mention a level 4 anomaly, Gu Qinshan and Shen Xinghe exchanged a knowing glance in unison. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. A level 4 anomaly. It was far beyond anything they could possibly contend with. Sigh. Old Shen, it's a good thing we waited a day. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shen Xinghe nodded in agreement. Our perception was shielded. Like headless flies, we nearly courted disaster. Gu Qinshan heaved a heavy sigh and raised his hand to pat Chen Mo on the shoulder. His tone sounded utterly sincere, not like an act. Brother, since your convoy is gone, why not stay with our Boulder's convoy for now? We plan to head to Tawaching. We can look out for each other along the way. We're all human. Amidst the apocalypse, we ought to help one another. Yet Chen Mo did not dare trust them fully. He still forced a smile. Then, thank you, Gu Qinshan called out toward the outside. Xiaoshi. Gu Xiaoshi immediately poked his head in. Brother, what's up? Go. Get some fever medicine for this brother, arrange a spot for him in the vehicle, and let him get some proper rest. Got it. Gu Xiaoshi cheerfully agreed. He soon fetched a few pills and a bottle of water, which he handed to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the fever medicine, his heart filled with a bitter laugh. He had to take it whether he wanted to or not. So right in front of them, he downed the pills and water in one go. Having done all this, Chen Mo excused himself on the grounds of feeling unwell and returned to his dump truck. The moment the car window rolled up, Chen Mo slowly slumped into the driver's seat, gasping for breath. The Boulder's convoy. Gu Qinshan, abilities unknown. Shen Xinghe, should be a perception-type awakener like Lin Lu. If things truly are as peaceful as they appear on the surface, then following them to Tawaching for now wouldn't be out of the question. Sigh. Take it one step at a time. The most pressing matter right now was still resolving this annihilation cold poison. According to what Red Hare had left behind, if the poison wasn't cured within at most a little over a month. Meanwhile, inside the cargo truck's hold, Gu Xiaoshi had also returned to the vehicle looking at his older brother. Brother, is this guy trustworthy? Before Gu Qinshan could speak, Xin Qinghe, beside him, laughed first. Xiaoshi, you still have much to learn. Didn't you notice anything different about this person? Gu Qinshan looked at Xiaoshi and began to analyze unhurriedly. First, this man is driving a dump truck with its bed welded shut, clearly modified. Although bulky, its carrying capacity is strong. Someone who possesses such a vehicle would certainly not have been an ordinary member of his previous convoy. Second, he mentioned a level 4 anomaly and spoke of all the other anomalies with convincing detail. He probably wasn't lying. Third, his left hand never left that machete. That's a kind of instinct honed through prolonged combat. Ordinary survivors would absolutely not possess such vigilance. This man is no simple character. Right now, what our convoy needs most is young and able-bodied fighters like him. Gu Xiaoshi listened utterly bewildered and scratched his head. You two are overthinking this. I just saw him and thought more people, more strength. Gu Qinshan patted Xiaoshi on the head, his eyes brimming with affection. After Xiaoshi had walked away, Xin Qinghe walked to the cargo door and gazed at the pitch-black windows of the dump truck not far away. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes behind the lenses as he slowly spoke. Did you sense it? He seems to have a fluctuation of awakened energy about him. Should we? The snow fell heavier and heavier. Soon a thick layer of snow piled upon the windows of the Red Hare. No. 2. The Pantsir convoy ceased its advance and chose to set up camp on the spot for rest. Chen Mo reclined in the driver's seat, having flattened it back, and began to slowly circulate the extraordinary power within his body. As always, the cold venom nestled in his shoulder blocked the flow of all his extraordinary power. Moreover, it showed a faint tendency to spread toward his heart. Master, someone is coming. Suddenly, Li Xia's timid warning crackled through the vehicle's audio system. Chen Mo opened his eyes, sat up, and peered out the window. In the darkness, a figure was trudging through the snow toward the dump truck. It was Gu Xiaoshi. At that moment, Gu Xiaoshi was carrying an iron basin from which steam rose in curling wisps. Knock, knock, knock. A rap sounded against the cab window. Chen Mo did not respond, watching the boy outside through the glass. Since the dump truck had been upgraded, the windows had been replaced with privacy glass, and Gu Xiaoshi could not see clearly inside. Gu Xiaoshi's voice drifted in from outside. Brother, are you in there? My brother sent me to bring you something to eat. Hot soup. Soup? Chen Mo still did not move. The Pantsir convoy was full of gaunt, sallow-faced old folk. He did not believe anyone would offer kindness without cause, least of all to a stranger of unknown origin like himself. Seeing no response from within, Gu Xiaoshi grew anxious outside. Brother, are you all right? If you don't say anything, I'm going to smash the window. Clearly, Gu Xiaoshi had no intention of leaving without seeing Chen Mo. Only then did Chen Mo slowly lower the window halfway. Sorry, I fell asleep just now. What is it? Seeing Chen Mo, Gu Xiaoshi's swarthy face broke into a smile as he held out the iron basin. Here, drink it while it's hot, and warm yourself up. Chen Mo stared at the bowl of soup. The broth was thick and milky white with steam spiraling upward. Within it floated chunks of potato and slices of some unidentifiable mushroom. On this apocalyptic snowy night, it was nothing short of irresistible temptation. Chen Mo did not take it immediately, instead fixing his gaze on the boy's simple, harmless face. Everything seemed perfectly natural. In the end, Chen Mo took it. The iron basin was warm to the touch. He lowered his head to sniff it. A clean fragrance rose from it. Nothing amiss. He lifted his head and forced a smile. Thank you. Gu Xiaoshi grinned broadly, flashing a row of white teeth. The stark contrast between his teeth and his dark skin made him resemble a salesman of African toothpaste. No need for thanks. My brother says we're all family from now on. Gu Xiaoshi rubbed his hands together and began chatting away with Chen Mo. Sigh, this wretched weather. Who knows when it'll ever end? We were originally headed to Tawaching. We heard there are quite a few convoys over there. But the journey is too long and the convoy has so many old folk and children. We can only push on a little then stop, push on a little then stop. Chen Mo said nothing, sipping his soup with his head lowered. He needed to extract as much information about the convoy as possible from the boy's chatter. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoshi's tone shifted and he lowered his voice. Brother, I can tell you're a capable one to have made it out of Fanching. Are you an awakened? Chen Mo's hand, which had been raising the spoon, paused for an instant before continuing on. He looked up at Gu Xiaoshi with an even gaze. Did your brother ask you to ask that? No. I only survived by relying on the awakened in our convoy to cover the retreat. Gu Xiaoshi scratched his head, a touch embarrassed. Just as expected, he couldn't hide a thing. Both my brother and Brother Shen sensed it. They said there's this faint, strange, extraordinary fluctuation coming from you. Sometimes there, sometimes not. So, they asked me to come ask you. Just as expected. Chen Mo smiled faintly, offering no answer. He freed his right hand, slipped 3 fingers into his pocket, and drew out a dim yellow talisman paper. You're talking about this, aren't you? Chen Mo held the talisman out to him. A brother from my old convoy gave it to me. He was a very powerful awakened. We went through life and death together. Gu Xiaoshi took the talisman, turning it over and over in his hands several times, but could make nothing of it. Gu Xiaoshi believed him. In his simple understanding, anyone who could earn such regard and such close bonds with an awakened could not possibly be a bad person. Gu Xiaoshi returned the talisman to Chen Mo, an apologetic look surfacing on his dark face. Sorry, brother. We weren't trying to pry into your background. It's just, well, the state of the world. Sigh. My brother did it for the sake of all the old folk and children in the convoy. Chen Mo finished the last sip of soup and handed the empty iron basin back. It's all right, I understand. Thank your brother for me for the soup. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Chen Mo slowly raised the window back up. He leaned back in his seat and let out a long breath. At last he'd managed to muddle through. Chen Mo slowly ceased his movements and heaved a deep sigh. This was his third day with the Pancher convoy. The caravan had been heading north, all this while advancing in stops and starts. He finally had time to study the cold venom. Over those 3 days, Chen Mo had tried nearly every method he could think of. He had only performed the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics over and over again. The extraordinary power within him remained unable to breach the barrier of the cold venom. Worse still, with each successive circulation, the venom seemed to accelerate its spread. As for the golden energy core he'd swindled from old Zhang, without extraordinary power to act as a primer, it was no different from an ordinary glass bead. He could not draw the slightest bit from it. As for seeking out Gu Qinshan, Chen Mo would never resort to that, unless it was absolutely his last resort. Setting aside whether it would even be of use, the value of the core alone would give the other man ample reason to kill him. Over the past few days, Chen Mo had, through subtle probing, come to grasp the basic situation of the Pancher convoy. Captain Gu Qinshan, a Sequence 1 mountain mover. His abilities were, as yet, unknown. Vice Captain Shen Qinghe, as Chen Mo had guessed, a Sequence 1 perceiver. The atmosphere within the convoy was in truth fairly peaceful. Though Gu Qinshan was wary of outsiders, he genuinely looked after the ordinary folk of his convoy, often lending aid to the elderly and the children. Night fell, and the convoy stopped once more to make camp. Chen Mo had just sat down by the bonfire, and hadn't even had the chance to roast a potato when he saw Gu Qinshan walking over someone in tow. It was a woman dressed entirely in white. She wore a fitted-down coat with a large fur collar and slim white trousers. The fur-trimmed hood was pulled low, and a thick white mask covered her face, leaving only a pair of cool, aloof eyes visible. Though wrapped up so thoroughly, her figure, and those eyes alone, made it clear she was a great beauty. Shen Qinghe's eyes seemed to be smoldering with fire, fixed intently upon the masked face of the woman. Every gaze in the vicinity was drawn to her. Gu Qinshan clapped his hands and gave a cough. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Miss Han, also someone who made it out of Fanqing. From now on, she is a new member of our Pancher convoy. A round of applause, please. The convoy members studied the woman with curious eyes as a scattering of applause rang out. After this brief introduction, the woman slowly lowered herself into the empty seat beside Chen Mo. The crisp fragrance of melting grass and wood drifted into Chen Mo's nostrils. He had no particular interest in the woman. Almost instinctively, he shifted his seat, slightly hoping to put a little more distance between himself and this strange woman. Frost congeals in the courtyards hush the world, an empty lane where dust and noise lie still. Leaning on the rail, the snow falls mute and cold, the bitter wind drops down its shards of ice. The woman suddenly turned her head, a ripple of mirth surfacing in her cool, aloof eyes, and extended a slender hand, sheathed in a white lace glove. Hello, I am Han Ningbing. And you are? Chen Mo felt the gaze around him and was slightly uncomfortable. But he still extended his right hand, which had only 3 fingers, and gave a gentle shake to the slender palm wrapped in a white lace glove. Hello, Chen Mo. The moment their hands touched, the woman's grip was soft and boneless, her touch icy cold. She seemed intrigued by his aloof demeanor, a flicker of delight dancing in her frosty eyes. I heard from Captain Gu that you also came from Fan City. Han Ningbing's voice was melodious, ethereal, and tinged with an air of cold detachment. That city was extremely dangerous. I barely made it back alive. How did you survive? Her words drew the curious glances of everyone gathered around the campfire. Within this modest convoy of Pancher, the 2 newcomers naturally became the center of attention. Chen Mo gave a perfunctory nod. Just lucky enough to come out with my life intact. I'm exhausted. I'll rest first. With that, Chen Mo rose to his feet and turned toward the blue dump truck. Whispers rippled through the Pancher convoy members. What's up with this guy's attitude? There's such a stunning beauty right there, and he acts like he hasn't even noticed her. She's being so forward, yet that kid isn't even as handsome as me. Gu Xiaoshi met Han Ningbing's gaze, his dark face flushing red as he waved the others away. Chen Mo reclined in the driver's seat, exhaling deeply. Women didn't hold much appeal for him, but this woman carried an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Li Xia's timid voice crackled through the car stereo. Master, you're back. Chen Mo kept his eyes shut, his brow furrowed tight. Forget it. He decided to stop dwelling on that and focus on finding a way to deal with the cold poison instead. Chen Mo sat upright and slowly circulated his transcendent power within. This had become his daily routine since escaping. Even the slightest glimmer of hope he refused to abandon. It was working. Guided by Chen Mo, a barely perceptible current of power finally broke through the cold poison's blockade and began flowing slowly within his body. It amounted to only about 1/10 of his peak strength. But this was a good sign. Yet before Chen Mo could feel any joy, he noticed a problem. As his transcendent power circulated within the cold poison that had been slowly spreading actually retreated along his meridians, inching slightly closer to his heart. Chen Mo let out a bitter smile. Drinking poison to quench thirst, is it? Does every use of transcendent power hasten my death? Chen Mo withdrew his transcendent power and lay back down, retrieving a golden glowing crystal from the glove compartment of the dump truck. Over the next few days, Han Ningbing kept appearing near Chen Mo, sometimes deliberately and sometimes not. When Chen Mo cleared snow from the truck roof, she would bring him a cup of hot water. It's cold out there. Drink something warm. When Chen Mo roasted potatoes by the campfire, Han Ningbing would sit beside him smiling as she pulled a bottle of cola from her tight-down jacket. I saw Gu Chunshan and the others drinking this. I wasn't sure if you had any cola. Chen Mo accepted it with a blank expression. Free is free. The woman seemed entirely unfazed by his coldness, continuing on as she pleased. This made the other convoy members look at Chen Mo with a certain shade of disapproval, especially Shin Qinghe and Gu Xiaoshi. These past few days neither had received so much as a kind word from Han Ningbing. So the person who had scorned them was being treated this way by others. Late at night, the campfire in front of the dump truck burned brightly. Chen Mo sat by the fire peeling potatoes with his machete. Han Ningbing watched him with a gentle smile, her eyes full of tender warmth. Chen Mo had grown accustomed to this strange woman. Over these past few days he had taken quite a bit of food and drink from her. More importantly, through absorbing the energy core and the loosening of the cold poison seal. Now Chen Mo could harness half of his transcendent power. This current half was nearly equivalent to his previous 70% strength. Chen Mo felt that if he could fully recover, he would not be far from breaking through to the second level. Of course, this could not be hidden from Gu Qinshan and Shin Qinghe. Once the members of the Panshir convoy learned of Chen Mo's identity as a transcendent, they seemed to accept it more readily. A transcendent winning the favor of a beautiful woman, it seemed, was not entirely unreasonable. This saved Chen Mo from quite a bit of trouble. For instance, the probing gazes of survivors around him had vanished. Chen Mo continued peeling potatoes, and his thoughts turned to Qi too. He wondered if that foolish donkey had escaped. What about the Xinghu convoy? If Lin Lu and Old Yang had made it out, they should be nearing Tawaching by now. They must have realized by now that he was no longer part of the beast tamer sequence. He wondered what they thought of it. The cold poison within him was worsening. It had already spread from his shoulders up to an inch above his chest. At this rate, he had only about a month left to live. A fragrant scent of melting herbs drifted into Chen Mo's nostrils. He did not need to look to know who it was. Han Ningbing leaned close to Chen Mo, her movements graceful as a startled swan. This time she had removed the white mask from her face. A face so breathtakingly beautiful was laid bare before Chen Mo. There was nothing alluring about it, only an icy, transcendent elegance. Her skin was fair as snow, her features flawlessly refined. Her brows arched like misty crescents, and her eyes held a quiet, lingering tenderness. She resembled a celestial maiden from a cultivation realm, untouchable and sublime. Even though Chen Mo had little interest in women, he found himself staring, unable to look away, stealing several glances. Han Ningbing turned her head slightly, her bright eyes curving with a faint smile. Something on your mind, Doi? Chen Mo shook his head, slowly dropped the peeled potato near the fire, and spoke anyway. Just thinking about things from before. Han Ningbing was not surprised. For these past few days this man had always been exactly like this. Resting her chin on her slender lace-gloved palm, she went on talking. I never knew my parents growing up. As far back as I can remember, I couldn't see anything. The world was pitch black. It wasn't until I turned 17 that one day I could suddenly see. Chen Mo turned to look at Han Ningbing. Her face was calm, as if she were recounting someone else's story. She paused, meeting Chen Mo's gaze with that same impenetrable coolness. You know, the day I regained my sight, the doctor told me my body had deteriorated to its limits. I had at most 2 weeks to live. I had planned to see the world one last time during my remaining days. But then the Qiaoming came. Pretty tragic, right? But look at me now. I'm still alive, aren't I? She held up a slender finger and pointed to her heart. So as long as this keeps beating, never give up hope. People have to keep living, don't they, eh? Her story was deeply moving enough to spark new hope in any survivor. Chen Mo stopped stirring the potatoes and stared at her flawlessly beautiful face. I'm an orphan too. I can empathize. I've suffered just as bitterly as you have. As he spoke, Chen Mo suddenly smiled, breaking from his usual cold demeanor. Then should I address you as Miss Han Ningbing? Or perhaps Queen Cold Cicada? Lurking underground for over a decade, emerging with only weeks to live. Wasn't that exactly what a winter cicada was? Han Ningbing's face flickered between shadow and glow under the firelight, her slight smile deepening. Her eyes carried a hint of amusement and a trace of eager anticipation. Chen Mo sat there poking at the roasted potato he had prepared. He blew on it, took a bite, and spoke with his mouth full. So, you went through all the trouble of infiltrating the convoy and spun such a tragic backstory just to tell me a bedtime story. You still fall short. Even that donkey once claimed his father gambled his mother was sick and his sister was studying. At least that was better than yours. The smile on Han Ningbing's face didn't waver in the slightest, as though she hadn't caught the mockery in Chen Mo's words. She merely tilted her head slowly, a playful smirk curling at the corner of her lips. What a fascinating man. Do you know last night when you absorbed that energy core in the car, your body torn apart by the violent energy, that look of agony and struggle? Han Ningbing paused as if savoring the memory. It was absolutely intoxicating. Unforgettable. An ordinary person forcibly wielding the scattered chi of the aberrant, with only a 1 in 10 chance, kicking down the door of the sequence. A sequence, one piece of trash with a stupid, mutated donkey of the second tier, daring to barge into my territory and make a move against me. And to heal your wounds, you risked contamination again to devour another energy core. I really am growing more and more fond of you. The smile on Han Ningbing's face deepened, as though she were speaking to herself. I intend to watch you die with my own eyes. You see, every time you tap into your supernatural power, the cold venom in your body creeps one step closer to your heart. For a gambler who stakes his life on the wheel, watching yourself march toward the end, doesn't that feel utterly despairing? She paused, then added, all right, following you will surely lead me to that delicious little donkey, won't it? I've been lying in wait here like a hunter waiting for prey to walk right into the trap. A naked, undisguised scheme. Chen Mo's heart sank slowly. As expected, the mutated creatures were even cleverer than humans. His lips parted, ready to speak, but he closed them again. He heard the crunch of footsteps on snow. Gu Qinshan's voice carried a note of gravity. Brother Chen Mo. He lowered his voice. There's a powerful fluctuation of aberrant energy ahead. We probably can't go around it. In a moment, I may need you to step in. Han Ningbing caught Gu Qinshan's words and turned to Chen Mo with a smile of profound meaning. That smile seemed to say, go on, let me see your performance. Using the excuse that it wouldn't be appropriate to overhear a supernatural being's decisions, she turned and walked toward her Bentley, a car absurdly out of place in the apocalypse. Xinqing's gaze swept between Chen Mo and Han Ningbing, his brow faintly furrowed. He sensed something was off about the atmosphere here, yet couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, he could only pat Chen Mo on the shoulder, hesitate as though wanting to say something, and let it dissolve into a sigh. Sigh. Gu Xiaoshi meanwhile wore a lovesick expression as she stared at Han Ningbing's retreating back. She jogged over to Han Ningbing's car window, her face flushed crimson, mumbling words they couldn't hear. Chen Mo turned to face Gu Qinshan, knowing that after freeloading on his protection for so long, he couldn't easily refuse this time. He gave Gu Qinshan a nod. If it's not an overly troublesome aberration, I can assist. The convoy rumbled to life, slowly rolling forward. The Red Hare 2 pulled up alongside Gu Qinshan's pickup truck, the two vehicles side by side forming the head of the procession. Before long, Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly as he narrowed his eyes. Around 100 meters ahead, beneath the moonlight, a dark figure stood motionless. Snow fell upon the dark figure without leaving a single trace. It stood with its back to the group, no more than 1.5 meters tall. Its frame was hunched, wrapped in an oversized military coat, like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. Brother Chen Mo, wait a moment. Gu Qinshan had just leaned his head out the window, ready to warn him. But before the words had even left his lips, boom! Chen Mo had no intention of slowing down. He floored the accelerator and rammed straight into it. Crash! The dark figure was sent flying by the tremendous impact of the Red Hare 2, skidding across the snow for over a dozen meters, tumbling several times before coming to rest in the drifts. That was a child. You animal. Gu Qinshan watched the child being hurled over a dozen meters and could not stop himself from cursing Chen Mo furiously. He was a rational leader, and of course he knew it was bizarre for a child to appear here. But to charge straight at someone without distinguishing right from wrong and send them flying, Gu Qinshan could never bring himself to do such a thing. He firmly believed that if humanity was to survive extinction, they had to unite. Gu Qinshan was still roaring at Chen Mo. Chen Mo paid him no heed at all, flooring the accelerator, once more pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit. The Red Hare 2 roared again. Its modified half-steel wheels crushed ruthlessly over the dark figure. A child's scream and the sound of bones shattering rang out. Immediately after, Chen Mo shifted into reverse. Once more he drove straight over the dark figure. The shadow in the snow was now convulsing in agony. Gu Qinshan's furious shouts still echoed in his ears. Chen Mo turned a deaf ear. He floored the accelerator once again. He charged savagely toward the screaming child. Heart-wrenching screams rose from the ground once more. Chen Mo reversed immediately, then repeated it again. 3 minutes earlier, the dog-faced figure had slowly appeared by the roadside. The darkness and the form of a child, its perfect camouflage. These humans were always so stupid. They would get out of their cars. They would approach. They would come over with compassion and concern. And then, they would be torn to shreds by me. The rumbling came. They were coming. Ha, ha, ha. By now the dog-faced creature was already imagining the look of terror and despair on the humans' faces when they saw it. But the concerned dismount it had imagined never came. Instead, a tremendous force of impact slammed brutally into its waist. Its waist seemed to have broken. That man is shouting. He probably didn't see it right. This time they should come over. Lying in the snow waiting for them to approach. Is this even a human? The dog-faced creature was howling in anguish within. You won't even spare a child. I'm not really human. But you are truly a beast. Screams upon screams pierced the night. Even someone as slow as Gu Qinshan could tell something was wrong now. No child could be run over that many times and still live. Chen Mo slowly brought the red hair to a stop beside the pickup truck. The dark figure in the snow suddenly turned around. A sunken nose bridge, a skull covered in coarse black hair. Its eyes glowed a ghostly green. Gu Qinshan was startled. He immediately leapt out of the vehicle. The coiled dragon-like muscles across his body slowly petrified. The mountain mover sequence. Gu Qinshan lunged forward in great strides, reaching for the dog-faced creature. The dog-faced creature rolled, dodging Gu Qinshan's grasp. It twisted and flipped through the air, evading his attacks again and again. Its speed was extraordinary, escaping every single strike Gu Qinshan threw. At the same time, it lashed out with both claws in retaliation. Each flash of those razor-sharp talons left a clear claw mark on Gu Qinshan's body. Shen Qinghe, standing behind Gu Qinshan, made his move. Lag. Shen Qinghe tapped his temple lightly, his gaze locking onto the direction of the dog-faced creature. The dog-faced creature's movements instantly slowed to a crawl. Gu Qinshan's fist connected with its face, slamming it brutally into the snow. One punch. Another punch. Pear blossoms bloomed in wild profusion, and willow catkins drifted helplessly in the winter air. On a forgotten highway stretching from Fanqing toward Tawaching, heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly. Chen Mo completed the final movement of his exercises and climbed back onto the dump truck. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a jagged tusk, the relic material left behind by the dog-faced man the night before. Dog-faced man's tusk, a tier 1 relic material, the sole remnant left behind when the feeble one anomaly known as the dog-faced man dissolved. Note: after being struck and critically injured by the relic dump truck, he was surrounded and killed by 3 transcendent beings. The last thing he saw before death was the fist of a mountain mover. Chen Mo turned and tossed the tusk into the ragged burlap sack. All the items crammed inside were relic materials, completely useless for his current predicament. Approaching noon, a faint sound of footsteps echoed across the snowfield. The same delicate fragrance of melting vegetation lingered in the cold air. She sat beside Chen Mo, her ethereal eyes swirling as they fixed upon him. You seem to have grown even stronger. Chen Mo ignored Han Ningbing and stared at the distant silhouette of snow-capped mountains. What if that donkey never appears before I die? Chen Mo asked the question he had been holding back. Han Ningbing let out a soft laugh, her voice crystal clear. Then I will go to Tawaching myself and wait for it. It will come for you. It must. Chen Mo finally turned his head and met her gaze. Then why not just kill me directly and go to Tawaching to wait for that donkey? No. A solitary journey is far too dull. I want to watch with my own eyes as your cold poison erupts and claims you. You think you can avoid using transcendent power and escape this? Reality will force you to make choices, won't it? Her tone remained calm, as though she were discussing something as trivial as the weather rather than a life or death. A chill ran up Chen Mo's spine. This woman had calculated every detail with flawless precision. Just then Gu Qinshan and Gu Xiaoshu approached. Gu Qinshan's face bore the weight of exhaustion, but he nodded to Chen Mo. Brother Chen Mo, I owe you for last night. Chen Mo nodded and asked immediately. How is Shen Qinghe? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinshan let out a heavy sigh. Qinghe fell ill as soon as he returned last night. It seems he caught a cold. Chen Mo's heart sank. A cold? Could a transcendent being even catch a common cold? As though reading his thoughts, Gu Qinshan shook his head. I don't know the exact cause. The person is already bedridden. We will rest tonight. Tomorrow and the day after we push straight through to Tawaching. No sooner had Gu Qinshan finished speaking than Xiaoshu beside him flushed crimson. His eyes flickered involuntarily toward Han Ningbing. Brother, we don't have much supplies left in the caravan. Why don't we stop at the small county ahead to gather some supplies? Chen Mo glanced at Gu Xiaoshu, noticing the blush on the young boy's face, then looked toward Han Ningbing. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Han Ningbing smiled faintly. Could it be? Chen Mo suddenly recalled what she had said earlier. You think you can avoid using transcendent power and escape this? Reality will force you to make choices. Chen Mo remained silent because his fuel reserves had long been depleted. These past few days he had relied entirely on Gu Qinshan's generosity. Gu Qinshan's expression, dark and worry, etched across his face. Qinghe is ill. Without his perception, venturing into a county town blindly amid this snowstorm would be far too dangerous. Gu Xiaoshu glanced at Han Ningbing and grew anxious. But brother, many people in the caravan have nothing left to eat. The elders and children alike haven't had a proper meal in days. Gu Qinshan fell silent. His burly frame looked unexpectedly frail against the bleak, biting wind. Chen Mo cast a glance at Han Ningbing. So this was what she meant. Reality will force you to make choices. The dog-faced man that appeared last night. Shen Qing has sudden illness. Gu Xiaoshu's unusual proposal. Going to the town to gather supplies. When the time came, he would have no choice but to act. The cold poison would spread. If they refused, the truck would stall without fuel. Another open conspiracy. Han Ningbing had laid out a chessboard placing everyone in the Pancher caravan, and Chen Mo upon it. Everyone was merely her pawn. Her only purpose was to watch the gambler Chen Mo lose everything in despair at the table. Gu Qinshan looked toward Chen Mo. With Shen Qinghe now ill going to the county town would require Chen Mo to act again. Before Chen Mo could speak, rumble. A deep thunderous roar echoed from the distant mountain range. Everyone in the caravan froze terror-stricken as they turned toward the source. The sound was as though some colossal entity had risen from the earth itself. The snowy ground beneath their feet began to tremble. What is that? Gu Xiaoshu's voice trembled with fear. Following their gaze, the group witnessed a distant mountain peak rise from the ground. It moved slowly, heading toward Tuaching. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slowly. Astonished, everyone saw a dark mass of people standing upon the floating island that had risen from the earth. It's a relic. Gu Qinshan's voice pulled everyone back to reality. Xiaoshu, do you remember? Back in Bushi City when we saw that massive earth dragon. Shen Qinghe was the one who followed behind that earth dragon when we escaped. That earth dragon was relic number 985. The floating island before us is undoubtedly also a relic. As for its ranking, it should be within the top 1,000. The floating island gradually drifted farther from their sight. Chen Mo watched the floating island with burning intensity. Such a powerful relic. Han Ningbing also gazed into the distance, her brows deeply furrowed. For the first time, a look of contemplation crossed her face. Gu Qinshan cleared his throat and spoke to Chen Mo. Brother, about the county town matter. Chen Mo knew he had no choice. He could not refuse this move in her chess game. Even knowing it was a trap, he would have to step into it. Before arriving at Fanqing, Chen Mo and Chidu had hardly given the fuel situation a second thought. They could find any number of vehicles along the way and siphon plenty. But since this woman attached herself to them, they had not encountered a single place to resupply. Was this all coincidence? Chen Mo did not believe it for a moment. He slowly turned his head and met Han Ningbing's piercing gaze. She still wore that faint smile like an audience member waiting eagerly for the show to begin. Chen Mo slowly nodded. Very well. I will play along with this game. You want to gamble? Then I shall gamble with you. Fleeting petals of cold blossoms danced through the mountain town as scattered lamplight glimmered against the snow. The silhouette of the small town flickered in and out of view within the blizzard. The Pancher convoy came to a gradual halt at the town's entrance. Gu Qinshan leaped down from the cargo truck and waved to those behind him. To play it safe, Gu Qinshan had called upon every able-bodied young man from the vehicle. Though he knew full well that ordinary men stood no chance whatsoever against the uncanny horrors that lurked within. But with more people, the chances of survival would surely be greater, wouldn't they? Lao Wang, Abao de Lu. You few come with me inside. Several wan and emaciated young men gripping iron rods and cleavers stepped down from the vehicle one after another. Shen Qinghe leaned close to Gu Xiaoshu's ear, whispered a few brief instructions, then slowly retreated back to the carriage. Gu Xiaoshu caught sight of Han Ningbing descending from the Bentley. He hurried over at once. Miss Han, you really shouldn't go. It's far too dangerous. The youth's cheeks flushed crimson, his words stumbling over themselves. Han Ningbing slowly removed her mask, revealing a countenance so exquisite it stole the breath from one's chest. She offered Gu Xiaoshu a faint, gentle smile. I need supplies too, and I'd like to help. At the sight of Han Ningbing's soft smile, Gu Xiaoshu's blush deepened. He parted his lips at a loss, utterly bewildered. Then Miss Han should stay close to me later. I'll protect you. Master, are you truly going? Chen Mo gave Li Xia no direct answer. He gripped his mountain-cleaving blade and slowly stepped down from the vehicle. In a while, when no one is watching, slip into that alley over there and be ready to back me up at any moment. After stepping down from the truck, Chen Mo's gaze swept across Han Ningbing. The woman was watching Gu Xiaoshu, a flicker of playful interest dancing in her eyes. Gu Qinshan took the lead, and the group pressed onward into the small town. The town within. A silence so profound it made the hairs on one's neck stand on end. The shops along the street were sealed shut. The signs by the roadside lay buried beneath thick layers of snow. Gu Qinshan lowered his voice to warn the others. Everyone stay alert. The moment anything seems off, we pull back immediately. Chen Mo brought up the rear, positioning himself to shield the others before him. From the corner of his eye, his gaze drifted toward Han Ningbing, deliberate or otherwise. The woman walked roughly 3 meters from him, her footsteps so light they seemed to drift ethereal as snowflakes caught in a returning wind. Lao Wang, walking at the very front, pointed toward a building ahead. There's a supermarket up ahead. Let's go take a look. The group quickened their pace and pushed open the supermarket's glass doors. Ding dong. A crystalline chime of the doorbell rang out. Upon the shelves, canned fruit, mineral water, and instant noodles sat arranged in meticulous order. We're rich. No more going hungry now. Several of the young men, eyes alight with avarice, were already rushing forward to gather the goods. Gu Qinshan raised a hand to halt the others, his gaze sweeping cautiously about the surroundings. Something feels off. Chen Mo halted his steps as well, 3 fingers tightening their grip around the mountain-cleaving blade. He had not drawn upon his supernatural power. The moment had not yet arrived when such power needed to flow through him without cease. Once invoked, the cold venom would begin to spread. Crack. The glass door behind them suddenly slammed shut, throwing Delu, who had been holding it open, backward. The group whirled around sharply. What's happening? Delu grew frantic. He had been the one responsible for holding the door when they had entered. A tremendous force had suddenly come at him, sending him stumbling back several paces. He rushed to the door, once more shoving against it with all his might. The door did not budge an inch. Gu Qinshan made his decision without hesitation, the muscles across his body slowly turning to stone. Everyone regroup. Do not scatter. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, click, the lights within the supermarket suddenly went out. Before Chen Mo stretched a darkness so absolute one could not see his own hand before his face. Arg! A blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the suffocating darkness. The lights flickered back on. Delu, the man who had been pushing the door, was nowhere to be found. All that remained on the floor was a pool of fresh blood and the iron rod he had carried in life. Delu, Delu. Lao Wang's voice now wavered with the tremor of tears, calling out to Delu ceaselessly. No answer came. Gu Qinshan's countenance turned ashen. They had lost a man mere seconds after stepping inside. Nobody moved. Click. The lights went out once more. This time the darkness lasted only 5 or 6 seconds. When the lights returned, Abao too had vanished. This is a rule-bound anomaly. Nobody turn their back to another. Do not separate. When the lights go out, it hunts. Chen Mo had finally discerned the nature of the horror and shouted to the others. The group hastened to press close together. Gu Qinshan drew Gu Xiaoshi, Lao Wang, and another survivor to him. Where they had stood, only Chen Mo and Han Ningbing remained. Chen Mo had no time to spare for anything else, and swiftly made his way toward Han Ningbing. For now at least Han Ningbing had not yet tired of her show and would not strike at him. Click. The lights went out once more. A stillness fell, and no scream rose to break it. The next moment the lights returned. Chen Mo and Han Ningbing now stood in an entirely different section of the store. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings. The others were nowhere to be found. Where they had been stood now, only Chen Mo and Han Ningbing. Across the shelves, the floor, the ceiling, an uncanny black miasma slowly unfurled. Han Ningbing slowly drew off her white lace gloves. Her slender fingers flicked a lazy snap in the air. It begins. A faint smile still graced her lips, anticipation coloring every syllable. What will you choose? Will you let this little darling devour you, or will you unleash your supernatural power? This is merely a peak first-class little creature. Strike with everything you have, and you may yet be its match. Chen Mo did not turn around, studying his surroundings with grave intensity. Are you certain I have no other choice? Han Ningbing covered her mouth in a light laugh, the arc of her pale pink lips curving in quiet amusement. What else could there possibly be? Do you imagine there is a third path open to you? Before her words could finish, the darkness closed in without warning. Click. The lights went out yet again. Shuisichichich. From within the darkness, Chen Mo heard a rustling sound drawing steadily nearer. As though something were crawling across the floor, or like the scrape of sharp nails against the tiles. 3 seconds later the lights returned. A creature appeared 3 meters before Chen Mo. More accurately, a human being twisted into an uncanny form. The anomalous creature remained utterly still where it crouched, the entirety of its body frozen, as though captured in a single frame. Its 4 limbs bent backward at the joints, its spine arched in grotesque prominence, its entire body sprawled upon the ground like that of a spider. Every feature of its face had vanished, leaving behind only a smooth, featureless membrane of skin. The wholly inhuman figure drew from Chen Mo's mind a single name. The Faceless Spider. Aren't they adorable? What will you do now? Han Ningbing seemed wholly pleased with the uncanny creature before her, a captivating smile blossoming across her features. Click. The lights went out again. The sound of something crawling once more echoed through the darkness. Chen Mo held his breath, his ears pricked, straining to capture every whisper of sound within the air. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The lights returned. The Faceless One now stood behind Chen Mo. Less than a meter away. Han Ningbing watched the Faceless One and Chen Mo with keen, delighted interest. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Still not going to act? Strike now, or you will truly die. Chen Mo turned to meet the Faceless One's visage directly. Then suddenly he smiled at Han Ningbing, that gambler's mad flame blazing once more within his gaze. I truly have no third path. But you do. Han Ningbing paused, the faintest flicker of surprise crossing her features. In the next instant, Chen Mo hurled himself toward Han Ningbing with explosive force. Click. The lights went out. From within the darkness rose Chen Mo's voice, now wilder still. You wanted to watch me despair, didn't you? Then come along with me. Let's see whether your 4th-class aberration smells sweeter, or whether I do. 3 seconds later the lights returned. Chen Mo stood a single meter before Han Ningbing. The crawling horror, meanwhile, had risen to stand directly behind her. It rose upright. Its featureless face turned toward the back of Han Ningbing's neck. Yet the faint smile lingered still upon Han Ningbing's lips. She had already discerned Chen Mo's intent. This man had made her his bait. Was this the death song of a mere pawn? How utterly fascinating. Han Ningbing stepped forward unhurried. She flicked her fingers, her thin lips parting softly. Absolute zero. Space itself was instantly frozen solid. Both Chen Mo and the faceless one were locked in place, suspended in the ice. Han Ningbing drew close to Chen Mo, extending a single finger unstained by the dust of the world. The finger trailed lightly down his cheek, finally coming to rest above his left eye. Then she leaned down, her thin lips parting softly, and from a mere centimeter above his eyelid, she breathed forth a wisp of white frost. The moment the white breath touched Chen Mo's eye, it transformed into a crystalline sigil of ice. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. The space twisted and Han Ningbing's figure slipped into the distortion, disappearing without a trace. Only her voice, tender ethereal, lingered echoing through the air. Let this eye of yours watch on my behalf. I find little sure to be quite the interesting one as well. I shall go prepare for him a little performance. Don't die too soon. I would be heartbroken otherwise. Meanwhile, at the other end of the supermarket, brother, Gu Xiaoshu sobbed heart-wrenchingly, his voice hoarse. Gu Qinshan's burly figure stood before him, his shadow shielding Gu Xiaoshu's tear-streaked face. His left arm had been brutally torn open, bone fragments clearly visible beneath the stone-like skin. His left leg was twisted and broken forward, his body unsteady on its feet. On the ground nearby lay another faceless one, the same kind Chen Mo had encountered. The creature, its body riddled with dents from his heavy punches, was slowly rising in an unnatural, physics-defying manner. Beneath its featureless face, the silhouette of a scream was faintly visible. It made its way toward them slowly. As an extraordinary being, Gu Qinshan understood the faceless one's terrible power. Everyone he brought this time would likely fall here. Come on, Gu Qinshan roared, raising his remaining right hand. Click! The light went out. In the darkness came a dull impact and a muffled groan. When the light flickered back on, Gu Qinshan had lost an eye and bore another deep wound on his back that exposed bone. He panted heavily, his petrified skin cracking across its surface. Blood spread across the floor beneath them, pooling into a small crimson puddle. Gu Xiaoshu slumped beside Gu Qinshan, tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. It's my fault. Miss Han said we were out of supplies, so I suggested we come in to scavenge. It's all my fault. I've ruined you, ruined Miss Han, ruined everyone in the convoy. Gu Qinshan didn't turn to look at his worthless younger brother. His gaze locked onto the monster as it rose again, its body a hollowed ruin, yet still finding purchase through impossible angles. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. Just as Gu Qinshan prepared for one final stand, the wall beside him warped. An irregular crack of ice crystal slowly split open. Beyond it lay the scene outside the supermarket. Gu Qinshan froze. An exit, a way out, or yet another trap. But he had no time to think. Click. The lights went out again. Gu Qinshan spun around, grabbed Gu Xiaoshu by the collar, and hauled him up from the ground. With all his strength, he threw his brother toward the crack. Gu Qinshan's voice echoed through the darkness. Run! Take everyone! Get out of here! Gu Xiaoshu's figure arced through the air in a parabola, passing through the crack. The moment the crack began sealing shut, Gu Xiaoshu saw his brother's head soar through the air. Then a geyser of scalding blood erupted and bloomed like a fountain. At the town entrance, inside the cargo van of the Panshir convoy, Shen Qinghe huddled before the brazier, wrapped in a blanket, coughing uncontrollably. His lips had gone pale as paper. A coldness coiled within him, spreading erratically through his body, cutting off his extraordinary powers. Even his senses had dulled to a blur. His mind raced as he processed what was happening. This was no ordinary illness. His thoughts drifted back to the day he'd encountered that dog-faced anomaly. After returning, he'd been smoking by the vehicle as usual when Han Ningbing, who'd always ignored him, had actually approached him, regarding him with something bordering on admiration. Once back in the car, he'd fallen ill with a severe cold. That woman Han Ningbing, from her entrance to her peculiar fixation on Chen Mo, to Gu Xiaoshu's bizarre behavior. And Chen Mo himself, who'd barely registered any extraordinary fluctuation when he joined the convoy, yet had recovered with alarming speed over these past few days. This was a trap, a scheme using the entire Panshir convoy, including himself, as pawns. Shen Qinghe shuddered as dread surged from his core and raced through every limb. His sharp mind immediately calculated the optimal response, summoning Gu Qinshan and the others back. It was probably already too late. Ignoring his weakness, Shen Qinghe scrambled to the van's doorway and screamed into the night. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Leave here now! Move! Confused voices rose from the convoy. Why is Captain Shen doing this? Captain Gu is still inside. Aren't we waiting for them? Shen Qinghe hadn't managed to explain when his pupils contracted sharply. Too late. A white current of cold swept toward them from the sky ahead of the convoy. The cold current merged with the swirling snow, nearly invisible to the naked eye. But Shen Qinghe perceived it clearly. It wasn't snow. It was cicadas. Thousands upon thousands of snow-white, silence cold cicadas, their bodies glowing faintly. They gathered before the convoy, coalescing into a white vortex that completely engulfed the Panshir team. The able-bodied quickly retreated into their vehicles and started engines to escape. A piercing hum erupted, shattering every window in the convoy instantaneously. White cold surged into the vehicles. Shen Qinghe collapsed at the cargo van's entrance, watching the scene with utter despair. He saw the white tide of insects surging toward him. He wanted to resist, to flee, but his body refused to obey. Not even enough strength to rise. A cold cicada landed on his face. Then another. And another. 1 second before he was completely consumed. Through the swirling insect swarm, Shen Qinghe saw a white figure hovering midair. Han Ningbing slowly removed her mask, her near-perfect features maintaining that untouchable, ethereal detachment. A half-smile curved her lips as she silently formed words toward him. Shen Qinghe read her lips clearly. You're clever, but too late. The next moment, Shen Qinghe vanished entirely within the cicada tide. A boy crawled and staggered toward the Pancher convoy's base. Brother Shen, run. Brother he. No answer came. When Gu Xiaoshu finally took in the convoy's state, he froze completely. Tears and snot tracked down his cheeks into his mouth, bitter and salt. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Before him stretched a hell of bleached bones. Everyone had become skeletons, frozen in their final poses, some seated in vehicles, others sprawled in snow. Something struck Gu Xiaoshu, and he scrambled toward the delivery van with frantic desperation. The moment he uncovered that familiar worn blanket from the snow, Gu Xiaoshu lost all restraint. He rose to his feet and walked blindly onward into the blizzard. His lips moved constantly in murmurs. It's all my fault. I killed everyone. Brother Shen. Miss Han. Everyone. It's all my fault. Behind him, the boy's silhouette left a crooked trail in the snow. Deep steps. Shallow steps. By the third step, the youth's hair had turned white. Ultimately, he vanished completely within the swirling snowstorm. Clap. 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 Sudden applause rang out from inside the cargo van. What a perfect performance. Truly intoxicating. Now let's see the main course. Grant me release. Those words drifted down like falling leaves. The faceless figure before him froze in place. A line of blood slowly surfaced across its body, slicing clean through from crown to heel. Splurt. The faceless creature's body split cleanly in two, black ichor and entrails spilling across the ground. It collapsed to either side. Chen Mo could hold on no longer. He dropped to one knee, bracing his weight against the cleaver to keep himself from falling. From the excessive expenditure of supernatural power, the frigid poison had spread completely through his veins, creeping ever closer to his heart. Chen Mo's whole body trembled violently, his teeth chattering without cease. Each breath carried wisps of white vapor. His eyelids grew impossibly heavy, his vision flickering between darkness and light with each faltering blink. Was this the end? No. I don't want to die. Chen Mo twisted his rigid body and turned his gaze toward the sliced remains of the faceless creature. A crystal lay quietly in the pool of blood, untainted by even a single drop. It gleamed with a faint golden hue, something Chen Mo had long since learned to recognize. A Tier 1 energy core. His one and only chance at survival. The final gamble Chen Mo had left to play. He drew a few steadying breaths. On hands and feet, like a dying dog with broken limbs, he crawled toward the core. Dust and blood smeared across his face, but Chen Mo paid it no mind. Nothing remained in his eyes but the desperate hunger to live. I have to survive. At last, Chen Mo's fingers brushed against the core, still carrying traces of warmth. Time must be running out. He could not afford to consider whether the surroundings were safe. This was his one opportunity to live. Chen Mo slowly turned his body and propped himself up against a shelf. His trembling fingers pressed the energy core against the space between his brows. A wave of gentle warmth washed through him. Begin. Chen Mo gathered the last wisp of supernatural power within him and drove it into the core. Boom. A violent, unrestrained surge of energy crashed into Chen Mo's mind. Tendrils of eerie black power burrowed into his brain, ripping back and forth through his nerves, gnawing away at Chen Mo's sanity without pause, dragging his consciousness down into an abyss of slaughter and ruin. Chen Mo let out a strangled grunt and vomited a mouthful of black blood. But he did not stop. Survive. He could not stop. Chen Mo endured the searing agony in his skull and bit hard through his tongue, clawing back a sliver of clarity. He began cycling through the broadcast gymnastics routine in his mind over and over, attempting to guide the raging energy through his meridians. The deathly cold poison within him sensed the threat surging up from Chen Mo's shoulder and colliding savagely with the golden energy laced with those eerie black tendrils. Pshhhhh. Another mouthful of blood came spurting out. The clash of ice and fire now waged war inside him. Chen Mo felt as if his very soul might be torn to shreds by these two warring forces at any moment. But the foundation he had built up over time, combined with the solid groundwork laid by the broadcast gymnastics, allowed him to miraculously endure. He could not tell how long it had been. Perhaps an instant, perhaps a century. At last, the energies within him reached a fragile equilibrium. They slowly settled into stillness inside Chen Mo's body. And his supernatural power, repeatedly strained and contested through that ordeal, was continuously compressed and refined. Crack. A crisp sound rising from the depths of his soul rang out within Chen Mo's mind. The shackles had shattered. A power he had never known before surged wildly through every vessel of his limbs and bones. Sequence 2. The gamble had paid off. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open. He exhaled a breath of turbid air laced with flecks of frost, and slowly rose to his feet. Looking within, he found the cold poison had not vanished, only been pushed back slightly by the golden energy, suspended a single inch above his heart. But his strength had now fully crossed the threshold into sequence 2. Chen Mo slowly clenched his fist, and a fullness of power coursed back from within. He turned his gaze once more upon the eerie supermarket. That crushing pressure was gone. A mere tear, one anomaly could no longer hold him captive. Chen Mo ducked straight into the fire escape passage beside him. His vision shimmered, and he found himself back in the supermarket hall from before. Torn limbs and severed remains were strewn across the floor. Ruhar! From deep within the supermarket came another howl of the faceless ones. It seemed the anomalies here numbered more than one. Chen Mo glanced at the severed head of Gu Qinshan not far away. He sighed softly, then walked toward the supermarket's barricaded doors. He raised his cleaver, gathering the silver-hued supernatural power of Sequence 2. Sensing the cold poison stirring once more within him, Chen Mo's heart sank. This poison was terrifyingly strong, beyond anything he had imagined. But he did not hesitate. His blade came down. Bang! The glass doors along with the anomalous rules clinging to them shattered to pieces beneath his strike. Chen Mo plunged headlong into the snow-choked street outside. He oriented himself, then sprinted toward the rendezvous point he had arranged with Li Xia. A few minutes later, at the mouth of an alley, Chen Mo climbed into the Cheetah Mark II, which had been waiting for some time. Master! He wasted no words, slamming his foot down on the accelerator. He roared out, tearing off in the opposite direction from which he had come. The dump truck barreled through street after street. Remarkably smooth, no foolhardy anomalies crossed their path. About 30 minutes later, the vehicle surged onto the open snowfields. Chen Mo exhaled a breath. Had he made it? But then the next instant, Chen Mo slammed the brakes. The half-alloy tires of the Cheetah Mark II carved a long curving furrow across the snow. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, staring dead ahead. In the driving snow, a figure in white stood quietly in the middle of the road, still wearing that spotless skin-tight white down jacket, still bearing that half-smiling face, every movement graceful like a drifting dragon. Han Ningbing stood there, a faint smile playing upon her lips as she looked at him. Her eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise, as though congratulating him on his successful advancement. How could this be? Chen Mo's heart plunged. He wrenched the wheel, spun the vehicle around, and floored it in the opposite direction. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the rearview mirror, until that white figure vanished into the endless snowfields. An hour later, Chen Mo drove the dump truck in frantic flight across the boundless snowfields. He had strayed entirely off the route to Camel City, driving blindly onward with no direction in mind. She hadn't followed, had she? Chen Mo dared not glance back. He pressed the accelerator to its absolute limit. Then suddenly, Chen Mo's whole body stiffened. At the far edge of the horizon, that white figure appeared once more, still standing in the very center of the road, still wearing that half-smiling expression, that flawless face, as if admiring a monkey leaping about in panic. How disobedient. How long are you going to keep this up? Han Ningbing's ethereal voice drifted across the snowfield. Chen Mo's knuckles went white around the steering wheel. One more gamble. He jerked the wheel, and the vehicle plunged once more into the blizzard. So very naughty. I'll play with you one last time. The dump truck swung around and plunged once more into the vast, swirling snowstorm. Chen Mo pressed his foot hard against the accelerator, his gaze fixed on the fuel gauge where the needle had nearly dipped to empty. Chen Mo understood. This was his final chance. He dared not glance back, nor even look into the rearview mirror. Why? Why did she always manage to appear on the path he had to take? Chen Mo's mind raced at breakneck speed, replaying every single detail in his memory. Every word the woman had spoken, every gesture she had made. From that very first encounter at the supermarket to everything that had just transpired. When the woman had located the Pantsir convoy, there had been unmistakable delight in her eyes. It shouldn't have been the tracking of the cold venom. Let that eye of yours keep watch for me. Chen Mo gently brushed his left eye. In the supermarket, Han Ningbing had leaned close to him, breathed a wisp of warm air against his eye, and left those words behind as lightly as a feather. Was it his eye? His left eye? Having thought this through, Chen Mo immediately shut his left eye. Relying solely on his right, he observed the road ahead. Chen Mo did not slow the vehicle. As long as he could escape Han Ning's range of perception, he should be safe. Over a dozen minutes passed. At the far edge of the horizon, that white figure never appeared again. Chen Mo's heart began to pound with uncertainty. Had it truly worked? But in the very next instant, an icy stabbing pain pierced through his left eyelid. Ice crystals began to form upon Chen Mo's eyelid, emitting a series of sharp cracking sounds. An irresistible force pried his eyelid open by force. It froze his muscles solid, making it impossible for his left eye to close. Damn it! Chen Mo cursed through gritted teeth, snatching a strip of tattered red cloth from the glove compartment. It was the very strip Hu Yaya had torn from her own body in Wugui village. Chen Mo seized the cloth, wound it tightly around his left eye, and tied a knot atop his head. Once more half his vision was lost. On the other end of the snowfield, Han Ningbing stood perfectly still in place, her exquisitely proportioned face still bearing that playful faint smile. Her field of vision had plunged into darkness, then was wrapped over with a strip of vivid red cloth. She paused in slight astonishment, then her smile deepened. Did you figure it out? What a fascinating little creature you are. But covering it won't help you know. She had long anticipated Chen Mo would do exactly this. A gambler who stakes his very life on the table time and again. How could he possibly overlook such a possibility? Han Ningbing severed the visual link through Chen Mo's left eye, no longer observing through it. But her contingencies remained in place. She had only to follow the mark to track him down. Just as she prepared to set off, she suddenly halted, her gaze sharpening as she looked toward Fanqing. A violent surge of aura erupted skyward. The six-eyed blood skull. It's fighting someone. Han Ningbing murmured to herself. Immediately after, another familiar, yet strange, aura burst forth with equal intensity. It's that wretched donkey. Moreover, the aura of a third tier. It had actually advanced. To think that wretched donkey had never actually left Fanqing at all. The faint smile slowly faded from Han Ningbing's face. A trace of gravity now lingered there. Compared to Chen Mo, it was clearly this aberrant donkey that held greater fascination for her. If the six-eyed blood skull got to it first, all her efforts would have been for nothing. Well then, little mouse, I'll let you play by yourself for a while. Han Ningbing's figure twisted and contorted, transforming into a colossal ice crystal cicada. With a mighty beat of its wings, she streaked into the sky, racing at tremendous speed toward Fanqing. An hour later, the ice crystal cicada materialized once more in the same spot, her breathtakingly beautiful countenance revealed again. Han Ningbing pouted in mild vexation. As I suspected, that blockhead six-eyed blood skull couldn't possibly catch that slippery, impossible-to-grab fool of a donkey. When she had arrived, the six-eyed blood skull had been furiously unleashing its power against a puddle of black mud. Chidu's aura had long since vanished as well. Now then, my precious, the game is over. Once you've had enough fun, come along obediently, and we'll find that little donkey together. Han Ningbing reconnected with Chen Mo's left eye vision. Still nothing but a field of crimson. Closing her eyes, she began to sense the mark left upon Chen Mo's left eye. I'm coming now. She instantly transformed into a stream of white frost, hurtling at great speed toward the mark's location. 30 minutes later, in a stretch of snowfield torn to utter devastation, Han Ningbing's slender wrist clutched a tattered, dark-skinned figure which she hurled forcefully onto the ground. It was Gu Xiaoshi. Gu Xiaoshi's face was now streaked with snot and tears frozen into rime, his left eye covered by a strip of red cloth. Han Ningbing ripped the cloth away in one sharp motion. Gu Xiaoshi's left eye socket was a field of vivid red with dried blood congealed, the orbit choked with remnants of ice and snow. Within that crimson socket, fixed firmly in place by ice and snow, sat an eyeball. An eyeball that did not belong to Gu Xiaoshi. It was Chen Mo's left eye. At the sight of the devastatingly beautiful countenance he had yearned for in his dreams, Gu Xiaoshi's frenzied expression seemed to regain a flicker of clarity. Han. Miss Han. For you I've lost everything, Miss Han. Gu Xiaoshi clutched at her like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, scrambling and crawling toward Han Ningbing, the madness still spilling from his lips. Han Ningbing frowned in disgust. With her slender fingers sheathed in white lace gloves, she gave a crisp snap. Gu Xiaoshi was instantly frozen solid where he lay. She extended two fingers. The white gloves were instantly stained crimson with blood as she carefully retrieved the eyeball that had originally belonged to Chen Mo. She gazed down at the youth sprawled at her feet, tears and snot streaming down his face. A flicker of irritation crossed Han Ningbing's face. What an eyesore. She lifted her foot, clad in a tall white boot, and delivered a light kick. Bang! Gu Xiaoshi's body instantly shattered into countless fragments of ice, scattering across the ground. On the other side of the snowfield, Chita No. 2 struggled relentlessly onward through the blizzard. In the driver's seat, Chen Mo's face was deathly pale. One hand gripped the steering wheel, the other pressed desperately against his left eye. All that remained there now was a blood-soaked cavity. Not long ago, when Chen Mo had caught sight of Gu Xiaoshi wandering through the blizzard like a mindless, hollow-eyed zombie, a deranged plan had taken shape in his mind. Chen Mo did not know, beyond the visual marker in his left eye, whether Han Ningbing still had other contingencies, such as locating him through a tracking mark. Chen Mo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, glancing down at his own maimed right hand. He brought the vehicle to a halt, took his mountain-splitting blade, and gouged out Gu Xiaoshi's left eye. He pinned Gu Xiaoshi down as the youth writhed and wailed upon the ground. Then he reached up and tore out his own eyeball. An indescribable agony nearly drove him to unconsciousness. Forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain, he pried his eyeball free from flesh and blood and wedged it into Gu Xiaoshi's empty socket. Finally, he wrapped it all with that strip of red cloth. When all was done, he had nearly exhausted every ounce of strength within him. He did not know whether this plan would succeed. He only knew that this time he had pushed every last chip onto the table. After performing some rudimentary disinfection, Chen Mo drove away. The searing pain blurred Chen Mo's consciousness, yet he clung desperately to the driver's seat, refusing to let himself collapse. Master, are you all right? From the vehicle's audio system came Li Xia's timid inquiry, a barely concealed thread of probing hidden within her voice. Chen Mo did not answer. Summoning the very last scrap of his strength, he fished from the tattered sack that yellow talisman which had already begun to dim. He deliberately waved the talisman in the air before Li Xia's eyes, then stuffed it into his jacket pocket. Chen Mo slumped weakly against the seat and spoke his final words before losing consciousness. Li Xia, find a place to refuel. Then head to Tawaching. What happened before? Consider it forgotten. Once we reach Tawaching, I'll upgrade you. Having spoken, Chen Mo could hold on no longer. His head lolled to one side, and he collapsed completely unconscious in the driver's seat. Clang. With a sudden jolt, Chen Mo's head struck against the window frame. At last his consciousness returned, accompanied by a wave of pain. He snapped his eyes open. What came into view was the familiar battered iron sheet of the dump truck's cab roof. Outside the window the snowstorm continued. Lighter than in Fancheng, yet the cold seemed even more biting. He survived. Chen Mo felt the stabs of pain radiating through his body, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, curling upward in a faint smile. This time the gamble had paid off. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat and suddenly burst into laughter. It carried the relief of a man who had narrowly escaped death and the exhilaration of one who had stepped into sequence 2. Within the jolting cabin, thick with the scent of blood, Chen Mo let loose a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Chen Mo's consciousness slowly sank inward. The cold toxin still coiled above his heart, maintaining a precarious equilibrium with the supernatural power within his body. As long as he did not draw upon his supernatural strength, his life, for now, was safe. He sensed the silver supernatural force surging within him like the tide, many times more potent than before. Sequence 2, Path Severer. Chen Mo spoke in a hoarse voice, asking, "How long was I unconscious?" The car audio fell silent for several seconds before Li Xia's hesitant voice rang out. "Master, almost a full day. I found several vehicles by the roadside and siphoned some fuel. We're now nearly at the outskirts of Tawaching." Her voice brimmed with unwillingness and regret. During the day Chen Mo lay unconscious, she had been presented with countless opportunities. The man who had tormented that fool of a donkey until they were both worse than dead once again lay defenseless before her. Had she but summoned the courage, the black mist could have slipped into his consciousness and claimed this body as its vessel. If successful, she would no longer be a vengeful spirit bound within a machine. She would gain her freedom, perhaps even power. But she dared not. Chen Mo's final warning, and that gesture of tucking something into his pocket, bound her like invisible shackles. This man had clearly become aware of her little trick from last time. One more failure, and what awaited her would surely be an eternity of doom. Li Xia dared not gamble on whether that yellow talisman still held any power. Nor dared she wager on whether she could devour a sequence 2 supernatural being. In the end, after wavering and struggling back and forth, she once again let the chance slip by, because Chen Mo had awakened. Now Li Xia could only pray that this devil of a man would honor his ethereal, elusive promise. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Tawaching, amidst a cluster of dilapidated color steel shacks, a bizarre entity formed from black shadows suddenly lunged out from a corner. It clawed toward a burly figure nearby. Scram! A furious roar rang out. Danyo's hulking frame stood like an iron tower. Upon his gleaming bald head 4 thick obsidian horns glinted with a dangerous light. He surged forward in a sudden charge, driving all 4 horns into the entity's body. It didn't even have time to scream before it exploded into fragments, dissolving into a sky full of black mist. Danyo shook his head and flashed an OK sign toward the black heavy-duty pickup truck by the roadside. Lin Lu's voice crackled through the pickup's walkie-talkie. "Set up camp here. We'll spend the night at this spot." A cheer rose from the convoy. A group of people streamed out of the bus and began their work in an orderly fashion. Just then, the Barbie doll cradled in the arms of the usually quiet Xiao Ye suddenly snapped its head toward the far end of the road. Xiao Ye tugged at Su Qian's sleeve, her voice barely audible. "Over there. Someone." The movements of the crowd froze and all eyes followed her gaze. At the road's far end, an old blue dump truck rounded a bend and slowly came into view. The air fell silent. Everyone recognized that vehicle. Chen Mo's red hair number 2. But Chen Mo. Wasn't he supposed to be trapped by endless snow corpses in Fancheng? Is he truly still alive? Several survivors instinctively shrank back, taking refuge behind the supernatural beings. Brother Dao was even quicker. His figure flashed as he slipped into his own off-road vehicle. In the off-road vehicle, 2 fingers adorned with gaudy nail polish held a cigarette, and crimson lips slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Zhang Meili also stared fixedly at the approaching dump truck. Lin Lu stepped down slowly from the command vehicle. His eyes remained covered by that familiar white cloth strip. Everyone watched the dump truck in tense silence, then turned to Lin Lu, awaiting their captain's judgment. After a long moment, Lin Lu slowly raised his hand and pressed it forward. "Let's take a look first." The dump truck came to a halt 20 meters from the convoy. The door swung open, and Chen Mo stepped down from the driver's seat. "Yo everyone. Long time no see." Chen Mo grinned, revealing teeth that were pallid and streaked with blood. Combined with the image of his lone 3-finger hand and missing eye, he looked like a demon that had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He began to walk step by step, treading upon the thick snow as he made his way toward them. Every heart in the convoy leapt into their throats. Lin Lu, expressionless as ever, walked a few steps toward Chen Mo. Daniel had already clenched his fists tight, the supernatural power on his horns flickering an earthy yellow, ready to charge at any moment. Xiaoya also tightened her grip on the Barbie doll in her hands. The two men came to a stop less than a meter apart. Wind and snow howled between them. Lin Lu suddenly raised his leg, and without warning kicked Chen Mo squarely on the backside. You bastard, aren't you supposed to be a beast tamer? A sequence 2 beast tamer are you? Come on then, tame something for me right now. The kick was fierce, sending Chen Mo staggering forward and nearly tumbling into the snow. Holy shit, it's Chen Mo. It's really Chen Mo. This kid didn't die. That bastard actually made it out of Fanxing. I told you, brother Chen Mo's got a hard fate. He won't die easy. Brother Chen Mo, you're really amazing. He survived all this. Honey, is this guy even human? Daniel burst into hearty laughter and punched Chen Mo in the shoulder, sending him staggering once more. Old Yang also came running over from beside the command vehicle and gave Chen Mo a solid embrace. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. The crowd gathered around Chen Mo. After a brief surge of joy came a chorus of scolding and reproach. You little brat. You scared us half to death. Holding the rear all by yourself? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Oh, I'm a beast tamer, I know the way home. Chen Mo rubbed his backside listening to the familiar tirades, looking at the familiar faces before him, and merely shrugged. He smiled without a word. It was Su Qian who first spotted the abnormality, pointing at Chen Mo's left eye. Your eye? Had a little accident on the road. Chen Mo brushed it off lightly. Let me take a look at it later, don't let it get infected. Su Qian took him by the arm and led him into the camp. The group began recounting the trials they had endured along their journey. After breaking out of Fanxing, we ran into several more waves of snow corpses and lost 7 or 8 people. Daniel nearly died but turned disaster into blessing. He advanced to sequence 2. Four-horn savage bull. Lin Lu also broke through on the road. Discerner of anomalies. Oh right, wears red hair. Meanwhile, Fanxing, the lakeside pavilion. A figure in white sat quietly within the pavilion. Before her on the stone table a teacup sent wisps of steam curling into the air. Wind and snow circled the pavilion, unable to breach its threshold. A winter cicada several times larger than the ordinary kind landed in Han Ningbing's palm. A moment later it took flight with a shudder of its wings. Han Ningbing lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. She smiled, her ethereal voice echoing through the pavilion. So you found your little organization. In this game of chess I'll grant you a half-move victory. Once I've dealt with the six-eyed blood skull, and that one I'll come find you. Night fell. The Starfire convoy made camp in a compound of prefabricated steel houses. This place must have served as a temporary construction site during the Silence era. A row of steel-paneled dwellings stood spacious enough, furnished with basic amenities. A faint smile touched every face. After all, ever since the Silence epoch drew to its close, most of their days had been spent confined within vehicles. Though the steel rooms remained bitterly cold, a roof that could shield them from wind and snow was a heavenly luxury to survivors who had endured endless jolting along the road. Lin Lu's assistants, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, promptly arranged the lodging. Awakeners each received a private room. Only Su Qian and Xiaoya chose to share quarters. Ordinary folk were squeezed into rooms of 5 or 6. The Starfire convoy now numbered barely more than 20 souls in total, so space was not terribly scarce. Chen Mo selected a steel room in the farthest corner. During the day, Su Qian had treated his wounds with basic care, so there was little risk of infection. Chen Mo had just pulled his vehicle up before the door of his steel room settled onto the iron-framed bed within and begun steeping a bucket of instant noodles. He had not yet managed to lock the door. When the door was thrust open, Lin Lu entered first, hands clasped behind his back, followed by the iron tower-like Daniel. Both men wore the same ill-intentioned grin. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than they began with their barbed remarks. Well, our great hero Chun, our rearguard paragon. How frugal of you. Settling dinner with a single bowl of pickled cabbage noodles. Su Qian and Xiaoya trailed in right behind them. Old Yang slinked in furtively at the very rear. Catching the glance Lin Lu sent his way, he turned and slipped back out. Chen Mo did not so much as raise his head. He knew perfectly well what these people had come for. With studied indifference, he slurped his noodles and mumbled through a mouthful. Nothing for it. I'm broke. Isn't this how all survivors live these days? Lin Lu, hands still behind his back, circled Chen Mo once, his tone dripping with mockery. But you're no ordinary fellow, are you? You're the sequence 2 beast tamer. Now wait. Chen Mo caught that official tone and immediately lifted his head from the bed. Bucket of noodles cradled to his chest, he assumed an expression of pure bewilderment. Captain Lin, what's all this about? You're not going to band together and bully a disabled man with a missing finger and one eye, are you? Lin Lu halted his steps and cleared his throat. Enough. I'll not beat around the bush. You recall the convoy's rules, don't you? What about the supplies brought out from the Fanxing supermarket? Daniel's anomalous object sack. It's with you, isn't it? Chen Mo denied it on the spot, his performance seamless as nature itself. What sack? I never saw it. I know nothing. The words had scarcely left his lips. Clang. Old Yang strode in, carrying a sack, which he dumped upon the floor with a resounding thud. Chen Mo glanced toward the doorway, the corner of his mouth twitching. That shameless old Yang. He had actually pried open the car door. The muscles in Chen Mo's face contorted as he squeezed out an awkward smile and slapped his forehead hard. How would you look at my memory? It's just, I was thinking of giving old Nyo a little surprise, you see. So saying, he bent down to retrieve the sack. Nyo shoved Chen Mo aside in one motion. I'll handle it myself, old Mo. Hefting the sack single-handedly, he seized its bottom and gave it a vigorous shake. Out tumbled its contents onto the floor. The mountain of anomalous materials they had imagined never materialized. On the ground lay only a colossal cyan fish tail reeking of the sea, and a single canine fawn, tinged with an inky blackness. Everyone stood frozen. That's it. Nothing more. Chen Mo shrugged, hooked the fawn toward himself with a flick of his foot, as though it were the most casual thing in the world, and tucked it into his pocket without a care. The fishtail came from the supermarket. Per the rules, it goes to the convoy. This fawn I acquired along the way. It's mine. Any objection? Lin Lu's expression remained impassive as he stared at the meager pile on the floor. Truly just this much. Could they have wronged the lad? Impossible. Last time the boy's eyes had nearly popped out of his skull as he peered into that traveling merchant's pouch. Nyo scratched his head with a foolish grin. Su Qian shook her head in helpless resignation. Old Yang bit back his laughter shoulders, quivering, nearly failing to contain himself. After the incident with the traveling merchant, everyone had come to understand exactly what sort of character Chen Mo was. Seeing their doubt, the born performer in Chen Mo rose to the occasion and launched into his act. Good thing my skills run deeper. I had transferred the real treasures beforehand. What's sequence 2 worth? Into watching one brick to the skull drops a whole swath of sequence 2s. You all entrusted the rear guard mission to me. Could I possibly let the convoy down? Just as Chen Mo's words reached their impassioned crescendo, a voice rang out high-pitched and baby-soft. Brother Chen Mo, you really have no shame. Xiaoya peeked her small head out from behind, Su Qian, the Barbie doll in her arms, swaying with the movement. Her eyes brimmed with contempt. When I left, that 6-armed monster was already half dead from my beating. You just wanted to hog all the materials for yourself. That's why you deliberately stayed behind as rearguard, isn't it? One by one, heads turned slowly toward Chen Mo. His face became a masterpiece of shifting expressions. Even with a hide thicker than fortress walls, he could not quite weather this moment. Damn this little brat. She's harder to bluff than Lin Lu with his blindfold. He cleared his throat twice, rubbed his nose, and in an instant his face switched to an expression of grievance and indignation. Chen Mo's voice leapt up a full 8 octaves, righteous fury incarnate. Nonsense. Am I that sort of person? You have no idea how dangerous it was out there. Who was it all for? Wasn't it so everyone could retreat safely? Besides, the 6-armed monster's materials aren't even on me. Chen Mo apologized silently to Chi Tu in his heart, and immediately began shifting blame. That beast Chi Tu ran off with all of it. Let me tell you, that donkey is pure evil incarnate. It took advantage of me being unconscious and made off with everything the 6-armed thing had. All it left me was this measly scrap. I didn't dare touch a thing. I've been poor too long. The more Chen Mo spoke, the more incensed he grew, his chest heaving dramatically, as though he himself were the greatest victim of all. Yet this time no one believed a word. Seeing the collective expression of, we'll just watch you perform, Chen Mo grew anxious. Without shedding some real blood, there would be no easy way out of this. Very well, Xiaoya and Nyo had after all contributed greatly. Old Yang had helped him protect Chi Tu number 2. Su Qian had even left him rendezvous information. With this thought, Chen Mo stepped out of the room and rummaged through the vehicle for what seemed an eternity, things clattering noisily. After quite some time, he returned to the room carrying a pitch-black, elongated object. He hurled it to the ground with a heavy thud. Chen Mo pointed at the arm lying on the floor, his face the picture of a man whose child had just perished. That cursed beast Chi Tu left me nothing but this wretched broken arm. Fearing disbelief, he hastened to add, Chen Mo, I swear on my very character. If I've hidden away a single other thing, I shall never find a wife in this lifetime. Ahem. Su Qian gave a soft cough. Lin Lu caught her meaning instantly. This was already the limit of what Chen Mo could cough up. Push him any further, and the lad might truly throw in the towel. After all, the entire convoy had retreated, yet he alone had delivered so much. That was more than enough. The tension drained from Lin Lu's face, and he smiled at Chen Mo. All right, it's only some materials. Look at that expression, someone just died. I'll take this arm and tail on behalf of the council. The rest you keep for yourself. With that, Lin Lu clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a triumphant look, and turned to leave. Let's go. Nyo was still a little slow on the uptake. He scratched his gleaming bald head and followed Lin Lu out. Xiaoya, led by Su Qian, made a mocking shame on you gesture at Chen Mo. Soon everyone had filed out of the room, leaving only Old Yang behind. Once everyone had left, Old Yang swung the iron door of the prefab room shut behind him. He turned toward Chen Mo, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation, and lowered his voice. Old Mo, what about those other mechanical arms you have? Spare me one, will you? Peak tier, 2 anomalous material, and a mechanical type at that. If I could just modify this thing a bit. Chen Mo sat at the bedside, patted the bunk next to him, and gestured for Old Yang to sit down. Old Yang's face was alight with urgency, but he still sat down. This lad wouldn't happen to have some special preferences, would he? Chen Mo leaned in slowly, bringing his mouth close to Old Yang's ear. The next second, with every ounce of strength in his body, he bellowed out, "You son of a bitch with no anus. You still dare ask me for stuff? Who the hell told you to pry open my car door?" Old Yang's ears rang from the shouting. He picked at his ear. Few safe and sound. His chrysanthemum remained intact. He let out a sheepish chuckle, not the least bit angry. Well, it was an emergency, wasn't it? Besides, if I hadn't spilled it out for you, would you have made it past Captain Lin? Chen Mo caught his breath, settled back into place, and got down to business. The mechanical arms. There are more. Watching Old Yang's eager expression like a fly rubbing its hands together in anticipation, he paused, then steered the conversation around. However, you'll have to do me a favor. No problem, brother, just say it. If you asked me to stay overnight and keep you company tonight, I'd do it. Old Yang thumped his chest and agreed without hesitation. Chen Mo walked out of the room, a dark line drawn across his face. What does that old coot think about all day long? After a great clattering and rummaging, Chen Mo reached into the cargo bed of Red Hare Mark II and dragged out 5 jet black arms of varying lengths formed from twisted shopping carts and shelving racks. Thud. The arms were tossed by Chen Mo directly at Old Yang's feet. "One is yours. The rest help me modify the vehicle. This time I want the fuel tank enlarged too, bigger if possible. And maybe throw in some solar power or something. And add some auxiliary features for me, air conditioning and the like." Old Yang stared at the 5 mechanical arms in perfect condition on the ground, so excited that his hands began to tremble. This was essence material harvested from a peak tier 2 anomalous entity. Deal. Old Yang agreed in one breath, terrified that Chen Mo might change his mind. He crouched down, stroking the mechanical arm as tenderly as if caressing a lover's thigh, clucking his tongue in wonder. "Don't worry. Everything else I can't promise, but when it comes to vehicle modification, Brother Yang will get it done perfectly for you, clear as crystal. 2 days. Give me 2 days. I swear I'll deliver a brand new Red Hare Mark II for you." Early the next morning, the ordinary people rarely blessed with a good night's sleep had not been prodded onto the march. They were stretching their bodies around the prefab rooms. Yellow Hair snuck back from afar and nudged a wink toward Blade Bro. Chen Mo, a bowl of rice porridge in hand, found Lin Lu washing a strip of white cloth by his vehicle. "Captain Lin." Lin Lu didn't even look up. He responded directly. "Something the matter?" Chen Mo downed the soup in his bowl in one gulp and nodded. "I want Old Yang to modify my dump truck. It'll take 2 days. Lin Lu's hand paused midwipe, then he nodded. "That's fine too. There doesn't seem to be any danger nearby. Within my detection range, another convoy has appeared about 20 kilometers from here. This is a good chance to rest and resupply, and perhaps exchange some intel." After speaking, Lin Lu turned his head and looked at Chen Mo's face. Without the white cloth covering it, Lin Lu's gaze made Chen Mo feel a touch uneasy. "By the way, when this convoy meets us, stay sharp. There are plenty of convoys around to watching." Chen Mo bared his teeth in a grin and agreed. "No problem. You're the captain. Your call." Chen Mo turned and waved at Old Yang. "Deal's done. Let's get to work." Old Yang immediately grabbed his toolbox and followed Chen Mo toward Red Hare Mark II. Chen Mo sat on a curb by the road, rattling off one demand after another. "Make the fuel tank bigger. The bigger the better. And this ghost weather is way too cold. Can you rig up some air conditioning? It's freezing. And maybe some new energy source. This thing burns through fuel like crazy." Old Yang's face was lined with dark circles. "You must think I'm some wishing turtle in a fountain." Just as Chen Mo was spitting words left and right, Su Qian walked over. Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned his head, eyes lingering on Su Qian's voluptuous figure, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's up, Captain Su? Looking even prettier than usual today, aren't you?" Su Qian ignored his flirtation, shot him a coquettish eye roll, and got straight to the point. "I want the portion of the mechanical arm that the Spark Council took." Chen Mo was taken aback and asked, "What do you want that for? You planning to modify a vehicle too?" Su Qian slowly began to explain. "I plan to ask Old Yang to help me craft a medical arm. Then I'll be able to perform some delicate minor surgeries. Give me the portion, and in exchange I'll perform one surgery on you free of charge later. Once I reach a higher sequence, I might even transplant an eyeball for you." Chen Mo was tempted. That mechanical arm was common property of the Spark Council, and he still had 4 of his own. He had no immediate use for it at the moment. There was no harm in doing her a favor. "Oh sis Su, what are you saying? It's just a portion, isn't it? Take it, take it. We're all family here. By the way, what sequence counts as a high sequence?" Su Qian ignored Chen Mo's idle chatter. Having traded Old Yang's portion away under the same term, she left. From then on, Chen Mo and Old Yang threw themselves into their work with gusto. The ordinary materials piled high across the ground. Chen Mo walked to the roadside and removed 2 snow tires from a scrapped vehicle parked at the curb. Old Yang, tools in hand, carefully dismantled the dashboard display and fuel tank from a wrecked car. Evening fell. Chen Mo and Old Yang had just finished a brief rest, ready to work through the night. Lin Lu's grave voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Everyone get ready. The other convoy is approaching. It seems they don't come in peace." Outside the steel-structured housing area, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. A convoy of 3 vehicles sped toward the Spark base. Every member of the Spark convoy ceased whatever they were doing. They gathered along the roadside staring toward the direction of the sound. Leading the way was a black armored reconnaissance vehicle, its 6 massive tires churning violently through the snow, kicking up clouds of powder behind it. Mounted across its front bumper was a ghastly row of decorations, human skulls. Trailing behind it were an off-road vehicle and a large bus with its windows welded shut. A solemn hush fell over the crowd. That appearance spoke of no good omen. The armored vehicle ground to a halt 50 meters from the Spark convoy. The door swung open and 3 figures stepped out. Lin Lu gave a subtle wave, leading his people forward to greet the newcomers. The 2 groups came to stand facing each other from a distance of a few meters. The man at the head of the opposing party was tall and broad-shouldered, clad in a heavy leather coat with a blood-red long blade hanging at his waist. On the sword's hilt what appeared to be a blood vessel pulsed with an almost rhythmic cadence. Flanking him were 2 figures, one whose features bore a 7-fold resemblance to the leader himself. He was of medium build, his face bloated with layers of flesh, his small eyes brazenly raking over Su Qian and Xiaoya without a shred of pretense. The other was gaunt and hollow-cheeked, his entire frame swallowed by a voluminous black robe that concealed his features from view. The stranger stepped forward and inclined his head. The Kuta convoy, he too. These are my brothers He Chong and He Liao. Lin Lu's expression remained impassive. He offered a nod in return, but made no effort to introduce his own people. Spark convoy Lin Lu. After that brief exchange of names, Lin Lu and He Tu fell into conversation. He Tu's brother He Chong licked his cracked lips as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Those small eyes seemed nearly glued to Su Qian's voluptuous figure. Third brother, the women in this convoy. They're absolute beauties. He Liao, standing to one side, nudged his arm lightly and lowered his voice. Second brother, rein it in. The other side has 4 sequence 2 awakeners. Especially that one-eyed bastard. Anyone can tell at a glance he's bad news. He Chong followed the direction of his brother's gaze. He froze on the spot. Don't they even bother hiding it? At that moment Chen Mo paid the 2 of them not the slightest attention. His single eye was fixed dead on the blood-red blade at He Tu's waist. The naked greed in his gaze spilled over without restraint. What a blade! That treasured sword must rank exceedingly high. Chen Mo's breathing grew ragged. He unconsciously leaned forward again and again, craning his neck so far it nearly grazed He Tu's backside. He Tu cast him a sidelong glance and let out a dry chuckle. Captain Lin. This. Damn it, can you stop being such an embarrassment? Old Yang seized Chen Mo by the collar from behind and hauled him back. Even as he was dragged back, Chen Mo's gaze never once strayed from that treasured blade. After exchanging a few brief words, Lin Lu led the 2 parties back to their respective convoys. On the Spark side, the onlooking, ordinary members of the convoy slowly dispersed. On the Kuta convoy side, they selected a steel-structured house at a relatively greater distance and began setting up camp. Daniel sidled up to Lin Lu's ear, his deep voice rumbling. As he spoke, his fists clenched so tightly the knuckles cracked. Captain Lin, those bastards. They're up to no good. He had seen clearly enough. The bus with its welded-shut windows was crammed with gaunt, hollow-eyed, ordinary people, their expressions numb, resembling nothing so much as walking corpses. The women especially. Even in such bitter cold they were barely clothed, their bodies covered in livid bruises. Those weren't survivors. They were livestock being fattened for slaughter. Su Qian drew closer, as well, her voluptuous frame rising and falling with each breath, her brows knotted tight. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Even though her heart had long since hardened through the crucible of the apocalypse, she could not bring herself to look away. Chen Mo suddenly stepped forward, his righteous indignation overflowing, striking a pose of noble resolve. Exactly. This is too much. Did you see those skulls hanging on their front bumper? Is that even remotely human? So what's the plan, Captain Lin? We hit them later. Lin Lu settled slowly before the bonfire, his covered eyes turning toward the group, his voice measured and calm. Every convoy has its own way of surviving. We need only take care of ourselves. Those 3 awakeners across from us, they're all sequenced too. If it really came to a fight, we'd gain nothing. And you, Chen Mo, you think I don't know what's going through your scheming little mind? Your neck was practically stretching into their scabbard. Su Qian and Daniel exchanged a glance, finally able to do nothing but heave a helpless sigh. After settling the group, Lin Lu spoke again, his voice unhurried. Tomorrow the awakeners from both convoys will hold a trading fair. We'll exchange supplies, materials, and curiosities amongst ourselves. Everyone prepare. Chen Mo had no ears for Lin Lu's drivel. His mind was consumed by that long blade. He had to get his hands on it no matter what. The moment he heard Lin Lu mention tomorrow's trading fair, a surge of energy shot through him. A trading fair. Good. Perfect. Was this not the very opportunity he needed? Meanwhile, on the other side of things, within the Kuta convoy, He Chong was clutching a handful of snow, furiously scrubbing it across his face. A burning desire was driving him to the brink of madness. His eyes bloodshot, he turned toward He Tu, who sat sharpening his blade on the other side. Big brother. Those 2 women today, one big, one small, they were goddamn perfection. 100 times better than the filthy cargo on our bus. You have to help me get them. Especially the tall one. That figure. Just thinking about it drives me insane. He2's blade-sharpening hand paused. He lifted his head, casting a sideways glance at his maddened second brother. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you hear what third brother said? The other side has 4 sequence 2 awakeners. Even if their leader isn't a combat sequence, their awakeners still outnumber ours. And that one-eyed bastard is no pushover either. Damn it, I've never in my life seen someone so shameless. He didn't even bother pretending. He-Chang grew frantic at this, pacing back and forth inside the steel-structured house, hopping with agitation. I don't care. I want them. Big brother, if you won't help me, I'll go take them by force myself. How dare you? He-Chang was choked into silence by his elder brother's overwhelming presence, though he stubbornly craned his neck in defiance. Just as the atmosphere threatened to turn unbearably awkward, He Liao, who had been lurking within the folds of his voluminous robe, finally spoke. Second brother, don't get worked up. Big brother is right. Taking them by force would not be a wise investment. He-Chang turned his fury upon his youngest brother. If he couldn't handle his elder, surely he could handle this one. Then what do you suggest? Are we just supposed to let it go? I'm about to burst. He Liao smiled faintly, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his lips. Us not robbing them doesn't mean they won't come to us. That one-eyed bastard hasn't taken his eyes off Big Brother's bloodblade since the moment he arrived. Once he comes, we take him down together. The rest will fall into our hands easily, won't they? He2 and He-Chang turned to look at him simultaneously. That actually makes sense. But what if that one-eyed bastard doesn't come? He-Chang pressed. If that bastard didn't show, wouldn't it all be for nothing? He Liao lifted his head, surveying his 2 elder brothers with quiet confidence. Then we deliberately offer him an opening. I have no doubt he'll take the bait. The next day, in the open space at the heart of the residential district, members of both the Star Train Convoy and the Withering Slaughter Convoy had risen at the crack of dawn. What they called a trading gathering was in truth merely the 2 convoys laying out the supplies they had no use for. They spread their wares across the snow-covered ground, bartering goods for goods. There were no real restrictions imposed, so long as both parties consented to the exchange. Ordinary folk were welcome to join as well, provided they could afford the asking price. They too might obtain a few items they needed. The Star Train Convoy fared relatively well, though ordinary survivors were often regarded as mere tails, trailing behind under the comparatively humane stewardship of Lin Lu and Su Qian. A number of the more prosperous survivors had managed to emerge. Driven by the notion that one might browse even without buying, many people climbed down from the coach bus, casting curious glances at the various stalls. At this moment, before Lin Lu's command vehicle, Xiao Lu had settled onto a small folding stool, a sheet of waterproof tarp spread out before him. Upon the tarp sat a modest arrangement of canned goods, biscuits, and other such foodstuffs. At the very center lay a darkened canine skull, the very one Chen Mo had seized back from the traveling merchant. Beside Lin Lu's command vehicle, Dinyo leaned against the off-road vehicle, nibbling on snacks, and had set up a small stall of his own, mimicking the others. A few boxes of expired canned goods, a single enormous bluish fishtail, exuding a pungent fishy stench, and a scattering of trinkets whose origins were anyone's guess. Old Yang had temporarily paused his modifications to the dump truck and now squatted beside Chen Mo. 3 black boxes rested upon the ground, the same sort Chen Mo had employed at Wuwei Village. According to Old Yang, these were an upgraded version. Old Yang, your stuff is way too expensive. How dare you ask for 5 buckets of instant noodles for a lousy black box like this? Old Yang paid no heed to Blade Brothers' objections. He merely chuckled and gestured toward Chen Mo, who was arranging his own stall nearby. Hey, don't say Old Yang is trying to swindle you. Go ask Chen Mo. Did he or did he not use this thing to cut down those furred wild men? At that moment, Chen Mo was squatting by the roadside, having spread out a piece of floral cloth of uncertain provenance. From his pocket, he produced a handful of glass marbles and scattered them across the cloth. Like a fortune teller beneath some overpass, he began to hawk his wares outright. Soul calming marbles. A treasure of Flourish City. Soul calming marbles. 1 marble per bucket of instant noodles. Slow hands miss out. Su Qian came over with Xiaoyu in tow and was immediately tickled into laughter by Chen Mo's antics. You little rascal, I seriously wonder what you did before the apocalypse. Every shady scheme seems to have your fingerprints on it. Xiaoyu poked half her head out as well and made a face at Chen Mo. Brother Chen Mo is still so shameless. Those are marbles I wouldn't even play with, and he's using them to swindle people. Su Qian, for her part, had not set up any stall. Her supplies were never particularly abundant to begin with. After all, in these times, ordinary folk capable of seeking her out for treatment were few and far between. Only the awakened might occasionally trouble her, allowing her to barter for some of life's daily necessities. Each time she sent Xiaoyu out on a dangerous errand, her heart clenched with dread, terrified that one day the girl simply wouldn't return. Chen Mo forced an awkward grin and beckoned Su Qian over. Help me mind the stall for a bit. I'll split the profits with you. Without waiting for her consent, he fished a piece of candy from his pocket and stuffed it straight into Xiaoyu's mouth. Su Qian, who had little inclination to browse anyway, could feel He-Chang's lecherous gaze upon her wherever she went. She decided simply to settle before Chen Mo's stall, though she still could not resist cautioning him. Fine, I'll watch it for a bit. But let me tell you, don't you dare cause any trouble. Those 3 across the way are difficult to deal with. Yeah, I know. Chen Mo replied, dismissively scooped up half a handful of glass marbles and made his way toward the withering slaughter convoy. He had to take a closer look at that blade and figure out some way to get it. Su Qian watched Chen Mo's retreating back and shook her head helplessly. This fellow. I can only hope he doesn't stir up some mess. The withering slaughter convoy had but a single massive ground stall. But then again it made sense. Those three brothers had never regarded ordinary humans as human to begin with. It followed that ordinary folk possessed no private property worth speaking of. Before the stall, a gaunt, sallow-skinned woman knelt on the ground helping to organize the supplies laid out. He too sat boldly beside the stall, leisurely polishing his blood-red long saber with measured strokes. He Chong and He Liao were not present here. They were standing before Lin Lu's stall, engaged in some unknown conversation. Chen Mo squatted down uninvited before the withering slaughter stall and began examining the goods spread upon the ground. There was indeed no shortage of wares. Rice flour, instant noodles, mineral water, all strewn across the ground. There was even a considerable stock of gasoline, liquor, and cigarettes. Good Lord, these fellows are practically swimming in wealth. If I were to rob them blind, I'd be set for life. As Chen Mo mulled this over, his gaze fell upon a massive spiked club laid at the innermost edge of the display. It measured roughly 5 feet in length, fashioned from some unknown material, and appeared immensely heavy at a glance. Chen Mo reached out and lifted it. The weight that met his hand was staggering. Anomaly number 85200, named the helpless rage of the balding ability. Each swing by the wielder increases blunt force power with effect stacking. Negative effect: the holder will experience accelerated hair loss until reduced to a complete bald scalp. Good Lord. This thing was practically tailor-made for Dinyo. He had no hair to begin with, so for him, this negative effect was nothing less than a positive boon. Chen Mo set the spiked club down and pretended to casually browse through a few articles of clothing. They were all thick winter garments, their tags still attached, likely looted from some supermarket or another. How much are you asking for this padded Northlander jacket in extra large? He too did not so much as lift his head, but it was the girl minding the stall who answered. The boss said, 1 bucket of instant noodles. Chen Mo made no reply, merely looking up at He too, who had finished polishing his blade and was now cracking sunflower seeds. Brother, that's quite a blade you've got there. Let me have a look, won't you? He too studied the three-fingered, one-eyed man before him. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the corner of his mouth curved into an amused arc. With surprising generosity, he unbuckled the long saber at his waist and tossed it directly to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, nothing if not unceremonious, caught the blade and began examining it at once. Anomaly number 32001, named Blood Moon Long Saber, forged primarily from the spine of a Tier 3 Bloodfang aberrant, virtually indestructible. Ability: upon striking it, absorbs the opponent's blood, temporarily enhancing both wielder and weapon. Negative effect: it will gradually erode the wielder's sanity. Prolonged use, or the absorption of excessive blood, will ultimately transform the user into a new Bloodfang aberrant. What a blade! An absolutely magnificent blade. Forged from the materials of a Tier 3 aberrant. Ranked just past 30,000. If Chen Mo did not fear that channeling too much supernatural power would draw unwanted attention, he would have simply seized it by force on the spot. As for whether the two convoys would come to blows over it, that was hardly any concern of his. He too, watching Chen Mo's evident excitement, felt his own heart beginning to pound with unease. Will third brother's plan actually work? I've got to get that saber back quick. If this kid draws the blade and attacks outright, even I might not come out on top. Just as Chen Mo's spirit soared in agitation, his vision swam. The Blood Moon Long Saber had already been slung back on a He too's waist. Little brother, satisfying your curiosity is quite enough. That blade, you can't afford it. Who are you looking down on? Who says I can't afford it? He Chong stared at Chen Mo's earnest expression. Was this one-eyed demon actually serious? He had no intention of parting with that longsword for real. Meanwhile, Chen Mo solemnly thrust his hand into his pocket. He Chong's pulse quickened. He took a subtle step back, his hand already resting on the blade's hilt. Was this kid planning to make a move? Finally, beneath He Chong's stern gaze, Chen Mo produced a handful of iridescent glass marbles from his pocket and held them toward He too. Brother, behold this. Soul-calming beads. A rarity of Fan City, each capable of repelling spectral mental corruption. I count no fewer than a dozen here. Do you find this sufficient to trade for your blade? Soul-calming beads. What manner of contrivance was this? He too accepted the glass spheres with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. He lifted one, examining it closely beneath the sunlight. Within the beads swirled spiraling patterns of vibrant color, quite enchanting in the sun's glow. Were these not mere glass marbles from the Silence era? Was this one-eyed demon mocking him? He too's countenance darkened, his temper barely restrained. Brother, I dare say you should keep these soul-calming beads for yourself. Find some children to play with, they'd delight in them. Chen Mo offered a self-conscious smile and a dismissive wave, then snatched a pair of Nananren thermal plus-size briefs directly from the ground. Enough. Consider it a gesture of friendship. I gift you that one. He too made no attempt to pursue, instead fixing his gaze upon Chen Mo's retreating figure, then returning his attention to the glass spheres in his palm. A burly man with 3 fingers and a single eye resembling a fearsome warrior, yet he engaged in such juvenile games. Or did he harbor ulterior designs? Chen Mo, indifferent to He Tu's musings, ambled back to his stall. Su Qian stood with arms folded regarding him with utter exasperation. I cannot fathom that you are the sort of ruthless individual who gouged out his own eye. How infantile can you be? Must you not cultivate maturity? You shame us all. Chen Mo merely smiled, offering no explanation. His eyes fell upon several cups of braised beef instant noodles on the ground, and he turned to Su Qian inquiringly. Well, open for business. Su Qian shot him an irritated glance and jerked her chin toward the distance. That lecherous fat man. Something like He Chong, was it? Approached to strike up conversation, insisting upon trading for your soul-calming beads. He offered 4 cups of instant noodles in exchange for 4 of your glass marbles. As Su Qian recounted this, her ire mounted. She could not comprehend how any soul could be duped by such a transparently fraudulent scheme. Moreover, had not another scrawny fellow restrained him, He Chong would have bartered away every last marble. Chen Mo's lips curved into a knowing smile. As expected, a fool ruled by base desire. The ancients spoke truth when they warned that lust wieldeth a blade above one's head. Then you shall serve as my point of entry. The trading fair concluded at midday. The survivors of Xingho had likewise acquired considerable provisions from the transcendent beings, their faces bearing the faint glow of contentment. Conversely, the Kutu convoy radiated palpable envy as they regarded the Xing caravan. The sole exception was the girl assisting He Tu at his stall, who had received a sharp slap for neglecting the Nananren garments. The remainder could only observe from a distance. Denyo hoisted that colossal wolf-tooth mace, his grin splitting his face. Unquestionably, he stood as the most satisfied participant of this trading fair. Using that catfish tail, and after borrowing the canine skull from Lin Lu, he had finally secured this peculiar artifact. The balding one's vein raged. This debuff was nothing short of a punchline to him. Old Yang's 3 upgraded black boxes had also found buyers. 2 went to Brother Dao, whose pained expression suggested he had liquidated nearly his entire fortune. The final box was traded to He Liao of the Kuta convoy in exchange for half a sack of rice. Chen Mo observed the gaunt youth departing with the black box. This individual promised to be the most formidable challenge. With the trading fair concluded, Old Yang wasted no time in rest. He immediately commenced modifications upon the Chita No. 2. Lin Lu had already conveyed that departure was scheduled for dawn. Their window of opportunity was narrowing. They must accelerate their efforts. Chen Mo crouched nearby, watching Old Yang fit a vehicular monitor into the cockpit. Lad abandoned thought of that blade. Old Yang kept his head bowed, tightening screws as he counseled Chen Mo. He understood the young man's nature all too well. Though none appreciate the Kuta convoy's temperament, Lin Lu speaks rightly. In these times, no man risks his life for strangers. Should conflict arise, we gain nothing thereby. Chen Mo offered no reply, instead extending a wrench to Old Yang. He recognized the truth in these words. Lin Lu commanded the Xingho caravan. His paramount concern was its survival. To expect Lin Lu to wage war upon the Kuta convoy for the sake of those pen commoners was sheer fantasy. Chen Mo harbored no messiah complex. He simply desired that blade. In this wretched apocalypse, only power grasped within one's own hand possessed authenticity. The frost venom coiling within his body resembled a detonation device, poised to claim his life at any instant. He must grow stronger, strong enough to trample all conventions beneath his feet. That blood moon longsword, as it would be by hook or by crook. Yet he dared not overextend his transcendent abilities, nor could he draw upon the convoy's strength. Then he must seek an alternative path. Chen Mo's gaze drifted involuntarily to one side. Not far distant, Su Qian, with her lush figure and curvaceous silhouette, guided the youthful Yiya in constructing snowmen upon the frozen earth. An opportunity presented itself. Rising, Chen Mo brushed the dust from his garments and made his way towards Su Qian and Yiya. Old Yang watched his departing figure and shook his head in resignation. This youngster was plotting mischief once more. Su Qian, instructing Yiya upon the art of rolling larger snowballs, remained entirely oblivious to Chen Mo's approach. Chen Mo's voice reached them from behind. Sister Su. Kuta convoy. You inform me that for 4 cups of instant noodles you exchanged 4 glass marbles. He too gazed upon the spheres in his hand before hurling them squarely into He Chong's face. He had presumed that one-eyed youth a simpleton, yet this younger brother proved even more imbecilic. He Chong, however, wore an expression of sullen defiance. His neck craned, his face flushed crimson as he glared at his elder brother. By all that is unholy, were he capable of besting you, he would soon learn who reigns supreme. As He Tu's temper threatened to erupt, it was the gaunt He Liao who intervened to defuse the situation. Brother, exercise patience. You suggest that one-eyed demon has beheld that blade, oi? He Tu disregarded the sullen crimson-cheeked He Chong and turned his attention to his third brother, the strategist. He began to reconstruct the events of the day, recounting Chen Mo's approach and intentions. Upon learning that Chen Mo sought to barter glass beads for the longsword, He Liao's diminutive frame disappeared within his voluminous robes as a derisive chuckle escaped him. Perplexed, he too inquired, "Why does my third brother laugh?" I laugh at Lin Lu's lack of wisdom and the one-eyed dragon's lack of strategy. He Liao's voice carried a hint of mockery. Trading a glass orb for a strange artifact. Only that one-eyed fool would be that naive. He's come to test the waters. Let's see if that blade is worth the trouble. He Liao leaned close to his brother's ear and began plotting. Tonight that one-eyed fool is bound to come. Night fell. In a shed behind the cinder block housing district. The blinding white glare of a welding torch pierced the air. Lao Yang finished welding the final sheet of metal onto the truck bed and lifted off his welding mask. He flashed an okay gesture toward Chen Mo. Done. The light spread across Lao Yang's face as he broke into a grin revealing teeth stained yellow from years of smoking. Chen Mo and Denyo both came over to look. Because of the rush to finish the job in the afternoon, Denyo had also been called in to help. The dump truck before them had been utterly transformed. The vehicle body had been widened and reinforced, overall expanded from its original 1.5 meters to a full 2 meters. Its length had also surged from the original 2.5 meters to roughly 4 meters now. Even the interior height of the truck bed had been extended to 2 meters. The rear rose in a pronounced arch, the iron sheets welded seamless and tight. The original 4.5 mechanical tires had been replaced with heavy-duty solid steel ones. And at the midsection of the vehicle, 2 snow tires specially designed for snowy terrain had been added. On the roof sat a salvaged vehicle headlight repurposed as a searchlight, along with a small solar panel. Lao Yang patted the towering, tightly sealed truck bed and began his introduction. Expanded your fuel tank to 120 liters. Drive sparingly, and it'll last you quite a stretch. And that little solar panel on the roof, don't let the size fool you. On clear days it tops off the battery enough to run the AC, or play some music. Plenty sufficient. The rest hop in and see for yourself. Chen Mo nodded, pulled open the door, and climbed into the driver's seat with barely contained eagerness. The cabin felt considerably more spacious now. The worn seat had been fitted with new cushions and a vehicle display screen had been embedded into the center console. As Chen Mo started the engine, the screen flickered to life. Li Xia appeared on the display dressed in the uniform of Hualian supermarket, her delicate face coming into view. Master, good evening. Since fleeing into Tawaching, Chen Mo had scarcely paid Li Xia any attention. This had left Li Xia in a constant state of anxiety, her voice tinged with fear. It wasn't that Chen Mo had forgotten what had happened before. It was simply that the time hadn't yet come to deal with her. Chen Mo stared at the display on his own, running a finger across the screen. Brief me on the strange artifact information and give me a detailed vehicle status report. Yes, Master. Li Xia produced a standardized smile and began her report like a television host. Strange artifact, no. 65,210. Name red hair mark 2. Vehicle condition intact. Fuel 112120. Electrical reserve 85. Passive skill 1. Vehicle body and tires significantly reinforced. Impact resistance enhanced. Passive skill 2. Equipped with the vengeful spirit intelligence, Li Xia capable of assisted driving or fully autonomous driving, possessing a degree of independent thought and able to assist in combat when necessary. Active skill 4. Mechanical arms can extend from beneath the vehicle, used to assist in traversing complex terrain or for combat. Strange artifact side effect: when approaching the vehicle alone while in a weakened mental state, there is a chance of being possessed by the vengeful spirit of the intelligence Li Xia. Description: crafted from a blue agricultural dump truck as the base material, fused with a level 1 mechanical core and the mechanical arms of a peak level 2 anomalous being known as the 6-armed shopping maniac, supplemented with various mechanical consumables and modified by sequence. 1 mechanist Lao Yang. It jumped over 20,000 ranks. Incorporating peak level 2 consumables really does make a difference. I wonder just how powerful those strange artifacts ranked within the top 1,000, or even the top 100, truly are. Chen Mo couldn't help but recall the floating island that had risen on the outskirts of Fanqing, as well as the earth dragon Gu Qinshan had mentioned. In his heart, Chen Mo grew even more determined to get his hands on that blade. Chen Mo leaned back in the seat and cast a cold glance at Li Xia. Your time hasn't come yet. He withdrew his gaze and stepped down from the dump truck. Lao Yang had already packed up his things and waved toward him. All right, Lao Mo, your brother Yang here is done with the work. The rest is up to you to figure out. I'm heading back to tinker with my own mechanical arm now. With that, Lao Yang yawned and turned back toward his own room. On the open ground, only Denyo and Chen Mo remained. Denyo watched Lao Yang walk away into the distance. He drew close to Chen Mo, the 4 bull horns on his head glinting with a dark light. Ever since Denyo had advanced to sequence 2, certain traits had begun manifesting externally. The bull horns on his head were one such mark. According to Denyo himself, these external manifestations would only grow more pronounced as his sequence rose. Lao Mo, was everything you told me this afternoon true? We're really going to take on those bastards. What about Captain Lin's side? Chen Mo leaned in and made a quieting gesture, signaling Denyo to keep his voice down. Of course. Denyo, did you see those women on their trucks? That's no life for a human being. If we don't act tonight, they might not live to see tomorrow. This is self-defense. As long as they make the first move, we'll have Captain Lin on our side. The righteousness is on us. Daniel turned it over in his head and figured that did sound about right. If the other side struck first, they couldn't just stand around and take it. And if the other side didn't make a move, that wouldn't violate Captain Lin's orders either. All right, Lao Mo, I'm with you. Just say when and I'll go in swinging. So saying, he picked up the spiked club lying on the ground beside him and headed off. Chen Mo watched Daniel's retreating back, a glimmer of hope shining in his single eye. One down. He turned around, preparing to head back to the truck to study the new features. A full voluptuous figure appeared from the other side. It was Su Qian. At that moment, Su Qian was wearing an oversized puffer jacket, the zipper left undone, revealing a fitted sweater and trousers beneath, her figure outlined in vivid detail. Chen Mo, was what you said this afternoon true? They're really coming tonight. Su Qian's voice was filled with tension. Ever since Chen Mo had casually told her that afternoon that he had overheard that fat man called He Chong from the Ku-Tu convoy bragging to someone about coming tonight to have a taste of her and Xiaoya, she had been unable to settle her nerves. Of course, this was a fabrication Chen Mo had concocted, all for the purpose of drawing Su Qian and Xiaoya into his scheme. Although Su Qian couldn't stomach the convoy's methods, she had still rationally heeded Lin Lu's words. But Xiaoya was different. Xiaoya was Su Qian's bottom line. For the sake of herself and Xiaoya, and for those ordinary people out there, Su Qian was bound to agree. Chen Mo stepped closer and continued pouring oil on the fire. What's there to fear? I've already tipped off Daniel. When they dare show up, we'll take them down. Captain Su, you don't want to watch Xiaoya end up because of this. Su Qian was clearly beside herself, her full bosom heaved violently, and she didn't stop to consider the matter's plausibility. Chen Mo put on a show of patting Su Qian's back. Don't be afraid. Instead of waiting passively, let's strike first. Su Qian's face went pale as she looked up at Chen Mo. What do you want to do? Chen Mo lowered his voice and leaned in a step closer. Later, just wait on the open ground. That He Chong is sure to come. Keep him occupied. I'll go report to Captain Lin. Leave everything else to me. Su Qian listened to Chen Mo outline his plan with a face full of alarm. The heaving of her chest gradually stilled. She narrowed her eyes slightly and began studying Chen Mo, who was still prattling on without pause. The fear at the corner of her lips slowly faded, replaced by a trace of mockery. Chen Mo watched the shift in Su Qian's expression and his heart sank. Has she seen through it? His speech unconsciously slowed. So this is your plan, eh? You want Xiaoya and me to serve as bait, lure that fat man out, and then have Daniel lie in ambush nearby. Take out one threat swiftly and stir up enough chaos to force Lin Lu to act. Su Qian spoke in an even tone, the panic of moments before entirely gone from her voice. While Chen Mo had been speaking, she had indeed been uneasy for quite some time. But after hearing his plan riddled with holes, Su Qian had already determined within herself that this was a trap Chen Mo had laid. Chen Mo, I'm not some idiot like Daniel, so easy to fool. We're all foxes who've lived 1,000 years. What's the point of playing these little tricks, eh? For that blade, you'd really stop at nothing. Damn it, damn it. Why is every one of these women sharper than the last? She's figured it out this quickly. Greed really does make a man lose his head. Now looking back, this plan is indeed full of holes and cannot hold up to scrutiny at all. Chen Mo sighed inwardly. He had no choice. He could only press forward and brazen it out. Chen Mo let all expression fall from his face, exhaled a long breath, and confessed frankly. You're right. I am after that blade. As long as you're willing to help me name your price, anything you want. Su Qian seemed quite pleased by Chen Mo's candor. A small knowing curve rose at the corner of her lips. She recalled the revolting, lecherous gaze He Chong had fixed upon her and Xiaoya. Then she recalled the ordinary people in that bus of the Kuta convoy, their eyes vacant, their forms no different from livestock. Gambling alongside this one-eyed dragon, it seemed, was not entirely out of the question. Su Qian lowered her head and considered for a moment. Then she raised her head again, looked at Chen Mo, and stated her terms. First, if the plan succeeds, that blade is yours. As for all the supplies from the Kuta convoy, your share belongs to me. Chen Mo cursed inwardly. Sure enough, every last one of them was sharper than a razor. But compared to that blade, the demand seemed not entirely unacceptable. Agreed. Su Qian was unsurprised by his readiness. She extended a second finger and continued. Second, Xiaoya and I will not serve as bait. We'll appear as reinforcements after you make your move. How you set the fire, that's your business. No problem. This condition had long been anticipated by Chen Mo. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Third, if the plan fails, I bear no consequences whatsoever. I was simply deceived, understood. In fact, I'll go straight to Lin Lu and, using my position as vice captain, tell her everything. How you deceived Daniel and me. Just as expected. In this convoy, aside from Daniel, every single one of them is sharper than the last. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, as while gaining a fresh understanding of the curvaceous woman before him. She did have a saintly streak, truly, but it in no way undermined her calculating shrewdness when it came to her own interests. Su Qian didn't even wait for Chen Mo's definite reply. She tossed off a single line light as air and turned to walk outside. I'll be ready. I hope your spark is clever enough. Su Qian knew Chen Mo would not give up, because the way he looked at that blade was even more fervent than the way He Chong looked at her. Chen Mo watched this woman, saintly yet brimming with wisdom and cunning. disappear around the corner of the prefab house. He grinned. What an interesting woman. Now it was time to find their spark. Chen Mo picked up the broad-bladed cleaver from the corner and slowly walked out into the night of whirling wind and snow. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy knocking sounded at the door of a prefab house. Who is it? Brother Dao's impatient voice came from inside. The prefab door was yanked open with a violent pull, and Brother Dao's fleshy face poked out. Upon seeing it was Chen Mo at the door, the impatience on his face instantly froze. Mo. Bro Mo. It's so late, what brings you here? Chen Mo said nothing. Broad-bladed cleaver in hand, he walked straight inside. Brother Dao's body stiffened, and he instinctively stepped aside. Inside the room, aside from yellow hair and another underling, there was also a woman, Brother Dao's wife Zhang Meili. The woman was tall and statuesque, her figure alluring, draped in a thick fur coat. Below, a pair of tight black leather pants outlined her long slender legs to perfection. She was now holding a bottle of red nail polish, painting her fingernails with unhurried precision. She glanced up at Chen Mo for a moment, then lowered her head again to continue tending to her nails. Brother Dao trailed along with an ingratiating smile on his face. Bang! Before Brother Dao could react, Chen Mo suddenly raised his foot and kicked him square in the stomach. Brother Dao was sent flying by the tremendous force, tumbling backward several meters before slamming into the tin wall. Yellow hair and the other underling had barely begun to rise when a single glance from him froze them in place. Chen Mo pulled out a chair, set the broad-bladed cleaver to one side, and sat down directly. Today he would settle every last debt from the past, down to the last penny. Daozi, back at the convoy, the one who rammed into my people. That was you, wasn't it? Brother Dao, clutching his belly, heard these words. Cold sweat instantly poured down his face. He struggled to his feet from the floor and crawled on his knees before Chen Mo. Bro Mo. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It wasn't on purpose. I'm blind, I'm the one who picks through trash. So saying, he began slapping himself across the face. I'm trash, I'm the one who picks through garbage. Bro Mo, don't lower yourself to remember a petty man like me. Spare me, please. Chen Mo didn't so much as glance at him. Head lowered, he toyed with his fingers and began picking at his nails with unhurried deliberation. And what about the protection fees you collected from me? You think I've forgotten all that? Brother Dao's slaps rang out even louder, his voice thick with sobs. Bro Mo, you are a man of great magnanimity. Please consider me a fart and let me go. I'll pay you tenfold. No, 100-fold. At that moment, Zhang Meili, who had been sitting to the side, cast a look of disdain at Brother Dao. She blew gently on her freshly painted red nails, crossed her long legs, and propped one over the other. She shot a signal with her eyes to yellow hair and the other underling. The two underlings, as if granted amnesty, scrambled away on hands and knees, closing the door behind them. Only then did Zhang Meili turn to look at Chen Mo, her lips showing not the slightest hint of alarm. That's enough, Bro Mo. Stop scaring Daozi. If you have something to say it straight. I don't believe you came here in such force tonight, just for these old petty grudges. Chen Mo stopped picking at his nails, and for the first time looked squarely at the woman everyone had dismissed as a mere ornament. It seemed there was good reason a fool like Daozi had survived this long. So it turns out there's a strategist behind him. Talking with a smart person saves effort. Chen Mo glanced at Brother Dao kneeling on the floor, then spoke again. I need a piece of bait to lure out that fat man called He-Chong from the Kuta convoy. Su Qian's too sharp. She can't be fooled. So, sister-in-law, you'll be the bait. The moment the words fell, Brother Dao, who had been kneeling on the floor, suddenly snapped his head up. He could endure anything himself. Even being treated like a dog, even being beaten to death, he'd accept it. But to lay a finger on his wife? Absolutely not. Chen Mo, don't you fucking push it too far. Brother Dao cursed and leapt up from the ground in a single bound, striking a stance as if ready to fight to the death. If you've got a problem, bring it at me. My wife has nothing to do with this. I'll fucking... Before Brother Dao could finish, a flash of silver streaked past. Whoosh. Whoosh. Brother Dao felt a chill at his collar as a button on his shirt flew off with the sound of the blade's passage. The courage he had just mustered vanished completely, leaving not a trace behind. This fearsome man with 3 fingers and one eye could kill him more easily than crushing an ant. Chen Mo turned his head toward Zhang Meili, his voice flat and calm. I'm not negotiating with you. Either you agree, or I'll slash Daozi right now. Zhang Meili frowned and looked toward Brother Dao, who stood frozen in place. She had followed this man since she was 17. Though Daozi was utterly villainous outside, a true beast to the world. Toward her he had given his whole heart, indulging her every whim for over a decade. With her counsel and schemes he had thrived even before the apocalypse. And even after the apocalypse, though he had never awakened a sequence, their lives had been far better than ordinary people's, all thanks to her support. She understood perfectly well that He-Chong was a sequence too transcendent. This journey would be a road of 9 deaths and 1 life. But they held no chips with which to bargain. Zhang Meili drew a deep breath, her voice filled with grim resolve. All right, I'll go. If I don't come back, let Daozi go. Brother Dao looked at Zhang Meili, then turned his gaze toward Chen Mo. This man who usually bullied his way through the world, whose body was covered in snaking tattoos. His eyes instantly reddened, and 2 streams of clear tears spilled down his cheeks. Thud. His knees struck the ground once more as he kowtowed heavily toward Chen Mo. "Mog, it was my own fault, and I'm willing to bear the consequences. I beg you let my wife go." Hearing Zhang Meili agree, Chen Mo withdrew his blade, leaned back in his chair, and began to alternate between threats and favors. "It's simple. Put on Pinru's clothes in a bit, then wait on the open ground. When He-chang comes out, find a way to lure him into the room at the back. The rest is none of your concern. If the job is done, the grievances between us will be wiped clean." On the open ground, before a row of prefabricated steel houses, Zhang Meili wore a thin leather skirt, her red high heels crunching against the snow. She exhaled a puff of white mist shivering from the cold. She had agreed nonetheless, for before absolute power her cunning had no ground on which to take effect. All for the man who had protected her for over a decade. Even if it were hell itself, she would charge in. Before long, the door of a steel house over at the Ku-2 convoy's side swung open. A pair of lecherous squinty eyes locked onto Zhang Meili. This little star train convoy actually had a third beauty hidden away. Chen Mo watched from afar as He-chang's lewd silhouette walked toward Zhang Meili. He carried his mountain-splitting blade as he slowly approached He-chang's door. His mission was even more dangerous. He had to seize that blade before the pretense was torn away and violence erupted. Otherwise, the other party might flee with the blade, and all their efforts would come to nothing. The one who opened the door was He Liao, a thin, small figure hidden within an oversized robe, an uncanny sight. 2 enormous braziers burned inside the room, casting such heat that the air felt stifling. He too sat at the head seat with an imposing leg-spread posture, his bare upper body revealing a mass of coiling dragon-like muscles. The blood moon long blade rested carelessly on the table beside him. At the sight of Chen Mo entering, a smile spread across He too's face. He's come, just as the third brother had predicted. Now all that remained was to wait for second brother to arrive, and they could slaughter this one-eyed devil together. Then the star train convoy would be in their pocket. Chen Mo forced a smile, as well raising a hand in greeting toward the 2. "It's so late. I'm not disturbing you 2, am I?" He too rose and pulled out a chair, motioning for Chen Mo to sit. "What are you saying? With brother Chen Mo gracing us with his presence, even my shabby little room seems brighter." He too laughed heartily, yet shot He Liao a meaningful glance. He Liao rose and pretended to close the door. He let out a heavy cough toward the outside. This was the signal they had arranged. Upon hearing it, He-chang in the next room would come, and the 3 of them would take Chen Mo down together. Chen Mo's lone eye swept over the long blade on the table as he began to speak with a broad smile. The daytime trade gathering was too crowded for a close look. "Big brother's blade here. The more I look at it, the more I like it." He too, who had been fretting over how to stall for time, laughed generously and handed the blade to Chen Mo. "Haha, brother has a fine eye. If you like it, take it and have a look. It's just a blade." Chen Mo took the long blade. It was ice cold in his grip. A faint scent of blood mingled with some lingering grievance drifted from within the blade and crept into Chen Mo's nostrils. He did not draw it. Instead, he used the brazier's light to carefully examine and stroke the long blade in his hands. The 2 men made small talk, half-heartedly going back and forth. Nothing but idle chatter about intelligence from watching. One waited. The other 2 waited. Inside, Chen Mo's heart was drumming with anxiety. Will that useless wife of Daozi's even pull it off? She wouldn't actually let him have his way, would she? Why hasn't she made her move yet? He too was equally impatient. Why hasn't that idiot of a second brother shown up yet? Meanwhile, on the snowy ground outside the steelhouse district, He-chang held Zhang Meili's hand, his squinty little eyes lecherously fixed on her heaving curves. "Beauty, standing out here in this freezing weather all alone, aren't you cold? Come join my crew from now on. I'm a transcendent, the leader of the team too. You won't lack for benefits." Zhang Meili pretended to panic as she pulled her hand away, a touch of tempted hesitation in her voice. That wouldn't be right. I have a husband, you see." "Ha ha ha. My humble self-courtesy, Namunda." He-chang let out a lewd laugh and took Zhang Meili's hand once more. "What do you think this brother can do? This brother just saw you cold and figured I'd invite you to my room for some hot tea and a chat about life's ideals." Zhang Meili gave He-chang a feigned coy glare as she demurred, then turned and walked toward the steel house nearby. "You rascal, too many people around here." To He-chang, that voice sounded like a sweeter invitation than any sweet nothings. He licked his lips and followed her without a moment's hesitation. Once inside that room, wouldn't this supreme beauty be entirely at his mercy? Inside the room. "Oh, big brother, you have to listen to me. These eggs, you have to boil them for exactly 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Then the yolk sets without drying, moist without being runny." Right, you kid can't tell by looking at you. A true connoisseur. Both Chen Mo and He-chang were growing anxious, each harboring their own designs. They strained every nerve to stall for time, just as both sides were on the verge of losing patience and making their move. Bang! A muffled thud rang out. A few seconds later, He-chang's anguished scream came from beyond the door. Now, Chen Mo snatched up the long blade and leaped to his feet in a burst of motion. The blade cleared its sheath, and he slashed toward He-too in a single stroke. In nearly the same instant, the smile vanished from He-too's face. He shifted his hand into a palm and lunged for Chen Mo's throat. He too also fought with reckless abandon. No dodging, no evasion, trading lives for lives. Meanwhile, He Lao in the corner moved. His wide black robe swept out violently. Several chilling white bone needles shot out explosively, aiming straight for Chen Mo's back. Attack from both front and rear. Chen Mo had clearly underestimated the three brothers' coordination and ruthlessness. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's body made an unbelievable twist in midair, barely avoiding the vital point on his back. But one bone needle still pierced into Chen Mo's lower back. Chen Mo groaned in pain. The blade aimed at He Tu's neck veered off by half. The sword tip grazed He Tu's flesh, drawing a string of blood beads. Good strike. Before he could celebrate, He Tu's palm struck solidly against Chen Mo's shoulder. Bang! Chen Mo was blasted backward with tremendous force. He too pressed his advantage, raising his military boot to kick Chen Mo's chest. Chen Mo raised his long blade to block. Clang! An irresistible force surged through him. Bang! That single kick sent Chen Mo flying out of the color steel room. He tumbled across the snow several times before barely stopping. Crouching half low and bracing himself with his blade, he quickly scanned the surroundings. The camp had descended into chaos. Not far away, Dinyo's body had swollen to around 3 meters tall, with 4 dark horn protrusions from his head glowing with earthy yellow light. You damn bastard dare to come to Xingho's territory to find women. Swinging his spiked club, he relentlessly hammered at Hichong. Xiaoya, already fused with the Barbie doll, unleashed her plastic long leg, continuously attacking Hichong's lower defenses. Hichong was in dire straits now, a blade wound marring his back. Not too deep, not too shallow. He had clearly activated his sequence ability as well. Bones erupted from his body by the dozens, continuously rising outward. They interlaced across his body, forming a bone armor. Already many had been cracked by the blows. A bone-long blade also appeared in his hand. He was passively blocking Dinyo's attacks. A bit farther away, by Dao Ji's side, lay a machete with an attached black box. He lay motionless on the ground, his fate unknown. Zhang Meili and several of her lackeys surrounded him, shaking him repeatedly. Chen Mo quickly surveyed the battlefield. Just hold out a little longer, and it would be done. He glanced down at the long blade in his hand. The blood drawn from He Tu's shoulder moments before. It was slowly being absorbed by the blade, a surge of power flowing through the hilt into Chen Mo's grasp. Just then, He Tu's towering figure emerged from the shattered doorway. He glanced at his second brother, locked in desperate struggle, then looked at Chen Mo wielding the blood moon blade. A low growl rumbled from his throat. Blood Fong body. As the words left his mouth, his muscles swelled before their eyes. Charging toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo barely rolled aside, dodging He Tu's devastating kick. Out of the corner of his eye, he searched for He Lao. At that moment, He Lao assessed the battle situation. Without hesitation, he rushed toward He Chong, who could barely hold on. Chen Mo evaded He Tu's chopping strike once more. Reversing his grip, he sliced upward with the blade, barely forcing He Tu back. He could clearly feel the cold poison within him beginning to stir. Can't trade blows directly. Need to stall him. A plan formed in his mind. Chen Mo completely abandoned any attempt to clash head-on with He Tu. Relying on his agile footwork, he kept evading the attacks. Seeing He Tu's strike incoming again with no way to dodge. Enough. A cold voice echoed across the battlefield. Immediately after, a strip of white cloth carrying a fierce gust of wind. It swept past Chen Mo, lashing out at He Tu, forcing He Tu back once more. Lin Lu had entered the fray. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Lin Lu, whose expression remained unchanged. Don't look at me, I stick with family over justice. Wait until tonight is over, then I'll deal with you. Saying this, Lin Lu controlled the white cloth, whipping it toward He Tu. He too felt the threat behind him. Forced to halt, he turned and punched toward that white stream of cloth. Almost at the same moment, another gentle female voice rang out. Healing wave. It was Su Qian. Her hands glowed green as she pointed toward Chen Mo from afar. A warm energy surged into Chen Mo's body instantly. The wound from the bone needle earlier, that had been bleeding relentlessly, stopped immediately. Even the pain diminished considerably. His exhaustion from earlier was also replenished. After that, green healing wave lingered briefly on Chen Mo. It flashed and leapt toward Dinyo and Xiaoyu on the other side. Just then, he too had already punched through Lin Lu's blindfold cloth. Reaching for Chen Mo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blue energy orbs swooped past Chen Mo, converging in triangular formation toward He Tu. He too couldn't react in time, forced to raise his arm to block. His body staggered, taking a step backward. His arm numbed from the impact. Old Yang emerged from the corner carrying a mechanical arm, his face grave. Knew you wouldn't be sitting pretty tonight. Thankfully, I rushed out a prototype. His heart sank. He never expected this Xingho convoy. 3 combat sequences were already formidable enough, but 3 support sequences were equally relentless. Even the sequence 1 scum could hold their ground. That blindfolded captain, a mere white cloth strip, moved unpredictably. That one-eyed man, his movements eerie, his blade strikes even faster. Even the old man with a mechanical arm strapped to his arm possessed formidable ranged firepower. And that plump woman was clearly a powerful healer. How could they win this fight? He too surveyed the battlefield. His heart plummeted. At that moment He Chong was being beaten, without any ability to fight back. Danyo's spiked club carried tremendous force. Each strike sent him retreating step by step. On the other side, the third brother, He Lao, wanting to provide support, was thoroughly blocked by that plastic figure. He couldn't reach the heavily injured second brother, He Chong, at all. Just as his attention wavered, the blood moon blade suddenly loomed large before He Tu's eyes. Shing! He Tu failed to dodge in time, another shallow cut opening on his chest. He Tu was forced to focus entirely on defense. The tide had completely turned in Xing Ho's favor. Soon the three were surrounded on the snow, backs against each other, watching the crowd warily. Danyo, Chen Mo, Xiaoya, each guarding one opponent. Not far away, Lin Lu, Su Qian, and Old Yang stood ready to strike at any moment. Chen Mo gripped the blood moon blade, not rushing forward. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to quickly thin their ranks. Just as both sides held their ground, a figure stumbled out from the color steel room of the Kuta convoy. Chen Mo had a faint recollection. It was the girl who helped He Tu run his stall that day. The one who'd been slapped for failing to wash the oversized cotton underwear. A clear handprint still marked her face. Her eyes brimmed with hatred. The girl ran to the roadside, picked up a fist-sized stone. Gathering all her strength, she threw it at He Tu. Thud! He Tu casually swatted the stone away. It meant nothing to him. But that sound seemed to awaken the slumbering crowd. It ignited everyone's fury. Pelt them to death. These beasts. My sister was killed by them. Damn bastards won't even spare my brother. A man charged forward first, picking up stones. Immediately after, the 30-odd ordinary people from the Kuta convoy, who had been kept like livestock, flooded out in a swarm. They picked up clods of earth stones, even took off their own shoes, frantically pelting the three brothers at the center. Brothers, lend a hand. With a roar from the blonde-haired man, the Xing Ho convoy erupted into action instantaneously. Dozens of people swarmed to the outer perimeter, relentlessly hurling objects at the three trapped inside. If Xing Ho's supernaturals fell, their fate wouldn't be much better than those livestock. So everyone threw with extra ferocity. It was truly striking at both body and spirit. Though these harmless attacks posed no real threat to the three He brothers had never endured such humiliation. They were exalted supernaturals. These ordinary people meant less than ants in their eyes. Yet now these very ordinary people dared to throw stones at them, seeking death. Three fangs devour heaven. 6 starfire shadows rend the frigid sky, each displaying their prowess against the blood fangs. With a roar from He Tu, an aura of fierce resolve and willingness to die erupted from the three brothers. Lin Lu, watching from outside the arena, frowned as the white silk scarf instantly tightened. Chen Mo gripped his blood moon long blade, firmly channeling his transcendent power within his body. The crowd immediately tensed, as if facing a formidable enemy, their eyes locked onto the three figures in the center. The ordinary folk scattered at once, seeking shelter in hidden corners. He too suddenly produced a black heart from his chest. The heart was pitch dark, still beating faintly, emitting a putrid stench. Chen Mo's heart sank. He could not let his scheme succeed. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his long blade. He too dodged the strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the heart to pieces. Chen Mo's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated in a flash. A wet tearing sound echoed. Black fluid exploded outward instantly. A thick black fog billowed out, enveloping the 3 figures. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? We can't see anything. Lao Yang also realized the gravity of the situation. He raised his mechanical arm and fired several energy spheres into the black fog. The energy spheres vanished into the black fog like stones dropped into the sea, with no feedback whatsoever. Lin Lu, blindfolded, charged into the black fog, sweeping blindly in all directions. The group circled the black fog, launching continuous remote attacks. After a few seconds, the smoke dispersed. Everyone's vision cleared. In the center of the snowy ground, only a pool of blood remained. There was no sign of the He family's 3 brothers. Damn it, they actually escaped. We should have killed them on the spot if we had known. We should have stayed one of them, even at the cost of injury. Chen Mo looked down at the blood moon long blade in his hand. It doesn't matter. The most important thing has already been obtained. It wasn't entirely a loss. As the He brothers disappeared, the chaos at the scene gradually subsided. Those captured ordinary people, seeing the blood on the ground, erupted into cheers. The members of the Star Train caravan turned to look at Lin Lu, awaiting his orders. Lin Lu gathered the white cloth and slowly wrapped it around his eyes. Su Qian, Lao Yang, you two lead people to take over the supplies and personnel from the withered butcher caravan. Those who are willing to follow us can stay. Those who aren't will be given some food and left to survive on their own. Su Qian and Lao Yang nodded, taking Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi. They headed toward the vehicles of the withered butcher caravan. After dealing with this, Lin Lu turned to look at Chen Mo. His voice was cold, impossible to read. You come in with me. Chen Mo sighed bitterly in his heart. What was coming had finally arrived. It was time for the reckoning. Steeling himself, Chen Mo followed Lin Lu toward a relatively intact room nearby. Just then, the girl who had been slapped earlier in the day ran over. She blocked the path of Lin Lu and Chen Mo. Panting, she spoke. Lu, leader, I have something very important that might be helpful to you. Half an hour later, the Star Train caravan set out again. This time, there was an armored scout vehicle, an off-road car, and a bus with its windows welded shut. The number of people had grown from less than 30 to 60. When Lin Lu had offered food to those who wished to leave, no one was willing to go. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat of Chita No. 2 at this moment. With a cigarette in his mouth, his heart felt incredibly heavy. According to that woman named Lu Yu's account, she had been exploited by He Chong for a period of time. After Lin Lu promised her the position of managing the new bus, she had intermittently shared some vague information with him. Through Lin Lu, Chen Mo, and everyone else's additions, they finally obtained some useful information. These three brothers were far more complex than they appeared. The eldest He Tu belonged to the Blood Fong sequence, holding the second sequence title of Slaughter Dao Practitioner. He was the leader of the caravan. The second brother, He Chong, was part of the Blood Fong sequence branch, holding the second sequence title of Bone Devourer. The youngest, He Liao, also a member of the Blood Fong sequence branch, was a blood sniffer. The blood sniffer's olfactory abilities could detect the scent of blood and living creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. The Withered Butcher caravan relied on this to avoid anomalies and search for weak caravans or survivors to capture and keep. The three brothers shared the same origin, and what was most terrifying was not their well-coordinated teamwork. Rather, it was the combo technique Lu Yu had personally witnessed, the three blood fangs piercing through a level 3 anomaly in a surprise attack. Three fangs devour heaven. The three brothers used their sequence weapons and their own essence blood as sacrifices to merge into a blood-red spear that could pierce through everything. Thinking about it this way, the situation had become quite troublesome. Today, the three of them had not used this skill. It was likely that He Chong had suffered severe injuries and was unable to perform it. Once the three recovered from their injuries, they would likely not let this matter drop easily. This was also why Lin Lu had barely inventoried the supplies. He had hastily urged everyone to leave. An enemy hiding in the shadows posed a far greater threat than a direct opponent. Never mind, they would deal with it when it came. Chen Mo stopped dwelling on it and tossed the cigarette, but out the window. Li Xia autopilot. Copy that, master. Li Xia's crisp and clear Mandarin came from the center console. Chen Mo said nothing more and looked down at the blood moon long blade in his hand. Inside the Hummer off-road vehicle, Zhang Meili looked at Brother Dao in her arms, who was breathing more shallowly with each passing moment. Tears silently streamed down her face. The man who had protected her for over a decade had fallen. Her mind continuously replayed the final moments when Brother Dao had stepped in to save her from being taken, holding an axe with a black box attached, charging toward He Chong. Two streams of clear tears slowly flowed down. Brother Dao's lips moved and blood foam continuously bubbled from his mouth. He extended his trembling hand, seeming to want to wipe away the tear stains on his wife's face. But it fell weakly midway. He took one last look at the blonde man driving. Don't hate him. Stay with. Survive. Zhang Meili gently closed Brother Dao's eyes, her voice so soft it was like a dream, murmured, "All right, I'll survive." Meanwhile, in an abandoned construction site that the Star Train caravan had just passed. Fuck, you fucking piece of trash. He too kicked at He Chong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. If you can't control what's in your pants, I'll help you chop it off. He Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, gave a bitter smile, and did not argue further. If he had not messed up today, the Star Train caravan might not have one either. Beside them, He Liao, who had been gazing into the distance the entire time, spoke up. Enough, stop blaming second brother. I have already marked their lead vehicle with the blood sniff. Once we've healed our injuries, we'll give chase. Having said that, He Liao walked over, preparing to help his eldest brother support their second brother as they departed. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Chase. Who are you trying to chase? Within the abandoned, unfinished building, a shrill pubescent voice rang out. Chase. Who exactly do you intend to chase? Though the voice was not loud, the skeletal structure of the derelict building caused it to echo in haunting waves. The three He brothers stiffened simultaneously, whipping their heads toward the source of the voice. He Qiangqiang struggled several times, yet failed to pull himself up from the ground. He Tu and He Liao retained their basic fighting capacity. The two instinctively assumed defensive postures, their gazes fixed intently upon the shadows lurking in the darkness. An anomaly. Beads of cold sweat slid continuously down He Liao's temples. As a sequence 2 blood sniffer within a radius of 10 kilometers, he could sense not merely anomalies, but even the breath of any living soul. Yet moments ago, he had not detected the faintest trace of any living presence. The entity must either be inanimate or it had employed some esoteric art capable of concealing its aura. Just as the two brothers began contemplating retreat, preparing to flee with their second sibling, a silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows of the stairwell. The figure was not particularly tall, rather short and stout in fact. A long donkey-like face was gradually illuminated by the moonlight. The three He brothers stood frozen in place. As the entity slowly stepped into the reach of the light, the three men finally beheld the full appearance of the approaching figure. A donkey, its coat a patchwork of black and white, stood before them. At this moment, Chitu was clad in a pair of flamboyant pink boxer shorts with his classic oversized gold chain still draped around his neck. Clenched between his donkey lips was a lit cigar. This ostentatious attire brought no laughter to the three men. Instead, their hair stood on end, and a heavier weight settled in their hearts. Any creature capable of surviving the apocalypse was never to be trifled with. The entity could speak while dressed thus, clearly possessed of considerable intelligence. This was no ordinary beast, but a mutant of uncommon caliber. He too was the first to buckle beneath the pressure, letting out a guttural growl. He launched into a furious assault, playing tricks to frighten us. Blood-forged blade. Though he had lost his arcane weapon, the Blood Moon long saber, his innate ability allowed him to draw forth blood from himself or others and forge it into sequence weaponry. Rivulets of fresh blood streamed forth from the vessels of He-Too's hands. Following the contours of his right arm, the blood instantly coalesced and solidified into a long blade. Gripping his sanguine saber, He-Too leaped high and charged ferociously at the donkey. He Liao surged into motion at his side, his form leaving a lingering afterimage in his wake. With a flick of both hands, over a dozen ivory bone needles shot toward the donkey's lower 3 acupoints. Yet the donkey made no attempt to evade. It merely exhaled a contemptuous plume of smoke. Boom! He-Too's devastating slash was effortlessly clamped between a pair of dark hooves. Not a fraction of an inch further could it advance. Crack! The sound of something splintering echoed forth. The sequence weapon He-Too had forged from his own blood shattered with a mournful cry. It tumbled to the ground, dissolving into a pool of liquid, almost at the very same instant. The bone needles He Liao had launched at the donkey, upon reaching a distance of half a meter from its body, struck what seemed an invisible wall and clattered harmlessly to the floor. What? He Liao's face drained of color, and he spun about to flee. Yet a flicker of black and white streaked past, and he felt an icy chill seize the back of his neck. He was hoisted into the air like a helpless chick. With a casual toss, He Liao hurtled through the air like a tattered sack, colliding heavily with He-Too. He-Too spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. What the hell kind of monster was this? Tier 3. This donkey was, at the absolute minimum, a Tier 3 anomaly, and worse still, a mutant of the most vexing variety. He-Too and He Liao struggled to their feet, their eyes brimming with terror. Before the pair could even gather their wits, the donkey had already positioned itself before them, its hooves clasped behind its back with the imperious bearing of a veteran cadre. It bared a row of broad teeth, stretching its maw into an exaggerated, almost maternal grin. It extended a hoof, taking turns to slap the faces of He-Too and He Liao. What? Not convinced? You two think you're tough? Being tough is utterly useless. In this world you need real power, you need real backing. Which outfit do you belong to? He-Too withdrew his hoof, blew out a smoke ring, and with hooves clasped behind his back began to pace. He-Too and He Liao's cheeks had swollen grotesquely from the beating. Blood seeped from the corners of their mouths, and not a single word could they utter. The two exchanged a glance, witnessing the same stark terror mirrored in each other's eyes. He-Too circled them once and finished with a lazy kick at He-Chong, who was sprawled on the ground feigning death. What's the matter? Cat got your tongues. Turns out you're nothing but 3 small-time hoodlums. The insult was naked, raw humiliation. He-Too clenched his fists so tightly his nails bit into his palms, yet he dared not make the slightest move. He knew that if he dared resist again, the 3 brothers would perish in this place, without question. He-Too seemed to have grown somewhat bored of the sport and drew a deep, deliberate pull from his cigar. Smoke drifted lazily from his parted donkey lips. His donkey eyes narrowed to slits as he suddenly spoke. Let me ask you something. Have you seen a young fellow, one with only 3 fingers? Sequence 1. Huh. He-Too and He Liao were both startled. 3 fingers. Sequence 1. The two simultaneously thought of Chen Mo. This terrifying Tier 3 mutant. Was it searching for Chen Mo? Was it seeking vengeance? Or something else entirely? He-Too cautiously raised his head and ventured to speak. Big brother. We did happen to see a one-eyed kid with 3 fingers. However, he's not sequence 1. He's sequence 2. Having spoken, the two fixed their gazes intently upon He-Too's expression, not daring to miss even the slightest detail. He-Too's motion of blowing smoke rings paused for an instant. That kid, he had survived, and had even reached sequence 2. He-Too's donkey face remained impassive. He merely gave a nonchalant "oh" to confirm. That kid, is his name Chen Mo? The expressions of the two instantly became a sight to behold. This mutant was truly seeking Chen Mo. Then, damn it all, this beating hadn't been suffered for nothing. Just to be certain, He Liao still inquired with the utmost caution. Big brother, you're looking for him. Is there something? He-Too regarded the 2 men, their faces a portrait of anxiety. A glint of mischief flashed through his eyes. These 3 were most likely enemies of that boy Chen Mo. Perhaps he could squeeze some profit out of them. Heh. At once he adopted an expression of towering, incandescent fury. He raised a hoof and delivered a vicious stomp upon the adjacent concrete pillar. Boom. Fragments of stone burst forth, spraying in all directions. Of course, that brat stole my treasure. Let me find that boy. I shall flay him alive and scatter his very ashes to the wind. So long as you fellows lead me to him from this day forth, I'll have your backs. The faces of the 3 brothers instantly flushed crimson. Indeed, how could any mere human possibly have any connection with an anomaly? So it was they had offended this great and terrible power. Even He Chong, who had been feigning death upon the ground, was so enraged he erupted into violent coughing, hacking up a mouthful of old blood. You bastards! This beating. This was truly suffered on behalf of that wretch, Chen Mo. He Chong could maintain his pretense no longer. On hands and knees he scrambled toward Chidu. Big brother, you must seek justice for the three of us. The three, embroidering their tale with fabricated details, distorting black into white, launched into a frenzied tirade of Chen Mo's supposed atrocities to Chidu. With every word they spoke, Chidu's expression grew more remarkable, a blend of astonishment and barely contained delight. He was astonished that these three had such hidden reserves, and they sounded quite formidable at that. He was delighted because, contemplating what he was about to do, the corners of his mouth twitched with an excitement harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. He grinned with his broad teeth in a stupendous display of foolish joy, his donkey mouth splitting nearly to the roots of his ears. Do you wish to reclaim everything that once belonged to you? Do you wish to exact revenge with your own hands? Yes. The three brothers spoke in unison, their eyes alight with the flames of vengeance. Then call me Papa, and let me hear it. The Xingho convoy pressed on through the night, until the first light of dawn pierced the horizon. Through the loudspeaker mounted on the lead vehicle, Lin Lu issued the order to halt and rest on the spot. The thunderous rumble of engines gradually fell silent. Chen Mo reclined the seat of red hair No. 2, the soft cushioning pressing gently against his back. The newly fitted seat covers were proving their worth. The blood moon blade rested horizontally across his lap, its surface receiving his careful ministrations. The weapon was thick and weighty, yet in his hands it felt as light as a feather. Near the hilt, a crimson vein-like pattern snaked across the dark steel. It pulsed in perfect sync with his heartbeat. Chen Mo closed his eyes, replaying every detail of last night's battle. Last night it had drunk deep of He Tu's blood. At the time he had felt only a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs. Now he contemplated it with deliberate care. That energy had traveled through Chen Mo's arm, coursing through his entire being. Remarkably, it began to rival the creeping chill of the cold poison within him. Without fully unleashing his supernatural power, the blade alone seemed capable of holding the toxin at bay. Of course, this depended on the blood moon blade sating its unquenchable thirst for blood. A phrase surfaced in his mind. Like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The blood moon blade carries a terrible curse. It slowly erodes its wielder's sanity until he is transformed into a new blood claw anomaly. He was using one slow-acting poison to battle another fast-acting one. The future would be decided by which devoured him first, whether the cold poison would freeze him from within, or whether this cursed blade would consume his sanity and transform him into a new blood claw anomaly. As Chen Mo wrestled with these thoughts, knock knock knock. The car window was rapped from outside. Chen Mo looked up to find Xiao Lu's youthful face peering in. Brother Mo, Captain Lin is calling all council members to the lead vehicle for a meeting. Bring your appetite. Breakfast is on the table too. Let's go take a look. Chen Mo clutched the long blade, pushed open the door, and stepped out. The snowfall was light today, but the bitter wind remained unrelenting. The gale cut like a blade across exposed skin. At the head of the convoy, several vehicles had been lashed together beneath a tarp, forming a makeshift command post for the camp. At the entrance of this improvised shelter, a great cauldron bubbled over a crackling bonfire. Denyo spotted Chen Mo approaching and greeted him with his characteristic bashful grin. Old Mo over here. We've got rice porridge and pickled vegetables today. Those bastards had quite a stash. Chen Mo walked over with a smile, accepted a bowl, and settled down. His gaze fell upon Denyo's bandaged arm. Beneath the wrappings, a faint crimson stain was seeping through. He was about to inquire about the wound. A curvaceous figure approached with bowl in hand and settled herself beside him. Who else could it be but Su Qian? A trace of reproach threaded through her words. Last night he got nicked by He Chong's bone blade. Just a minor wound. I've already treated it for him. Having spoken, Su Qian lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon Chen Mo's single eye. If last night, because of your greed, Denyo had died, or Xiaoya had died, or Old Yang, or me, or anyone else in Lin Lu's team, what would you have felt? The air thickened instantly. Chen Mo listened to Su Qian's quiet interrogation. Would his conscience have troubled him? Or perhaps some other emotion entirely? He did not know. He did not answer Su Qian's question directly. He glanced over at Denyo, who was busy serving rice for Xiaoya, forcing out an unconvincing smile. Didn't Knife die last night anyways? Su Qian seemed to sense the evasion behind his words. I know about the history between you and him. So when I ask, I'm asking about us. Chen Mo's hand froze mid-air, bowl still raised. He offered no reply. Old Yang appeared at some unknown point, drifting over. Pretending he hadn't heard a word of their exchange, he reached over and plucked a piece of pickled vegetable straight from Chen Mo's bowl. You're not going to eat this? I'll have it then. Chen Mo seized upon this lifeline, lunging to snatch a pickled vegetable from Old Yang's bowl in turn. The two descended into a brief scuffle, laughing and shoving. Su Qian released a long drawn-out sigh. She asked no further. Before long, Lin Lu entered, his eyes concealed beneath a blindfold. The second official council meeting of the Xingho convoy convened within this humble windbreak. The agenda was straightforward. Distribution of spoils arrangements for new personnel. Chen Mo paid little attention, his hand simply resting on the long blade as his thoughts wandered. As for his share of the spoils, he had already promised it to Su Qian. This blade alone was more than enough. Lin Lu announced the final decision: all materials seized from the Ku-2 convoy. 30% would go to the collective, the remaining 70% distributed according to merit. As the nominal victor, Su Qian naturally claimed the share that had belonged to Chen Mo, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Arrangements were also made for the convoy's newly acquired vehicles. The original Xingho bus would continue to be managed by Shao Qi, the assistant with the birthmark, designated Xingho 1. The Ku-2 convoy's bus, with its welded-shut windows and blood-stained exterior, was entrusted to Lu Yu, designated Xingho 2. Chen Mo's single eye swept over the woman called Lu Yu. She appeared to be in her late 20s, her looks unremarkable, a study in quiet mediocrity. Lu Yu stood respectfully behind Lin Lu, greeting the assembly with humble deference. She was the one who had intercepted Lin Lu last night, trading intelligence for a chance at rebirth, rising in a single bound from a plaything to be bullied at will to a leader commanding dozens. As for any punishment for Chen Mo, Lin Lu spoke not a single word of it. At least until the retaliation of the He brothers was dealt with, no one would be foolish enough to raise the subject. The meeting concluded, the assembly dispersing. Those survivors newly liberated received for the first time within the Xingho convoy rations truly their own. Though it was merely a bowl of thin porridge, every face shone with the radiance of new beginnings. Compared to life under the Ku-2 convoy, the Xingho fleet was nothing short of paradise. Yet in one solitary corner, something stood at odds with the harmony of the camp. At the convoy's outermost edge, upon the snow beside a Hummer SUV, Zhang Meili stood in stillness, neither weeping nor railing against fate. Upon the snow a short distance away lay the lifeless body of Blade. From within the pocket of her fur coat, she drew out a lipstick worn down to its final nub. Even in the apocalypse, Blade had always had a way of noticing these little things that brought her joy. It was something Blade had risked danger to fetch for her from Wugue village, and she had used it all the way until now. Zhang Meili applied the lipstick with care, staining her lips a vivid crimson, then bent down to press a brilliant kiss upon Blade's cold cheek. She straightened, slowly lit a cigarette, and drew a long breath. The glowing ember arced through the air, landing upon Blade's body. In an instant the gasoline ignited and roaring flames leapt skyward. Chen Mo stood at a distance, Blade cradled in his arms, gazing briefly at the fire before turning away. His solitary eye drifted toward another quarter of the camp. Yellow Hair was conferring in hushed tones with several of Blade's former subordinates beside a vehicle, their heads bent together in quiet deliberation. Interesting. Chen Mo did not linger, climbing back into the cabin of Red Hair. No. 2. Elsewhere. Dad, I can't run anymore. That didn't take long. Have you forgotten about revenge already? Good son, your old man's legs have given out completely. You carry me from here. The wind howled relentlessly across the desolate wilderness and snowflakes drifted through the air. He2's towering figure trudged with labored effort through the snow, each footfall sinking so deep that the powdery drifts swallowed his boots entirely. The true culprit behind his wretched state sat firmly astride his neck. He2 gasped for breath, his voice quivering. I say, Uncle Rabbit, couldn't you walk on your own? On his back, that wretched donkey casually tossed an orange-red energy core between its hooves. This was nearly all the three brothers had left to their name. She too had seized it under the pretense of merely taking a look. What made matters worse, with every arduous step he too took, a stiff rod swung back and forth, striking his neck. That stupid donkey must be from Inner Mongolia. Tisk. She too clamped a cigarette between his hooves and slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. His voice dripped with disdain. He flicked the ash off with distaste. Are Uncle Rabbit's hooves meant to trudge through this wretched snow? It would soil them. Do you understand nothing? The ash landed with unerring precision in the hollow of He2's neck, scalding him and causing his body to quiver. To think that he too, the Sequence 2 slaughterer, should endure such humiliation. But when he recalled the unfathomable depths of the creature's power, the dire straits his brothers now found themselves in, and his obsession with vengeance and reclaiming his long saber, he too swallowed his fury whole. He glanced at the small cart nearby. At that moment, the wiry frame of He Liao struggled to push the groaning He Chong along. In his heart, he too had already plowed through every ancestor of that donkey across 18 generations with the vilest curses known to mankind. Yet still he spoke, reluctantly. UNC, Uncle Rabbit, how about we go find a vehicle? Chi Tu tucked the core into his pocket and surveyed the three brothers. At this sluggish pace, they'd never catch up to that brat Chen Mo in their entire lives. According to his original plan, he had intended to infiltrate the Starfire convoy and slip away once he'd evaded the bear's pursuit, find some place and bide his time quietly. But now he couldn't bear to part with it. That manual, the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics, that brat Chen Mo had already learned it. He had been too busy devouring that lion-headed vengeful spirit back then and hadn't managed to get more than a passing glance. He had to find Chen Mo at the very least to learn that technique. Chi Tu put on a show of patting He Tu's head while pointing a hoof toward He Liao. You, go get a vehicle. Hurry up, Uncle Rabbit has no patience for waiting. With that, Chi-Tu leapt down from He-Tu's neck. He extended a hoof and began vigorously rubbing it across his black and white belly. A black mud pellet the size of a fingernail appeared on Chi-Tu's hoof. He held it out toward He Liao. You, swallow this. If you try to run, I'll slaughter your eldest brother and your second brother first. Then this pill will poison you to death. He Liao stared at the pitch-black mud pellet, his stomach churning violently. What the hell was this thing? Chi-Tu caught sight of He Liao's expression as though his mother had just died. The donkey's face darkened. What? You don't want to eat it. He Liao's face cycled between shades of black and white. Originally, the three brothers had planned to exploit the enmity between this exotic creature and Chen Mo. Let it and the Starfire convoy tear each other apart, then the three brothers would unleash their combination technique to ambush and finish off this stupid donkey. But if he swallowed this mud pill, now true enslavement awaited. Yet He Liao dared not refuse. He closed his eyes, accepted the trembling pellet, and with a tilt of his head swallowed it whole. He watched He Liao shuffle off into the distance. But Chi-Tu seemed uneasy. He rubbed off another identical black mud pellet and handed it to He-Tu. You eat this too. He-Tu's face flushed an ugly shade of liver, but in the end, he opened his mouth in humiliation. Chi-Tu appeared quite pleased with He-Tu's compliance. He glanced at the injured He-Chong, then rubbed off yet another pellet. But this one differed from the previous two. Chi-Tu carefully molded it with his hoof into a lopsided heart shape. He-Tu's heart hammered with dread, and he tried to dissuade the donkey. Uncle Rabbit. Second brother's already in that state. How about we just forget it? Chi-Tu tossed the heart-shaped pill into his hand. Without the slightest acknowledgement of his words, give that sleazy fat one this to eat. It can heal his wounds. He-Chong stared at the heart-shaped mud pellet on the verge of tears. Upon hearing it could heal, he gritted his teeth, took the pill from his eldest brother's hand, and swallowed it. He-Chong's mouth erupted with a great gout of foul-smelling black clotted blood staining the pristine white snow crimson. Yet after expelling the blood, he felt the tearing agony in his chest ease by half, and even his breathing flowed far more smoothly. It seemed he was truly much better. He waved his hand toward his eldest brother to signal that he was all right, then cupped his fists toward Chi-Tu. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Rabbit. Several hours later, a black six-seat commercial vehicle sped across the snowfield. Chi-Tu sprawled in the spacious back seat, humming a little tune as his hooves tapped in rhythm. He-Tu drove while He Liao sat in the passenger seat. The two kept glancing back at He-Chong, who lay in the middle row looking considerably recovered. Chi-Tu urged them impatiently. Faster. Quit dawdling. Even my grandma walks faster than this when she's out shopping. He-Tu's temple throbbed, but he said nothing. His foot pressed harder on the accelerator. Just at that moment, rumble. A deep, thunderous tremor rolled in from the distance. The vehicle shook violently, as though the very earth itself quaked. He-Tu instinctively slammed the brakes. The commercial vehicle skidded a long tire track across the snow before jerking to a halt. He Liao cast an uneasy glance out the window. What's going on? An earthquake? Chi-Tu had stopped humming too. The donkey's face pressed flat against the car window, the cigar dropped from his mouth unnoticed. Look at the sky. All of them looked up at once. There on the distant horizon, directly above the heart of Camel City, a floating island hovered in the heavens. One by one, specks of light blossomed across the island like stars, illuminating its colossal silhouette. Even from such a great distance, the shadows of figures moving upon it could be seen. Floating island. The three brothers gaped at the marvel in stupefied awe. From the direction of Camel City, it streaked swiftly toward the south. My, donkey's mother. For the first time, Chi-Tu's offhand tone carried a note of genuine shock. Since when did this quiet realm become so lively? The floating island soon vanished beyond the southern horizon, leaving behind 3 stunned humans and 1 stunned donkey. Inside the Xingho caravan camp, Chen Mo raised his head, squinting his right eye as he gazed at the colossal object in the sky. This was not the first time he had laid eyes upon a floating island. He had caught a distant glimpse of one before with the Panshir caravan. However, the distance had been too great, and the snow in Fansheng fell too heavily to discern anything clearly. But this time he could see it with perfect clarity. The floating island was vast, roughly the size of 3 standard football fields from before the apocalypse. Rolling hills stretched across its surface, dotted with scattered wooden cabins. A dense sea of heads swarmed together enough to make one's scalp crawl. From just a single glance, there appeared to be several hundred people upon the island. Within the camp, the ordinary folk had already descended into utter chaos. Some fell directly to their knees, kowtowing relentlessly toward the behemoth in the heavens, muttering incantations under their breath as though worshipping a divine miracle. Others waved their arms, frantically shouting at the top of their lungs, hoping to catch the attention of those upon the floating island to be delivered from their suffering. Still others were so overwhelmed by the unfathomable sight that they collapsed to the ground in terror, trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to lift their heads for a single glance. Chen Mo paid them no heed. At this moment, another question had taken root in his mind. Back when he was with the Panshir caravan, he had observed the floating island flying toward the north. Yet now it had clearly originated from the direction of Tawaching, flying southeast. How much time had passed since then? Could it be Some upheaval over there had caused the floating island to abruptly alter its course. It was only when the silhouette of the floating island vanished entirely that the camp's tumult gradually subsided. Chen Mo made his way toward the very front of the encampment. The members of the Xingho Council had already gathered there. Su Qian still seemed unable to recover from her shock, her voice tinged with disbelief. That was a flying island. Chen Mo accepted the cigarette Old Yang handed him. Leaning toward Old Yang's lighter to ignite it, he spoke in a leisurely tone. A relic. I've heard people say that in Bai City there exists a living giant earth dragon, something even more extravagant than this. This information naturally came from what Chen Mo had heard Gu Qinshan and Shun Qinghe say. Lin Lu, still shielding his eyes, nodded in agreement with Chen Mo's assessment. This belongs to the category of vehicles or city-class relics. Its ranking is not low. Danyu, standing nearby, scratched his bald head, his tone brimming with bewilderment. Then damn it. If someone had a relic ranked first, couldn't they just strut around the apocalypse however they pleased? Lin Lu appeared unsurprised by Danyu's question. Turning to face the group, he shattered their fantasies. The higher the ranking, the more unimaginable the price. It's nothing like that hair-shedding spiked club of yours. As he spoke, he gestured toward the cloth covering his eyes. Chen Mo and Danyu should already know about this one. Ranked at 70,000, it restricts the user's facial expressions. Understanding dawned within Chen Mo, and he tightened his grip upon his long saber. Indeed, even Blood Moon, just over 30,000, had already posed a mortal danger. Lin Lu paused for several seconds, then shifted his tone, his voice dropping low. More than that, I'm concerned about another matter. The aberrations seem to be evolving as well. Within the range of my perception, these aberrations appear to have grown more cunning. They will even feign passing by casually, only to suddenly pivot and chase after the caravan. The moment his words fell, the camp plunged into instant, deathly silence. Evolving. Chen Mo was suddenly reminded of something. That eye-signaling old crone in Xiangyang village who had conjured a vast expanse of dark clouds to blot out the blazing noon sun, briefly moving about beneath the sun's rays. And then there was Chitu and Han Ningbing, that fourth-grade frost cicada king. For her sunlight was merely uncomfortable. These aberrant species appeared to have already developed immunity against the sun's erosion. They were adapting to this world. If one day, the majority of aberrations ceased to fear the sun and could move freely beneath its light, then humanity's plight would grow even more dire. Chen Mo shared this discovery with the members of the Xingho Council. Everyone listened with mounting dread. Old Yang drew a sharp breath, taking a hard drag from his cigarette. Drawing from both discoveries, the group arrived at a conclusion. The aberrations of this world, whether native species or aberrant breeds, whether one wished to acknowledge it or not, were all gradually adapting to their environment. And some, like the formidable Han Ningbing, could forcibly alter the weather of Fanqing, summoning wind and snow to shroud the sunlight, resisting the sun's weakening effect. Chen Mo observed the astonished crowd, then pivoted the subject once more. Rather than dwelling upon this established fact, it was better to first decide which path to take next. Captain Lin, I believe we should take a detour around here. Something extraordinary seems to have appeared into watching. Lin Lu turned to face Chen Mo, his expression unchanged as ever, yet his voice carried a heavier weight. What do you mean? Chen Mo relayed his findings to the group. Danyu still seemed unable to grasp it. It was little Ya clutching her Barbie doll behind Su Qian, who spoke up first. So what Brother Chen Mo means is we should change course right here. Trace an arc to circumvent the Madiga wasteland, and then head south. Lin Lu exhaled slowly. If what Chen Mo said held true and the floating island had suddenly fled to watching, then something truly extraordinary must have transpired there. Just as the group deliberated, Lin Lu suddenly turned, facing north. Something else is approaching. Fast, and it's not an aberration. Chen Mo's grip tightened upon his long saber. Not an aberration. Then what? Another behemoth like the floating island or another caravan. The group emerged from their makeshift camp. All eyes turned northward in unison. Upon the distant horizon, a line of dark specks slowly swelled within their vision. A flock of grotesquely misshapen birds. The birds paid no heed to the Xingho caravan below. Instead, they fled in frantic haste toward the south. Immediately after, the earth trembled faintly. This tremor was far more violent than when the floating island had passed overhead. Like some slumbering behemoth in the deep, stirring and slowly turning over. Danyu lost his footing and tumbled into the snow. He was a born and bred inland man. Never in his life had he experienced an earthquake. Now panic-stricken, he cut a rather sorry figure. In the makeshift camp, the panic that had barely subsided erupted once more. It's happening again. Did the floating island come back? Or is it another relic? The crowd instinctively looked skyward, but this time, apart from the peculiar birds taking flight, there was nothing else in the air. Not from the heavens. Chen Mo was the first to tighten his grip upon his saber. His single eye fixed upon the faint, elusive horizon within the blizzard. Lin Lu also faced the horizon, his voice grave. Something's wrong. It's too dense. At that very moment, a dark shadow skimmed across the snow at the edge of the caravan. The Barbie doll, clutched in little Ya's hands, shot forward like a bullet, kicking up a plume of white snow in its wake. Crack. The Barbie doll slammed into the dark shadow, pinning it firmly into the snow. The crowd drew closer and involuntary gasps escaped them. It was a rat the size of a palm, its back covered in festering sores and tumorous growths, much like the barnacles clinging to some denizen of the deep. Such mutated rats were hardly uncommon upon the wasteland. Its flesh was poisonous, unfit for consumption, and it possessed no real aggression. The tide resonance had given rise to all manner of bizarre and uncanny creatures. The avian monstrosity from moments ago, and now this rat scurrying beneath their feet, both belonged to that same cursed lineage. Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Tawaching. By now the convoy had drawn dangerously close to that magnificent citadel of the north. In the distance, the very silhouette of Tawaching had begun to emerge into view. A mutated rat was fleeing. The grotesque flock of birds that had scattered across the sky earlier, they too had been fleeing. What could they possibly fear? Shhhh. Shhhh. Then a peculiar sound drifted across the distant snowy plains. The sound swelled from afar, growing ever louder, ever more distinct. Upon the snow-covered plain stretching toward Tawaching's horizon, a dark mass came tumbling and rolling in the convoy's direction. As it drew nearer, the travelers at last discerned what that rolling mass truly was. An immense billowing sphere woven together from countless mutated rats numbering in the billions. Layer upon layer of mutated rats, pressing, squeezing, clinging to one another, had coalesced into a colossal orb, a titanic sphere now bearing down upon the convoy. Even Denyo, the slowest of them all, understood at last. Something terrible was about to happen. What on earth had befallen Tawaching? Lin Lu whipped his head around and bellowed toward those nearby. Run, everyone, into the vehicles. Now, at once. Head south. Retreat at full speed. His thunderous roar exploded across the entire encampment like a sudden peal of thunder. Xiao Qi and Lu Yu reacted with lightning speed, rallying the others as they scrambled aboard Spark 1 and Spark 2. Chen Mo did not hesitate for a single heartbeat. The instant his eyes had registered that monstrous sphere of rats, he had already spun on his heel and sprinted toward Red Hare 2. Li Xia, start her up. Turn us around. Acknowledged, master. Within mere seconds, the entire convoy had consolidated and roared to life. Red Hare 2 carved an arc across the snow. 6 tires hurled up a spray of powdery snow as the vehicle surged forward. Every vehicle in the Spark convoy instantly fell in behind, fleeing like madmen along the path from which they had come. Behind the convoy, that sky-blotting rolling sphere of rats drew ever closer. Inside one of the 6 commercial vans, He Liao's wiry frame pressed tight against the window as he stared fixedly into the distance. Boss, the blood scent marker is just ahead. No more than a kilometer or two out. They've stopped to rest. Only, it looks like there's quite a few of them. In the back row, Red Hare, sprawled in every direction, suddenly sprang upright in a single bound. A flicker of unease crossed his donkey-like features. Something felt terribly wrong. Yet the lure of martial arts and reunion smothered the doubts gnawing at his mind. What are we waiting for? Floor it. Charge straight through for Grandpa Rabbit. You got it, Daddy Rabbit. He2's face contorted into a vicious grin as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The commercial van's engine bellowed in fury as it surged ahead. The Crimson Moon Saber, the woman, the supplies. So long as that donkey sat behind them, all of it would soon be back within their grasp. Before long, the silhouette of the Spark convoy materialized on the horizon. He2 instinctively eased back on the throttle. The enemy didn't seem to be making camp. They were charging directly toward them. As the two parties closed in upon each other, the lead vehicle, a hulking black heavy-duty pickup, resolved with crystalline clarity within their vision. Behind it came a string of off-road vehicles, SUVs, 6-wheeled dump trucks, and a bus. He-Chang's face was a portrait of bewilderment. What are they doing? Trying to ram us head-on. Something was wrong. The smile slowly froze upon Red Hare's donkey-like countenance. For the first time, that eerie blackish-gray power seeped uncontrollably from his form. A tremor rising from the very depths of his soul set every hair on his donkey-like body bristling on end. Turn around. Turn the hell around now. Run. Red Hare's scream rang out, flecks of spittle splattering across the back of He2's head. He2, stunned stupid by that shriek, stomped on the brakes, his face a mask of confusion. Daddy Rabbit, aren't we getting revenge? They're right there in. Revenge my ass. Seeing He2 still prattling on, Red Hare lashed out in desperation, delivering a hoof straight to He2's skull. I said turn around and run. Head south. You want to die, but I sure as hell don't. He2, seeing stars from the blow, harbored 1,000 questions churning within him. Yet he dared not defy the Red Hare before him, and so he wheeled the steering wheel, preparing to reverse course. But they were still a heartbeat too late. Within the cockpit of Red Hare, Chen Mo cradled his blade, his gaze fixed upon the commercial van up ahead. Was it the 3 He brothers? Had they caught up with them? At this critical juncture, unless absolutely forced, Chen Mo had no desire to engage. By instinct, his hand closed around the hilt of the Crimson Moon Saber. A current of killing intent flowed through him, the transcendental power within his body stirring with restless anticipation. But in the very next instant, Chen Mo's expression froze. Red Hare. The side door of the commercial van swung open. A donkey first splotched in black and white clad in a pair of pink shorts stood atop the commercial van's roof. What in the world? In that fleeting instant as they crossed paths, Red Hare launched himself like an antelope, leaping from a precipice, soaring through the air, and landing upon the roof of Red Hare 2. The door slid open of its own accord, and a streak of black and white darted inside in a flash. Before Chen Mo could even piece together what was happening, Red Hare spoke first. Drive? Floor it now. Faster. You eat like a damn bird. Just then he too at last completed his U-turn in the commercial van. The three brothers finally laid eyes upon the colossal rolling sphere of rats pursuing the spark convoy. It was a massive rolling orb, formed from countless mutated rats pressing, piling, and clinging to one another. An enormous undulating sphere. Wherever that sphere passed, even the snowy ground was devoured clean, exposing the dark brown permafrost beneath. Holy fking SHD. He too cursed viciously and slammed the accelerator to the floor, fleeing in the wake of the spark convoy. Chen Mo cast a glance at Red Hare, about to open his mouth to question. Whoa! An indescribable sound rolled in from the distant northern horizon. It was not a sound heard through the ears. It was a tremor, a resonance that struck directly at the soul itself. Chen Mo felt a searing stab of pain lance instantly through his skull. A violent ringing filled his ears. But swiftly Chen Mo channeled his transcendental power to withstand that shuddering resonance. A warm trickle of liquid seeped slowly from within his cochlea. Chen Mo touched it instinctively. Red Danyo clutched his head, his face twisted in agony. Su Qian and Xiaoya clung to each other for dear life, their lips bloodless. Among the ordinary folk aboard the bus, some lost consciousness on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices of their faces. That sound. On that very night when the apocalypse descended, he had listened to that same sound, watching helplessly as his colleagues at the company had curled up and collapsed. The tide resonance. Chita sat in the passenger seat, its bizarre power coursing through its body beyond any control. A black-gray mist shrouded the creature's entire donkey-like face as it muttered incessantly. It's over. It's over. Something massive is coming. Li Xia's terrified voice crackled from the center console. Master. I don't feel well. Chen Mo bore through the sharp pain in his eardrums and turned to look behind him. His gaze swept over the churning mass of giant rats. He looked toward the magnificent towering city in the distance. The sky was torn open, a rupture spanning kilometers across. A spatial rift slowly opened. Black tides, each wave higher than the last, poured from the crack. Dark mist centered on Tawaching blotted out the sun and sky, rolling outward in a devastating sweep. Soon Tawaching was entirely swallowed by the black fog and vanished from Chen Mo's sight. Xinghu convoy, Xinghu convoy. Lin Lu's grave voice came through the walkie-talkie. Listen to me, everyone. We may be facing a crisis unlike anything we have ever encountered. Everyone flee with all your strength. Do not fall behind. In case we get separated, regroup at Qiqing. Chen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Clearly this time the Xinghu convoy had gotten itself into something enormous. The airborne island they fled from. The wild goose formation. The rat tide. Chen Mo connected these events in his mind. All of it was tied to fleeing Tawaching. The tidal alarm came swiftly and departed just as fast. Only when that soul-shaking resonance vanished from his mind did Chen Mo find his voice again. What the hell is this thing? Why does it resemble the day the disaster struck, down to the letter? Shitu shook its donkey ears as its strange energy slowly receded back inside its body. I do not know either, but I suspect it is Mingjie and Jingjie colliding once more. Tawaching must be the impact point. From today onward that place becomes the new death zone. The donkey restrained its expression of fear, its voice tinged with worry. There are likely more invasive species, even brutal ones, sneaking across. Chen Mo's single eye swept over the rearview mirror. Behind them, that enormous rat sphere had vanished, likely veered off in another direction. Lin Lu's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie again, intermittent and strained. Xinghu. All. Attention. Full speed. Proceed. Through the valley. The moment the words left his mouth, the mountains on both sides of the road began to shake violently. Houm. Another low rumbling hum echoed through the air. The thick snow that had accumulated heavily on the mountain slopes, destabilized by the tidal resonance vibrations, began to collapse on a massive scale. Grown. The snow at the mountaintop began to shift and slide. Streams of white snow converged like rivers, forming a thunderous, earth-shaking torrent. It surged toward the Xinghu convoy as it entered the valley. Boulders wrapped in ice tumbled down the mountainside first. Li Xiaoyu, drive. Support me. Chen Mo gave his instructions and braced himself with one hand against the car window frame. He vaulted straight through the window onto Chitatu's roof. Copy that, master. Though Li Xia's voice trembled, her execution was unwavering. Chitatu's mechanical arms shot out from both sides, locking at the joints with palms facing upward, positioned diagonally to shield Chen Mo. Meanwhile, the vehicle twisted back and forth to evade the massive boulders crashing down from ahead. Chen Mo stood on the jolting, twisting roof. His clothing snapped in the wind and clung to his body. His feet remained planted firmly against the violent motion beneath him. A red cloth wrapped around his left eye while his right eye tracked the rolling snow surges nearby. His long blade was drawn, cleaving through the boulders rushing toward him in a single strike. An arc of dark crimson light, several meters long, erupted through the blizzard. The enormous snow blocks hurtling toward the roof dissolved into countless fine flakes the moment they touched it. Not far ahead, the front car's passenger window rolled down, and a flash of white shot out. It was Lin Lu's blindfold cloth. Now the white cloth unrolled automatically into a multi-meter banner lashing through the air with ferocious force and shattering rocks mid-flight before they could reach the convoy. Old Yang also leaned half his body out the window, his mechanical arms gathering streaks of blue light to destroy the incoming stones. Big Ox, check the bus. Su Qian's screams were torn apart by the wind and snow. On the roof of the white SUV, a Barbie doll of terrifying proportions stood. One plastic leg kicked back and forth with relentless force, each strike precisely shattering a rolling boulder. Danyu leaped from the vehicle as black fur erupted across his body in wild growth. Within moments, he transformed into a massive four-horned black bull sprinting alongside the convoy. One hand gripped the tilted Starfire No. 2 while he yanked free the enormous towing rope from the bus. He connected Starfire 1 and 2 together, then darted between vehicles, linking them all in an unbroken chain. Passing the He brothers' vehicle, the black van slowly pulled aside, their meaning clear without words. Ordinary survivors huddled inside the bus, screaming and praying frantically. All they could see through the windows was snow swirling wildly outside, and occasional flashes of supernatural light, their sole lifeline. Lin Lu's voice rang out again, this time channeling supernatural power directly rather than using the walkie-talkie. Hold on. We are almost out of the valley. The snow flow behind them grew closer, only tens of meters from the rear vehicle. Chidu let out a roar from inside the car. Kid, hold on tight. Engage auxiliary thrusters, go. For mechanical arms, shot backward simultaneously, unleashing for bursts of blue flame. Speed surged dramatically. The hauler rocketed from third position to the front, its towing rope taut as a bowstring, while the vehicles behind accelerated significantly. Rumble. As the avalanche drew nearer, Starfire 1 at the rear had already been swallowed halfway. Screams and wails erupted from inside the vehicles as everyone scrambled back in and sealed the windows. Cheetah 2 was the first to burst through the valley. Momentum carried them forward as Lin Lu's command vehicle honked twice sharply. Cheetah 2 slammed on its brakes, skidding to a halt on the open snowfield. Click. The auxiliary mechanical arms drove deep into the ground, anchoring the vehicle. Rumble. The next instant, a wall of snow crashed down, burying everything behind them. Chen Mo could not make out anything around him. Snow smashed through the glass and flooded into the cabin. The avalanche halted. Working with Cheetah 2, Danyu painstakingly dragged the final bus from the snow. Cough. We made it. Xiao Qi climbed out of the vehicle, his face caked with ice shards and blood. Xiao Lu tallied the supplies and headcount, then approached Lin Lu to report on the convoy's status. Half our supplies were lost, and Starfire 2's fuel tank is leaking. Some vehicles were buried too long. Many people did not survive. Including those killed by the earlier explosion, we have lost 22 people. Lin Lu listened, turning his body away. Kid, something is coming. Chen Mo heard Chitu's warning and immediately opened his single eye. Lin Lu's voice and Chitu's distinctive quack merged in perfect synchrony. Level 3. Invasive species. Level 3. An invader. Chen Mo instinctively tightened his grip on his long blade. The cold touch traveled up from the hilt. Dark crimson veins pulsed in sync with Chen Mo's heartbeat. Cold sweat seeped unceasingly from Lin Lu's brow. Within his perception, this creature, smuggled over from the resonance realm, was fundamentally different from the aberrations native to this world. The local aberrations were commonly referred to as indigenous species, their aura purely cold and sinister, often obeying some twisted set of rules. The dog-faced man Chen Mo had slain within the Panshir convoy back then was a textbook example of an indigenous. Among the indigenous aberrations, some underwent a transformation during the collision of the two realms, birthing within themselves the power of rules, evolving into rule aberrations. Strictly speaking, rule aberrations were also a form of indigenous. When Lee of Apricot Blossom Town, for instance, had been a rule aberration. Yet the invaders were an entirely different matter. At their lower tiers, they possessed no reason whatsoever, only an instinct for slaughter, devouring, and chaos. Within Lin Lu's perception at this moment, the invaders numbered more than one, two. Every heart within the group leapt into their throat. Having just endured the avalanche, every soul among them was weary to some degree. And now, two more. Both invaders, creatures whose very hallmark was their formidable combat prowess. But by now retreat was no longer an option. Behind them lay the valley buried beneath the snow. Without need for any command, the party instantly fell into a standard battle formation. Damn them all. Danyo's roar erupted across the snowfield. From his hulking frame, coarse black hair erupted wildly once more. The two pairs of obsidian horns upon his head flickered with earthen yellow supernatural power. He gripped his spiked club and brought it crashing down upon the earth with a dull, heavy thud. Behind him stood Xiaoya clutching her Barbie doll, and Chen Mo wielding his blood moon long blade. Further back stood Old Yang and Lin Lu, their mechanical arms at the ready. Su Qian took the rearmost position, her healing wave poised to be unleashed. Li Xia piloted the Red Hare Mark II, guarding the party's rear. Its four mechanical arms unfolded, prepared at any moment to provide covering fire. The Red Hare itself stood apart from the formation. A pair of donkey eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the snow ahead. Leave the other one to you. Cold sweat seeped from the hand, gripping Chen Mo's blood moon blade. This battle would demand everything they had. At least until the Red Hare dealt with one of them, the others would have to hold the second at bay with all their might. The convoy's ordinary folk had already taken shelter within their vehicles. Yellow Hare cast a glance at the unconscious Zhang Meili, then slammed shut the Hummer's door with force. In a battle of awakeners, ordinary people could offer no assistance. Suddenly a faint tremor rippled through the snow ahead. The ground bulged ever so slightly. Something was moving at tremendous speed beneath the snow. Its target was unmistakable, charging straight for the Red Hare at the formation's flank. Indeed, in the eyes of every aberration, anomalous creatures were always the choicest delicacy. A flicker of solemnity crossed the Red Hare's equine features. He bellowed toward the others, "I'll handle this one myself. You watch the other." Dark gray aberrant power erupted violently from his body, playing tricks. The very instant the bulging trail drew near the Red Hare, he suddenly raised one hind hoof and brought it thundering down upon the snow beneath him. Boom! A shockwave mingled with snow burst outward, forming a curtain of white. Two claws, stripped to naught but sinew and razor-sharp talons, flew violently out from the billowing curtain of snow. A blur, and gone. Too fast. Chen Mo's single eye caught only a fleeting trace of murky black light. Pshhhh. A low grunt escaped the Red Hare. The black and white hair along his flank was instantly torn asunder. At his kidney, two gashes, neither too deep nor too shallow, were ripped open. Fresh blood instantly dyed his pink boxer shorts crimson. Having landed its strike, the black shadow plunged once more into the snow and vanished without a trace. Chen Mo watched in horror. Wounded in a single blow, the Red Hare was himself a level 3 aberration, and swift beyond all reason. This invader was ferocious beyond compare. Yet Chen Mo could spare no further thought for the Red Hare's plight. "Look there." Lin Lu's voice came taut with tension, snapping Chen Mo's attention back to the present. There upon the snowfield, less than 50 meters from the spark party, a trail of clear footprints materialized from nothingness. One step, then another. Unhurried it advanced toward the convoy, and upon the snow, there was not a single creature to be seen. Blank as far as the eye could reach. An invisible enemy. What could it possibly be? 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. With each footfall, it was as though the prince stamped directly upon every nerve within the group. Old Yang was the first to buckle beneath the pressure. He raised his mechanical arm, blue supernatural power coalescing. "I don't give a damn what you are. Die, you bastard." A sphere of blue light shot toward the footprints. Boom. Snow scattered, blasting a crater half a meter deep into the ground. Yet it had missed. A heartbeat before impact, the footprints on the ground had idly shifted half a meter to the left, dodging the attack with effortless grace. "Son of a..." Daniel roared in fury, his spiked club pulsing with a black gleam. He charged toward the footprints. "You gutless bastard. Show yourself." Daniel raised his club high above his head as earthen yellow supernatural power surged within him. He brought it crashing down upon empty air. Boom! A thunderous impact rang out, the tremendous force peeling a layer of snow clean from the ground. The instant the club descended, space itself seemed to warp, and an almost transparent silhouette flickered rapidly several times. Chen Mo saw it clearly. An aberration resembling a mantis, snow-white throughout, walking upright upon two legs. Two scythe-like forelimbs crossed before it, bracing solidly against the full brunt of Daniel's devastating strike. Daniel followed through, lifting his club and repeating the strike. Boom! Snow flew in all directions as the club smashed into the ground, sending up a spray of powder. A miss! Daniel's heart lurched in alarm. Releasing his grip on the club, he leapt back several meters in an instant. Upon the ground, no further footprints appeared. Easy. A high-frequency vibration hummed above their heads, drifting left then right. No position could be locked down. Chen Mo's single eye narrowed. "It's taken flight." Lin Lu reacted swiftest. The white cloth beside him shot upward, transforming into a ribbon-like streak that lashed brutally toward the source of the sound. The strike met only air. Crack, crack, crack. The white cloth danced wildly through the sky, yet always a beat too slow. Old Yang snapped back to his senses as well. He raised his mechanical arm and laid down suppressive fire into the air. A dozen blue spheres of light streaked forth, tracing azure arcs across the heavens as they pursued the sound. Yet every attack met only empty air. Chen Mo's peripheral vision swept toward the Red Hare. At this moment, the Red Hare too had vanished from sight. Two trails of bulging snow appeared upon the ground. From time to time, sharp bursts of clashing combat erupted. Easy. The hum of wings overhead suddenly accelerated. It shot toward the rear of the formation. Its target was Su Qian. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. His blood moon blade sang from its sheath, unleashing a crescent of blade chi. Xiaoya, who had remained motionless until now, appeared instantly before Su Qian. A glass bead eye flashed crimson, firing a laser beam. Simultaneously, her plastic leg kicked high into the air, a gale whirlwind roundhouse kick. Puffed, Su Qian. Auntie. A wisp of long hair flew upward, scattering into the wind and snow. Just moments ago, a streak of dark crimson blade energy had skimmed past Su Qian's scalp, forcibly altering the attack trajectory of the white blade mantis. It was this that had given Su Qian time to react. Su Qian's soul had barely settled. She seized the moment to crouch low, dodging the lethal gleam of cold light. With a lateral roll, she temporarily distanced herself from the threat at her side. Thud! A muffled, thunderous collision followed close behind. Xia Ya's elongated plastic legs swept down like a battle axe, striking the very spot where Su Qian had just stood. The mantis that had been cloaked in the air was instantly forced into solid form by the kick. A humanoid mantis emerged into the wind and snow, pallid white from head to toe, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The mantis retreated several steps, its form wavering slightly. Its 2 pairs of compound eyes locked onto the one-eyed man who had unleashed the blade energy, a long saber in hand. The next instant, its figure blurred once more, vanishing into the blizzard of wind and snow. The sound of wings thrumming rose again. Chen Mo gripped the Blood Moon saber in one hand and retreated a step. His back pressed against the chassis of red hair too. He roared at the others. Don't just stand there. Move. Chen Mo's right eye fixed intently upon every snowflake drifting through the air. The snowflakes in the air twisted, veering off course. But it was too fast, utterly impossible to lock down a precise position. Above, 2 o'clock. Diving. Lin Lu's voice was hoarse. By now the white cloth had returned to cover his eyes. His perception ability was pushed to its absolute limit, straining at overload. A trickle of crimson slowly seeped from beneath the white cloth. In order to track the white blade mantis's movement, his perception had reached the very brink of collapse. Old Yang's eyes had long since turned bloodshot with fury. The instant Lin Lu's warning reached him, his mechanical arm rose as azure light gathered in a frenzy. No charging at all, a direct blanket barrage. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A dozen or so energy bolts tore forth, trailing blue flames in their wake, pouring toward the direction Lin Lu had indicated. The air burst apart again and again. No hit. The white cloth over Lin Lu's eyes had been thoroughly soaked crimson. He shouted toward Denyo, his voice nearly breaking. It missed. It changed direction. Left. Denyo. By now Denyo had fully descended into his beast form. Black fur enveloped his muscles, and his eyes gleamed with a blood-red ferocity. Upon hearing the warning, he spun around swiftly. The spiked club in his hands gathered an earthen yellow radiance. The light flared brilliantly, even shimmering with golden undercurrents. The air itself gave off a thunderous crack. Get the hell out here. This swing carried the full 12/10 of his strength. Yet the instant the club swept out, Denyo felt his grip suddenly empty. Squelch. A sensation of sudden emptiness shot through him. Denyo looked down. A white scythe-like forelimb had appeared at his abdomen at some unknown moment. It pierced through his left flank and exited through his lower back. Denyo. Su Qian let out a piercing anguish scream. A healing wave burst forth instantly. Verdant's supernatural power surging toward Denyo. Denyo's eyes blazed blood-red, his entire body trembling. The searing agony had fully awakened the beast folk sequence's bloodlust. He did not retreat. The spiked club dropped straight to the ground. 2 massive hands bristling with black fur clamped down fiercely upon the scythe, impaling his belly. Blood gushed ceaselessly from Denyo's mouth, and a savage, terrible grin crept across his face. Got you. Old Mo. Cut it. The white blade mantis itself seemed never to have anticipated such ferocity from this lumbering creature. It tried to wrench its forelimb free, but Denyo had locked it in place with bone and sinew, his great hands gripping tight. For a moment it could not break loose. An opening Denyo had bought with his very life. No reminder from Denyo was needed. The instant that scythe pierced flesh, Chen Mo had already surged into motion. The snow beneath his feet shattered as he launched forward. His saber carved a blood-red afterimage through the air. In Chen Mo's grip, the blade sang with an eager, resonant hum. Snow shadow, trailing saber, 1 slash of crimson. Chen Mo leaped high, gripping the saber in both hands. The dark crimson veins along the hilt pulsed frantically. One cleave split the falling snow, his crimson edge tearing through 1,000 scattered blossoms. The saber hung across the sky, a single slash that sundered the blizzard. Snowflakes drifted down like shards of shattered jade, carving a stark vacuum into the storm. It came crashing down toward the white blade mantis's slender neck. The white blade mantis snapped its head around sharply. Its compound eyes whirred back and forth. The folded wings along its back burst open in a violent flash. Clang. The shockwave sent a curtain of snow billowing upward. The ear-splitting crash of impact echoed through the valley. Chen Mo felt as though he had struck a slab of steel. The flesh of his tiger mouth split open, blood streaming freely. The mantis's wing, as thin as a cicada's membrane, had only been sundered halfway. It slid slowly downward, tumbling onto the snow. That wing. It had actually withstood his strike. This is the might of an invasive species. Before Chen Mo could adjust his stance, the white blade mantis's other forelimb moved. It carved a streak of afterimage through the air. Dodge! Xiaoya came charging in violently from the side. She slammed into Chen Mo hard, sending him flying. Raya! The sharp plastic tearing screech of something cutting through synthetic flesh rang out. The strike that had been meant for Chen Mo's head now landed squarely across Xiaoya's plastic body, from her left shoulder all the way down to her right thigh. The flesh-colored plastic fibers were sliced open, revealing an empty hollow within. The tremendous force hurled Xiaoya dozens of meters away. Her plastic form crashed into the snow, unable to rise for a long while. Her body slowly shrank, reverting to her original form. The Barbie doll tumbled weakly from the air. There was no wound upon Xiaoya's body, yet her face was deathly pale. She cast a feeble glance towards Su Qian's direction. Her eyes drifted shut slowly. Auntie, I'll rest a while. It's up to you all now. Damn you. Daniel let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. His massive bovine head lunged forward, four long horns goring deep into the mantis's soft underbelly. Squee! The white mantis let out a piercing shriek as the forelimb Daniel had seized wrenched free with a violent heave. Crack! Daniel's bones gave a brittle snap. His arms could no longer hold the forelimb, impaling his belly. He was kicked dozens of meters away. The mantis withdrew its blood-stained scythe, its form flickering once more before vanishing into thin air. It left a trail of blood across the ground. It did not press the attack, immediately fixing its gaze intently upon Chen Mo, who had been sent flying. Daniel! Su Qian scrambled on hands and knees toward Daniel. She pressed both hands against the horrifying perforation in his abdomen. Verdant healing waves poured forth as though they cost nothing. The color drained from Daniel's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qianjia. Am I gonna die? Su Qian wept and screamed, desperately squeezing every last drop of supernatural power from within her. Shut up. Don't speak. You're not dying. Lin Lu collapsed into the snow, blood streaming from every orifice. Frothy blood sputtered from his lips. Old Yang, cover us. The excessive use of his perception had pushed his body far past its limits. Old Yang sat slumped in the snow, gulping down great heaving breaths. His face was ashen white as paper. I'm out of mana. Those few rounds of saturation fire earlier, combined with the expenditure against the avalanche, had utterly drained him dry. Despair spread through the snowfield. The survivors huddled aboard the bus had dissolved into weeping. They already foresaw what would befall them once the awakened fell. Zhang Meili had already awoken. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye twitched. Her gaze had never once left Chen Mo in the snowfield. Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Huang Mao, along with several underlings, barricaded them inside the vehicle, preventing the utterly despairing survivors from seizing the vehicle to flee. Chen Mo struggled to pull himself up from the snow. He spat out a mouthful of bloody froth. The red cloth strip over his left eye whipped violently in the wind. His right eye locked dead ahead. Was he afraid? Yes. His hands were trembling. The cold venom had already spread about to reach his heart. His life was slipping away second by second. Just as Chen Mo prepared to stake everything on one final stand, a shrill, rasping voice pierced the air. You useless lot. And you lot just stand there. The snowfield erupted with a thunderous boom. Chidu's donkey head emerged from the snow, followed by its entire body crawling up. At this moment it was covered in wounds, and its iconic pink boxer shorts were torn into tatters. Only a few strips of cloth remained hanging on its body. A grotesque wound on its abdomen revealed the wriggling intestines inside. Uffed. Chidu's donkey mouth opened, spitting out a bone claw with a bit of flesh attached. Its enormous donkey eyes stared fixedly at another mound of snow. Dark gray, eerie energy surged across its body. Clearly, to deal with this infiltrating invader that had just crossed over, Chidu had paid a significant price. Chidu didn't turn around, instead opening its mouth to curse wildly. He too. What the hell are you three bastards waiting for? Want to die or what? Below the snowdrift, the three He brothers watched the battlefield through a narrow gap. Earlier in the Avalanche Valley, he too had skillfully avoided the traction rope. When they saw Chidu jump onto One Eye's vehicle, the three brothers knew full well this detestable donkey was allied with the Star Train team. If it weren't for the minivan being buried in snow, they would have fled long ago. Hearing Chidu's roar now, He too's body went rigid. Was he discovered? He too made a silenced gesture to his two younger brothers. Help? With what? That white mantis had crippled the terrifying Minotaur with a single strike. It had also easily disabled that creepy little girl. Hiding here waiting for a chance to flee, that was the wisest course. Chidu noticed the snowdrift showed no movement. The donkey's face darkened instantly, its voice sinister. You ingested Grandpa Rabbit's mud pellet, and still think you can run. Your Grandpa Rabbit is dead. Without an antidote, you'll surely die within 3 days. Help that One Eye hold off that bug. Once I finish dealing with this, I'll give you the antidote. Below the snowdrift, He too's face turned ashen. Damn it. He knew that black mud pellet wasn't simple. He Liao's voice trembled slightly. Brother. He too clenched his back teeth. He steeled his heart. Damn it, let's do it. Boom. The snowdrift exploded and the three brothers leaped out. A gamble. If that donkey died, all three of them would perish too. Good, you're finally sensible. Seeing the three emerge, Chido burrowed back into the snowdrift. Across the snowy plain, two raised tracks clashed once more. The He brothers stared at the empty snowfield. They faced an unseen enemy like warriors confronting a formidable foe. They could not see their opponent, but they too had exhausted every escape route. Only by aiding one eye and holding back the anomaly before them could they hope to survive. Only then could they secure the antidote. Blood surged continuously along the veins in He too's hand, congealing into a long blade identical in appearance to the blood moon. Third brother, find them. He Liao nodded firmly. He closed his eyes and rapidly quivered his nostrils. Sequence 2, Blood Sniffer. Blood Sniff activated. In the air, a faint metallic scent drifted toward He Liao's nostrils. The blood of Denyo Chen Mo Lin Lu and the blade mantis weaving together like a map. In the next instant, He Liao's eyes snapped open, pointing leftward toward the snowfield. There. Second brother, He Chong, already gripped two bone blades in his hands. He charged toward where He Liao indicated. The black mud pellet Chidu had given him had significantly improved his wounds. He had fully restored his combat capability. Die, bastard. He Chong roared, his twin blades forming a death cross as he slashed at the empty snowfield. Clang. A sharp ring echoed, and He Chong's bone blade was knocked aside by a tremendous force. A white blade mantis flickered through the air. Its scythe-like forelimbs caught both of He Chong's blades. Second brother. He too's attack followed immediately, his blood blade humming with power. A crimson slash arced toward the creature's neck. The blade mantis flickered and vanished once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of wing vibrations rang out again. This time, however, the half-missing blade mantis seemed unable to fly high. It merely skimmed low across the surface. Above, He Liao shrieked, launching dozens of bone needles. They swept through the air beside them in an overwhelming barrage. All attacks missed. Chen Mo did not rejoin the battle. Instead, he sprinted toward the bus. He could clearly feel the cold poison spreading completely through his body. An icy numbness was radiating from his chest toward his limbs. It was devouring his vital energy. Blood Moonblade. This was Chen Mo's final resort. You bastard. Come help. He too staggered and hastily raised his arm to block. Seeing Chen Mo's receding figure, he cursed furiously. Chen Mo, where are you going? Su Qian's anguish-filled cry came from behind as well. She was cradling Denyo, whose life hung in the balance, using a faint medical wave to sustain his last breath. Was Chen Mo running away? As expected, this selfish and greedy man was unreliable. But Chen Mo paid no mind. He simply accelerated relentlessly. Inside the bus, chaos reigned, with the situation spiraling completely out of control. Xiao Lu kicked away a man attempting to seize the steering wheel, shouting hoarsely, "The supernatural beings are risking their lives. You bastards just want to run. Get lost." When facing death, the instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Even knowing that without the supernatural beings' protection, ordinary people might not survive a day, the fear of death completely broke the hysterical crowd. Two burly men shoved through the crowd and jumped from the bus. Their target was clear, a pristine SUV parked nearby. Screw your supernatural abilities. I'm alive. They're all going to die. If we don't run, we're dead anyway. The moment their hands touched the car door, a dark shadow materialized instantly before them. It was Chen Mo. He was now squinting his single eye as he sized up the two men. His gaze was ice cold. No words were wasted. His hand rose, the blade fell. A flash of steel, then silence. Schwick. Two heads launched into the air, rolling through the snow. Warm blood erupted skyward, staining the pristine white snow a shocking crimson. The entire camp fell deathly silent. Everyone was frozen in horror at the bloody scene, staring dumbly at the one-eyed, three-fingered man wielding a long blade. Zhang Meili quickly recovered. She directed the blonde-haired man and several followers to begin restoring order. Chen Mo ignored the terrified stares around him. He walked slowly toward a twitching corpse. With an expressionless face, he raised the blood moon blade. Then before everyone's eyes, he drove it deep into the corpse's chest. The blood moon blade shuddered frantically, emitting an excited hum. The unnatural veins on the hilt pulsed rapidly, as if awakening to life. Satisfying. Too satisfying. Surges of blazing warmth flowed along the hilt of the blood moon blade, coursing through Chen Mo's limbs and veins. Wherever the current passed, the frigid poison within his body retreated in defeat. The lethal chill which had already invaded his heart was forcibly driven back by half an inch. Exhilarating. The blood moon blade in Chen Mo's grip emitted a piercing hum, while the uncanny blood vessel upon its hilt pulsed with savage frenzy. With each convulsion, a surge of energy could be drawn from the corpse. Within his mind, the relic's ranking number skyrocketed at dizzying speed. Relic number 32001, relic number 31972, relic number 31889, relic number 30999. In the span of a few breaths, the blood moon blade's ranking surged by nearly 1,000. Yet with it came a primordial, overwhelming, frenzied hunger for slaughter. Like a flood, it crashed against Chen Mo's fading reason. Without realizing it, his lone eye had turned a ghastly crimson. To Chen Mo's gaze, the world slowly bled of its color, leaving only an endless scarlet haze. Within Chen Mo's mind, only a single notion remained. Blood. Still not enough. To defeat that aberration he needed more. Poochik. He wrenched the long blade free in a sudden motion. The headless corpse had long since withered into a husk of skin and bone, collapsing weightlessly onto the snow. Chen Mo did not pause. He turned toward another corpse, kicked it aside, and drove the blade in once more. HRGH. A bestial snarl rose from Chen Mo's throat, no longer the voice of a man. Two razor-sharp fangs pushed past his lips, extending slowly outward. His pupils had long since narrowed into vertical slits. His head lifted of its own accord, turning toward the bus nearby. His entire body trembled as reason and the bloodlust tore at one another within his mind. Chen Mo bit through his tongue, clawing back a fleeting thread of clarity. He knelt upon the ground, writhing in anguished struggle. Elsewhere, the three He brothers fought on, sustained only by the unspoken bond of shared blood. He Chong gripped his bone blade with both hands, the flesh of his palms split open and bleeding profusely. He Liao's face was ashen. The bone spurs in his hands lashed out as he evaded each strike with desperate effort. A flash of cold steel swept past, shearing away a flap of scalp. Big brother, we can't hold on. He too hacked the blade mantis back with a swing, a flash of desperate resolve glinting in his eyes. If this stalemate dragged on any longer before that damned donkey ever finished its own battle, the three of them would perish here first. He leapt backward, regrouping with his two younger brothers, and bellowed with fury. Damn it! Let's go all out. The three brothers bit through their tongues in unison, forcefully squeezing out a drop of essence blood. Blood Fong sequence. Trifong devours the heavens. Three jets of blood surged forth, fusing simultaneously into the blood blade, bone blade, and bone needle. The three sequence weapons swiftly merged midair, condensing into a blood-red spear, 5 meters long, radiating an awesome, terrible bloodlust. Upon its shaft, blood chi intertwined with bone spurs, releasing wave upon wave of mournful, wailing cries. The three brothers roared in unison as the blood spear tore through the storm. It hurtled forward with an unstoppable momentum, stabbing violently toward the blade mantis, whose form had materialized midair. Die for me, squee. The white blade mantis shrieked with an ear-splitting cry. Its remaining half of a wing buzzed into motion, raising itself as a shield before its body. Boom! The violent shockwave blasted the snow from a radius of dozens of meters in an instant, exposing the dark brown frozen earth beneath. Crack! Half of the white blade mantis's wing shattered upon impact. The blade mantis staggered, its body thrown back several steps. Droplets of greenish liquid seeped slowly down along its segmented limb. The three brothers simultaneously spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The combined technique forged from their essence, blood, and life force had only managed to destroy a single pair of wings. Squee! The white blade mantis let out a piercing shriek. It had been thoroughly enraged. The blade mantis parted its forelimbs and advanced step by step toward the fallen survivors. Despair once again descended upon the figures scattered across the snowy plain. Cough, cough. He too struggled to rise from the ground, positioning his two brothers, alive or barely so, behind him. He too stripped off his tattered jacket in a single motion, revealing a muscular scar-laced torso. Come on then, let's have at it. He too roared with abandon. He charged headlong into the oncoming arc of frigid light. Behind him stood his brothers. He had no path of retreat. Uff! A severed arm flew through the air. As the colossal scythe was raised once more, he too slowly closed his eyes. Yet the blow he expected never came. Clang! In the next instant, a figure interposed itself before him. It was Chen Mo. Wielding that uncanny long blade, he had intercepted the blade mantis's lethal strike. In the next heartbeat, man and mantis surged into motion simultaneously. Fast. Blindingly fast. Within the whirling snow, only two afterimages remained, colliding, weaving, and intersecting in an endless blur. Clang, clang, clang. The ring of clashing metal merged into an unbroken chorus. Sparks flared continuously in the air. He too's face was etched with dread, for as the former master of Blood Moon, he understood exactly what Chen Mo had done. But the blood of an ordinary person was not enough. As if confirming his fears, the deadlock did not last long. Chen Mo's form was sent hurtling backward from the tangle of colliding shadows. He crashed violently into the snow, carving a furrow over 10 meters long. Was he still a fraction short? Chen Mo lay sprawled in the snow, feeling the strength draining endlessly from his body. The frigid poison surged back, once more gnawing toward his heart. The silhouette of the white blade mantis gradually came into focus. One of its scythe-like forelimbs had snapped clean in two, hanging limp and useless as droplets of greenish fluid fell from it. He too propped himself up on his remaining arm. His gaze drifted to another stretch of battlefield. Beneath the snow, two raised trails of churned earth continued to collide with ferocious intensity. From time to time, violent detonations erupted in the distance. That wretched donkey clearly still could not pull free of its own battle. He glanced toward Chen Mo, struggling to rise not far away, then toward the blood moon blade radiating its baleful crimson glow. A desperate notion took shape in He too's mind. Mustering his last reserves of strength, he staggered toward Chen Mo. One-eyed dragon. If you won't die, free my brothers. Chen Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood watching He Tu charge toward him. Understanding flashed between them. Slowly he raised the blade's tip. Arg. He Tu let loose a desperate hysterical roar summoning every last shred of strength within him, and drove the blood-thirsting blade savagely into his own heart. Poochik. The blade tip burst forth from his back. At that moment the blizzard itself seemed to still. All eyes were frozen upon this scene in stunned disbelief. Su Qian covered her mouth, tears spilling uncontrollably once more. Lin Lu struggled to lift his head, his entire face soaked in blood. Old Yang lacked the strength to rise, turning his head slowly. Big brother. He Liao and He Chong thrashed frantically in their attempt to rise, but all they could produce was a heart-rending howl. He Tu's consciousness began to fade. Fragments of a shattered life flickered before his eyes. A drunken father leaping from the top of a towering building, leaving behind nothing but a mountain of hopeless gambling debts. His mother, frail upon her sickbed, clutched his small callow hand, gesturing toward two even smaller figures at her bedside. A2. Take care of your brothers. Barely more than a child, he learned to steal, to snatch. And with his pair of small, inexperienced fists, he raised his two younger brothers into adulthood. He had committed many wrongs. He had taken lives, plundered others' possessions, and become cold and ruthless. But he never forgot his mother's dying wish. His final gaze settled upon his two younger brothers. I'm sorry, Mom. Hum. The blood moon blade let out a hum that shook the very heavens. Ayoa. Wind and snow pressed down upon the long blade. Bloodlust transformed into a savage beast. A single thought parted life from death. Who among them dared stand proud amidst the storm? Ah! Chen Mo threw back his head and released a scream that scarcely resembled a human voice. His entire form was engulfed by a column of crimson radiance surging skyward. Power. An unprecedented force flooded every cell of his body. Artifact number 32,001. Artifact number 30,555. Artifact number 29,871. Artifact number 25,110. The ranking of the Blood Moon Blade was climbing with ferocious speed. Each pulse of the veins along the hilt deepened the crimson glow within Chen Mo's eyes. The radiance blazed with such blinding intensity that everyone in the snowfield instinctively closed their eyes. Beneath the terrifying surge of energy within that crimson glow, the blade mantis sensed a lethal threat. It abandoned every fallen figure sprawled across the snow. Its compound eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Chen Mo, wrapped in scarlet light. In the next instant the blade mantis vanished from where it stood. A streak of white afterimage tore through the air as it lunged straight toward Chen Mo. The red hair mark, too, suddenly roared to life, a mechanical arm extending from its flank. Transforming into a pitch-black ram, it crashed thunderously into the blade mantis's path of advance. Boom! Screech! A piercing shriek of shearing metal rang out. One of the blade mantis's sickle-shaped forelegs swept down with savage force, carving a massive gash across the red hair mark II's thick armor plating. Without the slightest pause, it delivered a brutal kick against the vehicle's hull. The immense force sent the red hair mark II hurtling over a dozen meters, gouging furrows across the snow. Once more it surged toward Chen Mo's position. The radiance dispersed. A horrifying creature materialized before the eyes of all present. Chen Mo's original black crew cut had transformed into a mane of wild crimson hair, whirling frenziedly within the wind and snow. Every pore upon his body split open and dense dark crimson fur burst forth. His blackened lips parted, two sharp fangs extending outward. His sole remaining eye had become a cold, glacial slit pupil sweeping indifferently across everything around him. In the distant snow the red hair seized the brief opening afforded by the clash. Half a donkey's head poked up from the snow. Upon beholding Chen Mo's present appearance, it let out a terrified bray. "Aye, damn!" Lin Lu collapsed in the snow, struggling to raise his head. Beneath blood-stained white cloth his lips trembled as he bellowed toward the coach bus. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, carry the wounded. Get every injured person onto the bus. Hurry!" Old Yang, sprawled upon the ground, laboriously turned his head, gazing at Chen Mo in the snow. "Captain Lin. Is that still that lad, old Mo?" Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Lu Yu organized the survivors. They lifted the scattered awakened from the ground, hurrying back toward the vehicles. He Liao, carried along with them, fixed his stare upon the crimson figure in the snow. His voice trembled as he muttered to himself. Blood Liao, has descended. At the heart of the battlefield, Chen Mo and the blade mantis locked gazes. Death to all the world around him. Slowly he raised the blood moon blade that had fused with his very being. The blade's spine glided gently across his scalp before the long knife was rested upon his shoulder. Crimson slit pupils fixed upon the white blade mantis before him. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel arc. In the next instant Chen Mo plunged violently into the snow. His entire form vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a rapidly swelling trail upon the surface. He surged toward the blade mantis at blinding speed. Clang, clang, clang. Within the blizzard, two afterimages racing at the limit of perception collided. Scarlet and pure white intertwined and clashed together, scattering a dense cascade of sparks. This time it was no longer one-sided domination. Having absorbed the blood of a second-tier awakened Chen Mo had become the eerie blood Liao. At last he possessed the capital to match the blade mantis blow for bloody blow. Squelch. The snowfield erupted violently as Chen Mo burst forth from beneath. In a single slash, he severed one of the blade mantis's segmented legs. Screech. The white blade mantis emitted a cry of agony. Its figure flickered, once more vanishing into the snow. Both sickle forelegs carried a killing gleam of cold light, sweeping toward Chen Mo's neck. Meanwhile, upon another stretch of battlefield, the red hare, drenched in blood from head to hoof, crawled forth from the snow, dragging the corpse of a canine type, grotesque, behind it. The donkey gazed from afar at Chen Mo, now locked in bloody combat, and no longer resembling a human. Its great donkey eyes brimmed with wariness. It dared not approach. This was no longer the Chen Mo it knew. Within its perception, that figure was nothing less than a monster born for slaughter. Pure and utter, a creature born to kill. The battle raged on. Chen Mo's body was carved open with wound upon wound. Fresh blood mingled with the crimson fur upon his flesh, rendering them indistinguishable. Yet the white blade mantis before him fared far worse. 3 of its 6 segmented legs had been severed. Its body was scored with blade wounds from end to end, green blood pooling across the ground. Roar! Chen Mo unleashed a howl and plunged beneath the snow once more. His long blade struck forth from an extraordinarily treacherous angle, launching toward the white blade mantis's flank. The locked-on mantis reacted instantly. Raising its soul's sickle still dripping with green ichor, it delivered a cleaving strike. Chen Mo, as though he had not seen it at all, neither dodged nor evaded, taking the blow head-on. Crack! The sound of shattering bone emanated from his chest, unmistakable beneath the snow. A gash deep enough to expose bone was carved across Chen Mo's breast. Even his ribcage was crushed inward. Across his features unfurled a hideous grin of triumph. In his grip, the blood moon blade traced a sweeping arc of crimson. Squelch. The white blade mantis's head soared skyward. Green ichor burst forth, painting the snowfield in a splash of emerald. Upon the frozen plains, only a painting of crimson remained, with Chen Mo's solitary figure standing amidst it. Lin Lu, carried up onto the command vehicle, summoned every ounce of strength within him, wrenching a single word from his throat. Go! He's no longer human. Run! Su Qian wept and screamed, unable to believe her own ears. Lin Lu. That's Chen Mo. He saved us. Old Yang also struggled to speak. Captain Lin, take Old Mo with us. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi obeyed Lin Lu's command, beginning to drag the limp forms of Old Yang and Su Qian, attempting to force them onto the bus by any means. But at that very moment, thud, in the snowfield, Chen Mo's figure swayed violently and dropped to his knees, rigid as a post. Using his blade to prop against the ground, he gasped in great heaving breaths, his body trembling like chaff being sifted. The radiance of the blood moon blade in his grasp gradually dimmed. The veins along the hilt ceased their pulsing. In the end, Chen Mo could endure no longer. He collapsed face first into the snow, his consciousness utterly extinguished. Within the encampment, the clamor of argument fell silent. The red hare gazed at the fallen Chen Mo. Limping with hesitation, it inched forward with the utmost caution. It extended a donkey's hoof, tentatively prodding Chen Mo's body. No response. Boy, if you're still alive, call me daddy. If you're dead, then that beat-up car of yours, this broken blade, and this blade mantis corpse all belong to Granddaddy Hare. He paid no heed to the crowd's reactions. Chitu gathered the corpses of 2 invaders and dragged the unconscious Chen Mo, tossing him into the bed of the Chita 2 truck. Or rather, he had thrown in a new blood fawn anomaly radiating an ominous aura. Chita deftly hopped into the cockpit. Li Xia, quit playing dead and follow us. Yes, Master Chitu. The center console crackled with Li Xia's trembling voice. Even after all this time, she still feared Chitu on instinct. Chita 2 slowly started, but 2 figures blocked its path. It was He Liao and He Chang, the latter cradling his older brother's lifeless body. Neither spoke a word. They stood numbly in the biting cold wind, staring at the approaching dump truck. Nothing could grieve more than a heart already dead. Chitu exhaled a plume of white vapor from its nostrils. In the end, he kept silent about the truth that the clay pills held no poison at all. Feigning solemnity, he rubbed his belly as if in deep thought. 2 pitch-black clay pills were formed. With a flick of his hooves, he tossed them to the 2 who stood frozen in place. Rolling up the window, he drove off in the dump truck. They swallowed the so-called antidote, carefully cradling their brother's corpse. Finally, they cast one last lingering glance at the departing Xingho caravan. They disappeared into the boundless snowfield at the horizon's edge. The Xingho caravan set forth once more. The atmosphere within the caravan was suffocatingly oppressive. No one spoke nor exchanged any words. Every vehicle simply followed silently behind the lead car. Chitu turned his head and glanced through the rearview mirror at the monster in the truck bed, its body shrouded in crimson, fur fangs bared. It seemed as though he were speaking to the creature, or perhaps merely murmuring to himself. Kid, you've lost everything down to your undergarments now. This old rabbit shows mercy one last time, giving you a free ride. Once my wounds heal, may fortune favor you. One day later, the Xingho caravan made camp beside an abandoned national highway. The snow had ceased, but the cold wind persisted. The dump truck came to a slow halt 50 meters from the Xingho No. 2. Chitu grunted and hauled Chen Mo out of the truck bed, carelessly tossing him onto the snow. A ray of sunlight fell upon Chen Mo's body. Sizzle. Chen Mo's dark red skin seemed scorched, wisps of green smoke rising. Kid old donkey has done his part. Chitu rummaged through the truck bed and found a potato, crunching into it voraciously while observing Chen Mo's reaction. The wasteland sunlight possessed a natural suppressive effect against ordinary anomalies. Perhaps simply basking in these rays could force the anomalous traits within the kid to surface. Aside from this, Chitu had no better method. Soon old Yang ambled over with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had merely exhausted himself during the battle. After a day of rest, he had recovered enough. He cast a glance at the unrecognizable Chen Mo on the ground. Then he looked at Chitu squatting nearby, gnawing on a potato, but said nothing. He simply sat beside Chen Mo and smoked in silence. One after another. After a long while, old Yang exhaled a long stream of smoke. The vapor blurred his features. He rose to his feet, flicked the smoldering cigarette, but beneath his hoof ground it firmly, and stepped it into the snow before turning and walking away. His silhouette was desolate. After another interval, Xiaoya approached, clutching a patched Barbie doll, her face drawn and weary. She had expended heavily during the battle. Fortunately, during transformation, injuries did not transfer to her true body. After a day of rest, she had regained some mobility. Xiaoya glanced toward Chitu. A light flickered in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Under normal circumstances, she would have already been clamoring to ride the donkey. But now she lacked the mood. Little donkey. Little donkey. Her voice was barely a whisper, whether self-deception or pure innocence. Brother Chen. Chen Mo will recover, right? Chitu rolled his eyes and ignored her, glancing at the patched-up doll. He tossed the remaining potato into his mouth in one bite. Xiaoya did not mind and stood quietly beside him, her clear dark eyes fixed upon the motionless Chen Mo on the ground. Soon Su Qian also approached. Her face was equally pale, dark circles prominent beneath her eyes. She had clearly not closed her eyes for over a day and night in her desperate attempt to revive Daniel. Ignoring Chitu beside her, she walked straight toward Chen Mo and knelt directly at his side. Her gaze, however, burned with extraordinary brightness, carrying an unprecedented determination. Su Qian turned to Chitu, her voice hoarse, yet resolute with every word. I've advanced. Physician sequenced 2 life-sustaining hands. As long as there is still a breath, I can save him. Speaking, she slowly raised both hands. She gently placed them over Chen Mo's chest. Chitu glanced at Su Qian's hands, shimmering with green light. This woman had indeed broken through. However, the anticipated fading of the blood-fang traits did not appear, nor did any wound healing effect manifest. The moment the green light touched Chen Mo's skin, though it emitted a hissing sound of dissolution, it could not penetrate even a fraction. As time passed, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Qian's forehead. She mercilessly squeezed every shred of supernatural power from within. The green light in her hands grew ever brighter. Yet Chen Mo on the ground remained unchanged, still in that monstrous state. Chitu observed this stubborn woman before him and sighed, his emotions complex. Save your strength. Preserve it for that minotaur instead. Su Qian lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. Her trembling voice was filled with unwillingness. Why? Why is this happening? Chitu looked at the thing in the snow that was both Chen Mo and yet not Chen Mo. His donkey mouth twitched. Stop wasting your effort. Your sequence saves humans. But right now, does he still count as a man? In the end, Xiaoya left behind a piece of candy before departing with Su Qian. Late at night, the cold wind swept up the snow on the ground, only to scatter it weakly once more. The camp remained deathly silent. A few campfires gasped their last breaths in the biting wind. Inside the bed of Chitu No. 2, a creature shrouded in dark red fur, its chest rising and falling faintly. Outside the vehicle, a donkey wearing tattered shorts performed comical stretches, facing a small notebook. Muttering to himself, his movements were strangely earnest. The son of beasts. Stretching exercises beginning now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Chitu was studying the 8th set of broadcast calisthenics he had scrounged from Chen Mo's belongings. Suddenly his donkey ears twitched, and he looked behind him. After a brief perception check, he continued his workout uninterrupted. 3, 2, 3, 4. Lin Lu slowly walked from the direction of the caravan. This time he was not wearing his signature white cloth. 2 trails of blood marked his eyes, spreading from the inner corners all the way to the roots of his ears. It was permanent damage from forcing his sensory abilities far beyond their limits. His eyes were completely blind this time. Lin Lu stopped before the dump truck, his expression unreadable. He glanced at the crimson hare, which was performing strange movements. He looked toward the dump truck once more. The crimson hare ignored him entirely, continuing its stretching routine on its own. It knew why Lin Lu had come. After a long while, Lin Lu finally spoke, his voice hoarse. How is he? The crimson hare's donkey head tilted, pointing toward the second one. Go take a look yourself. Lin Lu said nothing more, opened the truck door, and climbed into the cargo bed. After a long while, Lin Lu emerged from the truck. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the strip of cloth he had already washed clean, though faint traces of blood still showed. He draped it over his eyes to hide the gruesome scars beneath. His voice was cold. "When do we leave?" Hearing this, the crimson hair continued its movements without looking back. "When my injuries have healed." Lin Lu fell silent. The crimson hair seemed almost amused, a hint of mockery crossing its donkey-like face. "What's wrong?" "Afraid he'll wake up and slaughter you all." Lin Lu understood the ridicule in the creature's tone. His body tensed slightly. He turned and walked toward his command vehicle. In a voice barely audible to himself, he whispered, "I have no choice." The crimson hair slowly let the expression fade from its face. It exhaled softly and continued its strange movements. "Who has any choice?" It began counting 3, 2, 3, 4. Inside the Hummer parked nearby, no power struggle had materialized after Brother Dao's death. Zhang Meili had swiftly stabilized the faction with decisive means. The yellow-haired man watched the donkey performing comical movements outside the window. He glanced at his serene-looking sister-in-law. Unable to contain himself any longer, his voice tinged with confusion, he asked, "Sister-in-law, are you really planning to help that Chen fellow? He is the one who indirectly caused Brother Dao's death." In his eyes, Chen Mo was the sole culprit behind Brother Dao's demise. Brother Dao had perished in a firefight with the withered butcher caravan, and the cause of that confrontation, simply Chen Mo's greed for the Blood Moon saber. Yet now this woman, the one Brother Dao had loved most in life, was willing to help him. Zhang Meili's lips remained painted a vivid crimson. Her hand coated in red nail polish traced the frosted car window. Memories of Dao's final moments surfaced, his grip on her hand. With his last ounce of strength, he had whispered, "Meili, follow him. Survive." The beauty mark beside her, I trembled slightly. She pressed her fingers to her temple, then turned to watch the crimson hair practicing calisthenics. Her crimson lips parted. "Those exercises I had you practice before, did they produce any results?" The yellow-haired man scratched his head in confusion. How had the conversation drifted here? Yet he answered truthfully, "No, they were just calisthenics, completely useless." Hearing this, Zhang Meili's eyes narrowed slightly. Were they truly ineffective? Then why was Chen Mo practicing them? Why was even this mutant donkey and creature capable of slaying a level 3 intruder alone, going through the motions? Zhang Meili continued watching the crimson hair rigidly performing its calisthenics. A bitter smile touched her lips. She knew precisely what she intended to do. After that sound of the tide call in Tua City, she had awakened. Sequence 1, the Heartseer. An instinctive certainty guided her. Her abilities might aid that man who had indirectly caused her husband's death, a being neither fully human nor entirely monster. She loathed this apocalypse. She hated the anomalies and Chen Mo alike. Yet she understood more clearly than anything else. Weakness was the original sin. In this wasteland where human life was worth less than a dog's revenge was absurd. She wanted to survive, but not merely to survive. A vague legend circulated across the wasteland: when one ascends the sequences to their pinnacle, reaching the legendary sequence 9, they can touch the fundamental laws of the world itself. Move mountains, fill seas, reverse life and death. Perhaps there would be a chance to resurrect Brother Dao. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be contained. It spread like wildfire, flooding her entire mind. "Achuan, wait for me." Zhang Meili drew a deep breath. The confusion and sorrow in her eyes crystallized into determination. She offered no further explanation. She pushed open the car door and let the biting wind sweep into her coat. Facing the blizzard, she walked step by step toward the dump truck outside Spark Camp. Tap, tap, tap. The crimson hair completed its final movement. Hearing the sound of high heels, it regarded the alluring woman approaching with confusion. In its impression, Chen Mo seemed to have had no connection with this woman. "That donkey. Drag that one-eyed bastard down. I can help him." Fancheng City. Beyond the lake pavilion, 1,000 layers of snow lay piled, yet within the pavilion there was not a trace of cold. An old man in a crimson formal robe carried a heavily bulging pack on his back. He walked slowly toward the center of the lake. The Great Wall embroidery on his chest emitted a faint glow, dispelling much of the chill. Old Zhang exhaled a plume of white breath. In his heart, he cursed that detestable donkey and the three-fingered beast 100 times over. If only he hadn't been swindled out of everything he owned, he would never have come to this godforsaken place. At the thought of Fancheng City, a flicker of resolve cut through old Zhang's clouded eyes. He continued his heavy steps toward the lake pavilion. Time passed unknowingly. The wind stopped. Snowflakes that had been dancing across the sky froze suspended in midair. Old Zhang started, his head snapping upward. Through his wide hood, he gazed skyward. A white figure descended from the heavens, landing on the snow without leaving a single footprint. The newcomer wore robes whiter than fresh snow. Their eyes were cold and clear as moonlight, framed by brows that curved like misty smoke. Every movement was graceful, like a startled swan, like a swimming dragon. Han Bingbing descended slowly, studying old Zhang. A playful curve touched her lips. "Human, you have searched for me for so long. What do you want?" A pressure descended upon him. Old Zhang fought the urge to kneel. From his robe, he drew a dark stone token wreathed in black flame and tossed it toward Han Bingbing. his voice neither humble nor arrogant. I come on behalf of the ever-bright bastion. Through the swirling storm, old Zhang's hoarse voice carried. The recent minor surge. Many more intruders have crossed over. I imagine even one of the three great powers of Fanxing City is not having an easy time of it. With that, old Zhang slowly turned and vanished into the vast whiteness. When you've decided, crush it. Our people will contact you. Han Bingbing stood motionless, gazing at the beacon token in her hand. She played with the dark stone tablet wreathed in black flame. Her crimson lips parted, her voice drifting like mist. Humans have been driven to such desperate measures. To be fair, I am not far behind. Blood. An endless, boundless sea of blood. A briny, warm liquid flooded Chen Mo's mouth and nose. The crimson torrent enveloped his entire body, dragging him relentlessly downward. Chen Mo's single eye snapped open with a violent start. Am I still alive? He thrashed desperately like a drowning man, straining with every fiber to swim upward. Yet this sea of blood knew no end. Only endless darkness and the sensation of falling. As if sensing his struggle, countless pallid, wretched figures materialized within the blood sea. They possessed no features, only a multitude of brooding eyes, staring fixedly at the struggling Chen Mo. Why didn't you bring me with you? A silhouette slowly coalesced within the blood-soaked waters. It was Zhang Nan from Xiangyang village. Her face contorted, bearing nothing but boundless resentment. She swam toward him and seized Chen Mo's arm with crushing force. Chen Mo, you selfish bastard. The blood sea churned as more ghostly figures broke through the surface. Huyaya, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her gaze hollow and vacant. Her hands clutched desperately at his clothing. Then came the three ghost fire youths from Wuguay village. Why? You watched us die with open eyes. Guqinshan Gu Xiaoshi Shinqingha, every soul of the Panshir convoy, transformed into vengeful specters unleashing anguished wails. Why did you condemn us to death? It was you. You who brought that woman into our convoy. A hand seized Chen Mo's ankle and wrenched him downward with brutal force. It was Blade. His face drenched in blood, he gripped Chen Mo's foot and pulled with savage strength, roaring. It was you. You who tore Meili and me apart. Then he too's scar-laced visage emerged as well. My brother. What became of them? Even the two survivors he had decapitated before the tour bus had transformed into headless ghosts coiling around Chen Mo's throat. Give me back my life. The waters grew viscous like an inescapable marsh. Countless hands, countless mouths, tearing, cursing, dragging Chen Mo's consciousness into the abyss of the endless blood sea. The suffocation grew ever more overwhelming. Chen Mo's consciousness began to blur once more. No, I cannot die. Beside the dump truck, Chitta crouched upon the ground, a carrot dangling from its jaws, crunching with audible snaps, occasionally casting a sidelong glance toward the snowy expanse. Zhang Meili knelt beside Chen Mo's body, a form scarcely recognizable as human. Her complexion ashen, sweat tracing ceaseless paths down her temples. Her hands wove a complex sequence of mudras. Wisps of crimson supernatural power flowed from her fingertips, seeping slowly into Chen Mo's forehead, lush with crimson, fur fangs bared. Ugh! Roar! Chen Mo's throat rumbled with a succession of guttural, agonized growls. His features contorted, his expression twisted into a mask of ferocity. His body convulsed violently. Is it working? Chitta spat out the remains of the carrot root. It could sense that the aura belonging to Chen Mo had been stirred, if only by a single thread. A bead of sweat traced a path past the beauty mark beneath Zhang Meili's eye. She paid no heed to Chitta's pestering. She could feel it. Chen Mo's consciousness was being devoured by an ocean of indiscriminate killing. Nothing remained but the final ember of his humanity, flickering in the howling wind. If this continued, he would be wholly transformed into a new bloodfang anomaly. Zhang Meili bit through her tongue, forcing out a single drop of essence blood, relentlessly wringing every last fragment of supernatural power from her body. Sequence of insight. Echoes of the mind. Her eyes snapped open as she unleashed a thunderous cry. In an instant, a pair of colossal, ethereal eyes materialized behind her. Those eyes bore no emotion whatsoever, as though capable of piercing through every illusion the world had to offer. The eyes flared with light and sank into Chen Mo's glabella. Who? Zhang Meili vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed backward onto the ground. She collapsed onto the frigid snow, gasping in ragged breaths. With trembling hands, she retrieved a cigarette from the pocket of her coat, lighting it and drawing a long, steadying inhalation. The cigarette's ember flickered through the night. She rose from the ground with measured effort, exhaling a slow ring of smoke. Her gaze settled upon the utterly bewildered Chidu. Her voice rasped, carrying an uncanny, haunting allure. I have awakened the final vestiges of his consciousness. What comes next depends entirely upon him. Deep within the blood sea, a feminine voice, resonant and imbued with power, pierced through the boundless ocean of crimson, exploding like thunder in Chen Mo's ears. Awaken! It was that single summons that pulled Chen Mo back from the precipice of annihilation. A thread of clarity restored in an instant. He opened his eyes and beheld the ghostly specters clutching at him. He saw the hatred and the unwillingness that seethed within their gazes. A formidable surge of energy erupted violently from Chen Mo's body, blasting the spectral hands apart in an instant. Judgment. What right have you to pass judgment upon me? Zhang Nin, you wished to survive, yet could only barter your flesh. I did not save you, and that was my prerogative. Huyaya, without me you would have perished in Wuguei village, perished within that supermarket. You were indeed innocent, but I have never once felt remorse. The Pancher convoy, it was your own misplaced mercy, Gu Xiaoshi's folly. What concern is it of mine? Blade, you humiliated me time and again. Your death came because you were too weak to even protect your own woman. He too you met a fitting end. You died for your brother? In truth, you should be thanking me. As for you too. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the two headless corpses. An unprecedented will to live erupted like a volcano. In this world, there exists none who may judge me, not even the heavens themselves. Begone! Chen Mo unleashed a roar that thundered from the very depths of his soul. Boom! The boundless blood sea was forcibly pushed back dozens of zhang by that single bellow, the vengeful spirits that had entwined him, beneath the deafening resonance of Chen Mo's voice. Let loose piercing shrieks as they slowly dissolved into nothingness. The blood sea receded. At its farthest reaches a light emerged. That was the exit. Chen Mo did not hesitate. Summoning every ounce of strength within him, he sprinted toward that sole path to survival. The radiance swelled gradually within Chen Mo's single eye. Closer, closer still. Just as he was upon the cusp of plunging into that brilliance, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, landing soundlessly before him, blocking his singular avenue of escape. The figure stood as tall as he, its entire body shrouded in dark crimson fur, fangs protruding from its jaws, a mane of wild crimson hair cascading about its head. Its right eye, a frigid vertical pupil, regarded him with icy indifference. Chen Mo's stride faltered and he came to a gradual halt. He gazed in stupefaction at the figure before him, that visage savage and twisted, at once achingly familiar, yet utterly alien. It was none other than he himself. Another him, Bloodfawn. It was himself, another version of himself. Shueliao, you are me. I am you. We were always one being. Why struggle? Shueliao parted his lips, his smile cruel. His voice rasped thick with the stench of blood. He slowly raised the blood moon blade in his hand. The tip pointed at Chen Mo. Behold this endless sea of blood, behold those wronged souls who perished by your hand. You killed them. It was you who craved power, who was consumed by greed, who was selfish. It was I who pulled you from the jaws of death and let you live. Abandon that laughable rationality, merge with me, and you shall become the king of this wasteland. Chen Mo said nothing. He tightened his fist. King. He had no desire to be a king. He only wanted to survive, to live on, and to command his own destiny. Not to be enslaved by a blade, by a desire. Shueliao watched the silent Chen Mo. His patience spent, he vanished in an instant. It seems you still haven't grasped true despair. The next moment, Pucci, a chill pierced through Chen Mo's chest. The blood moon blade had already driven through his body. Agony surged through him as consciousness scattered like scattered leaves. The blood sea churned once more, swallowing him whole. Pucci, another slash. Chen Mo's head was severed clean, tumbling through the blood sea. Consciousness plunged back into darkness. Pucci, again and again, cut in twain at the waist, dismembered, subjected to 1,000 cuts. Chen Mo, within this sea of blood, experienced over 100 deaths. Each time the soul-rending agony felt utterly, devastatingly real. Yet each time, his consciousness would coalesce once more, looping through the same cycle. Shueliao too seemed to relish it. A sickly pleasure bloomed across his face as he savored the exquisite torment he inflicted upon Chen Mo. When his heart was pierced by the blade once again, Chen Mo's consciousness reformed. He lowered his gaze to examine his body, utterly unscathed, then looked toward the figure not far off, blade in hand. Shueliao poised to charge at him once more. Just as he thought. He cannot kill me. This place is my realm of consciousness. Here he is, the sole reality. Shueliao is nothing more than the murderous will of the blood moon blade fused with the essence blood of he too. A projection cast within his consciousness. Every attack, every agony, exists only to shatter his will, to drag him into ruin, to make him surrender, to make him merge willingly. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, contempt blazing in his lone eye. Come on, keep going. Shueliao's crimson vertical pupils contracted. He could not fathom it. How could a man possess a will so unyielding? Yet he did not waver. His form became a streak of crimson shadow in an instant. The blade in his hand arced up a tidal wave of blood, thrusting straight toward the space between Chen Mo's brows. This time, Chen Mo did not dodge. He did not even close his eyes. He simply stood there silent, watching the blood moon blade swell ever larger in his pupil. Pucci, the blade passed through his skull without the slightest resistance. Yet Chen Mo's consciousness remained crystalline clear. He could even feel the icy brush of the edge sliding through his very brain. Shueliao wrenched the blade free, staring in disbelief at the man he had slain once more. His smile slowly froze, replaced by a creeping dread. Chen Mo swiped the blood from his face. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. What is it? That's all you've got. You want to take my body? A grade 3 anomaly that doesn't even possess a body. And you dare to call yourself king? Shui Liao was utterly incensed, a furious roar tearing from his throat. Roar. He raised his blade and charged at Chen Mo again and again, hacking, piercing, cleaving. Chen Mo like an unkillable monster. Let Shui Liao vent his fury as he would. His body was torn apart time and time again, only to reform again and again. Finally, Shui Liao stopped, gasping for breath. The hand gripping the blade trembled faintly, uncontrollably. He did not understand. Why? How could a human will possess such adamantine resilience? Chen Mo's form coalesced once more. He looked at Shui Liao, who was gasping for air before him. Slowly he raised his hand, pointing at the creature. If you're tired, then it's my turn. The moment Chen Mo's words faded, from beneath the endless sea of blood, countless pitch-black chains burst forth. Chains forged from Chen Mo's very will. Shui Liao's pupils contracted sharply. He turned to flee, but it was too late. The black chains shot out like living shadows, snapping around his limbs, his throat, his waist, in a single heartbeat. No matter how he thrashed, he could not break free by even an inch. A terrified howl tore from Shui Liao. No, release me. We are one. Kill me, and you will lose this power too. Chen Mo walked toward Shui Liao, one measured step at a time. His voice was ice. You're wrong. You are not me. Because I will grow far stronger than you. As he spoke, Chen Mo extended his right hand, one bearing only 3 fingers, and slowly pressed it atop Shui Liao's head. Now, return to me. A blood-curdling scream of unwillingness erupted from Shui Liao. His massive form dissolved into streams of crimson energy that rushed madly into Chen Mo's body. The endless sea of blood crumbled with a thunderous roar. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. Chen Mo pried open his eyes with tremendous effort. What met his gaze was the apocalyptic blood moon and a sky strewn with dazzling stars. Did I survive? Chen Mo tried to move his fingers. A profound weakness surged from deep within his body. He's awake. He's awake. A woman's voice called out beside him. The very voice he had heard within his mind. Then Chen Mo felt a furry leg, stepped directly onto his face. Chidu planted her hoof on Chen Mo's head, prepared to kick him unconscious again should the monster so much as twitch. The donkey simply watched as Chen Mo's body underwent its transformation. The dark crimson fur covering his frame slowly receded, retreating beneath his skin like an ebbing tide. The sharp fangs in his mouth shortened, retreating back into his gums. Beyond the countless grotesque wounds upon his body, he had returned to a human appearance. Who is it? Get your hoof off my face. Chidu, seeing no odd movement from Chen Mo, carefully lifted her hoof. A great donkey head promptly leaned in close. Her nose sniffed at him. Hey, if you're really Chen Mo, call me daddy. And if you're not Chen Mo, call me grandpa. Chen Mo. Summoning every ounce of strength, Chen Mo spat out 2 words. Get lost. Chidu leapt back a step. Such a vicious tongue. It's definitely the brat Chen Mo. She immediately began to claim credit. Heh, he actually pulled through. Damn it, you nearly scared your donkey daddy to death. You brat, do you have any idea? While you were out cold for 2 days, Grandpa Rabbit here didn't get a wink of sleep guarding you. Chen Mo paid the shameless donkey no heed. He struggled to pull himself up from the ground. Just then, a pair of crimson high heels appeared at the edge of his vision. He followed the slender legs upward. It was Zhang Meili. She wore a black coat. Her lips were painted a vivid red, her complexion unusually pale. A cigarette dangled between her fingers, its curling smoke blurring her alluring face. Chen Mo pushed himself up from the ground. He remembered. At the final moment when his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the blood sea, it was this woman's voice that had awakened him. Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, Huang Mao came running over in a hurry. Panting heavily, he spoke. Sister-in-law Lin Lu knows you've awakened. He's calling for you. Zhang Meili stubbed out her cigarette. She turned and walked away in her high heels, her bewitching silhouette gradually disappearing toward the command vehicle. The blonde youth fearfully glanced at Chen Mo, who was getting up from the ground. His Adam's apple bobbed. He dared not say another word and quickly followed after. Chen Mo stretched his stiff muscles all over his body. A wave of weakness washed over him. This battle had pushed his body to the brink of exhaustion. The cold poison still lingered in his shoulder. After weakening through a transformation of blood fang, it had now formed an uneasy balance with the transcendent power coursing through his body. The blood moon long blades craving to devour reason and ignite slaughter had also been sealed away. Chen Mo watched Zhang Meili's retreating figure, his heart tangled with complex emotions. A massive donkey head suddenly snuck into view. Chita struck an eager-to-be praised pose drool, nearly splashing onto Chen Mo's face. Kid, your eyes are about to fall out. They're long gone. If your Uncle Rabbit hadn't been keeping watch over you and dragging you back, you'd already be dead, tossed into Avalanche Valley by those bastards. Chen Mo gave it a sidelong glance, too tired to engage. But despite the damn donkey's bluster, it had genuinely been of help this time. 2 days later, in front of the Starfire camp's temporary base, stretching exercises begin now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chita, clad in a tattered pair of pink shorts, stood upright on its hind legs, front hooves swinging with fierce energy. Its distinctive quack-like voice rang out with resonant, powerful calls. Behind it stood the transcendent members of the Starfire convoy. Old Yang stood with a cigarette between his lips, smoke curling around him. They mechanically mimicked the donkey's movements, stiff as rusted machines. Su Qian and Xiaoya stood together, the aunt and niece. Xiaoya moved with practiced ease, clearly having done this before. Her moves were smooth, slipping right into the rhythm. Su Qian, however, was always a beat behind her plump frame, making her limbs look awkward and uncoordinated. Zhang Meili had swapped into sneakers too, swaying gently along with the beat. The most surreal sight was Lin Lu blindfolded with a cloth strip, stained faintly with blood. His face remained expressionless as he mechanically extended his arms and kicked his legs. It looked like an old man in his 60s trying to disco. Daniel wasn't there, though Su Qian's treatment had saved his life. He remained unconscious, sustained these past days only by Su Qian's transcendent energy, keeping his vitals stable. Further back, the ordinary members of the Starfire convoy gathered. Even though these exercises held no power for ordinary folks, seeing all the transcendent practitioners take it so seriously, they joined in by mimicry. The entire camp hummed with vitality. All of this transformation traced back to 2 days prior. When everyone learned Chen Mo had regained consciousness, they held a small celebration. Everyone attended except Daniel, who remained in a coma. Lin Lu made a public announcement. Zhang Meili officially joined the Starfire Council, tasked with overseeing all ordinary survivors. The evening radiated harmony and peace. Only Lin Lu stayed silent, subtly avoiding Chen Mo's gaze. Chen Mo understood what weighed on him and bore him no ill will. Had circumstances been reversed, he would have made the same choice. After the gathering ended, Zhang Meili sought out Chen Mo with a simple proposition. She wanted to learn those peculiar movements that Chen Mo and Chita practiced in secret. Without hesitation, Chen Mo handed her the document on the 8th broadcasting gymnastics routine. This perceptive woman needed only one reading before remarking something that surprised even Chen Mo: this should be made public. Zhang Meili's reasoning was straightforward. She wanted to survive until humanity produced its first sequence 9, or become one herself. Chen Mo didn't refuse. He'd been contemplating this since waking. One person alone remained fundamentally weak, and in this twisted apocalyptic world, relying solely on his own strength felt insufficient. There was no hope of survival under such circumstances. Rather than hoarding this knowledge, he could leverage it to accelerate the entire team's capabilities and improve his own chances of surviving what lay ahead. When Chen Mo approached Lin Lu and tossed him the document on the 8th broadcasting gymnastics routine, Lin Lu froze, running his fingers over the pages for an extended moment. His voice carried layered complexity as he acknowledged, "This time Starfire owes you one." And so unfolded the absurd spectacle within the Starfire camp, with commands ringing out like, "Excellent." Exercises concluded. Chitu withdrew its hooves and stood with hands on hips like some seasoned official. The group exhaled deeply in unison, white steam rising from their bodies as they caught their breath. Though the session lasted merely 10+ minutes, everyone sensed it. A subtle, yet perceptible acceleration in the circulation of their transcendent power. This apparently simplistic routine actually enhanced their cultivation. Old Yang flicked away his cigarette, but approached Chen Mo, delivering a measured strike to his shoulder. "You've been hiding this well, damn it," Old Yang remarked with a wry smile. Chen Mo grinned back and led him to the dump truck, retrieving a forelimb from the white mantis from the cargo bed of Chita No. 2. Lin Lu never raised the matter of loot distribution throughout. Chen Mo had no intention of volunteering it either. The value of the 8th broadcasting gymnastics far exceeded these two materials. While Chen Mo lay unconscious, Chitu had already devoured both savage creatures entirely. The remaining mantis forelimb and the bone claw Chitu had bitten off naturally belonged to him. Can this be forged into a weapon? Old Yang took the sickle-shaped forelimb from Chen Mo's hand. The fierce forelimb of the White Reaper pulsed with latent energy. Note an invasive species weapon smuggled into the Silent Realm during the Minor Tide incident, which devastated several transcendent cultivators before being destroyed by a native bloodfawn anomaly. Old Yang stroked the limb thoughtfully while holding his cigarette. "Fine work, truly excellent craftsmanship," he praised sincerely. But then his brow furrowed again. He exhaled a smoke ring and continued deliberately. "But I should be straight with you, kid. I'm a mechanic sequence, not a forger. I can't forge weapons for you at most. I could attach a simple hilt." Chen Mo nodded. He'd anticipated this, so it didn't surprise him. As long as it functioned, that was all that mattered. After last time in Avalanche Valley, Chen Mo wasn't eager to draw the Blood Moon blade for routine combat. Better to keep it in reserve. One misstep, and that accursed blade could consume him entirely. Old Yang shifted gears. "Good news is this thing's incredibly sharp. No second processing needed. The raw power is already devastating." "Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Yang." Old Yang said no more, securing the forelimb before patting Chen Mo on the shoulder and turning to leave. "I'll bring it to you tonight." Watching Old Yang walk away, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Mo's remaining eye. Time to settle some scores. He opened Chita 2's door and settled into the driver's seat. "Chita, get in." The donkey basking in the snow nearby rose reluctantly at the call, hopping into the vehicle. "What? Can't you see your dad's enjoying a sunbathe?" Chen Mo ignored the chatter, turning to the center console screen. "Li Xia, come out." Li Xia's delicate face appeared instantly on the screen, her voice laced with apprehension. Master Li Xia stands ready for your command. Chen Mo let out a cold sneer, speaking slowly and deliberately. Back in Fansheng during our escape. What did you have in mind? Back in Fansheng when we were fleeing. What were you trying to do? On the central control screen, Li Xia's delicate features froze in an instant. The screen then began to flicker violently. At those words, Chi Tu instantly became intrigued. It crossed its hooves over its chest and pulled a potato from its pocket. Wearing an expression that screamed, I knew it all along. The yellow talisman it had left behind was meant precisely to guard against this very move from Li Xia. And sure enough, it had come into play. Li Xia's voice came through laced with static interference. Panicked and desperate, she attempted one final evasion. Master. What are you saying? I merely thought you were injured too gravely. I was simply leaning over to examine you, that's all. Examine. Chi Tu popped the entire potato into its mouth. Its tone dripped with derision. You were checking whether he'd cooled down enough, weren't you? So you could swap him for a fresh body. Li Xia, you are truly a genius. Such a pitiful liar. How on earth did you ever earn the title of top saleswoman? The moment she heard Chi Tu speak, Li Xia was utterly petrified. She hastened to deny everything. No, that's not true. Lord Chi Tu, you've got it all wrong. I absolutely didn't mean anything like that. Chen Mo remained silent. His right eye fixed upon Li Xia's terrified face upon the screen. His gaze was ice cold, a faint killing intent slowly rising within. He turned his head to look at Chi Tu. In a situation like this, what should we do? Chi Tu instantly understood perfectly. This was right up its alley. It sat upright as an eerie blackish-gray power began to flow, slowly filling the entire vehicle compartment. It grinned wide, parting its donkey lips to reveal a row of large flat teeth. Just wipe out this pathetic little consciousness. Sure, we'll be stuck without autopilot. A bit of a hassle. But that's still far better than keeping a venomous snake in the car, one that's always ready to bite its master to death. As it spoke, Chi Tu leaned close to the screen, its nostrils flaring as it glared at Li Xia within. Without you, Grandpa 2 can still drive just fine. It's nothing more than a few extra taps on the accelerator. No. Li Xia let out a desperate, blood-curdling scream. Her features twisted into a grotesque mask. She looked toward Chen Mo and began to beg for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Back then I was simply blinded by greed. I'll never dare to do it again. She pleaded with Chen Mo incoherently, desperately, trying to prove her worth. Terrified that Chen Mo would truly let Chi Tu erase her consciousness. Master, have you forgotten? At the Fansheng supermarket, I drove to the back gate to cover your escape. In the Avalanche Canyon, I was the one driving, buying you precious seconds. Even if I have no merit, I've certainly toiled for you, haven't I? Chen Mo listened to Li Xia's pleas without the slightest change in his expression. Should he simply erase her? It would indeed be a permanent solution, cutting off all future troubles. But this vehicle, the Red Hare Mark II, had long since transcended the category of an ordinary transport. It was an artifact, and Li Xia was the spirit of this artifact, a companion capable of independent thought and autonomous navigation. Truly, she was beyond price. There was one thing Li Xia had said that was true. Back then at the rear gate of the Fansheng supermarket, it had indeed been Li Xia's timely intervention that saved the day, allowing him and Chi Tu to escape in different directions. Although part of the reason was that the artifact required periodic infusions of supernatural power, her contributions could not simply be erased. At Avalanche Canyon, she had risked her life to buy Chen Mo several crucial seconds that had also been pivotal. This was precisely why Chen Mo had not simply obliterated Li Xia's consciousness. To erase her outright would be too great a loss. Chen Mo cast a subtle glance toward Chi Tu. He then pulled open the car door and leapt out. Chi Tu understood instantly. A sinister donkey laugh echoed from within the cockpit. The eerie power upon its body erupted, and blackish-gray streams of that uncanny force surged into the screen. In an instant it filled the entire display, enveloping the Li Xia trapped within. Little Xia, Grandpa 2 is coming in now. Scream all you want. Shout until your throat breaks, and no one will come to save you. Lord Chi Tu, please don't come in. I'll never dare again. Save me. Please. Li Xia's ghastly, inhuman shrieks and pleas for mercy broke intermittently from within the vehicle, muffled for the most part by the soundproof doors, scattered upon the howling wind into the boundless white. The moment Chen Mo stepped out, he saw Lin Lu leaning against the command vehicle ahead, looking toward the position of the Red Hare Mark II. She had sensed the eerie presence. Chen Mo waved his hand at Lin Lu, signaling that everything was fine. Lin Lu paused for a moment, then slowly relaxed and climbed back into her vehicle. Chen Mo stretched lazily and began to wander about the camp. When it came to tormenting Li Xia, Chi Tu was a true professional. Way back when Li Xia was still a plastic mechanical construct, Chi Tu had tormented her beyond recognition, leaving her with a lifelong shadow. Before he realized it, Chen Mo had wandered over to the white SUV belonging to Su Qian and Xiaoya. Xiaoya was cradling her mended Barbie doll, crouching alone before the snow, scratching patterns upon the ground with a twig. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the snow, Several stick figures of various shapes and sizes had been drawn upon it. One with bandages, one with bull horns, one wearing a doctor's cap, and another clutching a doll. He recognized them. They were the members of the convoy. Chen Mo leaned in closer. On the other side was a stick figure smoking. When Chen Mo saw the stick figure meant to represent himself, he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Xiaoya had drawn a tiny X over his left eye, and had thoughtfully added 3 little prongs at the position of his hand. Attached to those prongs was a comical little donkey. Hearing his laughter, Xiaoya looked up. Seeing it was Chen Mo, a flicker of delight crossed her eyes. Brother Chen Mo. Chen Mo stopped before her, slowly crouching down to be at eye level. He forced a smile, doing his best to appear gentle. Where's your aunt? Xiaoya pointed toward a temporary medical vehicle not far away, a converted armored reconnaissance car. It was the lead vehicle seized from the Ku-2 convoy, later modified to serve as the Starfire convoy's temporary medical vehicle. Auntie is inside treating Uncle Dinyo's wounds. Xiaoya's voice carried a note of sadness. Uncle Dinyo is hurt really badly. He's been in a coma this whole time. Chen Mo said nothing. He knew Dinyo's injuries better than anyone. His abdomen had been pierced by a Tier 3 invader's scythe. His intestines were likely severed. The fact that he had clung to life until now was entirely thanks to Su Qian's powerful life-sustaining abilities after her ascension to Sequence 2, combined with the ferocious resilience of the Beastman sequence. Chen Mo gently patted Xiaoya's head, just as he was about to rise and leave. Xiaoya reached out and touched the scabbed-over left eye of Chen Mo. Her tone carried a touch of innocence and request. Brother Chen Mo, could you talk to little donkey for me? Tell it to play with me from now on. Ever since that last fight, it's become so fierce and won't pay any attention to me. Chen Mo stood up, his single eye gazing down at Xiaoya, whose face was still faintly pale. Indeed, aside from her identity as a Sequence 2 symbiote of the Yuri, she was after all merely a 12-year-old little girl. In this precarious apocalypse where each day could be one's last, to remain free of tears and tantrums, even to take part in combat and gather supplies, she had surpassed the vast majority of adults. Throughout the entire convoy, there was no other child of her age. She too, it seemed, was her only playmate left. Alright, I'll talk to it later. Upon receiving Chen Mo's promise, a faint smile appeared on Xiaoya's face. Bidding farewell to Xiaoya, Chen Mo made his way toward the temporary medical vehicle. As he approached, the scent of alcohol hit him first. Chen Mo lightened his steps and peered inside through the half-open door. Inside, Su Qian was intently operating a medical robotic arm suspended from the ceiling. It was the same arm Su Qian had previously exchanged at the Xingho Council. At its tip, a row of miniature surgical blades and suturing needles darted rapidly across Dinyo's gaping abdomen. Dinyo's chest rose and fell in slow rhythm, appearing somewhat improved compared to the past 2 days, yet he remained comatose. Sweat beaded across Su Qian's forehead. Clearly, overusing the anomalous artifacts and her supernatural abilities was taking a toll on her as well. Chen Mo kept silent. After observing for a moment, he withdrew. As he left the medical vehicle, Chen Mo was about to return to his own dump truck when he inadvertently noticed Zhang Meili and Lu Yu standing beside Xingho No. 2, engaged in conversation. Lu Yu was the woman who rose to prominence by selling intelligence after the firefight between the Kunta caravan. She now managed the operations of Xingho No. 2. Chen Mo slowed his pace and leaned in to listen. The newcomer's morale seems relatively stable, but food consumption is faster than expected. Sister Meili, about Captain Lin. I'm aware. I'll go report. Zhang Meili's voice remained lethargic as she sensed Chen Mo nearby. She cast a glance in his direction and continued arranging her tasks. Chen Mo averted his gaze. The caravan's internal affairs did not interest him. Just as he was about to return to his dump truck, the command vehicle's door opened. Lin Lu poked his head out, his face partially covered by a white cloth strip, and turned toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo, come up. This was Chen Mo's first time stepping into the command vehicle. The interior space was not large. At the rear seat, a small table had been added covered with a tattered map. Lin Lu gestured for Chen Mo to sit beside him. He retrieved a bottle of erguota liquor from the trunk, found 2 eating bowls, and poured a small half bowl into each. Want to drink some? Chen Mo didn't refuse, took the bowl, and tilted his head to drink deeply. The pungent liquor burned his throat, bringing a tear to his eye. Lin Lu also drained his bowl in one gulp, smacking his lips. Then he spoke in a hoarse voice. About the Avalanche Valley incident. I apologize. Chen Mo swirled the liquor in his bowl and drank it all in one go. If it were me, I'd have done the same. Chen Mo had never blamed Lin Lu. From Xiangyang Village to Mahui Gully, then to Fan City, and now to the Avalanche Canyon. Chen Mo understood that this seemingly cold leader walked on thin ice. All he could do was lead more people to survive. Even if it meant sacrificing ordinary people, it was to preserve this caravan, which was teetering on the brink in the apocalypse. In that situation, abandoning him was the only choice. Lin Lu's body stiffened slightly. That vague and unspoken barrier between them was slowly swallowed with the bowl of wine. They were the same kind of people, doing whatever it took to survive. Lin Lu poured a little more. He added some to Chen Mo's bowl as well. Use that blade less often. Understood. Chen Mo finished the wine in his bowl and got out of the vehicle. For some matters, a single glance was enough. Back on Cheetah number 2, it was already noon. Chi-Tu lay sprawled on his back on the driver's seat, with his legs crossed. Seeing Chen Mo return, he gave an okay gesture toward him. Chen Mo climbed into the passenger seat, his eyes falling on the center console screen. Licia. Licia's delicate face appeared, her voice full of weakness and trembling. Master, what are your orders? Regarding the previous matter, let it not happen again. Licia quickly agreed. Yes. Licia will never dare again. During the time Chen Mo had been away, she had endured Chi-Tu's inhumane torment. Chi-Tu climbed up from the seat and grunted a few times. Is there a next time? Just then the window of Cheetah number 2 was tapped. Chen Mo got out of the car. Old Yang, with a cigarette in his mouth, handed him a strip-shaped object wrapped in ragged cloth. So quickly done. Chen Mo unwrapped the rag. The root of the white side's forelimb had been fitted with a simple metal handle. The handle was likely crafted from a discarded vehicle's drive shaft. Wrapped around it were a few layers of black tape, providing a solid grip. Old Yang exhaled a smoke ring. Does it feel comfortable? Chen Mo swung it, and a sharp whistling sound echoed. A faint white afterimage trailed behind. Let's name it. Chen Mo stroked the cold blade, feeling the terrifying sharpness originating from a level 3 invader. Its precursor came from the Mingjia. Let's call it Kong Ming. After a brief chat with Old Yang, alright, there's a minor engine problem with the bus. I'll take a look. After seeing Old Yang off, Chen Mo opened the door and got back into the driver's cabin. He saw Chi-Tu already lying sprawled on the driver's seat. This stupid donkey. Asleep in just a few minutes. Chen Mo patted Chi-Tu's donkey face. Chi-Tu rubbed his donkey eyes. Kid, already missing your old man so soon. Ignoring the foul-mouthed Chi-Tu, Chen Mo got straight to the point. What are your plans next? Hearing this, Chi-Tu's donkey eyes flickered. He somehow produced another bag of chips and crunching noisily. Where did this stupid donkey get so much food? Chi-Tu spoke indistinctly. I originally planned to ask you for the cultivation technique and then leave. Grandpa Rabbit thinks you're likable and quite alone. Missing an eye and 2 fingers gone. Pity indeed. So I showed mercy and agreed to accompany you for a while. Chen Mo rolled his eyes at Chi-Tu. Speak plainly, damn it. He didn't believe this cowardly and life-hungry donkey would stay out of sympathy. Chi-Tu's expression turned unusually serious. Mainly this little tide is off. You saw it yourself. Level 3 invaders are popping up like they're free. It was never this exaggerated before. Operating alone outside carries too high a risk. Better to stay in your broken caravan for now. At least there are many people who can serve as cannon fodder. Of course, the main reason was left unsaid. The corpses of those 2 level 3 invaders contained an overwhelmingly vast amount of energy. It needed a relatively safe environment to digest this colossal energy. Chen Mo did not press further. He pulled aside his clothes, revealing the shoulder eroded by cold poison. The donkey's eyes widened. What the hell are you doing? Trying to seduce me? Fuck off. Is there any way to treat the cold poison on my body? Chi-Tu stopped his antics, leaning his donkey face close to sniff Chen Mo's shoulder. Then he extended a hoof to press gently. Do you think this is a common cold? Can it be resolved just like that? This is the primordial power of a level 4 mutant. Unless I also reach level 4. Chen Mo's heart sank. The bizarre advancement became increasingly difficult as one progressed. Waiting for this stupid donkey to reach level 4 was like waiting for a monkey to grow wings. Chi-Tu, like a lecherous old physician, began probing around on Chen Mo. But helping you suppress it temporarily is still no problem. Chen Mo watched his wretched appearance. Without a word, he quietly unbuttoned his shirt. Everyone pack up the camp. Depart in 10 minutes. Destination Red City. The 12th of December, Chaoming era. The outskirts of Lijia town. Along the dilapidated national highway, the Spark convoy rolled toward the settlement in grand procession. The ranks had grown considerably smaller than before. What once numbered over 60 souls after absorbing the Kuta convoy had dwindled after the minor tide and the avalanche canyon. The surviving 20 or 30 had been consolidated aboard Spark 1, placed under the unified command of Zhang Meili. The second vehicle, meanwhile, had been thoroughly overhauled by Old Yang. Every seat had been ripped out, transformed into a transport truck devoted solely to supplies. Lin Lu's command vehicle still led the convoy, followed by Su Qian's SUV and Dinyo's off-road vehicle. Zhang Meili and Dao Ji's old cohorts still manned the 2 Humvees. Even with Dao Gu fallen, Zhang Meili's awakening of her sequence supernatural abilities had kept this small faction firmly in hand. Inside Red Hare 2, the autonomous driving system continued its steady course. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat, holding a tattered cloth, methodically wiping down 2 blades. The Blood Moon greatsword remained weighty in his grip, the veins along its hilt pulsing slowly, beating faintly in rhythm with his own heart, emanating a haunting crimson glow. The other blade was the forelimb of a white blade mantis. The body of Kong Ming bore a streamlined form, resembling a Nepalese kukri, yet slimmer and more lethal. Snow white throughout, it reflected Chen Mo's solitary right eye. Chen Mo lifted his gaze to peer at the donkey sprawled haphazardly in the cargo bed. Upon Red Hare's pink undergarments now appeared several crooked lines of stitching. Near the seat, there was even a patch bearing a cartoon bear. A flicker of mirth crossed his lone eye as he opened with a jest. Lilia seems quite taken with you. She even mended your ragged shorts. But to earn such treatment you actually let her ride you for a whole circuit. Red Hare clutched a bag of chips, munching heartily. Without looking up he mumbled indistinctly. That's what you call personal charisma, understand? A crippled orphan missing 2 fingers and an eye like you would never comprehend. At these words the scene from 3 days prior involuntarily surfaced in Red Hare's mind. Lilia perched upon his back, her small face flushed crimson by the bitter cold. Her clear eyes crinkled with a smile rising from the depths of her heart. Red Hare, do you think when the apocalypse ends humans and anomalies could live in peace? Just like us. Just like us. Red Hare shook his donkey head as though trying to fling the fanciful notion from his ears. Chen Mo set down the blade in his hands and cast another sidelong glance. How did you answer her? Red Hare's chewing faltered for a beat before his cavalier demeanor swiftly returned. He burped contentedly, then spoke with languid ease. I said, of course we can. The day crows learn to speak, iron trees bloom, the yellow river flows backward, and Fancheng snow begins to melt. Red Hare had not yet finished speaking. Red Hare, too, gradually decelerated. Chen Mo looked up. The command vehicle ahead had pulled to the roadside. Had they arrived? The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Lin Lu's raspy voice drifted through. Ahead lies Lijia Town. Chen Mo stepped out of the vehicle, pulling his coat tighter about himself. The convoy had been heading southward these past several days. They had now drawn near the vicinity of Red City. Though still cold, the weather had improved considerably compared to Camel City. The other members of the Spark convoy began disembarking one by one. The door of an off-road vehicle swung open. A towering figure descended. It was Daniel. His abdomen was now wrapped in several layers of bandages, still faintly stained with blood. But from the gleam in his eyes he had recovered 7 or 8/10 of his strength. Thanks to Su Qian's life-sustaining hand, unlocked upon her ascension to Sequence 2, and his own four-horned bull Sequence's terrifying vitality, he had clawed his way back from death's very threshold. Daniel carried a worn burlap sack, an indispensable companion on every supply-gathering expedition. Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and the rest of you, follow me. Daniel gathered some 10 men, leading them aboard the converted bus that now served as the supply truck. The convoy had endured days of arduous travel. The supplies once seized from the Kuta convoy had dwindled to their last reserves. Su Qian and Lilia followed along as well. Their provisions were running low as well. The bus charged ahead, plunging into Lijia Town. Yellow Hare, accompanied by 2 of his subordinates, also climbed into a Humvee, trailing closely behind the bus as it surged forward. Chen Mo glanced at the now empty cargo bed, heaving a sigh. That gluttonous old donkey Red Hare. His mouth never seemed to cease its motion. Chen Mo had no intention of forming a party. Still preparing to venture forth alone, he had just turned to climb back into the vehicle when Lin Lu's voice called out from behind. Chen Mo, if you encounter any situations inside, when it doesn't inconvenience you, look after the others a bit. Chen Mo's footsteps halted, offering neither reply nor backward glance. He cast his eyes upon the weathered signboard of Lijia Town, pulled open the door, and climbed aboard. Watching Chen Mo's resolute retreating figure, Lin Lu's face betrayed neither disappointment nor anger. He merely spoke in a voice barely audible even to himself, directed toward Lijia Town in a hushed murmur. Please, take care of them. Red Hare too rolled slowly into Lijia Town. Within Chen Mo's mind, Lin Lu's recent words lingered. After all this time spent together fighting side by side, he too did not wish to see anything befall Lilia Daniel or the others. The dump truck turned onto a broad street, coming to a gradual halt before a galloping horse gas station. Dust clung to the faded red signage, the quintessential tableau of an apocalypse-ravaged street. Get out. Chen Mo called to Red Hare, then pushed open his door and stepped out. In the cargo bed, Red Hare rose reluctantly, yawning. What now? Can't you see your old man is sleeping? Chen Mo paid no heed to his sass, pointing instead at the gas pump. Go on, fill up the tank. And stay ready to back me up. At these words Red Hare's donkey face fell. Yet he leapt down from the cargo bed, offering Chen Mo a word of warning. Even when begging, you lack the proper attitude of a beggar. The anomalous energy inside is hazy and indistinct. Be careful when you go in, kid. Hurry up, you go refuel, I'll check out the convenience store office. Chen Mo urged him on, slung the Blood Moon greatsword across his back, and gripped Kong Ming in hand. He made his way toward the convenience store office of the station. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Sunlight was barred by the thick grime coating the glass door. Only a solitary beam of light pierced through from a broken corner above the doorway. The air reeked with the stench of decay. Chen Mo gripped Kong Ming in his right hand. His left hand slowly pushed open the ajar glass door. Creak. Creak. The door hinges let out a piercing shriek. Chen Mo peered inside. The room was in complete disarray. The shelves had been toppled to the ground, emptied of everything they once held. Not even a single expired pack of spicy strips had been left behind. The cash register's drawer had also been pried open, left discarded on the floor. Several clusters of chaotic footprints marked the ground. It was obvious that more than one wave of people had already visited this place. Chen Mo let out a faint sigh. This trip had been for nothing. Gripping Kongming, he continued deeper into the building. The inner room served as a storage area. Perhaps some remnants still remained. He slowly pushed open the warehouse door. It was even darker inside. Only a few slender rays of sunlight filtered down through a hole in the roof. Suddenly, Chen Mo's vision blurred as a flash of white light streaked past. His body instinctively twisted sideways, bringing Kongming across his chest. Assuming a textbook combat stance, his single eye fixed intently on the direction where the white light had flashed. Seconds passed. The dead silence remained unchanged. Chen Mo cautiously edged forward to investigate. In the corner, a cracked mirror leaned against the wall at an angle, its surface coated in dust. The white light from earlier had merely been a reflection, caused by the sunlight from the roof striking the mirror at just the spot where he happened to be standing. He had only frightened himself. Chen Mo's body gradually relaxed. He shook his head with a hint of self-mockery. This damned apocalypse had truly driven even sane people to the brink of madness. He studied the reflection staring back at him from the mirror. The wound over his missing eye had scabbed over his hair, a disheveled mess. Stubble covered his jaw, and a smear of blood still clung to his face, poorly wiped away. Chen Mo raised a hand to wipe his face. At that very moment, his pupils contracted sharply. In the mirror, a dark shadow had silently materialized behind him. Chen Mo had no time to think. He spun around in a violent pivot. Kongming carved a white arc through the air in his grip. His blade slashed toward the shadow behind him. The dark figure leapt away with explosive force. A familiar rasping voice rang out in the dim warehouse. "Damn, you trying to murder your old man, kid?" It was Chidu. That dim-witted donkey had followed him in at some point unnoticed. It stared at Chen Mo with a face full of panic. Chen Mo glanced at Chitu and slowly reined in his killing intent. "You scared me half to death. What the hell did you come in here for?" Chitu withdrew them and retorted with evident irritation. "You've been in here so long without so much as a fart. Your daddy was worried about you came in to check." "Worried about me? Has that idiot donkey really been softened by Xiaoya? A weasel paying respects to a chicken, never with good intentions. More likely worried about losing his long-term meal ticket." Chitu seemed to have read Chen Mo's thoughts. Its donkey face fell as it retorted testily. "Believe it or not, your daddy here filled the tank all the way up. Seeing you not come out for so long, I thought some ghoul had eaten you." Chitu muttered as it began walking outward, still muttering without pause. Good intentions taken for donkey liver and lungs. In this day and age, being a good donkey is hard. Chen Mo paid it no heed. The two of them, one behind the other, made their way back to the dump truck. Chen Mo sheathed his blade and climbed into Chitu no. "2. Looks like there's nothing worthwhile here. We need to find something to eat." Chitu deftly fished a pack of chips from its pocket. Crunching away, it gave directions between bites, its words muffled. "Straight ahead 1 kilometer, then turn right. There's a Wanjiafu supermarket there. The biggest supermarket in town. Your companions are probably all there. Outside the gas station." Chitu rose on its hind legs and twisted the cap onto the last barrel. It was placed into the bed of Chitu no. 2. Leaning against the fuel pump with nothing better to do, it sniffed at its hoof, a strong reek of gasoline. That kid, did he fall into a cesspit? He's been in there so long without so much as a fart. Could something have happened to him? Chitu crouched on the ground and rubbed its hoof against it, trying to scrape off the gasoline smell. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't come out soon, I'll drive off without him. Just as this notion formed. Creak. The glass door swung open. Chen Mo walked out from inside. He smiled at Chitu and gave a wave. "Let's go, Chitu." Chitu's large donkey eyes narrowed slightly. Something fell off, but it couldn't place it. But it didn't dwell on it. It followed Chen Mo into the vehicle. Chitu no. 2 rumbled to life. It pulled away from the abandoned gas station. Chitu sprawled out on its back in the truck bed. It picked up the last pack of chips from the corner, eating as it squinted, surreptitiously studying Chen Mo. In the cab, Chen Mo drove with focused concentration. Every so often he glanced at Chitu through the rearview mirror. For a time the atmosphere inside the vehicle fell into silence. Chitu finished half a pack of chips. It thrust its donkey head through the passage between the cab and the bed. "Kid, where are we heading next?" Chen Mo didn't turn around, his gaze still fixed on the national highway ahead. "Let's go gather some supplies first." His voice carried its usual evenness without any fluctuation. Chitu smacked its lips and asked again. "By the way, about Su Qian and that Zhang Meili in our convoy, which one has a better figure?" Chen Mo's movements paused for a beat. He cast a glance at the gossiping donkey. A glint of amusement flickered in his single eye as he asked in return. "What do you think?" Chitu instantly grew excited, a lewd donkey grin spreading across its face. "If you ask me, that Su Qian woman, she looks like she's got it going on. That figure TSK. But Zhang Meili isn't bad, either, the mature type. Those long legs of hers, you could play with them for a year and never get tired." As it spoke, it even stuck out its tongue and licked around its donkey mouth. Chitu shifted the topic, mumbling indistinctly. "But then again, both of those are the mature type. Grandpa Rabbit here still prefers the type like Huyaya." Having said that, Chitu's donkey eyes widened. It stared fixedly at Chen Mo, waiting for his response. Chen Mo forced a smile onto his face. He even gave a small nod. Indeed. The smile on Chitu's face slowly faded. Huyaya, the girl who in Xinghua town had volunteered to drive as bait, torn apart by a ghoul bear all to keep her from being silenced by it, and Chen Mo. In the past, whenever Chen Mo heard Huyaya's name, even if his face showed no expression, he would never speak of her in that spectator's tone. He would fall silent or simply tell it to shut up. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Chita tossed the chips aside. Its body slowly leaned forward. Li Xia also seemed to sense something was amiss. Her delicate face emerged on the display. Watching the Chen Mo focused intently on driving, Chita spoke up to ask once more. So where are we going now? To the Wanjiafa supermarket. The biggest supermarket in town. Daniel and the others are probably all there. Chen Mo seemed oblivious to Chitu's suspicions, still driving with focused attention. Chitu slowly drew closer to the driving Chen Mo. A crimson glow surfaced in its donkey eyes. A dark ashen surge of eerie power slowly materialized. It parted its jaws, revealing a row of large flat teeth. Kid, you put on quite a performance. Almost fooled your old man too. The Chen Mo sitting in the driver's seat stiffened. He turned to look at Chita, the smile on his face slowly fading. What are you saying? I don't understand. Chita let out a cold laugh. It slowly raised one hoof and pressed it against Chen Mo's mouth. His breath stinks. He would never smile like yours, so? Disgusting. And he would never mention that woman in that kind of tone. Chita pressed its donkey face close to Chen Mo's head, forehead to forehead, staring into Chen Mo's face. Where did you take that kid? Who are you? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wanjiafu's supermarket, Chibi No. 2 came to a slow halt. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat, his gaze falling upon the passenger side. Chitu lay sprawled on his back, sleeping soundly. He was even letting out low snoring sounds. Chita had been remarkably quiet all this way. This damn donkey hadn't made a single complaint throughout the journey, nor had he stolen any of the snacks Chen Mo had hidden in the car. Chen Mo cast another glance at the center console. On the screen, Li Xia's delicate face still bore that perfectly measured smile. Everything seemed normal, yet it was precisely this perfect normalcy that gave Chen Mo an indescribable sense of unease. Had this stupid donkey truly been moved by Xiaoya's naive words? Chen Mo shook his head, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, and called out to Chitu. Let's go, Chitu. Time to work. Upon hearing Chen Mo's call, Chitu suddenly sat up from the passenger seat. He rubbed his sleepy donkey eyes and let out a yawn. Instead of his usual grumbling complaints, it obediently nodded and followed Chen Mo out of the car. Man and donkey one after the other. They walked through the entrance of Wanjiafa supermarket. The interior was far larger and darker than expected, with light filtering through a shattered skylight at the entrance. The light illuminated streaks of dust swirling in the air. As soon as he entered, Chen Mo saw the bustling crowd. Dan Nyo, Su Qian, and Xiaoya. There were also about a dozen survivors who had followed them inside, tiptoeing as they moved supplies from the shelves to the bus at the entrance. Everyone was being careful, their movements gentle, fearing even the slightest noise. Upon seeing Chen Mo enter, Su Qian and Xiaoya gave him a distant shu gesture. Then Dan Nyo pointed upward, signaling Chen Mo to look up. Chen Mo followed his gaze. His pupils contracted and his expression turned grave. Right at the center of the supermarket dome, shrouded in darkness, a massive eyeball floated. Its lids were tightly shut as if in slumber. Veins crisscrossed over its eyelids, pulsing faintly with each subtle rise and fall. Chen Mo instantly understood what they meant. Stay quiet, don't wake it. Chen Mo looked at Chita, the message clear. But Chita seemed not to notice, instead cheerfully pushing a handcart over, as if ready to tackle a massive job. Something was wrong. Normally Chitu should be sending him telepathic messages. What level of anomaly was this? Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at Chitu. His suspicions deepened. He began pretending to load cans, bottled water, and food into the shopping cart. The Chitu beside him was unusually well behaved, using its front hooves to carry a case of instant noodles. It placed it steadily into another shopping cart. Everything seemed so smooth. A foreboding sensation slowly rose in Chen Mo's heart. It was too smooth, too quiet, especially this stupid donkey by his side. It was actually helping with the work. Chen Mo's gaze swept across a shelf. Leaning close to Chita's ear, he lowered his voice. There are potato chips over there, aren't you going to get some? He even nodded toward the chips. Chita's movements paused, then it shook its head. Let's finish working first, talk about it later. Hearing this, Chen Mo's heart sank completely. Chita's favorite foods were potatoes and potato chips. And now the items were right in front of it. And it was completely unmoved. The thing beside him was most likely not Chitu. Then where had the real Chita gone? Had he entered some kind of eerie illusion? At this thought, Chen Mo hid his hand at his side. Secretly pinching the flesh on the inner thigh with his nails, he twisted slightly. A sharp pain shot through him. This wasn't an illusion. Let me try again. Chen Mo picked up a can of luncheon meat. As he turned, he deliberately let his wrist slip, feigning a drop. Clang. The crisp sound of the can hitting the ground stood out sharply in the quiet supermarket. Everyone was startled. They stopped what they were doing in unison and looked up nervously at the ceiling. Seeing the massive eyeball hadn't opened, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qian shot Chen Mo a fierce glare, signaling him not to cause trouble. Chen Mo ignored the looks from those around him. His single eye stared fixedly at the Chitu before him. Under normal circumstances, Chidu would have immediately cursed him out, but the expected telepathic voice never came. Not even a disdainful glance. The donkey silently bent down, picked up the can of luncheon meat, and then meeting Chen Mo's gaze, placed the luncheon meat into Chen Mo's shopping cart. The voice was familiar still, its distinctive duck-like croak. "Be careful, don't wake it." Chen Mo calmly took the can and nodded, but inside his heart churned with turbulence. Fake. This donkey was a fake. Where was the real Chidu? Where was Li Xia? What about Dan Yo, Su Qian, and Xiaoya? As he thought this, Chen Mo slowly turned his head and looked at Chibi No, two parked outside the supermarket. The blue dump truck remained quietly parked by the roadside. Li Xia's standardized smile appeared through the car window, still wearing that perfect smile. Li Xia was also fake. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and pushed the fully loaded shopping cart, slowly walking out of the supermarket. The Chitu also pushed its cart, silently following behind Chen Mo. After emptying the goods into the dump truck, the man and donkey returned to the supermarket once more. This time Chen Mo wanted to confirm whether Xiaoya, Su Qian, and the others were real or fake. Back in the supermarket, Chen Mo didn't load anything else. Instead, he casually made his way toward Xiaoya's position. Inside the supermarket, Xiaoya was pushing a shopping cart, placing cans of yellow peaches inside one by one. A trace of fatigue showed on her young face, but her movements were gentle. Chen Mo slowed his steps. The moment he passed by her, Chen Mo suddenly reached out and grabbed the Barbie doll Xiaoya had placed in her shopping cart. Xiaoya's body went rigid, and she slowly raised her head. Her youthful face showed no expression. Clear eyes gazed at Chen Mo's single eye. A bizarre curve began to form at the corners of her mouth. "Brother Chen Mo, did you discover it?" Chen Mo's pupils contracted, and he reached for the Kong Ming on his back. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoya's body slowly melted, eventually turning into a pile of fleshy mush. Chen Mo whirled around and looked at the others, Dan Yo, Su Qian, and Chitu, and the dozen or so survivors who had followed them in. They too slowly melted. Within seconds, all that remained on the ground were pools of foul-smelling flesh. Before Chen Mo could take any action, a terrifying psychic wave surged from above. The massive eyeball on the ceiling suddenly opened. Before Chen Mo could take any action, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy descended from above. Upon the vaulted ceiling, a colossal eye snapped open in an instant. The pupil of that gargantuan eye was an abyssal black, devoid of any glimmer of reflection, nothing but a profound void resembling a miniature black hole slowly rotating. Just as the others were reduced to pulped flesh the moment that eye opened, Chen Mo felt a searing sting at the nape of his neck. Without turning around, driven purely by his battle-honed instincts, he reversed his grip on Kong Ming and slashed backward. A flash of white blade light arced through the air. Pshhh. A translucent tube dropped to the ground, writhing slowly as fresh blood spurted from its severed end. Chen Mo reached back to touch his nape. His fingertips came away sticky. It was blood, his own blood. That tube had been silently draining him all along. Had he not seen through the deception in time, he would have been sucked dry into a shriveled husk. Chen Mo finally understood. The gas station, red hair, guiding his way. Its sole purpose had been to lead Chen Mo here, to nourish this colossal eye and become its sustenance. Chen Mo lifted his gaze once more toward the monstrous eye upon the ceiling. At this moment, a ring-shaped formation materialized across the white of the eye. Countless tinier false pupils appeared from nowhere, circling the central void like satellites orbiting the moon. The massive eye pulsed faintly. Another wave of terrifying spiritual pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Chen Mo, until he could scarcely breathe. Buzz. And as that sound faded, the world before Chen Mo's eyes twisted once more. It remained this very supermarket, cloaked in its familiar gloom, yet within the shadows between the shelves, pairs upon pairs of crimson eyes began to glow. Snarls, gnashing jaws, skittering limbs, an unending cacophony. Countless twisted aberrations poured forth from the darkness, scrambling on all fours as they lunged madly toward Chen Mo's position. Cold sweat seeped from Chen Mo's grip on Kong Ming. Another illusion. He had no time to ponder. The nearest aberration had already lunged right before his face. Scram! Chen Mo snarled low and swept his blade backward. A white arc carved through the air, trailing a keening hum. Pshhh. A muffled thud of blades sinking into flesh. The creature leaping through the air was sent flying by the strike. Chen Mo's body stiffened and he glanced downward. A searing pain erupted from his left arm. On that arm, a gash deep enough to expose bone had appeared from nowhere, blood gushing forth in steady streams. What was happening? Before he could make sense of it, the second and third aberrations were already roaring as they lunged at him. Pshhh. Pshhh. Two more rending sounds. This time agony surged from his chest and thigh. Two fresh wounds materialized out of thin air, instantly dyeing his clothes crimson. Chen Mo understood now. To strike them was to strike himself. To offer no resistance was to be torn apart by these endless aberrations. Yet to resist meant every blow would be returned to him in full. At this realization, bloodshot veins crept through Chen Mo's solitary eye. Gazing upon the aberrations surging toward him like a tide, he once more tasted that bone-deep helplessness. He could only dodge in disarray, retreating step by step. But the supermarket's space was finite. Chen Mo was soon cornered with nowhere left to retreat. Staring at the contorted visage before him, his breath grew ragged. A flicker of madness crossed his solitary eye. He raised his gaze toward the colossal eye upon the ceiling. If death was certain either way, then he would stake it all on a single throw. His body lurched as he planted a foot upon a shelf and vaulted skyward. With all his might, he hurled Kong Ming toward the vaulted ceiling. Break, for your father. Meanwhile, outside the Wanjiafa supermarket on a silent street, bang. The driver's door of Red Hare No. 2 was kicked open with a single stomp. A donkey clad in pink briefs hopped out of the vehicle. Upon its rump, an adorable little bear patch had been sewn. It trotted around to the passenger side, wrenched the door open, and dragged out a wretched figure from within. It was none other than Chen Mo himself. Get down, you imposter. Red Hare seized the figure and hurled it onto the ground. Then it raised its front hoof and stomped viciously upon Chen Mo's face. Leaning close, 2 jets of white vapor snorted from its nostrils. Its donkey face radiated pure mockery and contempt. Act. Go on, keep up your act, damn you. Weren't you putting on quite the show in the car just now? What, run out of lines? As it spoke, it hawked up a thick glob of phlegm and spat it right onto the imposter's face. The Chen Mo upon the ground twitched faintly. The expression unique to Chen Mo had already faded from that face, replaced by an empty, soulless smile. Upon seeing that smile, Red Hare exerted even more force, stomping the imposter into a puff of black mist, then inhaled it right up through its nostrils. I'd love to see now what exactly was worth all this effort to lure your old man over for. Red Hare folded its arms across its chest and strolled leisurely toward the supermarket. Roar! A thunderous explosion rang out, followed by a powerful surge of spiritual energy rippling outward. Red Hare halted in its tracks, squinting its donkey eyes as it gazed toward the supermarket in the distance. Bang! The supermarket's front door was kicked open with a single stomp. A figure drenched from head to toe in blood staggered out from within. It was Chen Mo. Red Hare stopped, narrowing its eyes as it sized up yet another Chen Mo before it. Is this one the real deal this time? All that blood, such a convincing performance. A self-inflicted ploy. The instant Chen Mo burst out of the supermarket, he spotted Red Hare No. 2 blocking his path, and the donkey walking straight toward him. Every nerve in Chen Mo's body snapped taut. Is the illusion still ongoing? Gripping the gleaming white Kong Ming, he wasted no words. Summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he brought the blade down upon Red Hare. The white blade light carved a shrieking trail through the air. Die, you bastard. Red Hare's donkey hair instantly stood on end. Holy! Acting on pure battle instinct, it threw itself into an extreme backward lean, arching its body backward at an impossible angle. Whoosh! The blade chi skimmed past the tip of Red Hare's donkey nose by a hair's breadth. A few black donkey hairs drifted down. Red Hare barely evaded the strike, then executed a donkey roll. It rolled several meters away and immediately began cursing, flecks of saliva spattering the ground. Filicide, you ungrateful wretch. I'll ravage your grandmother. Caught one imposter, and now another comes at me. I'll have your ancestors, you son of a bitch, with no. Hearing the other's insults delivered point-blank to his face, Chen Mo refused to be outdone and immediately fired back. The 2 traded volleys back and forth, filth and curses flowing without end. Just as Chen Mo prepared to step forward and deliver another blow, his foot halted abruptly. That familiar cadence, that classic opening tirade. That pure unadulterated vulgarity, that seasoned fluency in cursing one's entire family on the first breath. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Chen Mo's solitary eye. The next instant, man and donkey both roared out at once. You're the real one. Get in. Chen Mo no longer hesitated. He wrenched open Red Hare No. 2 and leapt inside. Red Hare leaped and turned, diving through the open window into the passenger seat. Li Xia, drive. Now. Why, yes. Yes, master. Red Hare No. 2's engine roared to life. 6 tires screeched against the ground, leaving trails of black rubber in their wake. It spun around sharply and sped down the road to escape. Listening to the fearful, trembling cadence of Li Xia's voice, Chen Mo exhaled a breath of stale air. It seemed this time it was truly real. Chen Mo leaned back in the passenger seat, gasping for breath. Dozens of wounds covered his body, blood seeping from each injury and soaking his clothes. A dull sting pulsed from the back of his neck. Chen Mo examined the area in the mirror. The wound wasn't deep, yet the bleeding refused to stop. Chidu sat in the passenger seat, muttering curses without ceasing. An uninterrupted stream of profanities filled the cabin. Damn it, I almost fell for that bastard's trick. In these times, even anomalies have grown cunning. They've learned the 36 stratagems. As he spoke, Chita glanced at Chen Mo through the rearview mirror. Chen Mo ignored Chita's babbling and began lifting his shirt to inspect his wounds. Every cut on his body was self-inflicted, yet inexplicably none proved fatal. Remembering the giant eye's illusory powers, Chen Mo felt a shiver of dread. If not for the fact that the entity lacked physical attacking capability, he would surely have perished within the illusion. After examining his wounds, Chen Mo weakly issued a command to Li Xia. Li Xia, find a place to stop. Yes. Master. The dump truck slowly decelerated along the roadside. It turned into an abandoned residential area and came to a halt. Chen Mo rummaged through the truck bed and retrieved the makeshift medical kit Su Qian had given him. He jumped down and tore open his shirt. Opening a small bottle of alcohol to clean his wounds, a severe, stinging pain shot through his left arm, making him grit his teeth. Chen Mo bit down on his clothing, suppressing any sound. After all, they were still in the family town. Even with Chitta beside him, he dared not consider the situation entirely safe. Chitta leaped from the truck and reared upright. Its front hooves crossed over its chest as it circled Chen Mo twice. Upon seeing the wounds, comprehension dawned. Not bad, kid. Quick reflexes. Didn't need old master to come rushing in to save you after all. Chen Mo shot the donkey an annoyed glance. While wrapping his arm with a torn piece of cloth, he spoke. You know about that anomalous eyeball in the supermarket? Chitta stroked its chin, wearing an expression of profound mystery. Judging from the intensity of that spiritual fluctuation just now, it's at least a level 3 anomaly. However, in my perception, it should be a severely imbalanced specialist. All its abilities are invested in mental attacks and illusions. That's why it uses deception to lure people into its territory. Chen Mo used his teeth to pull the cloth tight, hastily bandaging the bleeding wound. Hearing Chitta's analysis, he nodded in agreement. It possesses no physical attacking capability whatsoever. All its attacks are delivered through illusions, inducing prey to harm themselves or paralyze them, making them easier to devour. Remembering the tube behind his neck and that massive eyeball crawling with blood vessels, its pupil like a black hole. A wave of revulsion washed over Chen Mo. Merely recalling it sent his sanity plummeting. We cannot linger here. Let's withdraw first. Find somewhere relatively safer. We'll replenish supplies there and then move out. Chen Mo had no intention of taking further risks. The fuel had already been collected. As for supplies, they could be gathered elsewhere in a safer location. There was no need to recklessly confront that terrifying eyeball. Upon hearing this, Chitta's fur bristled. Withdraw. Withdraw my foot. If we leave now, where's my dignity as your uncle, eh? Chen Mo glanced at it. Which matters more, your life or your face? Obviously. Chitta's words trailed off as it swallowed them back. It dared not say face mattered more. Its donkey eyes darted about, pointing at the empty truck bed. Its tone suddenly grew sincere. Ahem, the main point is, we're out of supplies too, right? If we don't acquire some food, both of us will starve to death. Who knows what other powerful anomalies might lurk elsewhere? Chen Mo scrutinized the shameless donkey with suspicion. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. When had this cowardly, life-loving donkey become so brave? Abnormal behavior always concealed something sinister. Chen Mo asked directly. Are you hiding something from me? You. Chitta stammered, unable to produce a coherent answer for a long time. Chen Mo had no patience for nonsense. He sidestepped Chitta and was about to climb back into the truck when Chitta panicked, grabbed his clothes. Uncle Rabbit Eye, I'm almost leveling up. Defeat it, and I'll help you transplant it into your left eye. Don't you want that power? Chen Mo halted. Chitta's words sounded like whispers from hell. Power. He turned to look at the donkey tugging at his hem. Can it really be transplanted? Any side effects? Do you have a method to defeat it, eh? Though unreliable, this donkey would never joke about something so crucial. Seeing Chen Mo relent, Chitta's expression instantly brightened. Leaning in close, it whispered into Chen Mo's ear, spraying saliva everywhere. That thing may excel at illusions, but its physical body is fragile. Probably only level 2 at most. I'll handle the illusions. You go for the eyeball itself. There should be a spine-like structure supporting it from behind. Sever that, and it's dead. Chitta's plan was simple and crude. It would break the illusions, Chen Mo would deliver the physical strike. Hearing Chitta's strategy, Chen Mo's single eye narrowed. He took a step back, studying the donkey beside him. His 3 fingers slowly drifted toward the Kongming blade at his waist. How do you know this so precisely? His voice was cold, each word deliberate. Chitta noticed Chen Mo reaching for his weapon, a flicker of surprise flashing in its donkey eyes. Then indignation erupted. Its neck stiffened, eyes bulging. Have you lost your damn mind? You suspect me, eh? Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I am your father. Believe it or not, you'll remain nothing but a puppet forever. This struck a nerve in Chen Mo. Indeed, after experiencing Han Ningbing and the Avalanche Valley incident, he deeply understood how weak his power remained. First his dignity, then his eye. Even his life had been trampled upon by the strong at will. Before him, Chitta was still as foul-mouthed as ever. Chen Mo stared into the donkey's eyes. For a full dozen seconds, he finally confirmed that before him stood the genuine Chitta. Finally, 2 words ground out between his teeth. Fine. Upon hearing Chen Mo's agreement, Chitta immediately wore a sycophantic grin. Good, you still recognize your father after all. Chen Mo said nothing more. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The donkey followed closely. Li Xia, turn around. On the central control screen, Li Xia's delicate face appeared. Her voice trembled. And master, are we going back? Chitta stamped a hoof onto the dashboard. I said turn around, so turn around. Stop with all the nonsense. Yes, yes, the engine roared. The blue dump truck gradually reversed its direction. Once again it headed toward the supermarket dominated by that massive eyeball. Heading back in, the red hair too came to a sharp halt with a dramatic skid. It parked before the entrance of the Wanjiafa supermarket. The rumbling of the blue dump truck gradually subsided. Chen Mo sat in the driver's seat, his expression solemn as he carefully polished Kongming. A cold glint flickered along the white long blade, reflecting Chen Mo's left eye. Red hair sat in the passenger seat, its two front hooves crossed and tucked against its chest. With a grave demeanor, the donkey spoke to Chen Mo. Listen carefully, kid. Once we go in, I'll release my full power of the grotesque. It will temporarily shield you from that hound's eye spiritual illusion. But it won't last long, 3 minutes at most. You need to hack it apart within those 3 minutes. The motion of Chen Mo's hands paused for an instant. His solitary eye glanced toward the donkey beside him. That's all there is to it. What else did you expect? Red hair parted its donkey lips, revealing a row of large flat teeth. Afterward, the eyeball is yours, and the connecting organs are mine. Chen Mo said nothing further, slowly nodding his head. The cold poison on his shoulder burned like a ticking time bomb. The blood moon long blade was yet another uncontrollable madman. He ached desperately for new power, the strength to protect himself in this apocalypse. With that thought, Chen Mo hesitated no longer. He slid Kongming back into his waist and pushed open the car door. Let's go. Red hair followed close behind, leaping down directly from the passenger seat. Man and donkey once again crossed the threshold of Wanjiafa supermarket. Inside, the supermarket remained dim and shrouded in deathly stillness. Unlike before, this time the colossal eyeball suspended from the ceiling was fixing its gaze squarely upon the man and donkey at the entrance. Its pitch-black pupil resembled a black hole. It began to rotate slowly, then accelerated. Buzz! As the black hole spun faster and faster, an invisible spiritual wave surged toward Chen Mo and red hair like a rising tide. A sharp pang shot through Chen Mo's mind as the scene before him began to twist and blur. The same old trick, he thought. Just as Chen Mo's vision slowly faded, the donkey beside him parted its jaws and let out a bray that pierced the heavens, comparable to a tractor failing to start 300 times. The sound was utterly hideous, drilling into Chen Mo's mind where it echoed with a piercing resonance. That spiritual wave was forcibly shattered by the single donkey's bray. The illusion before Chen Mo's eyes instantly crumbled. His vision returned to normal. The supermarket's original dilapidated state revealed itself once more. Red hair's donkey face flushed crimson with the strain. It urged Chen Mo urgently. Quick! I can't hold on much longer. Chen Mo wasted no time. Gripping Kongming, he leaped violently into the air. His toes tapped lightly upon the shelves. He vaulted straight onto the second-floor railing and tumbled over it. Sprinting along the railing, he used his solitary eye to lock onto the colossal eyeball, still attempting to weave its illusion. Chen Mo's speed was blistering. He soon circled behind the eyeball. As expected, directly behind the eyeball, a fleshy column as thick as a spine was growing. The column extended down from the ceiling, connecting to the rear of the eyeball. Countless blood vessels and nerve tissues coiled around the column like cables. They pulsed faintly, channeling energy to the giant eye. This appeared to be its vulnerable point. Chen Mo drew a deep breath and hesitated no more. His feet surged once more, launching him high from the second-floor railing. His body traced an arc through the air. The Kongming in his hand carved a streak of white light. A visible silver-white blade slashed toward the fleshy column. Die! Squelch! The blade fell. The white blade sliced through the thick column as easily as cutting tofu. High upon the ceiling, the colossal eyeball shuddered violently. A silent spiritual wave radiated outward. Chen Mo's mind exploded with thunderous force, his spirit thrown into chaos, his chi and blood churning restlessly. From the severed stump of the column, viscous ink green liquid gushed forth like a fountain. The next moment, the giant eye could hold on no longer. It plummeted straight down from the ceiling. Thud! Accompanied by a muffled sound of impact, the enormous eyeball crashed onto the floor, even bouncing a few times. The sinister, frigid atmosphere within the supermarket dissipated without a trace. Chen Mo gripped Kongming tightly, his solitary eye warily surveying the surroundings. Was it truly over? Far too smooth. So smooth as to be terrifying. Even though he had calculated that the giant eye's true form would be fragile, he hadn't expected it to be so utterly defenseless. Just as Chen Mo was lost in thought, red hair's voice echoed from below. What are you spacing out for? Get down here and grab the stuff, let's go. Chen Mo had no time to overthink and swiftly walked to the eyeball. Gazing at the colossal eyeball, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, he couldn't help but feel stumped. This thing's huge. How are we supposed to carry it? Red hair cast Chen Mo a withering, disgusted glance. A donkey hoof pressed down upon the giant eye. A flash of white light, and the giant eye gradually shrank. Beneath Chen Mo's astonished gaze, it dwindled to the size of a normal human eyeball. Chen Mo bent down and picked it up. His hand was met with a chill and a slippery smoothness. Upon the eyeball, the pitch-black pupil remained a miniature black hole, slowly rotating. The ring of white secondary pupils circling the white of the eye continued to turn faintly, seemingly not entirely dead. Joy flickered in Chen Mo's heart, and he promptly stuffed the eyeball into his pocket. Meanwhile, red hair had already hoisted a massive section of the fleshy column onto its back. An impatient hoof pawed the ground a few times. Kid, stop fucking dawdling. This isn't the place to linger. Another terrifying big one is heading our way. Upon hearing Red Hare's warning, Chen Mo's heart sank. He dared not linger. Reaching out, he grabbed 2 cases of pickled cabbage from a nearby shelf. Man and donkey sprinted out of the supermarket and leaped onto the dump truck. Li Xia had long since started the engine. The moment Chen Mo and Red Hare boarded, the truck shot forward. The Red Hare 2 tore off at high speed. It soon left Li Jia town behind. By the time the Red Hare 2 returned to the temporary camp, dusk had already fallen. Dainyu, Su Qian, Xiaoya, and a group of survivors had long since returned. A large crowd had gathered nearby, helping to sort through the supplies. Seeing Chen Mo's dump truck return, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Dainyu's body had been wrapped in yet another layer of bandages. Clearly, he had endured a fierce battle within the town. Old Mo, where the hell did you 2 run off to? We didn't even see you in the town. Chen Mo had barely opened his mouth to reply when Red Hare poked half its donkey head out the car window, answering first. Ran into a few fools while refueling. Wasted a bit of time. Chen Mo shot at a glance and said nothing more. Red Hare hopped down from the truck and nudged Chen Mo with a hoof. Lowering its voice, it hissed, "Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. If we don't transplant it now, this eyeball will turn into a glass marble. Once the vitality fades, it's useless." Chen Mo nodded, tucked the eyeball away, and walked straight over to Su Qian. Lin Lu leaned against the command vehicle. From afar, he watched Chen Mo, then turned to glance at Red Hare. His brows furrowed slightly. After a long moment, a smile of relief crossed his face. He slowly shook his head, lowered his gaze, and continued murmuring something to Zhang Meili. Chen Mo walked over to Su Qian, no longer daring to delay. He produced the eyeball, still slowly rotating in his hand, and got straight to the point. "Do me a favor." Su Qian released Xiaoya and accepted the thing from Chen Mo. Her brow furrowed. I need it transplanted into my left eye." Su Qian took the eyeball. She stared at the object in her hand. Her fingertips trembled, her brows furrowed tight. It was an eyeball still slowly rotating. Its pitch-black pupil resembled a miniature black hole swirling in eerie silence. Upon the sclera, a ring of secondary pupils even rotated of their own accord. "Where did you get this?" Su Qian's voice tightened. From this eyeball, she sensed a dense, grotesque power. This was unmistakably an organ from a grotesquerie. Chen Mo did not hide it, speaking directly. "I cut down a grotesquerie. This is its eye. I intend to transplant it into my left eye." "What a—" Su Qian's voice rose sharply, even though she had already guessed the answer. Hearing Chen Mo confirm, it was still difficult to accept. "Are you insane? Chen Mo, do you even know what you're saying? This is a grotesquerie's organ. If you implant it into yourself, do you have any idea what the consequences would be?" Su Qian's heaving chest rose and fell violently. As a transcendent of the physician sequence, she understood the risks involved better than anyone. Her voice grew urgent. "Organ rejection would be the least of your worries. The grotesquerie power it carries, along with the lingering resentful will, would completely devour you. Your reason, your sanity would be gnawed away piece by piece." Su Qian had never seen anyone attempt such a thing, but through her professional sequences deduction, this was the most likely outcome. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Chen Mo turned to look at Chi Tu. Chi Tu cracked a smile. Its hooves crossed, folded against its chest. It stepped forward twice, adopting the air of an expert, and tilted its chin at Su Qian. "Ahem, your deduction is built purely on theoretical foundations. You only know that transplanting a grotesquerie's organ is a death sentence. 9 out of 10 fail. But do you know this is also a chance to ascend in a single bound? The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Surely you understand such a simple truth." Su Qian's brows furrowed. How could she not understand the logic that greater risk brings greater reward? If Chen Mo could adapt to and master this eyeball, not only would his vision be restored, but he might also gain some of this eyeball's grotesquerie abilities. Chi Tu, seeing Su Qian fall into thought, twisted its donkey mouth and continued to press its case. "Rest assured, with me watching, nothing will go wrong." It spoke while thumping its chest with a front hoof. Looking thoroughly confident, Chen Mo glanced at the sworn confident Chi Tu, then turned back to Su Qian and slowly nodded. "I've made up my mind." Su Qian gazed at Chen Mo and Chi Tu, her eyes complex with emotion. She knew she could not dissuade this madman named Chen Mo. From the Fanxing supermarket to the Kuta caravan to the Avalanche Canyon, this madman, in order to survive, in order to grow stronger, would gamble on anything, dared to do anything. Not only had he blinded himself, he had nearly transformed entirely into a blood-fawn grotesquerie. Truthfully, Su Qian admired his courage. Su Qian drew a deep breath, her violently heaving chest gradually settling. She looked at Chen Mo once more and heaved a long sigh. "Fine, I'll help you, but I must inform the rest of the caravan. If you lose control, we will have to take measures." The moment Chi Tu heard this, a grin immediately spread across its donkey face. Relax. With Grandpa Tu here, everything's stable." Su Qian ignored Chi Tu and walked toward the members of the Spark Council. Soon old Yang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Dinyo gripping his spiked club, and Xiaoya clutching her doll, had all gathered around. After Chen Mo repeatedly affirmed his resolve, The worry, shock, and confusion on everyone's faces ultimately dissolved into silent acceptance. Su Qian sighed. She beckoned to Chen Mo. Follow me. She then turned and walked toward the temporary medical vehicle converted from an armored reconnaissance car. Chen Mo followed Su Qian into the medical vehicle. The interior had been cleaned thoroughly. The seats and all unnecessary items had been removed. Against the right side door, a bed had been fixed in place. Su Qian pointed at the makeshift sickbed. Lie down. Chen Mo drew a deep breath, calming his uneasy heart. He stripped off his shirt and lay down on the bed. Chi Tu stood nearby watching Chen Mo in silence. Su Qian retrieved a metal tray from a rack on the ceiling. The tray held an array of medical tools, scalpels, suturing needles, and more. She placed the grotesque's eyeball onto the tray. Then she activated the mechanical arm extending down from the ceiling, which slowly came to rest above Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo recognized this mechanical arm. It was the one he had surrendered to the Spark Council, later taken by Su Qian. After Old Yang's modifications, it had become Su Qian's personal artifact for surgery. Su Qian questioned Chen Mo once more. Are you ready? Chen Mo nodded. There's no anesthesia. It might hurt a bit. Try to endure it. Chen Mo slowly closed his eyes and said nothing more. Pain. From the apocalypse's arrival until now, pain seemed the most trivial of sufferings. Su Qian picked up a towel and stuffed it into Chen Mo's mouth. Bite down on this. Then, without another word, she guided the medical mechanical arm as it slowly descended. The microsurgical blade at its tip glinted coldly. Even though Chen Mo had already closed his eyes, he could still sense the blade drawing ever closer. Squeak. A faint, almost imperceptible slicing sound rang out. Chen Mo's entire body tensed instantly as the microsurgical blade cut through the scar tissue around his eye socket. A searing pain originating from his left eye spread throughout his entire body. Chen Mo bit down hard on the towel in his mouth. Yet not a single scream escaped his lips. Su Qian worked swiftly. Green transcendent power flowed along the mechanical arm, transforming into a gentle stream that dripped into Chen Mo's left eye, cleansing, separating, excising. In just a few minutes, the scab-covered eye socket of Chen Mo's left eye had been cleared into a clean, bloody cavity. Fresh blood trickled down Chen Mo's face, staining the pillow beneath his head. Su Qian raised the mechanical arm, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, then used tweezers to pick up the grotesque's eyeball from the tray. She slowly placed it into Chen Mo's hollow left eye socket. Chen Mo felt only agony and a faint chill. The eyeball is just the right size. Next comes the most critical step, neural suturing. This step is crucial. Don't move around. Su Qian reminded Chen Mo. She once more guided the medical mechanical arm as it slowly descended. This time an extremely fine suturing needle extended from its tip. At the needle's point trailed a strand of biological protein filament nearly invisible to the naked eye. I'm beginning the suturing now. If you want to back out, there's still time. After all, no one knows what the consequences will be. Chen Mo opened his right eye, the only one he had left. He glanced at Chi Tu, who stood beside him in silence. He extended his hand towards Su Qian and made an okay gesture. Go ahead. Let me witness the power of this eyeball. Su Qian held her breath. The mechanical arm slowly descended. The suturing needle pierced deep into Chen Mo's eye socket, beginning to stitch the severed nerve endings together with the eyeball. A searing agony as though nerves were being forcibly torn apart. It erupted from deep within Chen Mo's left eye socket. The pain radiated down his spine, spreading through every nerve across his entire body. Now it was no longer merely his eye socket that throbbed with torment. His whole being was consumed by excruciating pain. Chen Mo bit down fiercely on a towel. Veins bulged along his forehead as muffled whimpers escaped his lips. His body lay upon the operating table, trembling beyond his control. His hands clutched at the bedsheets, contorting them into shapeless masses. Cold sweat seeped from every pore, soaking the sheets beneath him. As the suturing continued, a terrifying wave of searing heat surged from within his left eye socket. It was no ordinary burning. It was the searing agony of flesh being melted, of muscle being roasted. Damn it. That stupid donkey never said it would hurt this much. Why doesn't it match what it told me? Chen Mo bit down upon the towel, releasing one guttural howl after another. With great difficulty, he pried open his right eye and turned his gaze toward Chi Tu beside him. Chi Tu stood with forelegs crossed over its chest, watching the man who struggled to endure upon the surgical bed. Sensing Chen Mo's gaze, it cast a languid glance his way. A normal reaction, merely the fusion of energy. Bear with it, and it shall pass. Endure it, and you shall succeed. Chen Mo cursed silently within his heart, once again paying his respects to Chi Tu's entire family. What kind of nonsense was bear with it, and it shall pass? That wretched donkey truly was a worthless creature. So glib with its words. Chen Mo had no leisure to spare for further thought, as the searing agony and burning sensation continued to assault his nerves. All he could do was grit his teeth and persevere. Outside the medical vehicle, the bitter wind howled. Snow upon the ground was lifted into the air, only to settle once more. Old Yang had finished the work in his hands. He had now drawn closer. He cast a glance at Chen Mo within the medical vehicle, then squatted by the doorway and lit a cigarette. He lit another. The ember flickered between life and death within the bitter wind. His heart clenched with quiet anxiety for Chen Mo. Hang in there, lad. Xiaoya, cradling her mended Barbie doll, listened to the whimpers drifting from within the vehicle. Beset by worry, she drew near and squatted beside old Yang. Uncle Yang, brother Chen Mo. He'll be all right, won't he? Old Yang exhaled a plume of smoke and reached out to ruffle Xiaoya's hair. He forced a smile upon his face, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke. Don't you worry now. Brother Chen Mo has a hardy fate. Hasn't he survived dangers far worse before? This time he's at camp, and everyone's here with him. Not far away, Nyo carried a spiked club. He alternated between scratching his gleaming bald head and fondling the horns upon it. Why on earth did he have to get some creepy eyeball? If you ask me, being a one-eyed fellow suits him just fine. And Captain Lin and Captain Su telling me to stand guard out here. Zhang Meili and Lin Lu had likewise finished their tasks. They walked toward the medical vehicle. Zhang Meili cast a glance at Su Qian and Chen Mo inside. She leaned against a vehicle nearby, arms folded across her chest. Her eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. She was awaiting a result that might validate her most outlandish conjecture. Lin Lu stepped forward, walking slowly until he halted at the doorway of the vehicle. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, then turned his gaze toward Chi Tu. His brows were tightly knit, lost in some unvoiced contemplation. After a long while, he spoke, his voice rasping and hoarse. Is it truly going to be all right? Perhaps we should reconsider, take a more cautious approach. The moment Chi Tu heard those words, its equine countenance fell into a scowl. It spoke, its tone tinged with displeasure. Reconsider? Wait for nothing. So saying, it stepped forward. Its entire body now completely blocked the narrow doorway of the makeshift medical vehicle, cutting off every gaze from the world outside. Right now is when the energy's activity burns at its peak. Once this eyeball loses all its vitality, it'll truly become nothing but a useless glass marble. So saying, Chi Tu whipped its head around sharply. Its gaze burned with intensity as it fixed upon Chen Mo, who whimpered upon the bed. Boy, steel yourself for me. Success or failure hinges upon this very moment. Lin Lu's brows remained tightly knit, words still lingering upon his lips. But upon meeting Chi Tu's displeased gaze, his lips moved, yet in the end he uttered nothing. A long while later, the outer perimeter of camp, the direction of the Lijia town entrance. A familiar rasping voice rang out. Where is everyone? Where the devil have you all gone? That brat Chen Mo is trapped inside the town. Come with me, lads. Let's go rescue him. The voice drew closer from afar. Each word rang out clear and resolute. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. The entire camp sank into a momentary, deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen where they were. The half-smoked cigarette in old Yang's mouth dropped onto the snow-covered ground, hissing as it landed. Denyo's hand, which had been stroking his horns, froze midair. Lin Lu's body tensed instantly, and the cloth bindings upon his head spiraled around him in a flash. As one, every gaze turned toward the direction from which that rasping voice had come. Then, with expressions as though they had beheld a ghost, they slowly shifted toward the donkey blocking the medical vehicle's doorway. Chi Tu, inside the vehicle, as the final stitch fell from the medical robotic arm, Su Qian, drenched in sweat from head to toe, was about to exhale a long breath of relief. Yet the voice from beyond the door rendered her utterly rooted to the spot. She snapped her head up and stared at Chi Tu, which blocked the doorway. Then she looked at Chen Mo upon the makeshift surgical bed. Her mind went utterly blank. What is happening? There was another Chi Tu outside. Chen Mo had just finished being sutured, the searing sensation within his eye socket slowly receding. Before he could even draw a breath of relief, he heard that distant voice. A sudden jolt shot through him. Ignoring the pain, he forced his right eye open. Wasn't Chi Tu right here? Then, who was that voice? Outside, a chill crept through his heart. As an impossible thought slowly took shape within his mind, he whipped his head around and looked toward Chi Tu beside him. Su Qian followed the line of Chen Mo's gaze. The moment she clearly beheld the expression upon that donkey's face, all color drained from her own. Her legs gave way beneath her, no longer able to bear her weight. She collapsed onto the ground in a heap. The Chi Tu blocking the doorway slowly turned its equine head around. The confident, assured expression that had filled its donkey face gradually receded. In its place arose a madness beyond all description. It slowly raised one foreleg, gracefully drawing it across its thick, muscular donkey neck. It gently rested the hoof against its own face. Its head lifted high, like an artist paying homage to his audience after a performance. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a grotesque arc, stretching almost to the roots of its ears. A row of broad teeth was laid bare. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Finally, at last. Finally you took the bait. When truth and falsehood intertwined in whispered deceit, one cast aside the crowd to plant a gaze on barren ground. Yet from afar the true donkey's bray did ring, already fallen into the abyss with hatred unceasing. The hysterical laughter of Red Hair echoed throughout the entire Spark camp. It laughed uproariously, its donkey face contorting into an exaggerated and grotesque shape. Its eyes brimmed with mockery. The voice was no longer the familiar raspy quack of a donkey. Instead, it had transformed into a cacophony of countless men, women, young and old. An aged masculine voice rang out from within its throat. Chen Mo, you truly are a fascinating human. Greedy, suspicious, yet so desperately craving power. And those pitiful companions of yours, utterly foolish, so easily deceived. Before anyone could react, it proceeded to unveil the mystery of its own accord. Its tone dripped with boasting and smugness. I am merely an astral projection of my true form. Do you remember the Wanjiafa supermarket? That tube inserted into your neck, it wasn't meant to drain your blood. Although I only managed to steal a fraction of your memories, it was more than enough. Enough for me to perfectly emulate the farce performed by Red Hare and Li Xia. You may address me as the Black Hole. It was an anomaly born locally after the tide resonance. It sustained itself by beguiling human hearts and weaving illusions, luring its prey to deliver themselves willingly. After devouring every soul within the entire county, hunger and the memories of men gave birth to its intellect and ambition. It refused to remain shackled forever within that lifeless supermarket, condemned to being naught but a festering mass of flesh that conjured illusions. Thus it had singled out Chen Mo, who operated alone and whose thirst for power knew no bounds, and orchestrated this monstrous ruse of a perfect transplant. Once its strength recovered, even slightly, it would utterly consume Chen Mo's consciousness and take his place. I shall live your life to the fullest in your stead. The moment those words faded, the false Red Hare's body convulsed violently. It began to disintegrate swiftly, collapsing. Before Xiaoya's Barbie doll or Dinyo's spiked club from afar could come crashing down, the counterfeit Red Hare had already melted into a puddle of minced flesh, utterly stripped of its vitality. I'll fuck your grandmother. A thunderous roar mingled with wind and snow erupted from the camp's entrance. Red Hare spotted the silhouette of another himself from a great distance. How could it not realize it had fallen into a trap? Yet before it could charge closer, that impostor had already melted into a puddle of rotting sludge. Red Hare stared at the minced flesh upon the ground, seething with rage, as smoke seemed to pour from its 7 orifices, its donkey bristle standing on end. You son of a bitch. How dare you sully your Lord Rabbit's good name? Red Hare stomped the puddle of minced flesh into unrecognizable pulp with a single hoof. It cursed relentlessly, its fury born not only from the wretch's sheer shamelessness, but also from the humiliation of being led around by the nose by a creature whose only trick was tampering with the mind. After it saw through the disguise of the false Chen Mo, at Lijia Town it had slain over a dozen Chen Mos in succession. That very pursuit was what caused such a lengthy delay, forcing it to return seeking reinforcements. In the very instant Red Hare crushed the rotting sludge, catastrophe struck without warning. Within Chen Mo's left eye socket, that newly sutured anomalous eyeball, the obsidian pupil at its center suddenly began to spin, unleashing a formidable suction force. From the minced flesh that Red Hare had crushed upon the ground, wisps of dark chi began to surface. Transforming into slender trickling streams, they surged frantically into Chen Mo's left eye. Ah! Chen Mo let out a scream that barely sounded human. He felt a searing agony tear through his mind. His cranial nerves and the freshly sutured optic nerve, under the malnourishment of the dark chi, somehow completed a forced instantaneous connection. A torrent of chaotic information, bearing an endless hunger and pure malice, flooded into his brain. Chen Mo clutched his left eye in agony, collapsing to his knees upon the ground. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Chen Mo. Su Qian was utterly panicked, her mind wiped blank. An overwhelming tide of regret welled up from the very depths of her heart. Why? If only she had stood her ground a little firmer. Refusing Chen Mo's request. Sharing her exact thoughts was Lin Lu. The white cloth covering his eyes whipped wildly around him. His fully blinded eyes had parted, revealing a massive scar beneath. From the very instant Chen Mo and Red Hare stepped foot into the camp, he had sensed something amiss. Previously, so long as Red Hare did not actively unleash its anomalous power, he was completely unable to perceive Red Hare's existence. Yet today, for the first time, he had sensed the anomalous aura upon Red Hare. He had been foolish enough to assume they had simply encountered a skirmish. He hadn't spared it a second thought. Now within Lin Lu's perception, an exceedingly sinister and chaotic aura upon Chen Mo's body was steadily swelling. Layered upon the primal aura of a native species, it bore a peculiar uncanny trace all its own. Dinyo gripped his spiked club, the black fur upon his body ceasing its growth. He glanced at Chen Mo on the ground, then at the true Red Hare, who had just charged over. So, who do we hit? Xiaoya cast a complex gaze upon Chen Mo on the ground. She maintained her transformed state. The beauty mark upon Zhang Meili's eye twitched as she narrowed her eyes. Her mind-reading ability had suddenly become completely useless against Chen Mo. She could perceive nothing but utter chaos. Had she failed? Or rather, had they walked into a trap? Old Yang held a cigarette between his lips, his gaze complex. This young man, whom he had once offered a single biscuit to save, seemed once again to have wandered to the very precipice of fate. Just as Su Qian prepared to pull Chen Mo up from the ground, Red Hare blocked her path. Don't touch him. An uncommon solemnity flickered across its donkey face. It's too late. The astral projection has already returned to the host. Now that eyeball is no longer a dead object. It is a living grade 3 anomaly capable of seizing his body at any moment. The moment Red Hare's words fell, Chen Mo's scream abruptly ceased. The hand covering his eye slowly drifted away. His bowed head gradually lifted. The left eye, which had been tightly shut, snapped open in an instant. The pupil was abyssal, resembling a miniature black hole, betraying not a glint of reflected light. Upon the whites of the eye, a ring of concentric pupils materialized, slowly revolving around the black hole. Chen Mo rose to his feet, turning his head to gaze at the crowd gathered by the medical vehicle. His gaze was icy and alien, tinged with a hint of derision. But in the span of a single heartbeat within Chen Mo's right eye, the clarity belonging solely to humanity resurfaced. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead. He could feel it with excruciating clarity. Another it now existed within his body, currently wrestling him for dominion over his corporeal vessel. Get out! Chen Mo ground out a guttural snarl from between his teeth. He raised his right hand, which bore only 3 fingers. It trembled as it reached toward his own left eye. If I could gouge it out once, I can damn well do it again. Just as Chen Mo's middle finger was on the verge of touching his eyeball, a teasing feminine voice issued forth from his throat. How ruthless. Save your effort, Chen Mo. My nerve network is already tethered to your cerebral cortex. Gouge it out. That feminine voice let out a soft laugh, dripping with utter contempt. You'll be brain dead in an instant. Madness. This world had gone utterly insane. As that playful, mocking feminine voice squeezed itself out from his own throat, Chen Mo's remaining 3 fingers on his right hand froze before his eye socket, his fingertips trembling from the exertion. Chen Mo assessed the condition within his body. His frame slowly slid back down to the ground once more. He knew the other party was not bluffing. He could feel with perfect clarity that the roots of the black hole newly transplanted into his left eye had already crossed beyond the optic nerve, spreading like a spider's web, enveloping and infiltrating his entire brain. With but the slightest tug, his brain tissue would crumble like a block of tender tofu, torn to shreds in an instant. This aberration that called itself the black hole had never left him any path of retreat from the very beginning. What a masterful stroke of burning bridges behind one's enemy. What an exquisite checkmate. What do we do? Su Qian's pallid face turned toward Lin Lu, her voice quivering, her voluptuous figure heaving with each breath, only panic and self-reproach remaining in her eyes. Captain Lin. Old Yang lit another cigarette, his brows knit tightly together, casting an inquiring glance toward Lin Lu. Denyo, gripping his Wolfang club, looked at Red Hair, then back at Chen Mo. For a moment he appeared utterly at a loss. Xiaoya and Zhang Meili said nothing, awaiting Lin Lu's words. Lin Lu offered no response. The great scar above his eyes turned toward Chen Mo. Within his extraordinary perception, the aura within Chen Mo's body had utterly devolved into a chaotic mess. 1 current. The silver blade edge will of Chen Mo, a sequence 2 path cleaver. 1 current. Bone-chillingly frigid, a white frost bearing the silence and extinction of all creation. 1 current. Savage and bloodthirsty, a crimson killing intent born from the blood lunar blade's bloodfang transformation. And now yet another had joined them. A black vortex bearing the spiritual corruption and erosion of the black hole. These 4 entirely distinct, terrifying forces had carved Chen Mo's broken, ravaged body into segmented parcels of clashing energy. For the first time, Lin Lu felt a profound helplessness before the limits of his own perceptual ability. He shook his head toward the others, expelling a breath of stale air. Finally, every gaze converged upon Red Hair. At this moment, their sole remaining hope seemed to rest with this unfathomable Tier 3 aberration. Damn it! Red Hair lifted his head with a string of curses, only to meet the gazes the others had fixed upon him. A dead horse treated as if it could still be cured. Having reached this conclusion, he ceased to hesitate. He set his hooves in motion, walking toward Chen Mo. With every step he took, his aura surged another degree higher. A pure primordial force of eldritch power tinged in black and gray erupted thunderously from Red Hair's form. The oppressive might of a Tier 3 aberration descended like an invisible mountain, instantly bearing down upon the entire Spark camp. The ordinary survivors' bodies went weak, collapsing directly to the ground. Staring in terror at the donkey by the medical vehicle, Zhang Meili and Old Yang's faces went ashen, their bodies trembling. Even Lin Lu, Denyo, and Xiaoya, these sequence 2 extraordinaries, felt a stifling pressure settle upon their hearts. The beauty mark at the corner of Zhang Meili's eye twitched. So this was Red Hair's true strength. All flickered across them all. Since the Snowfall Canyon, Red Hair's power had grown ever more unfathomable. Red Hair walked before Chen Mo. He halted his steps. He made no move to help Chen Mo, who knelt upon the ground. His fuzzy donkey muzzle drew close to Chen Mo, pressing gently against him, eye to eye, fixing his gaze upon that eldritch black hole. He peeled back his donkey lips, revealing a row of broad teeth. You little bastard, quite the accomplished hider, aren't you? A mere Tier 3 native, and you dare scheme against your lord donkey. Red Hair's voice was kept low, and undisguised killing intent threading through his tone. Right now this instant crawl out on your own. Otherwise, the moment you dare complete that possession of this boy, I'll devour you along with this boy's body in a single gulp. You can test it if you like, see whether you can survive his death. As the words fell, his full oppressive might condensed into a single needle, locking onto Chen Mo's left eye. However, the expected capitulation did not appear. On the contrary, that eldritch eyeball not only remained unfazed but began to spin ever faster. A hoarse middle-aged male voice emerged from Chen Mo's throat, bold and assured. Haha, a tier 3 aberration. Lord Donkey, what an impressive display of authority. You're not wrong. I truly cannot touch you at this moment. But I won't leave either. I'm quite fond of this body. The black hole seemed to have seen through Red Hare's inability to act against it. From the fragments of memory it had plundered, Red Hare and Chen Mo were no ordinary pair. He would never, while Chen Mo still lived, harm Chen Mo's body. If you've got the spine, guard him forever. The black hole switched to an aged male voice. Ahem. The voice paused, carrying a trace of frigid calculation. There will come a moment when you must part from him, won't there? And I require only 3 minutes. Just 3 unguarded minutes, and I can utterly grind away his consciousness and take complete control of this body. When that time comes, I shall be Chen Mo, and Chen Mo shall be me. What will you do then? Silence. A deathly silence. The entire Spark camp fell silent. The sliver of hope that had just risen within them was snuffed out once more. Old Yang's expression darkened to its absolute worst. Su Qian's eyes brimmed with despair and self-reproach. Even Denyo, who had always feared nothing under heaven or earth, now gripped his Wolfang club tightly, cold sweat beading on his brow. How was there any way to fight this? Guarding against every threat under the sun, yet the thief within the house remains hardest to defend against. Red Hare's donkey face drooped. He had not expected his opponent to be such a stubborn, unyielding scoundrel. Though his own strength utterly overwhelmed the other, he truly could not remain at Chen Mo's side every moment of every day, just as the others stood in silence. A soft laugh shattered the stillness. Heh, hee. Chen Mo remained half kneeling on the ground. His head lowered, his body heaving with laughter. He then slowly raised his head. His right eye gleamed with fierce resolve, while his left eye still resembled a spinning black hole, rotating without cease. He looked at Red Hare, then at the people of Spark. The corners of his lips curled back, revealing a flash of white teeth. 3 minutes. That will be plenty. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, yet every word rang clear. Enough for me to drive my extraordinary power to the limit, detonating the cold venom within my body. Enough for me to completely release the spiritual suppression I've held over the blood lunar blade. To let blood fong out whole and unrestrained. When that moment comes within this broken body of mine, there will be 3 madmen. One is me and one is you. And then there is Bloodfong. We'll have ourselves a fine time right here. Chen Mo burst into wild, exhilarated laughter. So wild that even Red Hare's fur prickled with unease. Let's see whether your spiritual corruption proves more terrible or Bloodfong's killing intent burns fiercer, or whether my blade edge will strike fastest. Even should he lose this gamble, the tier 4 aberration's cold venom still waited as his final guarantee. Come on then. Gamble our lives. Chen Mo grew ever more frenzied, like a gambler who had lost every chip at the table, yet who would drag his opponent into a death wager regardless. The black hole fell silent. It could perceive Red Hare's might through the fragmented memories it had stolen. But just as it had declared, Red Hare could not possibly remain at Chen Mo's side for every hour of every day. Yet the cold venom and Bloodfong, of which Chen Mo spoke, within the partial memories it had extracted, existed only as blurred, blood-soaked, peril-laden fragments. During the time Chen Mo had been speaking, it had already scanned Chen Mo's body through his nervous system. That Bloodfong was likewise a tier 3 eldritch entity. As for the thing called the cold venom, it felt even more dangerous and unreasonable than the Red Hare before it. The black hole was already beginning to regret this. What in the hell was this freakish host? How could a single body possibly contain so many chaotic, impossible things? Sequence 2 Blade Edgewell. Tier 3 Bloodfong. Tier 4 Cold Venom. And past all these trials, a tier 3 aberration in the flesh still lurked, watching like a tiger. Damn it all. A high-stakes game. This was truly, since the very start of this server, the most vexing high-stakes game the black hole had ever faced. But once the bowstring is drawn, there is no turning back. After a long while, that sinister, chilling feminine voice rose once more from Chen Mo's throat. Well then. Very well. Chen Mo, we shall see this through to the end. On the outskirts of Red City, a dilapidated national highway, the cold wind still blew interspersed with scattered fragments of snow. The Xingho caravan moved forward slowly. Inside Chitano, too, Chen Mo leaned against the driver's seat, arms wrapped around, combing, eyes closed in rest. The surgical site on his left eye had formed a scab, but his throat never ceased its constant activity. A childlike voice, innocent and pure, emanated from his mouth. You foolish donkey, didn't your mother teach you that beasts shouldn't wear gold? On the passenger seat, Chidu was cleaning the golden chain around its neck with its hooves. At these words, the donkey's head snapped up sharply. You little bastard, you rustic dog, what did you say? From Chen Mo's throat the voice shifted into a sultry feminine tone, giggling continuously. I'm talking about you, you short-legged fool, still calling yourself Chitta, dressing up in gold and silver like someone important. Do you even understand what you're playing with? Chitta puffed white steam from its nostrils in fury. Every strand of fur bristled, barely restraining itself from spitting on the center console. Go fuck your grandmother. If you've got any guts, get the hell out here. You cowardly bastard hiding inside someone else's body, feeding on phantom fantasies. Believe it or not, I'll dig you out and stuff you into a giant leather swallow. Ever since that day at Lee Family Town, when that strange eyeball calling itself the Black Hole had issued that threatening remark, it had taken no further action since then. The good news was that Chen Mo remained relatively safe for the moment. The bad news was that Chen Mo's body had become the battleground for Black Hole to taunt Chidu. The two began bickering whenever there was nothing to do. Black Hole possessed countless voices devising new ways to provoke Chidu daily. And Chidu, as a representative of the mutant species, an excellent inheritor of Zwan culture, it naturally refused to show weakness and fired its full arsenal. On the center console screen, Li Xia's delicate face still wore her professional smile. Grandpa Chidu speaks the truth. According to biological classification, parasitic behavior belongs to lower organisms' instincts. This conduct from Mr. Black Hole demonstrates a lack of independence characteristic of higher intelligent beings. Ever since that incident where Chen Mo had nearly erased her consciousness, Li Xia had thoroughly understood who held real power. This was the perfect opportunity for her to demonstrate her loyalty. A hoarse voice echoed from Chen Mo's throat. A stupid donkey and an AI. Truly a mismatched pair spanning different species. Not even the dark web's bizarre section could tolerate a pair like you two. Wait until I find the chance to devour this kid's consciousness, then I'll dismantle both of you. Hearing this, Chitu grew even more agitated. Come on then. You hermaphroditic bastard. Do you think I your rabbit grandpa am afraid of you? Yin-yang person, rotten ass. Chen Mo's left eye, the black hole pupil, rotated slowly. The annular spots on the whites flickered. In the next instant his body unexpectedly raised its hand against his will. It flashed an obscene gesture toward Chidu. A tendril extended from Chen Mo's left eye. The seductive female voice returned once more, laced with teasing mockery. Oh, I've popped out again. I'm back in. Come hit me, you idiot. May the immortals strike you down. Chidu completely broke down, launching itself from the seat. Its donkey mouth aimed directly at Chen Mo's left eye, unleashing a torrent of insults. Li Xia also joined the fray. For a moment the entire carriage erupted. Electronic tones, duck-like croaks, and various human voices interweaved in a cacophony. A raw display of the nation's linguistic essence laid bare. At that instant Chen Mo's right eye snapped open. Shut the fuck up. A dead silence fell over the carriage. Li Xia's screen flickered violently before reverting to its screensaver. Chidu sat back with its mouth still slightly open, gradually closing it as it slumped back into its seat. The aged male voice in Chen Mo's throat seemed eager to continue, but Chen Mo's blade-like willpower forcefully suppressed it. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at the rearview mirror. These past few days he had been driven nearly mad by these three lunatics. His right eye fixed on the black hole, in his left his voice raspy. What exactly do you want? You've seen this body of mine. Even without Chidu you couldn't take it. Hearing Chen Mo's words, the center of the black hole in his left eye began to slowly rotate. The black hole fell silent. In recent days it had been far from idle. It had meticulously scanned Chen Mo's body from head to toe. The results, once uncovered, truly startling. As the human boy had claimed, within his body silver-white, transcendent power and blade-like will flowed. On his left shoulder coiled a soul-chilling, nirvana-cold poison, its bone-piercing coldness gnawing at him like a persistent pest. His heart had been severely corrupted by a level 3 anomaly teeming with murderous fury, its brutality reaching terrifying extremes. What kind of human body was this, damn it? It was nothing more than a Pandora's box. And it, the unfortunate native who had gleefully thrown itself inside, now faced a level 3 mutant lurking outside, watching with predatory intent. The car doors had been welded shut, there was no way out now. Observing the black hole's silence, Chidu's donkey eyes darted. It instantly adopted an affable grandfatherly smile. Oh dear brother Black Hole, look at this mess we've gotten into. You can't confidently possess this boy, and he lives in constant fear day and night. How about this? You come out first, and we'll become sworn brothers. I Chidu swear on my honor, I won't harm a single hair on your head. Li Xia immediately caught on her screen, lighting up. Indeed, Mr. Black Hole, Grandpa Chitu is the guarantee of our fleet's reputation. His word is ironclad, trustworthy to children and adults alike. You see, it's inconvenient for everyone when you remain inside the master's body, so how about? But Li Xia never finished her sentence. A cold sneer emanated from the silent throat. A clear girl's voice rang out, dripping with naive sweetness. Heh, a donkey, a robot, and a crippled corpse. Do the combined IQs of you three even reach 88? Hearing the mockery, Chidu's donkey face collapsed instantly. Hermaphrodite, don't get cocky with me. Today I'm going to screech. The piercing sound of brakes cut through the rising argument. The Xingho caravan came to a gradual halt. The walkie-talkie crackled with static and Lin Lu's voice emerged. Happy New Year, everyone. All units establish camp in position. In 30 minutes, members of the Xingho Council assemble at the command vehicle for a meeting. Li Xia stand by. Chen Mo carried Kong Ming on his back with Blood Moon strapped behind him. He walked slowly toward the head of the convoy. The members of the Starfire convoy had all gathered huddling together near the command vehicle. Old Yang had a cigarette dangling from his lips, its ember flickering between life and death. He tilted his chin toward Chen Mo. You doing all right? The moment those words fell, every gaze in the group turned toward him. Su Qian and Xiaoya wore expressions of deep worry. Zhang Meili and Lin Lu regarded him with complicated looks in their eyes. Chen Mo grinned broadly, flashing a row of white teeth. Not dying anytime soon. His voice was quiet, yet it eased the tension in every heart. Even a 4th-tier Frost Cicada King couldn't finish me off. Some 3rd-tier local bumpkin doesn't mean squat. Hearing this, the hearts that had been hanging suspended finally found some ground. Daniel stepped close to Chen Mo and landed a playful punch on him. His face wore the expression of a man thinking, you bastard, you really pulled it off. Chen Mo paused mid-step and looked toward Lin Lu. Why the sudden stop? Something going on. Su Qian's voice drifted over from beside him, gentle and soft. Today is New Year's Day from the old era, January 1st. New Year's Day. What a distant pair of words. Chen Mo had never bothered to keep track of such dates. Hearing the term now left him somewhat puzzled. It was merely a holiday from the old era after all. Lin Lu seemed to read Chen Mo's thoughts clearly. He chimed in from the side to elaborate. From Fancheng all the way to Avalanche Canyon, everyone's nerves have been wound far too tight. This holiday gives us the perfect excuse to relax a little, even if just for a moment. Chen Mo nodded slowly. He offered nothing further. Before long, the news that the convoy would be holding a New Year's Eve celebration spread throughout the entire camp, including the ordinary survivors absorbed from the Butcher convoy. The Starfire convoy, after enduring the small tide and Avalanche Canyon, now had barely 20-some ordinary folk left among its numbers. Many wept with joy, erupting into a wave of cheers. Time to make dumplings. Daniel's voice boomed out thick with excitement. Back in Li Family Town, he and Xiaoya had scavenged a considerable stock of flour. Now he brought it out to serve as the centerpiece of the evening feast. Lin Lu, rarely generous, waved his hand with grand flair. He had Xiao Lu fetch down a sizable stash of canned meat from the command vehicle. And so along this battered stretch of national highway, the Starfire convoy staged a scene bursting with festive joy. Su Qian and Xiaoyu, alongside several female survivors, kneaded dough, rolled out wrappers, and filled dumplings inside the supply bus, their laughter bright and warm. Zhang Meili, meanwhile, took Lu Yu under her wing and began competently arranging the evening's program of performances. Old Yang and Chen Mo borrowed Li Xia, claiming they needed her for playing music that night. The men spontaneously gathered firewood and lit the flames. Even Red Hair showed up, citing the excuse of helping taste whether the dumplings were seasoned right. As he trotted over with an eager, self-important air, Chen Mo gazed at the bustling, spirited scene unfolding within the camp. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Then from deep within his throat rose a sinister, chilling feminine voice. What a pitiful lot of ants. Standing at death's door and still chasing after such cheap little joys. Chen Mo paid it no heed, picking up a scrap of cloth and beginning to wipe his blade. What are you putting on that brooding act for, kid? Get over here and help chop the filling. Night fell. A colossal bonfire was lit at the center of the road. It crackled and spat sparks, illuminating every face in its glow. Platters of dumplings, steaming hot, were brought out. The filling was nothing elaborate, yet it became the delicacy everyone had been impatiently craving. Chen Mo had just pinched up a dumpling with his chopsticks, not yet brought to his lips, when a streak of black and white blazed past. The dumpling vanished from his chopsticks. He turned his head to look. Red Hair sat cross-legged beside him, cheeks bulging, savoring every bite with great relish. Red Hair even shot him a taunting wink with his donkey eyes. Chen Mo's lips curved into a smile as he extended his chopsticks once more. He pinched up another dumpling and slowly drew it toward his mouth. The instant the dumpling was about to enter his mouth, his wrist snapped back. Crack! Red Hair's massive donkey jaws snapped shut on empty air, halting just short of his face. Man and donkey stared at each other wide-eyed. Red Hair offered a muffled, garbled explanation. MMPH. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. I was just sampling it for you. Nothing's more fun then. A deep masculine voice squeezed out from Chen Mo's throat. But Chen Mo forced it to stop short. Chen Mo ignored it entirely, placed the dumpling in his mouth, and chewed, slowly savoring it. After the meal, the evening's celebration officially began. Su Qian and Old Yang stepped up onto a modest stage built from a wrecked vehicle. They filled in as the evening's hosts. Old Yang had somehow procured a wrinkled suit of formal clothes from somewhere, and somehow impossibly managed to cut a half-decent figure in it, looking years younger in the process. Su Qian wore a form-fitting black sweater. Her voluptuous curves were traced in exquisite detail, and a languid, captivating smile played across her face. Old Yang's voice rang out steady and commanding. Fellow travelers, brothers and sisters, good evening. Su Qian followed her tone, soft and intimate. There are no bells to ring in the new year, no dazzling fireworks to light the sky. But when the bonfire is lit, and we sit gathered together, we have all the reason we need to celebrate the new year. Old Yang stepped forward. Over the past year we have driven together down endless miles of highway, watching over one another through the storms, reaching out a helping hand through every hardship. Su Qian beamed, brushing back the loose strands of hair by her ear. Today there is no grand feast, only sharing. No clamor, only companionship. Let us raise our cups. Today, as a rare exception, Lin Lu brought out 2 bottles of liquor and poured a small measure for each person. Old Yang lifted his cup, his face flushed red in the light of the bonfire. Let us drink to this cup together. Su Qian and Old Yang exchanged a glance and spoke in unison, their voices echoing across the camp. In the new year, may our headlights shine on forever. May every departure have its direction and every stop hold its warmth. Happy New Year to one and all. As the words fell, the camp erupted in thunderous cheers. Some banged on sheet metal for rhythm, others clapped with all their might. The bonfire and headlights illuminated face after weary, haggard face, yet every one of them shone with smiles. Li Xia pulled up beside the stage, her onboard speakers cranked to full volume. The first performance was a duet by Su Qian and Xiaoya, an old song from the silent epic. Su Qian's voice flowed with tender, lingering warmth. Xiaoya's rang out crystalline and ethereal. Under the glow of the bonfire, the moment conjured an illusion of quiet, blissful years. When the song ended, applause crashed like thunder. The second to take the stage was Lu Yu. In the biting wind, she wore only a thin dancer's outfit. Before the bonfire, she performed an intensely fiery dance. Her swaying waist and bewitching gaze had the camp's men howling and hooting without restraint. Chen Mo noticed that throughout her dance, this woman's gaze would, whether by accident or design, drift toward Lin Lu. She even tossed him a flirtatious wink. Following her, Dinyo broad as a bear lumbered up onto the stage. He lay down on the ground, stripped to the waist. Old Yang's voice rose full of theatrical grandeur as he introduced Dinyo's act, smashing a stone slab upon his chest. Several men hauled up a massive slab of rock, grunting under its weight. They placed it upon Dinyo's chest. Dinyo's chest swelled as he drew in a long breath, like a bellows filling with air. He signaled Red Hare, who stood holding the spiked club, to deliver the blow. Crack! The stone slab shattered on impact. A roar of acclaim erupted from below the stage. Dinyo rubbed his bald head, then felt at his ox horns. He let out a sheepish grin. When Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi's turn came, the two of them launched into an improvised stand-up routine. When it comes to our convoy, I tell you, it's a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Take our Captain Lin. He's tough as nails and a man of few words. One blink of the eye, and a whole day's passed. That's the truth. And our brother Nyo, appetite as huge as an ox. One blink, and he don't open him again. A whole pot of dumplings gone. That's the truth. The two traded quip for quip, taking turns to roast every core member of the convoy. They had the whole crowd bent double with laughter. Chen Mo was amused too, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Hee hee hee. A string of utterly bizarre laughter escaped from his mouth. One moment a horseman's voice, the next a shrill woman's. Now ancient, now childlike. The laughter around him died in an instant. Everyone stared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo? Black hole, I curse your grandmother. He coughed twice, picked up his bowl with an air of studied nonchalance, and pretended to take a drink of water. After Zhang Meili finished a song, the festive atmosphere was pushed to its peak. Rather than stepping down, Zhang Meili took a tin-rolled mic and assumed Su Qian's role as host. Her crimson lips parted softly. Thank you all for those wonderful performances. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye swept across the entire crowd, finally settling on Red Hare, who was pretending to be indifferent while sneaking glances at the stage. Next, please welcome our convoy's very own mascot, Red Hare, performing a show that you absolutely positively have never seen before. Hearing his name called, Red Hare put on a show of bashfully declining a few times. Yet the corners of his mouth were nearly impossible to keep down, straighter than an AK's recoil, threatening to fly right off his face. He rose unhurriedly to his feet, brushing the crumbs of chips from his coat. Striding forth with a swagger that disowned all 6 of his relatives, he marched grandly onto the stage. Zhang Meili cleared her throat, her voice amplified through the tin microphone. It carried across the entire camp. And the act is pole dancing. A deathly silence fell over the entire venue. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place. Old Yang stood off to the side, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. Wasn't Zhang Meili supposed to be the one jumping? Hadn't he been told to weld that pole for her? Below the stage, the silence was equally absolute. A pole dance. A donkey. The very image was bizarre beyond comprehension. Yet that silence lasted only a single second. Whoa! A chorus of cheers and whistles erupted from below the stage. Awesome! Dinyo howled with exhilaration, his spiked club pounding against the ground with thunderous rhythm. Master 2 is legendary. Give us another one. Come on. With the ice broken, the survivors cast aside their reservations. No longer did they care about the uncanny identity of Chi 2. They began to egg him on, reveling in the chaos. Chen Mo? His expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon the center of the stage. a black and white donkey clad in pink underwear. What on earth was that wretched creature up to? Chi-Tu rose on his hind legs and flung the chain around his neck behind him. He took a few deliberate steps forward. At the center stood the pole Old Yang had welded for Zhang Meili. Chi-Tu cleared his throat and tossed his head toward the audience with theatrical flair. Music. Within the cab of the dump truck, Li Xia's delicate face flashed past for an instant. The next moment, thunderous music blasted through the air. A pulsating DJ remix of Good Luck Comes filled the night. The atmosphere ignited in an instant. Chi-Tu donned a pair of frog-eye sunglasses, his fuzzy front hoof hooking around the pole. He began swaying his hips in perfect rhythm with the beat. The pink underwear swayed in tandem with his movements. Upon his hindquarters sat a lopsided teddy bear patch. Beneath the firelight it struck a particularly eye-catching figure of overwhelming visual impact. A spectacle beyond all description. His movements were vulgar, yet laced with an inexplicable bewitching grace. Untamed yet not without a certain suppleness. Ugh! A middle-aged man could endure no more and doubled over in dry heaves. Many others could only gape in stunned bewilderment. Then wave after wave of cheers and applause erupted anew. Su Qian reached out and covered Xiao Ye's eyes with her hands. Children aren't allowed to watch. Though such were her words, she herself peeked through the gaps between her fingers. The corners of her lips could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Ye clutched her doll and murmured to herself, "Auntie is so boring." Old Yang sat nearby with a cigarette between his lips, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an entire egg. The ember from his cigarette fell upon his trousers, burning a hole through the fabric, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Even Lin Lu, who had been keeping watch for the convoy on the other side, lowered his head and made his way behind the command vehicle. He removed the white cloth that had been covering his eyes. Though he could not see, he could still perceive that exceedingly indecent scene through his extraordinary senses. Every single frame projected itself unaltered into his mind's eye. Chen Mo struggled to maintain his cold, aloof persona. He sat below the stage with an impassive expression. Then a strange, sardonic female voice rose from within his throat. "So this is the aesthetic sense of you humans? A donkey mounting a cold iron pipe in heat. How utterly vulgar, nauseating, lecherous." The black hole voice paused briefly. "One more look, Chen Mo." Upon the stage, Chi-Tu was dancing with wild abandon. Concluding his obscenely seductive hip swaying, he released the pole and slid toward the audience in a single sweeping motion. He came to a perfect halt right before Chen Mo. Chen Mo could clearly smell the garlic and green onion on his breath. Chi-Tu blew a flying kiss in Chen Mo's direction. Utterly coquettish. The skin of Chen Mo's face twitched violently, yet his expression remained as impassive as ever. From his throat, however, emerged a robust and resonant male voice. "Bravo! Excellent! That hip swaying is absolutely riveting." As he spoke, the black hole even raised his right hand uncontrollably, reaching toward the donkey's hindquarters adorned with the teddy bear patch. Chen Mo nearly choked on his own breath, straining with every ounce of strength to reclaim control of his body, barely managing to force his hand back down. To hell with you. He felt himself being driven to the brink of madness by that bastard parasitizing his body. Chi-Tu, who had already returned to the stage, remained utterly oblivious to Chen Mo's inner collapse. He continued his vigorous performance with undiminished zeal. As the music reached its crescendo, the donkey's hooves kicked violently against the pole, and his entire body launched once more into the air. His hind legs locked tight around the pole as his entire body hung, suspended upside down. A breathtaking inverted scissor kick. The atmosphere of the entire venue was at that very moment pushed to its absolute peak. Legendary. Master 2. I love you. I want to bear your mule children. Below the stage, cheers, whistles, and applause melded into a single thunderous cacophony. Everyone was immersed in that rare moment of joy amid the apocalypse. Just then, swoosh, a sharp sound tore through the air. A blazing red signal flare streaked across the night sky, trailing a long tail of fire. It blossomed against the pitch-black heavens. The outline of a great wall slowly materialized in the sky above. The music ceased abruptly. The laughter and merriment gradually fell silent. All movement ceased as everyone in unison raised their heads. They gazed in stupefied wonder at the silhouette of the great wall slowly dissipating in the cold wind. Lin Lu came running over in frantic haste. "Everyone, get in the vehicles immediately. Destination Red City. Full speed ahead."